Hello everyone, welcome to What If Hollow Knight and Hornet Reunited in the City of Tears movie. Before we start, please go support Subaru9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistake in character's gender. Mantises are strong, cold, ruthless, and above all, they never fall in love. That's how a mantis should be, especially a Mantis Lord. Only doom awaits those who dare to break the rules, and Orchid knows this all too well, which is why she hates that sharp-eyed knight who stole a victory in her heart. Orchid, Lily, and Lavender, the three Mantis sisters, the most powerful warriors in the entire tribe, the epitome of everything a mantis should be. Powerful, cold, and ruthless. It was no surprise that they were the leaders of the tribe, although what was striking was that they had lasted so long in power, despite so many challenges they had received. Lone males and females, pairs, and siblings would occasionally come forward to challenge the lords and claim the thrones, but each time they had been defeated by the overwhelming power of the sisters, they were beyond compare. In all their years, they had only lost once, to a child from outside the tribe. That young warrior, short but courageous, earned their respect and recognition, not only from them, but from the entire tribe. From then on, every mantis had to bow to him whenever he passed, and for a long time, this became a common occurrence. The small, silent warrior visited them from time to time, saying nothing, just giving them a penetrating gaze, as if he wanted to communicate something with those deep black eyes. Orchid, the smallest of the Mantises, was always intrigued by those eyes. They seemed like an empty gaze, but she could see inside a deep determination, a burning fire that seemed to burn her soul, but at the same time she perceived something dark, terrifying, abnormal, powerful and suffocating. She shuddered every time she saw it. It was a monster, a small one with a harmless appearance, but it wasn't going to fool her. However, there was nothing she could do. It was more powerful. All she could do was lower her gaze and bow. She must be quite grateful that the monster was peaceful and had spared their lives. But the memory of the silent monster gradually faded into the back of her mind. She never spoke to her sisters about him, and his sudden disappearance contributed to this. She focused on her present, her rivals, and her search for a worthy companion. Mantises didn't have what was called marriage, nor did they develop many emotional bonds. It was seen as a sign of weakness. There was no love between them. They tended to choose a partner almost exclusively for procreation, and were normally guided by the power and strength that this partner demonstrated. Orchid was still young, but she was already surreptitiously observing possible candidates. However, being one of the most powerful members of the tribe, finding a male who matched her in strength would be complicated. But a mate wasn't something she sought with any enthusiasm or eagerness. She just wanted to ensure she had strong offspring and perhaps a powerful opponent to fight regularly. But no matter how hard she searched, no male was worthy of her. But fate is capricious and unpredictable, twisting in strange ways and surprising with its unexpected twists. One day, at an ordinary time, the mysterious insect that had challenged them to a duel a couple of years ago made its way into the Mantis village. After such a long absence, it was a surprise to see it again. Many didn't recognize it. It had changed, it looked different, but something about its aura and its presence stirred old memories, betraying its identity. Everywhere he passed a mantis bowed to him, showing its respect. The mysterious insect moved through the galleries and nooks of the place, without pausing to look at the curious mantises watching it from nearby. Something urged it to move quickly through the village and reach Deep Nest. What it was? They would never know. If there was one thing that had remained the same about this creature, it was its eternal silence. However, the ones he did stop to greet were the Mantis Lords. The throne room was located in the deepest part of the village, bordering the entrance to that dark area, so seeing the lords was mandatory. And since this warrior's upbringing required him to show respect to leaders, as soon as he stood before the ladies, he bowed to them. For the lords it was a complete surprise. At first they thought it was an intruder or a new challenger who would give them a good fight, but when the beast raised its head and looked at them they recognized it. The silent little warrior had grown a lot. He was now a handsome insect, with a slender but strong appearance, magnificent antlers, and a regal air enhanced by the beautiful cape he wore. The little boy had grown into a splendid adult. Orchid didn't like being confronted again with that stain from her past. Perhaps her sisters had accepted that defeat with grace and philosophy, but not her. She was proud and haughty, always hating the thought of ever having lost. How she longed now to challenge this insolent warrior to put him in his place and clear his battle record, but instead she had to bow down to him. She felt very upset. But then she caught his gaze. Those empty eyes that had once so impressed her had changed. It was hard to describe, but they seemed full, warm but not suffocating. The fire that used to dwell in them now seemed like a tranquil lake she wished she could dive into. The young mantis's heart began to race as a strange and unfamiliar sensation ran through her, a warmth invaded her face, she felt tickles on her abdomen, and her legs trembled slightly. But that was for a moment, soon the warrior, without saying a word, walked away from the throne room, entering the darkness of deep nest. Orchid looked at him until his silhouette was lost from sight, swallowed by the blackness of that horrible cave, then a melancholy settled in her heart, while a longing to be reunited with him filled her. Damned, 1,000 times cursed silent warrior. Orchid would never forgive him. Not only had he taken a victory from her, but now he was also giving her that mental illness that had meant the downfall of so many Mantises, including her niece. But she was strong. She wouldn't succumb to it. She would soon forget, resume her routine, remain on the Mantis throne for many more years, and find a male who would give her powerful offspring. Yes, that's how it would be, and she would keep this a dark secret deep in her heart. She would never admit that she was ever in love. The meeting. The memory of the mysterious silent warrior lingered in Orchid's head for several days, provoking all sorts of feelings and desires that a mantis, especially a leader, shouldn't have. An insane curiosity to know more about that individual and a desire to leave fungal wastes and search for him. These thoughts only tormented the poor mantis. Relations with insects outside the tribe were strictly prohibited. Mantises hated mixed-breed insects, and anything that might lead to the birth of one was avoided at all costs. Based on this, the prohibition against mating with foreign insects was born, a rule that applied to everyone regardless of the nature of the relationship. For some reason, although her late niece had become interested in a female insect and obviously the two wouldn't be able to have eggs together, she still couldn't finalize their romance and faced the Mantises' drastic law. The goal was only fairness. It would be unfair to allow homosexual relationships, but not heterosexual ones. On the other hand, the Mantises also didn't want their culture, based on strength and power, to be tainted by outside thoughts. That's why Orchid felt so unclean thinking about the silent warrior in that particular way. To the Mantises, this was horrifying. In her own way, she tried to calm herself, convincing herself that this was just a passing thing, a mere sexual impulse, perhaps prompted by her recent concern about finding a male who would give her strong offspring. The strongest male in the tribe had already been claimed by Lavender, her older sister. Well, that wasn't too much of a problem, since marriage and fidelity didn't exist among Mantises, what did exist was honor and respect. If she wanted to obtain the paternity of that individual, she had to ask her sister's permission. It wasn't frowned upon and was a common practice, but the idea of resorting to it embarrassed her greatly. On the other hand, her sister's partner would be very powerful, but the poor guy was uglier than a lie. It was clear to her that things like physical appearance shouldn't be important, but she wanted a handsome insect, at least for her first time. Was she being too capricious? Despite all her doubts, questions, and all the shameful fantasies the young warrior provoked in her, Orchid would have been able to forget him. Distance and time would have killed that tiny flame of passion that made its way in her chest. Without an emotional bond or contact beyond a fleeting glance in the distance, everything was destined to end in nothing. The silent warrior almost never passed by the Mantis village, using other routes to get to Deep Nest, and although he sometimes wandered through fungal wastelands, there had been no instances where they had met. Yes, that whole crush thing could have turned out to be nothing more than a distant dream, but things didn't turn out that way. One day, the Mantis Lords received the great surprise of being asked by the Queen of Deep Nest herself. In the 5 years she had ruled, they had never had the opportunity to see her. They had heard of her, and people spoke of her great strength, her stern character, her fair actions, and the respect shown to her by her people and the insects of other tribes. This made them even more curious. Probably because of the enmity that Mantises had traditionally had with spiders, neither side had made the slightest effort to contact the other, but Queen Hornet seemed determined to establish friendly relations with all kingdoms, including the Mantis tribe. However, despite everything they had heard about the queen, she herself was a huge disappointment to them. Hornet was everything a mantis despised. She was a half-breed, half-spider, half-worm. Sure, she was the daughter of the legendary Pale King, but that wasn't enough to overshadow her filthy blood, and Mantises had never revered that monarch. She was also very small. How could a creature of her size command respect? Were the inhabitants of Deep Nest really crazy? Hera was huge, but her daughter hadn't inherited her genes, she was small like her father, and didn't seem to have as much magical power as he did. What a pathetic queen. Still, that wasn't what bothered them most about Hornet. After all, her mixed blood wasn't her fault. What they truly found unacceptable was that she had chosen a woodlouse as a mate. Such a small, pathetic, weak insect, paired with the spider queen. What was on this creature's mind when it decided to take such a mate? How despicable. However, what Orchid refused to admit was the envy she felt at seeing Hornet have the freedom to mate with whomever she wanted, even if they weren't of her species. Despite their low approval ratings for the queen, the lords decided to give her the opportunity to meet with her. Thus it was that one day at dawn, the 3 Mantises received the envoys from Deep Nest. The Spider Queen, her consort, some arachnid servants and the mysterious Silent Knight. It was a surprise to the three of them to discover their friend was on the deepness side. They had always thought of him as a wandering insect roaming the kingdom in search of powerful opponents to challenge. This had partly earned him their respect. He was everything they valued. Cold, powerful, and ambitious. But the reality was that they didn't know him as well as they thought. During that meeting, Orchid learned several things about the mysterious warrior, such as that this individual's name was Hollow, and that he was none other than the queen's brother, at least on his father's side, which partly explained why they saw him on the deep nest side. Although the Mantis wondered if Hollow wouldn't feel ashamed to have such a pathetic sister, since his attitude was cold, distant, and silent, it was impossible to know his position regarding the situation. In addition to the warrior's family details, Orchid also learned other, lesser details, but things she was dying to know anyway, such as that he liked to play with water, that he was actually a very calm person, that he preferred salty food, and that he had practically been raised by Hornet. The problem was that she was so focused on Hollow that she wasn't paying much attention to the meeting. "Orchid is reacting," said Lily, gently shaking her sister. "Oh, sorry, I was a little distracted. Is something wrong? You're acting strange today." "It's nothing, don't worry." The Mantis took a deep breath, trying to calm herself. It was difficult with that sensual insect in front of her. She had never felt so attracted to someone, and it was driving her crazy. It was hard to keep her mind from wandering to passionate sexual fantasies about that creature. She forced herself to ignore the silent warrior and look at her pathetic sister. The moment she laid eyes on her, she felt disgust. It was perfect. If she focused on that negative emotion, she could stay focused on the meeting. "Well, as I was saying, I know our tribes have always been in constant conflict," Hornet said, taking the floor again. "But I firmly believe we can reach an agreement that can bring peace and healthy coexistence between us." "That's a classy way to disguise an invasion of our lands," said Lavender, the eldest sister. "And that's something we certainly won't allow," Lirio added. "Fungal wastes belongs to the Mantises, and no one will take away what's ours," Orchid concluded. "Of course. No one is going to take your lands from you," Hornet tried to explain. "Absolute sovereignty over this territory will continue to belong to the Mantises. The leaders of the other kingdoms have agreed to this. No one is seeking conflict. All we want is the ability to travel safely through the area without being attacked by any of your warriors. Invasion. These are our lands. No one outside the tribe may set foot on them," Lavender shouted. "It's not an invasion." The half-breed tried to remain calm, even though she was already growing impatient. "We want to make that clear. We're looking for an agreement, some way to get your permission to wander through the fungal wastes without being attacked. Agreements are for weaklings who can't prove their worth in combat," Lily declared flatly. "The agreements are to avoid unnecessary deaths," the queen tried to reason. "Besides, we don't think it's unnecessary to start a war just for some mushrooms." "Fungus? The reason we're interested in the passage to the fungal wastes is because of the mushrooms that grow there. Many of them are used to cook all sorts of delicious dishes, but they're very expensive due to the dangers involved in obtaining them. They want to take our resources." Orchid shouted angrily. "We'd be willing to pay for them and even respect any restrictions they impose on us. We just have to reach an agreement." "There's no agreement. Fungal wastes belongs to the Mantises, and there's no discussion." Hornet was already getting desperate. Her strong, impulsive nature was tempting her to start a fight right then and there, but that wasn't a good idea. She wasn't in the best condition to fight, and that's why she'd asked her brother to support her in case things got violent. She hated the idea of having to be protected. She should have listened to Quirrell and waited at least a week before holding that meeting. "No one questions your sovereignty over that area," Quirrell said, trying to calm things down, but his intervention was not well received by the Mantises. "Shut up, Kichinil. You have no right to participate in this matter," Lavender said with authority, and this was enough to make Hornet explode. "How dare you speak to my husband like that?" the Mestiza shouted indignantly. "He's a lowly creature," Lily said with disdain. "A weakling who doesn't deserve consideration. I really don't know how you could have chosen such a being as a husband. It's disgusting." This was too great an offense to tolerate. All the spiders stood on guard, ready to join the fight that was about to break out. However, it was a fact that they were at a disadvantage. They were in enemy territory, they were outnumbered, and their queen, due to certain circumstances, wasn't in the best condition to fight. Hornet, of course, was aware of this, so she was forced to make a quick decision. "I challenge you to a duel for honor," he said, taking out his needle. "I really was N''T planning on writing this so soon, but I told myself, I'll just do a one-shot. I don't think anyone would be very interested in this, that's all it will be, I told myself. I published it on other sites. Boom. A success V. By the time I realized it, I already had chapter 2 ready, damn. Anyway, don't expect the next chapter too soon, this isn't a priority fic right now, and I hope it stays that way." As you might guess, this is a continuation of Tales of Hellenist, but it would be part because some things happened between the first story and this one, however, it can be read as an absolutely independent story located in an AU. Responsibilities. I demand a duel for honor, the mestiza said in an authoritarian tone. What? Quirrell shouted. Hollow also seemed upset. Between the two of them, they took the queen and briefly removed her from the gathering, much to the displeasure of the Mantises, who grew increasingly contemptuous of this easily manipulated queen. They had no idea of the delicate condition she was in. Hornet, you can't do that. The woodlouse whispered, upset. Remember what the matron said. I know what he said, I was there. Hollow expressed his point of view with that silent communication that only Hornet, his brothers and partially Quirrell could understand. I feel good, I can do it. But you won't be able to perform at your full potential. You'll get beaten up. I'll manage. And what do you suggest we do, genius? Perhaps there is some way to settle this peacefully. Quirrell, she sighed, exhausted. You don't even believe that's possible. But I don't want anything bad to happen to you. And I don't want anything bad to happen to you or to any of my people. But we're outnumbered and outgunned, so if we all get into a fight, we'll most likely lose and more than one of us will end up dead. On the other hand, honor duels are rarely to the death. The loser simply has to admit that the winner is right. Hollow looked at her annoyed. Under normal circumstances, my defeat would call into question my leadership, but there is no other spider in the kingdom who can challenge me for the throne, so there should be no problems. But your people might lose trust in you, and that would hamper your reign. Quirrell looked extremely worried. Well, I'll make them trust me again. I don't care. My priority is protecting my people. This was the best way out I could think of. Now if any of you have a better suggestion, I'm all ears. They both looked at each other without saying a word, neither knowing what else to do. That's what I figured. We have no other choice. Anyway, Quirrell, she fixed her eyes on the woodlouse, who was looking at her in fear. If I lose, I want you to escape as quickly as you can. My defeat means they would be right and in their eyes, you would be considered an inferior creature. If they decide to kill you, I won't be able to do anything, not even complain about it. But stay near the exit were the half-breed's last instructions before heading toward the Mantis Lords. She stood before the ladies and looked down on them proudly, just as a queen should be. Even though they were high on their thrones and far superior in size to her, Hornet wasn't intimidated. At least this made the Mantises show her a modicum of respect. Did they give you permission to fight? Lily tried to provoke the queen. The queen doesn't need permission to defend her honor. The spider pulled out her needle, preparing for combat. We were just discussing the best battle strategy. Quirrell appeared next to Hornet, his stinger ready for combat. Hornet tried to hide her confusion as best she could, and before her confusion could cause her to commit any indiscretion, the woodlouse spoke again. Since I am the one most affected by your offense, it is also my duty to participate in this duel alongside my queen. We don't object to your participation, Lavender said solemnly. But we doubt your ability to do so. We've never heard of a warlike woodlice. It wasn't just because of my pretty face that Hornet chose me as his partner, he replied confidently. That answer seemed to satisfy the Mantises as they jumped down from their thrones ready to fight at least two of them. Orchid. The older sister shouted. What the hell are you doing? The younger sister suddenly woke from her reverie and looked down in embarrassment, her face flushed. Once again, she had let her mind focus more on Hollow than on the meeting. Why was it so hard to resist that creature's charms? Just looking at it was a delight, but she didn't have time for that. It required her presence. Truth be told, she wasn't entirely aware of the situation, but seeing her sisters on dry land with their weapons drawn was enough to tell her what she had to do. She joined them and waited to see what would happen. Choose your spider. Judge Lavender, as always, took the lead when it came to official matters. Hornet turned her gaze towards the servant spiders she had brought with her, but was interrupted by Hollow waving her hand to try to get her attention. No, Hollow, you're not cut out to be a judge. The Mantises blinked in surprise. The queen could understand the silent knight. They'd always thought he couldn't speak. It never occurred to them that he simply had another form of communication, though it was hard to deduce. In all their previous encounters, he'd never done anything more than stare at them sharply. Did that mean anything in particular? Still, they had to admit that with his sister around, Hollow seemed much more communicative. Was he the shy type? Orchid looked at the half-breed with envy. She wished she could understand the knight as well. With more fluid dialogue, perhaps she could convince him to go with her to some pleasant corner of fungal wastes and do many things they weren't supposed to do. The mantis slapped its face trying to shake off those embarrassing thoughts, a behavior that of course caught the attention of its sisters. You're looking very strange today, Orchid. Lirio looked at her with concern. I'm fine, don't worry. Focus on the battle, don't embarrass us. If she hadn't known her all her life, Orchid would have been angry, but she already knew her sister had that sour and impertinent temper. There was no point in saying anything to her. "I appoint Ania as my judge," Hornet announced. The aforementioned spider stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "It will be an honor," he said in a shrill voice. Lavender then looked around at the members of her tribe present, trying to decide who was the fittest, until she finally settled on one who stood out for being extremely observant. "Chris, I appoint you as our judge." "I am honored by your choice," the insect replied, also bowing. Both teams stood on opposite sides of the battle arena, with the judges on one side to observe the fight. According to the law governing these duels, each team was required to have a judge for greater transparency. Once everything was ready, both teams gave the go-ahead for the match to begin. The Mantises were the first to rush into combat, catching the enemy off guard was part of their strategy, along with a swift and ruthless offensive. In the blink of an eye, the lethal trio vanished before them, and seconds later, one of them appeared behind them to attack with its boomerang blade. Quirrell dodged with speed rivaling that of the Mantises, while Hornet opted to jump. However, instead of performing a graceful acrobatic leap, it felt clumsy and heavy, as if the strength of its legs wasn't enough to support it. Ania, the deep nest judge, couldn't help but let out a small cry of anguish, something that didn't go unnoticed by someone as observant as Chris. This of course caught her attention. She would have expected a growl of rage or a curse, but not that look of fear and concern. Was the queen sick? Her suspicions seemed to be increasingly confirmed. With each passing minute, it became clearer that the queen wasn't well. She couldn't tell what kind of problem she was having, but it had something to do with her stomach. She could tell by the way it bunched up whenever she was hit or made a sudden movement. Fortunately for Hornet, her husband was fighting like never before and doing everything he could to protect her, something that Chris wouldn't have thought impossible if she hadn't seen it with her own eyes. A woodlouse was blocking the Mantises' attacks and fighting like a warrior. It didn't seem like it had the ability to defeat the lords, but it wasn't going to be easy to bring it down either. Meanwhile, the poor queen was just hanging on as best she could and trying to land a few ranged attacks with her needle, but the apparent suffering she was enduring made it difficult to land a hit. The Deep Nest spectators were growing increasingly concerned, especially Hollow, who, beneath her stoic demeanor, hid a growing fear for her sister's health. With each blow the half-breed received, she couldn't help but want to scream. Of course, that was beyond her capabilities. With years of practice, she'd learned to make sounds, but they were nothing more than simple whispers that were painful to utter, let alone even think about screaming. Hornet was in the center of the battlefield. Quirrell was a little far from her, fighting hand-to-hand against Lily. The other two Mantises were nowhere to be seen, an extremely complex situation. Since Hornet's senses and perception were clouded by the pain she felt, it was difficult for her to repel or dodge the two Mantises that seemed to have focused on her, seeing her as the weakest. She looked everywhere, trying to predict or perceive an attack before it reached her. Even with her daze, she did her best to put up a decent fight, but this seemed to be beyond her capabilities. Suddenly, she glimpsed something out of the corner of her eye and, moving as quickly as she could, she turned just in time to block an attack from Orchid, but instead of retreating quickly as she had been doing until now, Orchid remained in place, pressuring her. She had already noticed that the queen was at her limit and decided to finish her off once and for all. Orchid remained on the offensive while Hornet resisted as best she could, drawing on all her willpower to stay on her feet, even though her legs were trembling. But if she could barely handle one opponent, she couldn't handle two. Lavender appeared behind the combatants and prepared to throw a boomerang blade. Hollow, from her position, couldn't stand it any longer and lost her composure, expressing all her anguish. "Hornet." Cough cough, the cough drowned out her scream. That soft whispering voice caught Orchid's attention and she couldn't help but stare at her silent warrior. Had she heard him speak? Was that melodious voice his? She noticed Hollow coughing angrily while bringing his hand to his neck as if that way he could relieve the burning sensation he felt. Poor thing, it seemed he could speak, but doing so caused him tremendous suffering. How she wouldn't want to relieve him. Surely a little nectar from the singing flower could help him, and she would gladly give him some to drink using her mouth. Orchid had to mentally hit herself, she was doing it again, she had gotten lost in her daydreams, if she didn't concentrate her opponent could take the advantage. Then that happened. Hornet, taking advantage of the Mantis's distraction, climbed on top of it and tied it up with her thread, then with a subtle movement made it fall. Lavender was forced to cancel her boomerang blade upon seeing this and narrowed her eyes in rage. What a stupid oversight. Hornet chose not to wait any longer and began to hit her enemy with all her might, but each blow seemed to hurt her as much as it did the Mantis. She was already beginning to run out of air from the exertion and her attacks were losing power, however she noticed that she had already disabled her opponent. Orchid would not get up again, she was defeated, one of the Mantises had fallen. Would they now have an advantage? She was wrong, because a small commotion made her turn her gaze and noticed that Quirrell and Lily had fallen, both of them no longer having the strength to continue. She and Lavender were the only ones left standing, but given their deplorable state, it was obvious that Hornet could not win. Please, Ania whimpered from her spot, looking at Chris pleadingly. The Mantis maintained a serious demeanor as it pondered the situation. Hornet had managed to endure to the bitter end, even given her precarious circumstances. The woodlouse had proven itself to be more than it seemed in that fight, and there was no honor or joy in defeating a weakened enemy. Considering the situation, she made a decision. Stop the fight. The Mantis shouted, and the spider next to him sighed in relief. Both warriors looked at the judges waiting for an explanation. The reason for this fight was to defend the honor of the cochineal present here, accused of being weak and insignificant. But the same cochineal, through its performance in combat, was able to prove its worth, Ania continued, understanding the logic of his argument. Considering these facts, we see no need to prolong this fight, and we all agree that Quirrell is worthy of being considered as our equal. Lavender looked around, noticing Lily unconscious on the floor next to the insect that was in the same condition. In reality, not many of her own tribe would be able to defeat her sister, she had to give her credit for that. I accept the verdict, he said solemnly. I approve the decision, Hornet confirmed with a trembling voice. Once the outcome was decided, members of both tribes went to collect their fallen warriors. Hornet stood proudly, even though her legs were trembling, only allowing herself to be helped along by a male spider, on whom she surreptitiously leaned. There were no more exchanges or speeches. The Mantises weren't much for talking. The spiders were somewhat more communicative, but they didn't waste themselves on useless purposeless chatter either. The last thing said was a message from Queen Hornet before they left through the door leading to Deep Nest. There was no agreement at this meeting, but it won't be the last you hear from me. It wasn't a threat, just a simple message making it clear he hadn't given up on a trade deal yet. When the door connecting to the Mantis territory finally closed behind her, Hornet allowed herself to show the weakness she had been hiding throughout the fight, then she let herself fall to the ground, overcome with pain, where she then lost consciousness. By the time the mixed-race woman opened her eyes again, she was enveloped in the pleasant warmth of a liquid that surrounded her, the pain had subsided, and a pair of arms were holding her by the waist. This last bit of pain sent her into a panic. She didn't know who had her captive, but she couldn't let herself be captured. Fortunately, her paranoia was quickly dispelled by her husband's gentle voice. Calm down, Hornet, it's me. Quirrell. Immediate relief washed over her, and she stopped struggling. He sighed and let the blue insect hug him. Everything was fine now, he could relax and rest. Now calmer, she looked around. They were at a hot spring, probably the one they had seen on the way to Deep Nest. She saw some of her servants enjoying the magical liquid, while others were nearby keeping watch. Hollow was on the shore playing with Ania. He shook his head in resignation. So many years had passed, he had grown so much that he was now taller than her, and he still behaved like a child who liked to play with water. Of course, his childish behavior was something he only showed in front of those he felt comfortable with. To everyone else, he was a silent, proud, serious insect, and a great warrior. Who would have imagined that the captain of King Big's royal guard would be so childish? In Deep Nest, he was already like family, and they were used to dealing with the crazy ideas he came up with whenever he visited, but sometimes he wore her down. Hornet had to endure a lot of pressure lately due to the responsibilities of her kingdom. Sometimes she envied her brother's carefree life. Hornet. Quirrell's voice brought her out of her thoughts. How are you feeling? I'm fine, thank you. It doesn't hurt anymore. I think I'll be able to walk home. Personally, I think it would be better if you avoided that, let one of the larger males carry you. What? Of course not. I'm not going to stoop to something like that. I have to show strength. Suddenly Hornet felt the arms holding her tighten their grip on her, then she heard the voice of the annoyed woodlouse. Hornet, don't you think you've had enough of playing the strong girl? You need to rest, were the midwife's instructions after you laid your eggs. But I can't, I'm the queen, I have duties to fulfill. A week, Hornet. It was just a week. Quirrell finally snapped. All you had to do was rest for a week. You didn't even have to stay in bed. You just had to avoid fights, complicated hunts, and long journeys. And you didn't even last 3 days. I have a lot of responsibilities to fulfill. The conversation turned into shouting. Your main responsibility now is to take care of your health. It was a delicate situation and you know it. There was no other way out of that predicament. We would have avoided all this if you had postponed the meeting for a week like I told you. In a week it will be more complicated and you know why. Well, then the meeting wasn't happening. It wasn't that urgent. For me it was. The two were so focused on their fight that they forgot there were other spiders present. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, they began to quietly retreat to wait for them outside the hot springs. However, before leaving, Most gave Ania a look that clearly said, do something. The spider sighed in annoyance. As Hornet's personal assistant, she always had to solve these kinds of problems. It was good that they almost never fought, but when they did, they could be terrible. She was about to walk towards them when she noticed Hollow coming forward. Then, without warning, she grabbed Hornet and mounted her on top of him. With her superior size, she now had no problem doing that. "Let me go, Hollow. I already said I don't want to be carried." "I'm going to." At that moment, a slight dizziness forced Hornet to cling to her brother's back. "See? I told you weren't okay," her husband scolded her, hurrying to walk alongside the brothers. "But I felt fine a moment ago. Because you were in the hot springs, but now that you're coming out, your energy's starting to wane. Please, Hornet, for once in your life, listen to us." The queen groaned in annoyance and didn't say a word the entire way home, partly out of anger and partly because she eventually fell asleep, much to the relief of the others. She didn't notice when they arrived at distant village, nor did she wake up when they gently carried her up to the highest house in the village, nor when they laid her down on her bed. She only began to react when the midwife began examining her. Although she was slightly startled when she woke up to find the millipede on top of her, she quickly calmed down when she recognized it. Well, it seems someone has not followed my instructions," the creature said in its ancient voice. "This is definitely not right." "What does that mean?" Hornet asked cautiously. "Exactly what I said, this isn't right. I told you that after laying eggs you'd be somewhat delicate and need to rest, but you did the exact opposite. Not only did you avoid rest, but you also pushed yourself to the limit. Any longer and your womb would have been ruined. And so? You would have lost the chance to lay more eggs." A shiver ran down the queen's spine at that thought. "You're young, you have a long life ahead of you. It wouldn't be good for you to lose something so valuable just yet. Not all children make it to adulthood and you know it, so it's always better to have plenty of offspring to be on the safe side." "I understand." Hornet looked down and tightened her grip on the sheets on her bed. "I'll be more careful from now on." "Oh, of course you will be. I've given instructions that you don't get out of bed, this time you need absolute rest." "What? I can't stay in bed all day. I have too much to do." "You can do several of them from there." Hornet Quirrell approached the bed to try to calm her down. "But there are some projects I need to oversee." "Delegate. Ask for a report and then review it from here." But what happens if a problem arises?" "Everything's fine, Hornet." Quirrell took one of her hands, trying his best to calm her. "Things have been going very well in the kingdom lately. We're in a time of peace and prosperity, and that doesn't have to change anytime soon, much less in a week. Everything will be fine, no problems will arise. Just rest. You deserve it after all your hard work." "Okay, I guess you're right." But suddenly, at that very moment, a spider ran into the room, looking very exhausted and a bundle of nerves. "My queen, there's an emergency. A giant garpies is causing havoc in." But the spider could not continue his speech because he was interrupted by the matron who appeared before him, staring at him fixedly. "How sweet, you must have come too quickly to inform the queen of the problems that afflict them." A shiver ran down the spider's spine, sensing that what followed was not something very positive. "Would you mind leaving the message for me?" At that moment the midwife opened her mask revealing her hidden face. The messenger spider paled with fear and ran away pursued by the millipede. "Wait," Hornet shouted, "don't go. I want to know what." Hornet made a move to get out of bed but was immediately held back by Quirrell, who threw himself at her. However, the woodlouse's small body wasn't enough to hold her down, especially considering that Hornet had always been physically stronger than him. Then Ania and Hollow, who were also present in the room, threw themselves at the couple, wanting to support the woodlouse. "What are you doing? Let me go." The queen shouted furiously. "I didn't expect this from you, Ania." "Betrayal." "I'm sorry, my queen," the poor spider was sobbing, "but this is for your own good." "They're right, Hornet, listen to them." Quirrell tried to make his wife see reason. "Quirrell, did you understand anything Hollow said?" "Not really, but if you're helping us, I assume you agree with us." Hornet huffed in annoyance and continued to struggle a little more, but gave up when she began to feel a slight pain in her stomach again. She was definitely in no condition to fight. She calmed down a bit and only then was she released. Ania gently tucked her into her bed and then left the room, announcing that she would bring her some paperwork from her office that needed attending to. Hollow also left, intending to get some tea and perhaps something to eat, leaving Quirrell and Hornet alone. "Hey, you don't need to stay here looking after me." Hornet looked rather discouraged. "I'm a nuisance now, but that shouldn't affect your work. You have to prepare classes for your students and as I recall, you were in the middle of some important research. You can leave if you want." In response, Quirrell placed his hands on either side of her face and kissed her. It was a sweet, deep, and passionate kiss, full of affection. It was his way of showing his unconditional support. Hornet's mind clouded and suddenly she couldn't think of anything else. Intoxicated by pleasurable sensations, she only managed to kiss her husband back and hug him. Breaking the magic of that intimate contact was difficult. They both longed for it after all the stress they'd experienced, but this wasn't the time for it. Quirrell ended the kiss abruptly, then, without removing his hands from his partner's face, looked into her eyes and spoke softly. "Don't ever say you're a nuisance again. Just because you need to rest for a week doesn't make you useless. Relax, Hornet, and forget about the idea of leaving here when I'm gone." "What? How do you?" "I know you, love. So be a good girl and stay in bed resting like the midwife said. If you do, I'll make you your favorite stew." But Hornet seemed to be struggling with herself, but after a few moments she lay down on the bed with an annoyed expression. "Why do you always bribe me with food?" "Because it works." "Touch." "I'll be back in a bit," said the woodlouse as he left the room. "Do you want some dessert after the stew?" "Quirrell, you shouldn't spoil me so much." The half-breed looked at him angrily. "I'm going to get fat. And I'm sure you'll still be charming even though you're fat." "Quirrell." "Just kidding. Don't worry about it, Hornet. With how restless you are, even if you gain a little weight, you'll lose it right away as soon as you can get out of bed again." Hornet didn't reply further, so her husband finally left the room, leaving her alone. Absolutely alone with her thoughts, and that was what she feared most. It was true that she tended to overdo her work a bit and often didn't get enough rest, but she had never gone as far as she had lately. And that was because keeping busy kept her from thinking about her worries. The half-breed got out of bed and headed to a hidden room behind a curtain. She assumed she wouldn't be scolded for going to see her little ones. It wasn't something that required too much effort. The room was completely covered by a tangle of threads so intricate that only a spider could enter. This was the reason why Quirrell had not been able to see the egg she had laid, but that was the way of spiders. She simply could not sleep peacefully if she did not have her egg securely fastened in a nest of thread. Using all four limbs, she moved through the threads until she reached the back of the room, where a silk cradle hung suspended in the air. Inside, wrapped in a soft white blanket, were 3 gray eggs, Hornet's offspring. The expectant mother approached the nest where she proceeded to take one of the eggs to groom it. This was extremely important to prevent them from rotting and dying, and had to be done every day. As Hornet cleaned the small balls, she was once again assailed by those doubts that had been tormenting her since the day she was finally able to plant the seeds of new lives. What would come of these? As queen, she had many obligations to her people, and one of them was to provide them with a suitable heir. Suitable meant something at least resembling a spider. The people wouldn't accept a woodlice as their queen. Unfortunately, since her husband and the father of the children were woodlice, the chances of their offspring being woodlice were high as well. And considering that she herself was a half-spider, half-worm hybrid, the chances of giving birth to a spider were even lower. Basically, what would emerge from the eggs was a mystery. There was even the possibility of a creature incompatible with life. But she'd already been warned that if a spider didn't emerge from that clutch, she'd have to mate with a pureblood male to conceive one, and she definitely didn't want that. She wanted all her children to be Quirrell's. Plus, she was deeply uncomfortable with the idea of having to be intimate with another. This was the worry that had plagued her for the past 3 days, and the worst part was that it would be weeks before she'd regain her composure or lament her fate. She hated not having control over what was going to happen. She stared at the egg in her arms. She didn't care what came out of it. She would love it just the same, but she couldn't help but desperately wish for a spider. During those times, she often thought about her own mother. It must have been difficult for her too, bringing her into the world. As far as she knew, Hera didn't like the Pale King very much. Having to mate with a male she despised must have been horrible. At least she could choose someone she liked. He sighed regretfully and hugged the egg he was holding. "Please, please, just one, at least one of them a spider, that's all I ask." Confrontation. Wherever Orchid went, whispers and hostile stares followed her. The discontent was tangible and the rejection undeniable. There was no longer any respect for her in the tribe. Given her pathetic performance during the duel against the Queen of Deep Nest, Orchid wasn't surprised at her treatment. If her leader had lost so disgracefully due to being lost in her daydreams, she would react the same way. However, while she justified her followers' behavior, she still felt annoyed by it. Their disapproving glances irritated her. She was used to being admired and respected, and she couldn't tolerate their contempt. The worst part was that many unpleasant stories were spreading about her. More than a few people were saying lately that everything she had achieved was thanks to her sisters, because since the 3 of them always fought together, they were responsible for making up for her weakness. How dare they? Apparently, they didn't remember that when they, or rather, they, since at that time they counted on their brother, challenged the previous leaders, they then fought each other to see who would be the undisputed leader. Their duel ended in a draw, and that's why the 4 declared themselves lords. Therefore, she was just as strong as her sisters. They shouldn't question her supremacy. But she knew how things worked in the tribe. The leader was always under surveillance, always being tested to demonstrate his power. In fact, Orchid wondered when a challenger would appear to challenge her. She was eager to kill someone, and a good fight would do her good. Of course, she had complete confidence in herself and doubted anyone would be able to defeat her. Perhaps Lavender's reproductive partner could pose some challenge, but she still felt superior. However, what she never expected was that her own sisters would confront her. Orchid, Lily and I have been discussing this, and we do not believe that you are fit to continue serving as Lord Lavender, the older sister, said suddenly one day. What? Why are you saying that? The mantis showed a mixture of surprise and defiance in its gaze, despite maintaining its characteristic regal and elegant posture. Do I really need to ask? Lirio, as always, had that aggressive and impolite attitude. I know I wasn't up to par during the fight with Queen Hornet, but I'm still strong. Let any mantis in the tribe challenge me to a duel, and they'll succumb to my power. Orchid, we don't question your physical abilities, Lavender maintained her serious and solemn tone. What we question is your mental strength. Mimi? Mental. There's nothing wrong with my mind. Maybe not exactly in your mind, but in your. Lily, don't be so hard. Lavender scolded her. Whatever, Lily resumed. The thing is, during the fight, or rather, during that whole boring meeting, all you did was pay attention to Hollow. And the glances you gave him weren't just out of curiosity. What are you implying, sister? Orchid narrowed her eyes, revealing a silent threat. You want that bug. You want it. But relationships with bugs of another species are taboo, and you know it. Disgusting. This aggressive declaration ignited Orchid's fury, and she launched herself at her sister, spear ready to strike. Lily, of course, responded in kind, and the two Mantises began a fierce fight. However, it ended almost as quickly as it began, thanks to Lavender's timely intervention, who was able to stop the sisters with a precise block. Enough. The older sister shouted. But Lavender. Lily has offended me. I demand a duel. You're in no condition to fight, Lavender spoke calmly. But unlike Lily, I don't think you're that bad. To me, you seem like you're just confused. Confused? Yes. The breeding season is approaching, and while you don't plan to leave offspring yet, we know our instincts are urging us to do so. Your body is probably seeking a strong male, and that's clouding your judgment. That's why I think you should step down as Lord, at least for this period. No. You can't do this to me. A Lord never leaves his post unless his life is taken by a challenger. I will be the shame of the tribe. You are already the shame of the tribe, said Lily, venom oozing from every word. Lily, you although Orchid maintained her serene and proud posture, her fists trembled with rage. At this time, we don't see a way for you to fight a fair fight that will satisfy the tribe, Lavender declared. You don't think clearly and you're easily distracted. We know you have the strength to defeat any challenger, so you can't be removed from your position as Lord, but you also don't perform as you should, so you have no respect from anyone. That's why we feel it's best to declare you incapacitated due to illness until you recover. But I'm not sick. Your mind is, Lily squeaked. It must be, to focus on an insect that isn't a mantis. Lavender insists this is temporary and that after a while you'll be back to your old self, which is why you're temporarily removed. I won't be able to face the rest of the tribe after this. Whoever heard of a deposed lord? Only death should take the throne from us. You're very young, Orchid. Are you ready to die yet? The older sister asked. No, I don't want to die yet, he said, looking down. There are still things I'd like to do. So what do you suggest, Orchid? Having you on your throne now is more of a nuisance than an asset, and the tribe's delicate balance of power is at risk. The mantis lowered its gaze and shifted uneasily. It didn't have many options. However, that's why the only possible way out was so clear. I'm leaving. I'm leaving Fungal Wastes. Do you want to go into exile? Not exactly. I'll go hunting, capture the most powerful and extraordinary prey ever seen, and return with proof of my feat. Then no one will dare to doubt my power ever again. And could there be such a creature out there with such power? Lirio seemed somewhat skeptical about this. Of course there is. The world is too big, and among all the pathetic beasts that inhabit it, there must be some powerful ones. I will find them and subdue them. Then we'll wait for your return, Lavender conceded. Go, Orchid, show her why you managed to rise to power. That's what I'll do. The mantis fled the village without saying goodbye or looking back. She ignored the whispers and gossip her tribe members spread with every step she took, and without hesitation, she left her village's grounds and headed into the Fungal Wastes, in search of glory and the battle of her life. Throughout her life, Orchid had only known the Fungal Wastes. She had never left her territory. Considering this, one might think she would be lost and disoriented, not knowing where to go or what to do. However, this mantis had one quality that set her apart from others of her species. Curiosity. She took the time to listen to her prey. Every time an unwary traveler ventured into the territory, she didn't immediately annihilate them. She usually watched them, stalked them, and above all, paid attention to their words. Thanks to this, she often overheard conversations about distant lands, science, strange creatures, and wonderful people. There were numerous times she fantasized about the wonders being told, and at times, she was tempted to explore the world around her. But it would be foolish to risk everything she had for a foolish dream. Abandon her position as lord and the respect of everyone just to see what lay beyond. Never. However, given her delicate situation, there wasn't much to risk now. She already had nothing. Among the many stories Orchid heard, there was one that always intrigued her immensely. The tale of a mysterious six-eyed hunter with a camouflage hood and a slender body. A ruthless and lethal being who killed for pleasure and whom no one could stop. He had no name and lived a solitary existence. Everyone referred to him as the hunter, and everyone trembled at the sound of him. He was the perfect prey. Armed with this information, the Mantis headed to Green Path, where her infinite curiosity would find solace for the first time, or at least that was what she hoped. It never occurred to her that she would end up wrapped up in even more mysteries and doubts. Only peace and quiet reigned in Green Path, which was usually the norm in Greenlands, the kingdom of the Mossfolk. Considering how peaceful its inhabitants and the queen of the place were, it couldn't be any other way. Greenlands was originally a territory annexed by the Pale King to his domains, but after his fall and after the passage of some years, the entire area corresponding to the Queen's Gardens, Green Path and Cloudy Canyon, had become independent and was now an autonomous kingdom, ruled by Clara, the daughter of the former White Lady, her last great work before perishing. This small root, despite her youth, had shown to possess great leadership skills and great cunning to handle political matters. They supposed that it was a quality typical of the roots. She was a high being after all. Clara knew that her people had no great warriors, nor high technology to excel and defend themselves from invaders, so she had cunningly established an alliance with Heart of Hellenist, the remnants of the old kingdom of the Pale King, who were now under the command of Big, her maternal half-brother, formerly known as the Hollowknight. In exchange for protection and support, Clara allowed free access to her lands and the controlled extraction of some resources, as long as the inhabitants and their beliefs were respected. So far, everything had worked out well. The uneven, overgrown terrain was perfect for practicing combat and hunting, which is why it had become the regular training ground for the Knights of the Heart of Hellenist. And that day they were having a particularly intense session. Hidden in a thicket, a short female-like creature observed its surroundings. It wore a bright violet cloak, and on its head were 4 horns. 2 protruding from the sides of its head and pointing downward, somewhat resembling a pair of floppy ears, and 2 protruding from the top of its head, curving slightly backward. The young woman was very still, alert to the slightest movement. She was both prey and hunter, ready to attack without hesitation, but also careful to avoid harm. Her entire body was tense as she waited for some sign or something that would betray her enemy. She barely breathed and shrank deeper and deeper into her skin, until suddenly, a movement to one side of her startled her, and she ended up jumping out of her bush, screaming hysterically. Then, to her surprise, she realized that what had scared her was simply a mossy creature camouflaged in her bush. The young woman clenched her fists in frustration. She was about to complain to the green bug when she felt a stinging pain in her back. She slowly turned around and found herself facing another male creature. This one was wearing a navy blue cloak and had 5 horns, a large one protruding from his forehead and 4 smaller ones on the sides of his head, all slightly curved backward. The insect was pointing its stinger at the back of the 4-horned girl, who, annoyed, made a gesture of surrender. After that, 2 more containers appeared. One of them had a carefree expression, accentuated by its small, elongated eyes. It wore a gray cape and had 3 horns, one long and another small one coming out of the upper left side of its head, and another short and solitary one coming out of its right side. Its attitude revealed that it was a male. The last container could be defined as androgynous. There was nothing about it to indicate it was male or female. It itself didn't particularly identify with either gender. It wore a dark purple cloak and had 2 long horns protruding from the top of its head, curving inward in a heart-like shape. When the 4 containers were gathered together, they seemed to start a silent discussion in which everyone seemed to criticize the girl with the 4 horns, while she defended herself as best she could, giving 1,000 different excuses. "Irie, I suppose you're aware you made a mistake, right?" said a deep voice with a slight tone of joviality. The youngsters turned around and found themselves faced with Ogrim, the dung beetle who was in charge of their training. Irie waved her arms in annoyance, trying to excuse herself to her teacher for her mistake. "Ugh, Irie, you know that when you act like that, I have a hard time understanding you actually, I usually have trouble understanding you, you know." The 4-horned woman snorted in annoyance. Communication had always been a problem. If she wanted to tell someone something, she had to be very clear and precise in her message, and she had to think carefully about how she would communicate it. However, upon reflecting on the situation, she realized she only had excuses and no excuse for her mistake, so she waved her hand, implying that it no longer mattered. "Oh, well. Anyway, this gives us a chance to discuss one of the precautions you should take when infiltrating enemy territory or needing to hide for any reason. You always have to check that your hiding place is secure, that there aren't any dangerous creatures occupying the site. In this case, there was only a mossy, but depending on the territory, there can be much more lethal creatures. So, if you're going to hide, always check your hiding place first. The horned container made some gestures that Ogram struggled to understand. Okay, Loomis, are you telling me that Hollow never has to hide? Loomis nodded, confirming her interpretation. But Hollow is special. I don't think any of you have strength comparable to his. When you reach that level of power, well, I guess there's no need to hide. But he won't always be there to protect you, and if you have to manage on your own, it's best to have all the resources you can get. The three-horned container made a yawning gesture. Do you find this training boring, Cliff? Cliff nodded shamelessly, causing Ogram to sigh. You seriously still have a lot of growing up to do. You're supposed to be King Big's royal guard. Try to behave accordingly. The two-horned container waved its sting impatiently. All you want to do is train for battles, right? The four nodded. You really need to mature a lot. Well, we'll get back to this later. Who wants to start? The subject of stalking undetected was something the young knights were still novices at, but Orchid was an expert. She'd been watching the group from behind some bushes, staying so still she could have been mistaken for a statue. However, if you were observant enough, you could see her eyes shining with excitement. What she had before her was something strange and mysterious, and it fascinated her. Apparently, the Silent Knight wasn't the only individual of his kind. He was an entire species. The first time she saw him as a child, she thought he was a baby horn beetle. However, as he grew older, it became clear that he was something very different, something she had never seen before. Her sisters and she often speculated about what kind of creature it was. They thought it might be a lone traveler from distant lands, or perhaps the last creature of its kind, wandering the world in search of its fellow creatures. However, what she saw before her made it clear that she was not alone. Four hollow-like creatures were now engaged in sparring duels under the supervision of the dung beetle, and they all seemed quite skilled. Orchid wondered if this entire race was powerful. At least the individuals in front of her seemed so. Perhaps not as powerful as the Hollow itself, who was apparently outstanding even among its peers, but his talent was certainly remarkable. Perhaps if she fought two of those warriors at the same time, she could have a moderately interesting duel. In fact, she was tempted to challenge them. The heat of the battle unfolding in front of her excited her. It wasn't in the Mantis's plans to kill these creatures, she just wanted to measure her skills against them, but her posture, her gaze and basically everything about her made her look like a predator stalking her prey, and the poor thing didn't realize that there was already someone stalking her. Hollow's brothers thought that he never hid and that he always went head-on to fight his enemies, but in reality he knew how to be very stealthy. Hornet had been in charge of instructing him in the art of stalking, which is why this skilled container could walk without making a noise and go unnoticed even in front of a mantis. Orchid didn't see the first blow coming. She only knew that she felt a horrible pain in her back and that her blood began to stain the floor where she stood. However, she was used to tolerating physical suffering and, unfazed, she turned around, ready to counterattack. However, what she saw paralyzed her with fear. Before her stood her silent, cold, and terrifying knight. His gaze held a fiery rage, and she could sense a murderous urge. She had never seen him like this before. She could barely breathe from the shock. It was as if an overwhelming power were crushing her, preventing her from moving. Such aggression emanating from that man terrified her, and in some twisted way, also excited her. She wanted to fight him. However, there was little she could do. Hollow raised her stinger once more, and her next attack caused Orchid to lose consciousness. I made sure to give them different amounts of horns to identify them. Jairus. 2 horns. Cliff. 3 horns. Kyrie. 4 horns. Loomis. 5 horns, when not training he wears glasses. Taking care of the enemy. In the midst of that vast orchard the White Lady had claimed as her own, a young mantis lay defeated at the feet of a pale-skinned warrior, who emanated both elegance and mystery through her thick robes and flowing crown of hair. The insect was defeated, but not subdued, and even with the fire of resentment glowing in her eyes, she dared to scream at the one who had brought her down. Well, what are you waiting for? Finish me off. The girl shouted angrily. My. Lemur shouldn't pursue her and so vehemently. Nalo. The strange way this female spoke denoted that she was a foreigner. She didn't seem to have a good command of the local language. Only the end awaits a defeated mantis. I can no longer appear before my people. Finish me off and spare me the shame, will you? He doesn't want to finish off a girl so young, he couldn't. You're cruel, you destroy my life and then you don't want to fix it. Lemur was responsible. She invaded the gardens of Meld's queen. She should have stopped her, it's not her territory, but she doesn't like violence and doesn't want such a young girl to end up Moina. Is Ylem not returning home to her family? They're probably worried. Is Moina dead? The way she spoke made it a little difficult to understand her. It doesn't matter. If they see me in this state and predict my defeat by the sworn enemy, nothing good will happen to me. The Silver Knight tilted her head curiously. She knew the brutal ways of the Mantises, but she didn't understand them. How could they condemn someone just for losing? Everyone goes through moments of weakness, but that doesn't mean anyone is weak. She looked at the girl in front of her with pity. Poor Mantis, someone so young didn't deserve to see her future shattered over such a small thing. After all, she was Zemmer, one of the big, few, if any, could match her in strength. She was doomed to defeat from the moment they began to fight. She sighed and made a decision. She couldn't leave her to her fate. What kind of gentleman would she be if she did? Perhaps Drea would scold her for such a foolish act. After all, this girl belonged to the tribe that opposed her beloved king, but she simply couldn't abandon her. Something inside her screamed at her to help her. She bent down and reached out to the Mantis. Come on. She will take care of Lemur until he's better and can return home. No one will know he's lost. It's a promise. What's Lemur's name? The Mantis looked at her with a puzzled expression, almost as if she thought she was crazy. But in her desperate situation, she had nothing to lose. She knew it was dishonorable to accept help from an enemy, but deep down in her heart, she wanted to live, and if this strange knight offered her that opportunity, she would place all her hopes in her. She extended her claw and trusted blindly. My name is Clover. Agram opened his eyes, awakening from his reverie. For a moment, an old memory he thought was lost resurfaced in his mind. The first encounter between his dear friend Zemmer and the Mantis who would later become his lover. That was an inevitable tragedy that no one could have foreseen. He wished he had been able to do something about it in time, but as always, he didn't notice anything. Dramas always unfolded around him without him noticing, and by the time he finally realized it, it was too late. All help was useless. If he had intervened, perhaps that girl wouldn't have died and Zemmer wouldn't have been consumed by sadness. He couldn't even help her fulfill her last wish. It was Hollow who delivered that precious gift to Clover's grave, helping Zemmer rest in peace. That was another of the guilt the poor beetle carried on his shoulders. He was a terrible friend, never there for those who needed him. That was why he now insisted so much on being useful and poured all his energies into the training and education of the young vessels. That was the wish of his new king, and he planned to dedicate his life to it. Although educating those children was quite a challenge. The offspring of the former Pale King had several unexpected peculiarities, among them a naturally childish and naive nature. While each container had a unique personality, they all shared a yearning for play, curiosity, and the lack of seriousness very typical of children. Fortunately, the king was much more mature than his siblings, but at times he had his lapses where his carefree nature showed. At least both the Queens of Deepness and the Queen of Greenlands were his sisters and were patient with him, well Hornet, not so much. It still unnerved him greatly to see that little spider scolding her sovereign every now and then. The beetle looked up at the Mantis, which lay tied to a piece of wood, completely motionless and at its mercy. Around it, the four containers watched it curiously, conversing among themselves about something it couldn't possibly guess. They truly seemed like children. It had to scold them several times to keep them from poking the Mantis with sticks and from approaching to touch it. It was unconscious, but it could wake up at any moment, and that wasn't very polite behavior with a stranger. However, in contrast to the candor of his students, Hollow displayed a harsh and cold demeanor. It was very rare to see the knight in that state. Normally, he was cheerful, affectionate, and perhaps somewhat impertinent with his acquaintances. With strangers, however, he tended to be stoic and silent, but whatever the situation, he was never aggressive. However, now, it seemed as if he would murder the first person who came his way. Well, I understood in part. The only thing that could upset Hollow was someone harming his family, and catching this Mantis preparing to attack them obviously drove him crazy. He would have surely killed her if he hadn't recognized her. A Mantis Lord killing her would have meant a lot of trouble, maybe even a declaration of war. The last thing they wanted at that moment was to come into conflict with anyone, and in the event of a disagreement with the Mantis tribe, Clara would be the most affected since their territories were the most easily accessible for them, and unfortunately, the young root was the one in the worst condition to respond to an attack. They would mostly depend on the protection that Heart of Hellenist could provide them. Agram shook his head, trying to shake off those gloomy thoughts. He had to be positive. Perhaps things could be settled peacefully and avoid problems. Besides, the one who had committed the infraction was the Mantis. She was the one who had entered foreign territory unannounced and proceeded to attack its inhabitants. The Queen of Greenlands was the one who should be offended by such an intrusion. If they decided to condemn the Lord, the Mantis shouldn't object. Still, the first thing was to find out what was going on, and for that, they needed her to wake up. They'd been waiting for the Lord to react for a couple of hours. It seemed Hollow had gone a bit overboard with her attack. She really could have killed her. Fortunately, they managed to heal her a little with some bottled water from the hot springs, but that wasn't enough, and she'd need more rest. Poor Mantis. Facing Hollow's wrath wasn't easy. Suddenly, applause distracted him. Kyrie was calling his attention while Cliff was pointing at the captive, jumping up and down with excitement. Hollow dashed and in a flash was in front of the insect, his stinger out, ready to attack at the slightest threat. In Ogram's opinion, it was excessive. His bonds were so tight, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The beetle approached the place, as none of the boys could speak, at an easily audible volume, it was up to him to mediate. Orchid regained consciousness, gripped by the burning pain that coursed through her body. As far as she could remember, she had never felt such extreme pain. She opened her eyes, and for a moment, her blurred vision only made out spots. She had to blink several times before clearing her vision and noticing the stinger that was just inches from her face. After the initial shock, she quickly reached for her own weapon to confront her attacker, but it was then that she realized she was tied to a piece of wood. She writhed, trying to free herself, but the ropes were too tight. She was trapped and subject to the will of her attackers, one of whom was her silent knight. A certain unease settled in her stomach. She knew there was no reason for this, but somehow, this made her feel hurt. "Very well, I see you've awakened," Ogram said, introducing himself to the mantis, who gave him a cold stare. He might be at a complete disadvantage, but that didn't mean he was going to let himself be humiliated. Orchid refused to say a word. I suppose you've already realized your current situation, you're tied up and surrounded by skilled knights." At first, Ogram was a little puzzled by the mantis's expression of disbelief, but it made more sense when he turned around and found one of the skilled knights tickling another. "Kyrie, stop bothering Chari. And behave yourselves. You're not children anymore." The women involved gave a slight bow in apology. As I was saying, it's in your best interest to cooperate, since you're at a disadvantage and things might not end favorably for you. The mantis continued to observe him in silence. "We've already noticed that you're one of the Mantis Lords, which makes your presence in these lands very suspicious. I came here on my own, my tribe has nothing to do with this matter," he quickly clarified. "I see." Ogram took a couple of seconds to recover, "and what were you doing in Green Lands?" "Hunt." Ogram noticed that Hollow's grip on his stinger had hardened and was trembling slightly, likely in anger at the mantis seeing his brethren as mere hunting prey. "Were you planning on hunting these kids?" The mantis took its time before answering. "No. I was just watching them. They seemed curious. Another creature is the target of my hunt." This answer seemed to relax Hollow a little, however, he did not stop looking at her with suspicion, nor lower his weapon. "So you have another objective, however, a foreigner like you cannot hunt in these territories without Queen Clara's authorization. That's a crime." Orchid cursed silently, having forgotten to take that detail into account. The new political situation of Hellenist, divided into 5 distinct kingdoms, meant that she could no longer move freely. In the past, they could roam and hunt throughout the land without worrying too much about permits and such. The only law that governed them was that they had the strength to survive, but these silly modern laws complicated everything. Having to ask for permission to hunt. Who could have imagined such idiocy? But hey, these were the methods weak kings had invented to favor the survival of the scum. She had already seen how pathetic the Queen of Deepness was. Surely the ruler of the heart of Hellenist would be the same. Loomis looked at Ogram questioningly. "What are we going to do with her?" He tried to verify the question. "Well, I'm not sure. Since this incident occurred in Queen Clara's territory, she should be the one to decide this mantis's fate. However, we are her military force, so we might as well take it upon ourselves to punish this intruder." Loomis signaled the beetle to crouch down. The containers could speak at a low, almost inaudible volume. They usually used their own sign language to communicate, but occasionally, when they needed to express complex ideas or explanations, they would ask others to come closer so they could speak in their ear, as was the case here. Interesting proposal, very interesting indeed, Loomis." Ogram straightened and turned his eyes to the captive, who was looking at them curiously. "You as one of the lords who rule Fungal Wastes, you are its representative and a figure of great political importance, I suppose that, from the meeting you had a few days ago with the Queen of Deepness. You are aware of the interest there is in the mushrooms that grow in her territory and of the intentions to establish an agreement to obtain permits for their extraction." Orchid turned pale upon hearing this. They were planning to use her as a bargaining chip to negotiate a deal. How vile. However, the Mantises would never allow foreigners to invade their lands or establish agreements with anyone, even if it meant risking their lives. No one would lift a finger to save her, and they wouldn't mind letting her die. She wouldn't blame them either, as she would do the same in her situation. However, what worried her was the idea that they would appear before her tribe, exhibiting her as a trophy and demanding her agreement. That would be a horrible humiliation, the worst of the worst. She would earn the contempt of everyone, and they would probably subject her to the most terrible torments before killing her. Ousted from her position as Lord, captured by the enemy, and used as a bargaining chip, her life was over, definitely over. She writhed, desperately trying to free herself from her bonds. She wouldn't let them use her. At least she had to avoid that shame. "Oh, don't even bother trying to free yourself," Ogram pointed out. "We made sure to tie you up tight, so don't try anything. Besides, Hollow has his sights on you. The slightest suspicious movement won't hesitate to hurt you." Well, that should have been a deterrent threat, the Mantis found it extremely appealing. She was already determined to die to maintain what little honor she had left, and dying at the hands of the sensual, silent knight would be an interesting addition. Truthfully, she briefly considered a twisted idea, but in the desperate situation she found herself in, it didn't really matter much anymore. "We will take you before our king where you will be locked up until we decide what to do with you." Obviously, to get her to where Big was, they had to untie her, so this was the only chance she would have to do something and avoid her dire fate. She remained very still, feigning submission and cooperation, while the three-horned container approached to untie her. At her side, in an extremely protective posture, Hollow did not take his eyes off her and maintained the silent threat of his stinger. She did not look away either, and with a glacial expression, she waited for the appropriate moment. Cliff had already finished untying the mantis from the wood, however he kept its hands firmly tied, and the mantis's weapon was well protected in Loomis's possession. Theoretically she shouldn't be able to make any movement, but he had underestimated her. Cliff, who was just a novice in training, could not compare to a professional assassin like Orchid. The mantis made a swift movement with which it threw the container to the floor, however, it did not release the rope that bound its hands, but Orchid did not care, what it was looking for was something else. Immediately Hollow reacted to its actions and proceeded to attack it. The mantis did not oppose, she wanted this, she longed for the edge of its sting to take its life, that is why she exposed her bare chest to the mortal wound, but Hollow's reflexes were sharp and she had no desire to end its life, at least not yet. The stinger pierced the insect's shell, but didn't sink deep enough to kill it. She tried to press harder to force the weapon into the skin, but Hollow recoiled, tearing it from her body. Orchid fell to her knees, weakened by the pain and the blood escaping from her chest, to the horror of all the spectators. Kill me already," he said in a choked voice. "This?" Ogram shouted in alarm. "Quickly. Bring another bottle of hot springs. We can't let her die." "It's useless." The mantis looked at them resentfully. "It's useless. I will be of no use to you in your negotiations. My sisters would rather let me die than accept a deal with you. Right now, I'm just a hindrance to them. So don't think you'll achieve anything by keeping me alive. Just kill me." Ogram's gaze saddened upon hearing those words. Apparently, even with all the years that had passed, Mantis society remained the same, ruled by brutality and force, where there was not the slightest affection, not even between relatives. Poor, wretched Mantis. If what she said was true, it would probably be best to kill her as she asked. What a tragic end for one who had once been a sovereign, but it was the most honorable ending she could have had. Ogram was about to draw his own weapon when he noticed that Hollow was starting to act a bit strange, then a chill ran down his spine, sensing what was about to happen. Hollow's lack of common sense was about to cause a disaster. There were many things Hollow didn't understand about the world, Mantis society being one of them. They weren't a race of insects he'd had a close relationship with. He usually only passed through his village and never intended to interact with anyone. Everyone talked about the Mantises' brutality, but he couldn't quite accept it. It was simply unthinkable to him that someone would be willing to let his sister die without even making a minimal attempt to save her. This was why Orchid's declaration had broken his heart. Poor Mantis. She must have been devastated by her relative's rejection. In less than 3 seconds, Hollow played out a whole movie in his head. It didn't take long for him to connect Orchid's rejection with her poor performance during the battle against Hornet. She'd probably been expelled, and in his mind, he could picture the poor mantis crying inconsolably, wandering the tunnels of fungal wastes, searching for food, alone, sad, and abandoned. Then the poor thing would arrive at Greenpath, where she'd find these siblings in the middle of their training. He could almost see her wanting to scream in frustration at the envy of this close-knit family. That's probably why she was staring at them so intensely. She was a poor, unfortunate soul, without a helping hand, now in such a state of despair that she wanted to die of sadness. Hollow himself was about to cry at this tragic story he had invented. That's why the knight dropped his weapon at that moment and knelt before her. Orchid just looked at him suspiciously, waiting for his next move, which was a warm and affectionate hug. The mantis's face turned red as she felt a suffocating heat surround her. Then she sensed the silent knight bringing his face close to her ear and, in that soft whispering voice, saying, "From now on I will take care of you. Prisoner." "Ah. No. Not there. Hollow. That part is very sensitive." "Ag." Orchid's outrageous screams were loud and clear, despite Ogram's best efforts to ignore them. What the hell was Hollow doing to that poor mantis? He was only supposed to wash the blood off her. He never should have let her do that. Although the mantis was somewhat weak from blood loss, she could bathe herself perfectly well. However, Hollow had taken his duty of caring for her very seriously and was determined to be the one to assist her in those tasks. But from the way the mantis moaned, things seemed different. Suddenly, the beetle felt a touch on his hand. Loomis caught his attention and looked at him with a questioning expression. This only drew a sigh from him. The vessels had no defined gender, nor the ability to reproduce, so they were ignorant and completely innocent in all matters related to that subject. Ogram interpreted Orchid's moans in a way they couldn't. To the young vessels, it was just the tantrum of a capricious insect that didn't like bathing. Meanwhile, Orchid wasn't sure if she was in heaven or hell. Having Hollow so attentive to her was a delight, feeling his hands brushing her shell, scrubbing her with a sponge and soap was very pleasant. But the situation was just too embarrassing. Orchid imagined her silent night enjoying the situation. He probably thought it was all hilarious, but the reality was that Hollow didn't notice anything. With the innocence of a child, he simply tried to leave her as clean as possible so that she would look pretty and presentable. Big could be intimidating, and since she was going to meet his brother, she wanted to give him as much security as possible. A good introduction was a great help. Although he didn't understand why this mantis was so reluctant to bathe, he wasn't a spoiled larva anymore. He hadn't caused such a fuss when he was younger and his sister bathed him, although of course, he loved water. Perhaps she didn't find it as pleasant, and that's why he moved around so much. Orchid felt increasingly stunned by the sensations that overwhelmed her, and her mind began to wander into curious fantasies that were suddenly cut short by a bucket of cold water, which not only rinsed her, but also soaked Hollow. They both looked up and found Ogram carrying the empty bucket in his hands and looking at them sternly. "It's clean now. Let's go now." Hollow gave her an annoyed look for the interruption, but quickly calmed down and went to find a towel to dry the mantis. It was a good thing the shelter the Mossman had lent them had all kinds of amenities within the possibilities of their humble kingdom. They didn't have showers or pools, but the bathroom with buckets and sponges wasn't bad, and Orchid was still clean. The insect, already subdued as she was, didn't even dare offer the slightest resistance to the Hollow, who dried her gently and almost affectionately. The Lord didn't fully understand his behavior, nor did she understand why she was fascinated by him. After the torture he subjected her to during her bath, he now treated her with infinite tenderness, as if she were a delicate and fragile creature. Her heart beat at his attentions as she restrained the urge to hug him. He was too sweet to her. However, that could not be, a mantis could not show such a degree of weakness, and she had already been subdued in every possible way. She truly no longer deserved to be called a lord. Her sisters were right, she could no longer hold the position. Hollow felt worried when he saw the mantis's sad face. She was surely thinking about her family and how much she missed them. But he would make sure to make her feel better, give her all the affection and attention he could while she recovered, and managed to bring a smile to that usually serious face. So, with all his goodwill, he went to get the crown and royal mantle, which he had previously taken from her to bathe her. The warrior, with the best of smiles, offered her his accessories, but to his surprise, the insect rejected them with a swipe of her hand. "Take those things away from me, I'm no longer worthy of using them." The insect's statement left him somewhat confused. Why couldn't she wear her crown and cloak? He didn't understand. But Ogram did understand everything perfectly. His previous experience with Zemmer's lover had made him quite familiar with mantis psychology. "Don't insist, Hollow," he said, seeing the container collecting the mantis's belongings. "She won't be using them anymore." Ogram didn't give any further explanations, and Hollow was left with a doubt hovering over why she didn't want to wear her crown and cloak. Could it be because he had taken them? Perhaps it was some tradition of this species that dictated that no one should touch her crown. If so, this made him feel very guilty. Now she couldn't wear her favorite accessories. Seeking to compensate her in some way, he removed his own grey cloak and placed it on the lady, who looked at him in confusion. "Ah, Hollow, are you sure you want to let her use your training cloak?" He waved his hands, dismissing it. "I know you have more layers, but..." He headed toward his luggage where he took out another light-colored cloak with silver shoulder pads. "The knight's cloak, yeah, well I know you have that one to use now, but that's not why I meant it, it's just that, you gave her your own cloak, and well that's like a promise of commitment, like swearing to be by her side and..." Hollow looked at him with determination and nodded as if confirming that he was willing to do that. Orchid began to feel dizzy, and her face was so red she looked like a tomato. She needed air. This was too much for her. He had given her his cloak. According to an old custom of the Knights of Hellenist, this was the equivalent of a marriage proposal. And she didn't want to get married. Mantises didn't marry. Bonding with someone and depending on them was weakness. Mantises were free, they never tied themselves to anyone. But she couldn't help feeling excited, and that made her hate herself. Realizing she needed some fresh air, she stood up and staggered toward the shelter's exit. There, in the hallway, she met the 4 containers, who were very curious to see her acting so strangely and wearing the hollow cloak. They weren't familiar with the custom either, but they found it odd that their brother had given her his clothes. Once Orchid was outside, Hollow ran out of the shelter, worried, afraid he might have offended her in some way. Then, wanting to apologize, he grabbed her shoulder to get her attention, but as soon as she felt his touch, she slapped him away. "Don't touch me," she yelled. "Don't think I'll accept you. I never will." The mantis looked at him as hard and distantly as she could, but her heart softened as soon as she saw Hollow's sad face. She had never seen such a sad insect and she couldn't help but feel bad about it. Then, looking away to try to calm herself, she added. "I'll keep the cloak. But don't get any weird ideas. It's just because I need it. Nothing more." He finished, his face red. So ambiguous, Orchid hated having been like that. She didn't want the cloak, but she kept it. She rejected it, but didn't push him away. What thoughts did her knight harbor in his eternal silence in the face of her contradictory behavior? Whatever it was, it would remain a mystery, because a few seconds later, Agram arrived at the containers to interrupt the moment and lead them to King Big's palace. The ancient legend of the Pale King said that one day, during the height of the infection, the monarch along with his most loyal subjects and his palace, disappeared into the middle of nowhere, leaving only a barren and empty piece of land where there were only ruins and a royal carcass, protecting the memory of its creator. That was a story that seemed more like a legend than a fact, and many came to believe it, but a few privileged people knew the truth. They knew that the White Palace was still there, hidden in another dimension thanks to a very powerful spell. One of those who knew this was the ancient hollowknight. Big, as his brothers had nicknamed him due to his size, had some trained magical abilities and a willingness to learn, as well as a deep longing for his past. Despite all the horrors he had experienced and all the suffering he endured while trying to silence his heart and mind, he had memories he treasured, and that's why he wanted to bring the White Palace back. It took almost a year of magic study and much practice, and he fainted more than once from the effort. But even so, after all his hard work, he managed to break the castle's seal and return it to the earthly dimension, where he could finally fulfill his wish to bring his brothers to life there, at least those who wanted to. There were brothers, but of all of them, only a handful wanted to remain on the surface. The rest chose to remain in the abyss. After the palace was reborn, a series of strange, complicated, and ridiculous events occurred, culminating in Big's coronation as King of Hellenist, a position he had held until then. It wasn't easy, though. At first, some creatures were against his rule, wanting the throne for themselves. There was also a lot of rebuilding to do, and the kingdom was deeply divided. But with much effort and the help of his large family, he made Hellenist's resurgence possible and turned it into a prosperous kingdom. Orchid had left fungal wastes only once or twice in her life and had never been to any of the modern cities designed by the Pale King, so for her, any building was a novelty, and one as impressive as the White Palace was a marvel. She almost gasped when she saw those white walls that almost glowed with their clarity, or those soaring towers and their ornate stonework. The poor mantis, already struggling to stand, had to lean on Agram to keep from falling from the shock. It was only because of her obvious weakness and Hollow's insistence that her hands weren't tied. However, amidst all that whiteness, there was a black spot, literally speaking. In a corner next to the large entrance gate stood a somewhat disturbing black statue. It represented a creature with 4 arms, 8 eyes, and numerous horns on its head. The contrast the sculpture made with the rest of the place was striking, but apparently this was more than just an ornament, as the group proceeded to offer a few prayers to the image before entering the castle. Orchid watched curiously as the bugs closed their eyes and clasped their palms together, muttering something unintelligible. Strange, as far as she could remember, the Pale King didn't support the worship of other deities. He only sought attention for himself. The current king seemed to be very different. When everyone finished their prayers, the mantis couldn't help but make a comment about it. "I didn't imagine they were the religious type." "Well, our king is a fervent believer in the Lord of Shadows, and he himself claims to have been favored by him," Agram explained. "Ah, a spineless ruler who expects solutions to his problems to be granted by a god." She didn't mind sounding rude. She had always felt contempt for creatures who trusted their fate to the gods. The Lord of Shadows isn't a god who fixes your life. He gives you the tools to fix it yourself. Although they say he's somewhat capricious and occasionally performs miracles. Agram managed to hide his annoyance at the female's comment. Age had made him wise, and he knew the futility of fighting a weakened mantis. Besides, she would eat her words when she met the king in person. The group entered the palace, where a group of servants rushed to greet them and check if they needed anything. Orchid was struck by the fact that some of the insects were familiar to her, such as beetles and crickets, while others belonged to the same curious hollow species. Apparently, an entire race had come to colonize those lands. He scanned the group of containers with his eyes, and they didn't seem very strong. As far as he could see, Hollow was the only decent warrior in that entire troop of vermin. "Call the guards to escort this mantis to the dungeons," Ogrim told one of the servants. Hollow immediately objected to this. Obviously he couldn't say anything, but it was obvious what he wanted to communicate. "Remember, she's a Hollow criminal. She was hunting in Queen Clara's territory without authorization. She can't go unpunished." He approached Orchid and took her hand. Immediately the girl's face turned red, something that did not go unnoticed by anyone. The servants observing the situation then noticed the fact that the mantis was wearing a hollow cloak. The vessels obviously didn't know the significance of this, but the others were quick to discreetly explain it to them. Soon even the 4 vessels in training learned the context of the situation, and whispers quickly spread. The only one who didn't know anything was Hollow. And this had Ogrim very nervous. Now he definitely didn't want Hollow to become attached to that creature. "You can't take care of that mantis, it's a criminal." Hollow made a gesture that meant weakness. "Being weak isn't an excuse. Besides, where are you planning to house her?" He pointed at himself, communicating an answer that left Ogrim alarmed. "Hollow? You can't have her sleeping with you." Orchid's already red face turned to a flame, and she even began to feel dizzy at the prospect of sharing a room with the gentleman. Wouldn't sleeping in the same room as him be a problem? Perhaps he didn't have enough beds. If that were the case, then they would have to share a bed, and… The mantis staggered, overwhelmed by the multitude of thoughts running through its head. Even Hollow had to hold it up to keep it from falling. Unfortunately, physical contact with him only made it worse. Meanwhile, Ogrim covered his face with his claws, lamenting the boy's lack of common sense. "Hollow, you don't understand anything." The whispers of those observing the situation were beginning to rise to the point of bordering on shamelessness, and Ogrim, being in charge of this bunch of children, obviously couldn't allow it. "Enough. Everyone back to work. You 4," he addressed his 4 students, "I want to talk to you later. As for you," this time he turned to Hollow, who was holding the mantis, seeking to protect it. Ogrim knew this knight well. He had a protective nature and was extremely stubborn. No matter what he did, he wouldn't abandon that creature unless it betrayed him. He sighed in defeat and considered his options, which weren't many. "Okay, we'll do it your way. We'll take the Lord to the guest room near mine, so I can keep an eye on her. But at the first sign of aggressive behavior, she'll be sent to the dungeon. Understand?" Hollow agreed to the deal and with a nod indicated for Orchid to follow them. The poor insect had some trouble keeping up with them. She was very weak and her whole body ached. Her legs had no strength and she felt like she would fall asleep at any moment. She hated being so vulnerable, and she hated even more that she didn't have the power to end this humiliation. Now she was the guest of the invaders, who had saved her and were also providing her with a bed and shelter. She wished she had some kind of weapon within reach. With all the blood she had already lost, surely one more wound would be enough to kill her. As they walked through the palace's open corridors, Orchid noticed how every insect they encountered respectfully greeted her silent knight, many giving him a look of admiration. Apparently, he was well liked by everyone. She even noticed several females giving him seductive glances. A deep rage welled in her chest at the prospect of one of those bastards approaching her knight, and when she realized this, she wanted to hit herself. Since when was he hers? And what did it matter to her who he associated with? She sighed sadly. Perhaps her sisters were right and she was sick. Those feelings weren't normal and only made her feel bad. Hollow was a handsome, strong male. He'd surely had numerous lovers before, perhaps even a few bastards or perhaps not. Unlike mantises, who have children raised together by the entire tribe, other bugs tended to group together in families that cared only for their own young. If Hollow had any, they'd be fluttering around him. What a relief, but why did she feel relieved? She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't realize they'd already reached her room. Orchid entered the room automatically and let herself fall onto the soft bed, her body unable to take any more. However, as soon as she came into contact with the bed, she was impressed by its softness. She had never touched anything so exquisite. She began to press against the bed and rub herself against the sheets, enchanted by their texture. While the lady was discussing where she would sleep, Ogrim and Hollow had one last conversation. "Hollow, I want you to know that I don't agree with this. Traditionally, mantises have always been opposed to the king's rule. They're suspicious, wild, and violent. You have a professional assassin in your castle. She might attack big." Hollow made the gesture that meant weakness again. "She's weak now, but she'll recover eventually. I don't like the idea of having that monster on the loose. Besides, she's suspicious. Mantises never leave their territory. You can't deny that. Something's fishy here." Hollow shook his head, refusing to accept his friend's words. "Hollow, you're on her side only because of that story of her being rejected by her sisters. But you don't know what secret she hides in her heart. She could be a treacherous harpy. Look at her." They both turned their gaze to the mantis lying on the bed, rubbing itself against the sheets with a look of utter happiness. Truth be told, at that moment, it looked more adorable than lethal. But as soon as the mantis noticed the eyes on it, it quickly assumed a more dignified posture and threw a pillow in Ogram's face. Sensing the mantis's annoyance, they stopped paying attention. Then Ogram and Hollow exchanged glances. The gentleman crossed his arms and looked at him in such a way that one could guess the sarcastic comment hidden in that gesture. "Fine. Do whatever you want. But if anything goes wrong, you're responsible. You're an adult now anyway." He nodded, demonstrating his total determination in the matter. The beetle sighed in defeat and asked her to leave the room so he could leave his guest alone. Orchid watched them leave without saying anything, just staying still in her bed with a stern and watchful posture. Ogram narrowed his eyes at the sight of her. Before leaving and closing the door, he decided to say a few last words to her. "Something will be brought to you later, but in the meantime, you're not allowed to leave. Tomorrow you'll have an audience with the king. He'll decide your fate. I'm watching you. Don't try anything." After delivering his message, the beetle disappeared behind the door, which made a slight click, indicating that it had been locked. Orchid let out a sigh and threw herself onto the bed. Her body was craving rest, and sleep had her on the verge of collapse. How long would it take her body to replenish the lost blood? What a pathetic situation. In her tribe, they would have let her die. I wish these guys would. Everything seemed to be going from bad to worse. She felt increasingly humiliated, her ego increasingly shattered. When would her torment end? At that moment, when the anguish was already overwhelming her, she simply collapsed. She closed her eyes and let a single tear roll down her face, then surrendered to the comfort of sleep. Someone is probably wondering what I meant by the mantis crown. Well, it turns out that one day I came across this image. It actually made a lot of sense to me. That's what I call a crown. Audience with the king. Okay, from this point on, at certain times we will resort to the old system I used when I wrote my Pokemon fanfics. Dialogue spoken in a language that not everyone can understand are in parentheses. Since the days of the old Pale King, many things had changed. Some laws had been abolished and new ones created. Some knowledge and inventions had been lost, but others had been created. However, one thing had remained the same, regardless of the passage of time. The servant's fondness for gossip. No matter the status or social class, no one escaped the sharp tongues of the maids, who did not hesitate to comment on the love affairs of this or that person, the strange customs of the knights, or the embarrassment suffered by a certain nobleman who committed an indiscretion at the party the other day. This is why the story of the mysterious guest who was staying in the room next to Ogram was obviously not going to go unnoticed, even if attempts were made to do otherwise. Only a handful of bugs witnessed the event, but within a few hours everyone knew. With so few details to the story, the unknowns had been filled in with imagination, the prevailing story being that this mantis was Hollow's girlfriend. After all, they had seen her dressed in her training cloak and had housed her in a comfortable room with every consideration. Was there a better explanation for the whole affair? Hollow was the best knight in the kingdom, the strongest, and the one with the kindest heart. Of course, his lack of common sense regarding certain matters was also acknowledged, but despite that, he was highly regarded in the community, which is why most people were concerned about his relationship with the mantis. Hollow hadn't long reached adulthood, and this female seemed older. Wasn't she manipulating him? Seeking to take advantage of him for his status or to gain some benefit? They didn't know much about mantis society or their particular philosophy of life. They were simply a mystery. The little they knew about them was their wild and violent behavior. Why, of all the insects, did Hollow have to focus on a mantis? This only contributed to the myths and tales surrounding the species. They have a forbidden relationship, and he had to kidnap the girl to have her, some said. The mantis had been courting him since before he reached adulthood, others said. He defeated her in combat, and that's why now she must marry him. It's the custom of the mantis, others assured. Of course, no one was even close to guessing the correct answer, yet everyone spread the story with such vehemence that suddenly the fantasy seemed much more believable than reality, and for everyone, that mantis became Hollow's official bride, who had arrived to be presented to the king. Perhaps there would soon be a wedding. And it was all this unjustified gossip that ended up causing a series of misunderstandings. It all started early in the morning when Big woke up to begin his daily routine. The king needed a ridiculously small amount of sleep, limited to a few hours at night and a short half-hour nap in the afternoon, and that was enough for him to function well throughout the day. Since he always got up almost at dawn, he took his time getting dressed and then walked to the kitchen for breakfast. He always had lunch and dinner in the palace's grand dining room with some nobles or some of his brothers, but breakfast was his time of solitude and introspection, where he sat at the humble kitchen table, reading the morning newspaper and listening to the maids' conversations. Of course, they didn't know that the king always listened attentively to every word, as he always seemed distracted and sleepy, and Big knew how to act discreetly, so it wasn't much of a bother for them to have him there, and they spoke freely. That morning, Big seemed deeply engrossed in reading an article about the rise in crime in the city of Tears shopping district, but every so often he paid attention to the conversation the head cook was having with one of her assistants. Although he wasn't particularly interested in her at first, as soon as his brother's name came up, he turned his full attention to the women, of course, turning the page of the newspaper to continue pretending to read. "Yeah, everyone's talking about it," said the ladybug boss. "She's nothing less than a mantis. They saw her arrive yesterday wearing a hollow cloak. Apparently our dear knight wanted to make it very clear that she's his." The mantis the dragonfly looked impressed. Of all the girls he could have chosen, I never imagined he'd choose a mantis. I mean, there were plenty of them interested in him, but Hollow never paid the slightest attention to anyone. They say he had a love he lost in his past, and after that, he never wanted to be with anyone. But it seems this mantis was able to win him over somehow. I wonder what he saw in her. Perhaps she's very passionate. They say mantises are very fiery and sensual, although there's also a rumor that they devour their partners' heads during copulation. Oh no, I hope that's a lie, and that Hollow doesn't lose his mind on the wedding night. But what are you saying, Susanna? Who talked about the wedding? But there has to be a wedding, there's a reason he brought her. If they've been keeping their relationship a secret, why admit it now? Because they're planning to take the next step. It's obvious. It was incredibly difficult for Big to maintain his composure and pretend to be reading the newspaper. He was dying to ask more details and go see his brother to find out more, but he stood his ground without saying a word. After all, he was an expert at that. He spent his entire childhood and adolescence pretending he had no feelings and that his mind was too empty to understand anything. He finally finished his breakfast and left the kitchen. Normally, he would have headed to his office to organize his paperwork and plan his day, but this time he took a slight detour and headed to his brother's room. He knew he was going to introduce him to his girlfriend that very day, but he was too impatient. Unfortunately, Hollow's room was one of the farthest away, as it was at the end of the dormitory hallway. Before getting there, he had to pass Ogrim's room and, of course, the mysterious guest's room. When the king realized this, he hesitated. The right thing to do would be to speak to Hollow first, but his curiosity urged him to knock on the door and introduce himself to the guest. What should he do? A strange sound coming from the room determined his decision. Big began to hear moans, some rather strange ones. They didn't sound exactly like moans of pain. In fact, he couldn't remember ever hearing anything like that before. He began to feel worried. Had he gotten sick? Perhaps he had stomach problems. Big shared the same childlike innocence as his entire race and didn't think there was any problem in entering the mantis's room alone to help her. He knew a few healing spells that could relieve her, at least momentarily. When he entered the room, he was surprised by a faint smell that seemed somewhat strange. He remembered having smelled it before in his life, but couldn't connect it to anything in particular. He forgot about the scent and scanned the room. It was an ordinary bedroom, simple and practical, with minimal furniture. It wasn't very large, but it was nice and cozy. Even in its simplicity, no one would complain about having to stay there. Soon he spotted the mantis lying asleep on the soft bed. No wonder. It was still early for most insects. He approached to observe it. It didn't seem bothered, but it was still moaning in its sleep. Was it having a nightmare? Surely that was it. It seemed very restless under the sheets. Something was moving down there. With the best of intentions, he began gently shaking the insect, trying to wake it up, but somehow this backfired. Orchid screamed so loudly that Big became frightened and forgot all manner of gentleness. He began shaking the mantis harder, jolting it awake. Poor Orchid was abruptly and suddenly snatched from her sleep, leaving her in a state of total confusion. One moment she was receiving a pleasant butt massage from her sensual, silent gentleman, and the next she was in a bed, in a room she didn't remember, with a giant monster hovering over her, staring at her with worried eyes. This time, Orchid's scream was one of fear and surprise. However, mantises are not cowards and face danger without hesitation. They prefer to die fighting rather than flee. Therefore, she instinctively reached for her weapon, but when she couldn't find it, memories of the previous day assailed her. It had been confiscated to prevent her from trying to escape or attacking an innocent person. But if she didn't have her spear, then she would use her natural weapons. She threw herself at Big, ready to sink her claws into his eyes, but dizziness prevented her from doing so. Orchid was anemic after all the blood lost the day before, and it wasn't something she was going to recover from overnight. She was too weak to put up a decent fight. The insect simply collapsed, and Big received her in his arms, looking increasingly nervous. He carefully laid her down on the bed and watched her closely, never letting go of his grip in case she fainted again. This protective attitude began to make her more and more nervous. Who was this creature? It was huge. And cute. She wanted to slap herself. Why the hell was she thinking about these things when she had a guy on top of her who could kill her with a single move? Orchid's scream alerted the nearby insects that something was wrong. Ogrim nearly fell out of bed in fright, and two servants who were walking by nearly broke the ornaments they were cleaning. They all ran toward the source of the sound, and when they arrived, what they saw left them speechless with shock. In front of them stood their king, clutching the mantis in his arms on top of the bed. There was no denying that the situation was suspicious, to say the least. But he was the king. No one could say anything to him or demand explanations for his actions. Ogrim's gaze was lost, his face pale. All sorts of dark thoughts were running through his mind. The king's reputation would be tarnished, and all sorts of dirty and malicious rumors would begin to spread about his beloved ruler. Big, for his part, was oblivious to anything. His complete ignorance of decorum and male-female relationships prevented him from noticing the problem. That's why, in his characteristically soft and calm voice, he said, "Ogrim, I think this young woman is ill, please call a doctor." The beetle took a few seconds to react. How could he remain so calm in a situation like this? Although I knew him well, Big tended to worry about people's health first and other things second. He sighed, trying to calm down, and then he noticed the murmuring of the servants, who seemed to be having a conversation among themselves. They had already started making up dirty rumors about their king. "You guys go to work." The beetle yelled at them furiously. The two insects bowed nervously and quickly scurried off to continue their work. Ogrim watched them walk away with a stern expression until suddenly a chill ran down his spine. He turned to notice the king glaring at him. "Ogrim, you have no right to overrule my authority, nor do I accept that you treat the servants in such a manner." "I'm sorry, my king." The beetle immediately knelt before him and lowered his head in shame. "I promise it won't happen again." Orchid's eyes widened in surprise when she heard the word king. Was this insect the king? Still a little dizzy, she sat up in bed and began to analyze it. At a glance, she could tell it was a powerful individual, not just because of its enormous size, but also because of its imposing presence. So this was the king of Heart of Hellenist. From what he saw, the inhabitants of this kingdom had elected a rather worthy ruler, at least one not as shameful as the little spider from Deepnest. Despite the power he gave off, Orchid noticed that he had a soft and kind personality. He could be firm when required, but in essence he was not dominant. Perhaps because of this, although she found him attractive, he did not provoke the same sensations as Hollow. However, there was something that intrigued him. From what he could see, this individual seemed to belong to the same species as the Hollow and the creatures he had encountered the day before, but unlike them, this individual could speak at least at an audible volume. Could that be due to its larger size? "Bed up, Ogrim. Don't apologize anymore. Just go and carry out the order I gave you." The monarch resumed speaking. "Your Majesty, excuse my impertinence, but the mantis isn't really sick. It simply lost a large amount of blood the day before and is now feeling somewhat weak." "Is that true?" He turned to look at the creature. "What happened to you?" The question took Orchid by surprise. She was supposedly a prisoner and a criminal, so they shouldn't treat her so cordially. She was considering what to say when a certain person walked through the door. Hollow was quite worried about the mantis. After seeing what it had done the day before, trying to kill itself, he feared it was going to try something crazy like that again. That's why, as soon as it woke up, the first thing it did was rush to Orchid's room. It made him so relieved to see her alive that he almost overlooked his brother's presence in the room. "Hollow?" Big called out. Hollow laid eyes on him and immediately bowed in greeting. They had no problem being casual with each other, but when outsiders were around, they were very careful about protocol. "Stand up, Hollow, come closer and introduce me to this lady." Ogrim tensed in his place, certain that Hollow was going to tell him the story in her own way, softening his guilt to spare the mantis from proper punishment. "My king, there is something you must." "Silence, Ogrim, let Hollow speak." "Thank you very much, your majesty." Hollow bowed again in thanks. "Her name is Orchid and she is one of the Lord Mantises." "I see, you didn't bring just any girl." "Of course not. But before we talk about anything, I want to make it clear that she is under my protection and I will take responsibility for taking care of her." "Oh, you're very serious about her." "That's why I ask your permission to have you as a guest here." "Hollow, have you considered all the drawbacks of this?" "Yes, I have, Ogrim has warned me, but I am willing to take the risk. I can't abandon her, it's what my heart tells me to do." "I understand," Big sighed, moved. His brother must really be in love. "Okay, I approve." "Thank you, your majesty. I promise it won't cause any trouble." Hollow looked at Orchid kindly and extended a hand, inviting her to take it. The mantis looked at its limb somewhat doubtfully. What had they been talking about? She could understand the king's words, but they didn't give many clues about the topic of conversation. However, it seemed that things turned out favorably for her. At least they weren't trying to kill her. She sighed nervously and took the offered hand, immediately feeling butterflies flutter in her stomach and trembling. She stood up, it was no longer just her anemia that had her head in the clouds. Holding hands, they left the room to Ogram's incredulous gaze and Big's warm smile. Once the door closed behind them, the dung beetle nervously headed toward the monarch. Your Majesty, I don't want to question your authority, but are you sure that pardoning that insect was the right decision? Pardon? Did he commit a crime? He tilted his head in confusion. I knew it, Hollow didn't tell him the whole story. What's the full story? That mantis was caught hunting illegally in Clara's territories, in fact it was Hollow himself who stopped it and caused one of the wounds that caused her to bleed. Oh no. And why did you omit that information? He feels sorry for the mantis because it was rejected by its family. That's very sad. Big's eyes looked like they were about to shed tears. Your Majesty, don't sympathize with her. She committed a crime, and just because a couple of misfortunes happened to her doesn't mean she can go unpunished. That's unfair, and that's what I've tried to make Hollow understand. Besides the fact that her presence in Greenlands was highly suspicious, Mantises never leave their territory. Love often blinds people, I'll talk to Hollow. Love? What are you talking about? Barren love, right? What? Where did you get that? The cook and her assistant were talking about it at breakfast today. They said they saw Hollow arrive with a mantis and that she was wearing its cloak. They also said they were dating and that they had brought her so I would approve of their relationship. What? No. That's not true, it's gossip invented by the servants. Ogram put his hands to his face, he just pardoned a criminal. How much did you manage to hunt? Nothing really, we managed to stop her before she did anything. Strictly speaking, then her fault isn't so serious. And I can't take back my forgiveness. Let's just leave it at that and keep an eye on her. I suppose we'll be able to handle a reclusive mantis. She's quite strong, but I suppose Shadow and Mila can hold their own against her, even Soul could control her. The other knights still need training, and I don't think they're suitable opponents for that mantis. Fine, I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go to my office. She stood up and headed for the door, but before leaving, she looked at Ogram once more and gave him one last order. Ogram, please ask the maids to clean the room. There's a strange smell in here. With that, she left. Ogram blinked in confusion. A strange smell. He didn't smell anything, though he actually ignored most scents, often drowned out by his own personal odor. He sniffed the air for the scent that had displeased the king, and when he smelled it, a shiver ran down his spine. Pheromones. Contempt. New rumors swirled through the halls of the White Palace, threatening to spread beyond its pristine walls. They spoke of love triangles, jealousy, and a cruel feud between two brothers, fighting for the love of a deadly mantis. Despite Ogram's best efforts, there was no stopping these rumors. Soon, this scandal would reach the press. Fortunately for the old dung beetle, no one blamed their king for what was happening. The worst affected by this whole situation was Orchid. Big was a beloved and feared monarch, well known to them, who until then had displayed impeccable behavior and had never been known to have a partner. The mantis, on the other hand, was a newcomer no one knew anything about, belonging to a race the kingdom had been at odds with since ancient times and making no effort to get along with the others. It was obvious the blame would fall on her. As for Hollow, they only saw him as a poor victim of this insect. After all, he had been fooled several times before by his tendency to blindly trust others and always think the best of everyone, and it was already common for him to get into trouble. This gossip was reinforced by the attitudes they both took. While Big was cautious and distant with Orchid, Hollow continued to act affectionate and kind toward her. In fact, he was the only one in the entire castle who didn't look down on her. Even the other containers didn't want to approach her, influenced by the actions of the other insects. This was why the mantis felt increasingly depressed and frustrated. Now Orchid found herself in the castle baths, lamenting her sad existence. She was supposed to be a guest, but she felt like a prisoner, locked in a golden cage, her body weakened and considered the worst scum in the kingdom. How much further would she fall? How much more humiliation would she be forced to endure? Was this the punishment she received for having those forbidden thoughts for an insect that wasn't a mantis? The worst part was that her condition would only worsen. She had chosen the worst time of year to leave fungal wastes. She was about to go into heat. Soon, she would begin to expel pheromones constantly and uncontrollably, attracting all the compatible males in the surrounding area. Normally, females who did not wish to leave offspring would seclude themselves together in a place specially designed for that purpose, where they rested away from the presence of males and had their methods to deal with this cycle in the most favorable way, but now she was alone in an unfamiliar place. What was she going to do? She was very tempted to escape, but there was no way to do it, she didn't know the palace well, and no one seemed interested in helping her, and after almost being killed by a saw that mysteriously appeared out of nowhere, she gave up trying to escape. She sighed and submerged herself one last time in the warm pool where she was resting. Never in her life had she dreamed she could enjoy such luxuries. These baths were wonderful, everything there was, the food, the beds, the gardens. However, she would gladly trade all of that to go home. She was tired of being looked down upon and, above all, of not having anyone to talk to. Hollow was the only one who paid attention to her, but it wasn't as if she could communicate freely with him. Besides, he had his own responsibilities as a knight and couldn't be with her all day. In fact, he seemed busier than he should have been. She felt like he was being given more work on purpose to keep him away from her. In the midst of her despair and loneliness, Orchid had begun speaking to the statues of the Lord of Shadows. She wasn't particularly religious, but if this famous god they worshipped really existed, at least he would listen to her, and the knowledge that someone was doing so gave her a modicum of comfort. Of course, she didn't expect him to grant her wishes or help her. She was just looking to vent. He got out of the water, finishing his bath, and walked towards the shower exit. Then he laid his eyes on an image of the dark god there, one of the many that populated the White Castle. You know this place is shit. Once again, she was having another one of her relapses where she sought to communicate with the inanimate object. I'm fed up, I can't stand this contempt anymore, everyone ignores me as if I were going to rip their heads off. To be honest, I have no shortage of desire, but I feel so alone that I would even appreciate the company of a weak insect. I need a friend, someone to talk to, someone who doesn't just silently look at me with pity. Don't I even deserve that? Orchid then knelt before the statue and bowed her head in regret. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for ever noticing him. I tried to avoid him, but it's hard. I admit it. I want him. I want him on top of me. I want him to hold me and make me his. I'm a filthy creature who has given myself over to sin. But I want to redeem myself. I'll try harder. I'll push him out of my mind and out of my life. I'll reject Hollow and think about him no more. I just want everything to go back to the way it was. I want to return to my tribe. I want to be respected and appreciated again. Orchid allowed herself a few minutes of self-pity before standing up and resuming her proud, aloof demeanor. Her pride was all she had left. She wasn't going to allow herself to be seen as vulnerable and needy. Dead first. She left the bathroom and headed toward the gardens. It was the only place where she felt somewhat more at ease, surrounded by vegetation and hidden from the aggressive gazes of the castle inhabitants. It wasn't that she felt totally comfortable there either. She was too bored, but it was the best she had available. Besides, the knights in training usually held their sessions there. Sometimes she could entertain herself by watching their pathetic attempts to become stronger. Well, not all of them were that pathetic. Some of them looked quite skilled and were progressing very quickly. She walked silently through the corridors, not wanting to be noticed, but in that place it was impossible. There were no bushes in which to hide, and the tiled floor made the sound of footsteps louder. Even if she didn't want to, she had to endure the contemptuous glances of the females she met along the way and the horrified expressions the males wore when they saw her before running away. She sighed. This was the pheromones' fault. They were getting stronger and stronger, and the males were increasingly attracted to her, which was why they fled before they became too enveloped in her scent. Even that old dung beetle no longer spoke to her directly, instead sending some girl or some container to do so. Until now, Orchid hadn't realized that the hollow race was immune to pheromones. Her footsteps continued echoing in the hallway, but they were joined by other, different footsteps, softer and faster. Orchid frowned. This wasn't the first time it had happened. For the past few days, she'd felt watched, someone was watching her. She doubted they would hurt her, but it was annoying. On previous occasions, she'd chosen to ignore her mysterious watcher, but this time she'd had enough and was on the verge of collapse. Lately, she'd been feeling better physically. Her stamina and speed were improving. The herbs they'd been forcing her to eat to replenish her blood were definitely working. With some of her recovered strength, she felt capable of ambushing her stalker. This would be good practice for getting back into action, and if someone got hurt she didn't really care anymore. At this point, she didn't care if she was dead. He stopped abruptly and began looking around, pretending to contemplate the decorations in the hallway and the potted plants. He approached one and began rubbing one of its leaves, as if trying to impregnate his claws with its scent. He heard the footsteps stealthily approaching, and he calmed his breathing. This had to be quick and precise. He closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he attacked. The mantis ran with its claws extended towards the mysterious presence. It threw itself at it ready to scratch its face, but as soon as it saw the face of the bug, surprise and panic overwhelmed it. 8 eyes. 8 eyes stared at her with a stupefied expression. The Lord of Shadows. Had the statue answered her prayers and now materialized as a living being? She jumped back and knelt humbly in apology. She never wanted to disrespect a god. The insect remained kneeling for a while longer until she felt a soft touch on her shoulder, then she dared to open her eyes, and when she looked up, she found a white face that did indeed have 8 eyes, but it was not the Lord of Shadows. Orchid blinked somewhat in confusion, then paying closer attention she realized that the individual in front of her was actually a vessel, a rather peculiar one at that. He had an eccentric air, highlighted by the clothes he wore. He wore an extremely long, high-collared cloak that almost covered his feet. It didn't seem very practical. On his chest he wore a red jewel as a brooch, and on his back he carried the strangest stinger she had ever seen. It was extremely thin and had a ball near the tip. He wasn't a very robust individual and was somewhat shorter than hollow. His face had 8 eyes and a pair of horns that curved backward. There were also some gray marks on his head. Could they perhaps be the marks and scars of some disease? The container gave him a kind look and took out a whiteboard and a pencil from his clothes. This whiteboard was quite special. You could write and erase on it as many times as you wanted without the pencil ever wearing out. It was one of Big's inventions. Like his father, he was very fond of inventing things. He didn't have the old worm's genius, but every now and then he came up with something useful. The container bowed in greeting and wrote on its whiteboard. "Hi, my name is Soul Helix, but everyone calls me Soul, nice to meet you." Orchid was increasingly surprised. Someone was interested in talking to her. Perhaps it was an envoy from the Lord of Shadows. She had just desperately asked for some company, and this was what she received. Of course, not in the way she expected. It seemed somewhat awkward having to communicate with someone who could only write, but it was better than nothing. "Nice to meet you, Soul. My name is Orchid." She stood up, showing that she was quite a bit taller than him. She had already ingrained herself in trying to show off her superiority. "Is it true that you're a mantis? I've never seen one." "Yes, I am a mantis, a proud member of the tribe that inhabits fungal wastes." The container swayed, shifting its weight from foot to foot. He looked very excited. He picked up his whiteboard again, thinking about what else to say. "What is the mantis tribe like?" This question left Orchid quite surprised. It seemed this man was very interested in learning more about her people and their culture. For her part, she had no problem answering. At least it was more interesting than watching the grass grow. She began to tell him about her society, the rules that governed it, its savage customs, and its hierarchical system based on strength and power. Soul listened attentively, occasionally writing a question or two on his whiteboard. That conversation was very comforting for Orchid. Being able to remember her land and its people, as well as the life she had left behind, put her in a very good mood. She also felt proud to be able to share a bit of her way of life, which in her eyes was ideal, which is why she was so disconcerted to read that sentence on the container's whiteboard. "Life in your tribe seems very sad, no wonder you ran away." Orchid felt her blood boil with rage. How could she say that? A sad life. That was the right way to live. Strength was what should prevail. Besides, she hadn't run away, and she was going to come back someday. "Wipe that off your slate, you insolent creature." The insect hissed. Soul immediately went on guard, the tone of her voice anything but friendly, however she dared to give him a questioning look, which given the context was easy to interpret. "I didn't run away from my tribe. I'm not a weak coward who would do something like that. I'm not pathetic enough to do that. I never suggested you were weak or cowardly, I just thought you left because you didn't feel comfortable there." He quickly clarified the container on his whiteboard. "Not feeling at ease? That damn castle is where I don't feel at ease." This time she decided to abandon the dialogue and launch her claws at Soul, who dodged her movement with a jump. "Do you think your luxuries can hide your vile hearts? Do you think your good food is enough to redeem your cruelty towards me? I hate this place. And I hate all of you." Soul didn't feel that what he had said was that offensive, but he supposed that this was just a bunch of pent-up emotions that had finally burst out, unfortunately in the worst way. Of course, he wasn't going to let them harm him without a fight, and while he wasn't a knight, he was basically rejected for lack of discipline. He was one of the most powerful vessels out there. He put away his slate and unsheathed his stinger, immediately beginning to imbue it with soul. Soul was a sorcerer, and though he knew how to wield the stinger well, he had specialized his combat in the use of magic, even modifying his weapon for this purpose. Orchid launched into the attack, her instincts burning. She needed to hunt, to fight, to put her muscles to work. It was like an erupting volcano, threatening to burn everything with its lava. At first, Soul struggled to dodge the mantis's swift movements. Its speed was such that at times he lost sight of it, almost as if it disappeared, only to appear behind him and attack with its claws. Luckily for the container, Orchid had been fighting with a spear for so long that he'd lost some practice using his claws, but he still managed to lightly scratch it. Orchid's unleashed fury was slowly subsiding, but not her desire to fight. It was something she needed. She'd been resting for too long, and she could finally unleash all her pent-up energy. She continued attacking Soul, but no longer with the murderous intent of before. This slight change in attitude was picked up by the vessel, who continued fighting more to please her than anything else. He wanted to make amends in some way for having offended her. So, little by little, it became a more friendly fight, although in the eyes of others it didn't seem that way. In the midst of their fight, they had begun to break some of the flower pots and ornaments in the place, in addition to leaving marks and scratches on the perfect white walls of the palace. But along with the destruction, they were also causing a lot of noise, which attracted some servants to the site. They stared in horror at the mantis attacking the poor soul, so they immediately went to get help. They needed to stop the fight quickly before the poor creature got hurt. Both combatants were deeply involved in the battle, but Orchid was beginning to weaken. She cursed her wounded body, which had yet to recover from its previous accident, and nearly insulted her opponent when she saw the look of pity he gave her. Why? She was a Mantis Lord, one of the most powerful insects in her tribe. Maybe even in Hellenist. The only one she'd ever lost to was a hollow, and she couldn't bear to let anyone else defeat her. She tried to hide her labored breathing and maintain a calm demeanor. Perhaps if she gave her all in her next attack, she could defeat that insolent individual. If only she had her spear. The mantis bowed and ran toward Soul. The container opened its 8 eyes in terror. This increased the mantis's confidence. She believed she had intimidated her enemy, but it wasn't because of her that the fear appeared on her face. Suddenly, Orchid felt a horrible blow, an impact so strong it threw her and slammed her against a wall. She lay inert for a few seconds before daring to open her eyes and move a little, but as soon as she did, another blow threw her a little further. Surprised gasps and murmurs echoed. They weren't alone. Surely those gossipy insects were once again meddling in what didn't concern them. "That's enough," a female voice said. "You're going to kill her." "I don't want to witness a murder," said another. "Hollow will get angry if you hurt him," a third commented. The fallen insect vaguely opened her eyes. At first, through her blurred vision, she managed to make out a container glaring at her, while another tugged at her cloak, trying to get her attention. The container tugging at the cloak was Soul, surely trying to defend her, but the one staring at her was a stranger. He was a tall and strong-looking individual. He wore a black cape, on his head he had 6 horns, 3 on each side, they were short and pointed upwards. This time, the mantis decided to lie inert on the ground and not move a muscle. The 2 previous attacks had already made it abundantly clear the power of the individual in front of her, something that sincerely worried her. Even in that vulnerable state, she allowed herself to think about something other than her own survival. Until now, Orchid believed herself to be the strongest, at least in her tribe, and since she ascended to Lord, she had only been defeated by Hollow, but here she had another individual with the ability to defeat her. It was true that she was weakened by anemia, but she always boasted of estimating the strength of her rivals very accurately, and this guy had terrifying power. That meant that Hollow was not the only strong individual in this kingdom. Now that she thought about it, King Big also seemed very powerful, although his gentle nature hid this fact a bit. Were there more knights like that? This was horrifying. Heart of Hellenist had enough military power to crush the Mantises. If they felt like it, they could seize their territory and enslave them freely. They had lived so long in ignorance, assuming they could overcome anything, but the cruel truth was that they were pathetic. She had to return to the tribe immediately and warn them about this. They had to. What could they really do? How could they become stronger? At least enough to defend themselves against an attack. Now she was beginning to realize that living in isolation might not have been a good idea. They had stagnated, the world had moved on, and they had been left behind. But now she could do nothing for her people, not even let them know of her own weakness. She looked at her attacker in terror, more for her people than for herself. She cursed her fate once more and closed her eyes, waiting for the end of her life. However, what she felt wasn't iron burying itself in her body, but rather the sound of 2 weapons clashing together. She opened her eyes again and found herself staring at Hollow's back, his imposing figure visible. She couldn't help but blush at the sight. At that moment, the 6-horned individual and Hollow began to engage in a silent conversation, which didn't seem very friendly. Both seemed extremely angry and gesticulated with aggressive movements. Every so often the 8-eyed container intervened, participating in the same silent communication. Finally, after a while, the individual who had attacked Orchid crossed his arms and gave her a look of contempt, then walked away while apparently muttering curses. But before leaving, he grabbed Soul by the cloak and dragged him with him somewhere. The latter began to wave his arms in fear with a panicked look. Orchid had no way of knowing, but the young man was in trouble. Once both containers were gone, Hollow turned his attention to Orchid and gave her one of those looks that so moved the mantis. Hollow's gentleness was something she wasn't used to. Gentleness and affection were rare among Mantises. A hug, a fond farewell, or a simple look of love and compassion, like the one the knight was giving her now, felt alien and unreal. The worst part was that she increasingly desired these displays of affection. The mantis didn't fully understand, but it didn't seem to be related to her reproductive needs. It wasn't something that stimulated her body. It was more like it warmed her heart. The knight offered a hand to help her stand. It was a simple kind gesture, with no hidden meaning, but it still planted anguish in the mantis's heart. Her attraction to Hollow reached levels difficult to tolerate, yet she had promised herself. She would take her mind off him. She had to reject him. His desires were dirty and undesirable. She couldn't give in to temptation. For all this, she pushed Hollow away with a slap and stood up on her own. Hollow stared in astonishment at the insect's aggressive rejection and gave her a confused expression. Get away from me. I don't want you to touch me. I don't want you to look at me or come near me. I want you out of my life. And after shouting this, he staggered away to lock himself in his room, leaving the gentleman with a feeling of sorrow and bewilderment. In Deep Nest, a spider climbed the platforms of distant village, making its way to the highest house where the queen of the place had her lair. Like every day, Ania went to fetch the morning newspaper from the Deer Road station. Hornet liked to read the news early and be informed, so as her personal servant, it was her duty to bring it to him. Ania was in a very good mood. Finally, Hornet's rest period was over and she was allowed to go out and resume her usual duties. This was a relief. She was tired of hearing her complaints about how bored she was. She entered the den and headed to the kitchen where Quirrell was preparing breakfast. Ania sighed, holding back her frustration. As Hornet's servant, cooking should be her job, but Hornet insisted she liked Quirrell's cooking better. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with him cooking, but her desire to serve and please her queen made her somewhat possessive in her duties. Besides, that woodlouse didn't entirely convince her as her queen's consort. It's not that there was anything wrong with Quirrell. He was a very good person and he understood why Hornet loved him so much, but the fact that he was a woodlouse was a nuisance. They'd had to add some stairs to make it easier for him to climb up to their house, and his lack of physical strength meant there were things they needed to help him with. At least he'd had the decency to learn how to knit. However, what she hated most about him was that because of him, Hornet was always worried about what species their offspring would belong to. Why did it have to be this way? She was going to be a mother. She should be happy and excited, not worried and stressed. You're back, come sit down, breakfast is ready, said the woodlouse, serving the spider his breakfast. In Deep Nest, social differences were not as marked as in Heart of Hellenist. Here there was no opulence, no palaces, no ostentation, although hierarchy and obedience were very marked, masters and servants were allowed to live in a somewhat narrower way. Because of all this, it was common for Ania to eat with her mistress, and she could also taste Quirrell's cooking, and that's why she understood Hornet's insistence that she cook. This wretch did it too well. Hornet, my dear, you've hardly had a bite to eat, the woodlouse observed. I'm not very hungry. Oh, Hornet, he sighed, annoyed. This is because of that idea you have that you gained weight after your break, right? Cough cough, he tried to hide his blush behind the newspaper he snatched from Ania. I don't know what you're talking about. I already told you that you look the same as always. I don't feel the same as always, I'm slower. That's just lack of exercise. Why don't you challenge Sharpie to a duel one of these days? I'm sure it'll do you good. I don't have time. I'm very busy. Being queen isn't easy. I have many meetings to hold. After my absence, I fear chaos has taken over the kingdom. Everything is fine, my queen. Even while you were resting, you were supervising everything very efficiently, Ania said in a sweet tone. Yes, Hornet, take it easy, read the journal, everything is fine, no disaster happened while you were taking your break. Yes, if something had happened it would be on the news. He began to look through the different pages of the newspaper. Oh, from what I see Big made a work plan to reduce crime in the City of Tears. I hope his idea works, sometimes I feel like he's a bit careless with his plans. Well, it has its glitches sometimes, but things mostly work out, Quirrell commented. And on the other hand, remember that Heart of Hellenist is very different from Deep Nest, so the measures to take for each kingdom are different. Yeah, I guess you're right. He turned the page. Let's see what else there is. While Hornet read the gossip section, Quirrell continued eating his food, occasionally exchanging a few words with Ania. The breakfast seemed to be proceeding calmly and normally, but the peace was soon broken by the sound of clinking dishes. Ania and Quirrell turned to look and found Hornet clutching the newspaper so tightly it seemed he might tear it at any moment, and his gaze was so furious that they both shrank back in their seats. Hornet, did something happen? Quirrell asked worriedly. Hello, it's in the newspaper. Again? What did he do now? Did they fabricate an affair with the senior prostitute at the pleasure house again? Quirrell suggested. No. Did they trick you into being a bodyguard for some bandits again? Anya tried. No. Another one ended up working at a restaurant to pay for the damages from a fight. Quirrell tried to guess once more. And when was that? Oops. Quirrell, what the hell have you been hiding from me? Nothing. Quirrell's guilty expression wasn't very convincing. But anyway, what happened to Hollow now? He tried to change the subject. You and I will speak privately later, the queen said with a disapproving look, then returned her attention to the newspaper. Listen to this. love drama in the White Palace. King Big and his knight Hollow engage in a brotherly quarrel over the love of a deadly mantis. What on earth does this mean? Hollow's probably in trouble again. I must go see him right now. My Lady Hornet. Ania exclaimed in alarm. I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but I don't consider it appropriate for you to interfere in the affairs of another kingdom. These aren't matters of another kingdom. These are family matters. They're my brothers, it's my duty to make sure they don't do anything stupid. She leaned back and grabbed her head. As much as I wish they'd stop causing me trouble, by worm, I'm going to be a mother and I'll soon have to worry about my own offspring. I can't keep an eye on them. She resumed a more regal posture. Fine, I'll finish breakfast and pay them a visit. But Hornet, you have a meeting with the upper zone patrol today, Coral said. Well then I'll do it tomorrow. You need to visit the area that was most affected by the giant garpies that attacked the other day. Then the day after tomorrow. But Hornet Coral looked distressed. We agreed that day you and I know. She quickly replied, her face flushed. I'll check my calendar to see when I can visit. She leaned across the table and grabbed her head again. Hollow, why do you always have to get into so much trouble? Well, the first borrowed vessels appear, Soul belongs to, he has a pretty nice personality and background. The six-horned vessel whose name is not yet mentioned but is called Shadow, belongs to Edge Dem. Comfort. Clover glared defiantly at her attackers, clutching her injured claw. The bugs had her cornered in a corner of the garden from which she had no escape, at least not in her current condition. Trapped, one of the armored creatures mocked. How does it feel to be in those conditions? How does it feel to be the weak element? Show your superior strength now, Mantis, and see if you can take us on. Clover groaned helplessly, obviously having no way to give them what they deserved, and they knew it. She was hurt, she had no armor, and they were six talented warriors. From the start, she never stood a chance. She didn't want any trouble. She knew her stay in the castle was conditional. If she caused even one problem, she would be expelled. Even if they attacked her, she couldn't defend herself, for she was an enemy admitted only by Zemmer's benevolence. Please go away and leave me alone, I don't want any trouble, said the mantis. You think you're in a position to demand anything, damn it. Forget it. The knight shouted. You're an enemy of the king and deserve no consideration. Now we'll make sure you're put in your place, scum. What's going on here? Shouted an authoritative voice. Both the knights and the mantis turned their eyes towards the source of the voice and found Drya and Ogrim looking at them sternly. Drya! Exclaimed the knight who appeared to be the leader, who immediately bowed politely. We found this mantis acting suspiciously, lurking around the place. And that's the only reason they beat her to this extent. Clover looked very hurt, with numerous blows on her body and one of her claws twisted. Those did not seem like the wounds of a fair fight, but rather the sign of a brutal act of abuse of power. But there is no honor in defeating a weakened enemy. This girl hasn't even had a chance to defend herself, and yet you have raised your weapons against her. Shame on you. And that's what you call Knights of Hellenist. Get out of here. Out of my sight. The warriors lowered their faces in shame and left the room without saying anything. Drya just watched them walk away before turning her gaze to the mantis, who seemed extremely grateful for her intervention. She even began to approach her, perhaps to offer her a few words. Stay out of my way, Mantis, the knight said curtly, walking away without even deigning to look at her. Clover looked down, feeling frustrated and with a growing rage inside her. She hadn't done anything wrong, she had just gone out for a walk. It wasn't fair that they treated her that way. Her attackers hadn't even received punishment. The worst thing was that they also treated her with contempt, as if it were all her fault. Ogrim, seeing the insect so affected, wanted to go towards her to try to cheer her up with a few words, but as soon as the girl saw him, she turned her back on him indignantly. Stay back, Beetle. And he staggered off to his chambers. Maybe Zemmer supported and cared for Clover, but to the rest, she was just an enemy of the king. No one liked her. That made her aggressive and distrustful. Any creature would act that way in a situation like this, Hollow. Ogrim said calmly. Don't take it personally. You didn't do anything to make her hate you. Just leave her alone until she recovers, and then let her go. Hollow, Ogrim and Big were at a very elegant table set up in the palace gardens, taking a break while discussing the matter of the illustrious guest they had staying at the castle. But she was rejected by her family, he explained with signs, trying to make Ogrim understand. What will happen to her if I let her go? She will be alone, she will have no one to support her. Hollow is worried that the mantis will be left alone and helpless, Big clarified, seeing that Ogrim was having a bit of trouble interpreting his brother. Oh, is that it? Hollow, don't worry so much about her. She's an adult, she can manage just fine on her own. Also, remember that not all bugs are so dependent on communities or families. Some prefer to lead more solitary lives. She wasn't lonely, she had a family and a tribe to which she belonged. Hollow lowered her gaze sadly, giving Ogrim a pretty clear idea of her feelings. I assume you intend to be a replacement for the family she lost, but I doubt that's possible. She's a mantis. Her culture and ours are very different. We couldn't possibly reach an understanding. You can't understand how she feels, and you can't explain your point of view to her either. Please, you can't even speak in a way she can understand. But you more or less understand me, Ogram. But that's because Ogram wants to understand you, Big replied this time. If she's closed her mind to you, you won't be able to enter her, no matter how hard you try. When people don't want to open up to others, they're an impenetrable wall. You can offer her the best in the world, but if she's not willing to receive it, it's useless. I actually agree with Ogram. Let her recover and then take her back home. There's nothing more you can do for her. Hollow clenched his hands, even his brother agreed that he should let Orchid go, but he couldn't help but worry about her. Seeing her try to end her own life had affected him too much, and he was terrified that she would try something like that again. He couldn't imagine the degree of desperation of the poor creature to do something like that. I promised her I would take care of her. I don't think you're doing a very good job, Hollow, Big replied scathingly. Hollow slammed the table and stood up angrily, looked at his brother and king with fury, and without saying anything else turned around towards the bedrooms. My lord, Ogram looked worried. Leave him alone, Ogram. When he thinks about the situation a bit, he'll realize what's best. Truth be told, I have nothing against that mantis, and I have no problem with him staying with us, but his discontent here is more than evident. Sometimes letting go is the best thing to do. You're right, with a bit of luck maybe this problem will be solved soon and we won't have to worry about it anymore. Suddenly, something caught his attention. A container with 3 horns, 2 pointing skyward and 1 curving in front of him came running toward him. He looked very agitated. His little purple cape flapped with every step he took and the expression on his face suggested something wasn't right. What's wrong, Izuri? Ogram asked worriedly. Hornet is entering the palace. My king could. She says Hornet is entering the palace. It seems my sister has decided to pay us an unannounced visit, typical of her, he said with impressive calm. Hornet. Ogram did seem alarmed by this news. If he knows we have a mantis housed here, he'll kill us. Especially since it's a Mantis Lord. And why is that? Big didn't seem to understand the problem. Hornet has a mantis friend in the City of Tears. That's a banished mantis, it's as if she weren't part of the tribe, but this one is different. She's a leader. Besides, didn't she hear about the battle she had with the lords a few weeks ago? I don't think she'd be happy to meet her enemy. Yes, I'm sure she'll get grumpy, the monarch turned to Izuri, who was waiting for instructions. Could you tell the cook to prepare some egg canops? I'm sure that will calm her down a bit. The container nodded and ran off to carry out the order. My king, do you think some egg canops will be enough to calm the red beast? You're right, Ogram sighed in relief at his king's understanding. I'll order them to prepare a fillet of cavasuelos, it's best to be sure. Majesty. Ogram looked exasperated, but Big just looked at him with an amused expression. Sometimes Big's actions confused the old beetle a little, as it seemed like he didn't take certain matters seriously, but somehow things usually turned out well under his instructions. This vessel seemed to have inherited the Pale King's wisdom, or perhaps it was the fact that he had been raised by him, but either way, he had no choice but to trust his judgment. Oblivious to his sister's presence and Ogram's dilemmas, Hollow walked through the halls toward Orchid's room, carrying the soul slate with him, since he had borrowed it so he could communicate with her. They were going to have a serious conversation. If there was something that didn't make her happy, then they would deal with it, but he could no longer stand that she was rejecting him and refusing to open the door to him. He was genuinely worried about her and feared she would do something stupid locked in that room. So, key in hand, he set out to force his way into the ladies' chambers. As always, Hollow acted without consulting anyone, and that was obviously going to lead to new complicated situations. Although in a way it wasn't all her fault, so far no one had explained to her what heat was. No one saw it as necessary considering she wasn't capable of conceiving children. If she had known, she definitely wouldn't have bothered her, much less entered her room without asking permission. The knight carefully inserted the key into the lock and opened the door without difficulty. As soon as he stepped into the room, a strange, sweet smell enveloped him. He remembered having smelled that aroma before in his life, but he couldn't connect it to anything in particular. Those were the pheromones. Obviously, Hollow, due to its container nature and lack of reproductive capacity, was immune to their influence. Otherwise, it would have shown an avid desire to get close to the insect. Orchid, for her part, wasn't feeling very well. She was in the middle of heat and because of this, she had many desires that couldn't be satisfied. Because of this, she had become very aggressive and moody. She longed for a fight with which to vent her frustrations. Every time there was a knock at the door, she wanted to take it out on whoever was behind it, but out of consideration, she simply accepted the food and let her timid visitor continue on his way without disturbing him. However, on this occasion, no one knocked. They simply opened the door without asking. That was a minor offense, but the mantis was so irascible that it decided to punish her. Unconcerned about the consequences of attacking a resident of the palace, it lunged at its visitor, waving its claws, not with murderous intent, but with a desire to hurt. But Hollow was no ordinary opponent. Even in the most peaceful situations, it always carried its stinger, never leaving its side, and lived in a constant state of alert, out of habit. Even if the mantis was fast and unpredictable, it was able to respond to its attack effectively. Orchid slashed out, but Hollow blocked with her stinger, then responding instinctively she pushed forward and counterattacked. The mantis managed to avoid the blow and retreated, but she didn't take into account the smallness of her battlefield, so she ended up tripping over the bed and falling back on it. The knight, relentless and accustomed to ending his battles, leaped at her and ended up pinning her beneath him, one hand gripping each claw and his own weight on the beast's body. With all his movements restricted, it was safe to say that the battle was over, with Orchid being defeated once again. Hollow mentally scolded himself for acting that way. It was a mere impulse that always forced him to react ruthlessly to his enemies, but this time that wasn't his idea. He wanted to communicate with Orchid, talk to her to try to understand her, and instead he had ended up crushing her with his power. He sighed in annoyance and looked at the mantis, wanting to apologize, but as always she turned out to be strange and ambiguous. Orchid was torn between her desires and her decency. She had the male she desired on top of her, dominating her. Her strength was simply not enough to free herself from his grasp, and as always, inexplicably this fascinated her. Orchid subdued in bed and Hollow on top of her. It was in this situation that Hornet found them. At first, the spider didn't know how to react. This was a situation she'd never in her life expected to find her brother in. If Hollow had been a normal insect, she would have discreetly retreated without disturbing anyone, but it was likely that he had no idea what he was doing, and she wasn't sure she understood the situation correctly. Hollow's keen instincts made him aware of his sister's presence, even though she hadn't said anything. He retreated from the mantis to casually greet her. This confirmed to Hornet that Hollow definitely had no idea about anything. Hollow's retreat brought Orchid back to her senses, and she dared to rise slightly from her spot. She noticed him standing next to the bed, looking at something in the bedroom doorway. The mantis tensed at the thought that someone had seen them in this indecent act, and her horror was tremendous when she realized it had happened. But the most horrifying thing was the identity of her spectator, the Spider Queen. Unfortunately, Orchid didn't have a polished social behavior. In the wild lands of the Mantises, everything was arranged by force, and she acted the only way she knew how. With violence. Due to her experience in the previous confrontation with Hornet, Orchid underestimated the Queen's power. She never realized she wasn't fighting at her full potential and assumed knocking her out would be easy. A serious mistake. The mantis, using its overwhelming speed, attacked the spider, but using its acrobatic ability, it dodged with a jump and distanced itself. Orchid leaped to launch an aerial attack, but was surprised by a rather unusual counterattack. Endiro. Hornet's thread came to life and began to dance, emitting a golden glow. Its touch was fiery and painful, which is why the walls of the room were covered in burn marks and the furniture had small cuts. The mantis retreated in pain, trying to escape Hornet's spell, but she was relentless and wouldn't let up. She leaped at Orchid and hit her with a force she'd never expected. Was this really the same pathetic spider she'd faced? She had to hold back a scream of pain, and while she struggled to recover from the impact, her limbs were quickly bound by a strand of thread. By the time she realized it, she was tied hand and foot on the ground, absolutely defenseless. "Well, I hope that calms you down," the half-breed said angrily. "I understand you were upset about my intervention in your personal business." A light blush covered her face as she thought about what she had seen. "But that's no reason to attack me like that. Seriously, someone could have gotten hurt." Orchid looked at her somewhat surprised. It seemed strange to her that she spoke to her in such an informal tone. "Ugh, from what I see, some of the rumors the press has been publishing were true." She grabbed her head in exasperation. "Hollow, explain to me now what the hell you've gotten yourself into. And why did you have to involve Big in your affairs? What have I told you about acting with decorum and common sense?" "I haven't gotten into any trouble and I've acted with decorum and common sense. I was just helping Orchid feel a little calmer." "Orchid?" He looked at the mantis curiously. "Wow, you have the same name as one of the Mantis Lords." At that moment, the aforementioned woman realized that Hornet hadn't recognized her, probably because she wasn't wearing her crown or royal mantle. This partly relieved her a little. It would be extremely embarrassing if she found out her true identity. If Hornet found out, she would kill herself instantly out of shame. "And where did you get this Hollow girl?" "I found her on Sendero Verde, and she is actually..." Orchid, guessing that Hollow was going to reveal her identity, crawled while still tied up and used her legs to knock the knight down, interrupting his explanation. Then, with great effort, she threw herself at him and crushed him. Obviously, she didn't damage him much, but it served to interrupt his explanation. "Don't say anything." she screamed desperately. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't say anything. Orchid flung herself up with her arms and bit one of Hollow's horns. Let me go. The knight was moving carefully, trying not to accidentally take off his mask, while Hornet watched them silently with an expressionless face. From what I see, you two get along famously. He sighed and shook his head. This pair acted like children fighting. It didn't surprise him that they were together, but he knew very well that all this could end extremely badly, and he had to do everything possible to avoid it. Let it go, Orchid. Hollow says he won't say anything whatever it is you don't want him to say. This statement seemed to calm the mantis, who stopped biting the knight's horn and rolled away from him. The mantis cursed the spider inwardly. Having her hands tied and crawling like a worm was a new form of humiliation. She was also completely vulnerable, unable to defend herself in any way possible. Anyone could do anything they wanted to her, even Hollow. The mantis felt her face redden at the thought. Tied up and ready for him, she loved thinking about it. What the hell is wrong with you? Hornet looked at her, puzzled because she'd suddenly turned red and started rubbing her face against the carpet. She's always so weird, I don't even understand her, but she's funny. Hornet gave him a cold look. What? You and I are going to have a very serious conversation. You are going to explain to me what this means. He took out the diary that talked about his supposed relationship with the deadly mantis and the love triangle he was involved in with his brother. The container took the curious newspaper and began to read the news calmly. Orchid thought she saw an image of a mantis in the article Hornet was reporting, so she crawled over to Hollow and sat down to try to read beside him, but with each word, her horror grew, until finally, her horror grew so great that she ended up expressing it openly. Kill me. Please kill me. I can't stand this humiliation anymore. And after saying this, she began searching among Hollow's cloak for her stinger to end its life. Obviously, Hollow wasn't going to allow her to do such a thing and moved away from her, but the mantis was able to grab the stinger and knock it to the ground. Desperate, Orchid crawled toward the weapon. The knight tried to stop her and caught it with his hands. The problem was that she grabbed it by the only place within reach in that quick maneuver. Orchid let out a rather suggestive moan as she felt his touch on her tail, and Hornet exploded in fury. Hollow, release that mantis now. She shouted angrily. And now what did I do? He asked innocently, recognizing his sister's angry tone. What did you do? And you still dare to ask? You can't grab a woman like that. What the hell is wrong with you? Don't you have any common sense? According to you, I don't have one. Oh Hornet. At that moment, a trembling voice interrupted the queen's screams. Everyone present turned their gaze toward the door of the room where they found Quirrell, who looked somewhat strange. His face was red, his posture was hesitant, and he clung desperately to the doorframe while swaying as if trying to hold something back. He also looked at Hornet pleadingly. Quirrell. What's wrong? She seemed surprised to see her husband like this. Pheromones. At that moment, Hornet had just realized the situation and its seriousness. She had smelled a sweet aroma when she entered the room, but she downplayed it. Now she realized what was happening. Orchid was in heat. It was obvious. That was the reproductive season for Mantises. In fact, that was the reason why she hadn't wanted to postpone the meeting with the Mantis Lords. If they held it a week later, they would be in an aggressive and less cooperative state than usual. That was if they agreed to meet with her, since they would surely be secluded away from the males with other females. Now he had this mantis expelling pheromones and filling the room with them. Quirrell had just entered and had been exposed. By the way he was acting, he was probably compatible with Orchid and was suffering the consequences of being so. He had to do something before the situation got out of control. Quirrell, come with me. She shouted as she ran to her husband and took his hand to lead him away, but before leaving the room, she dedicated a few last words to her brother. Now I must go take care of Quirrell, but this isn't over. You and I will talk later. And after that he slammed the door and left. Hollow and Orchid were left alone in the room, he standing, staring blankly at the door, and she lying on the floor with her hands and feet tied. It was at that moment that she realized something that caused her a strange mixture of relief and frustration. Until now, she had never spoken directly to the gentleman, but at that moment, she felt tempted to do so. You're immune to my pheromones, so I guess we're not compatible. He said this with a certain air of melancholy. Once again she was overwhelmed by her conflicting feelings. She should have been happy that this male didn't feel the slightest attraction to her, but instead she was disappointed. As much as she hated to admit it, she wanted him to like her, she wanted to be his. Surely that was the fault of his heat. If she were in normal condition she would never think of something so dirty. Then she remembered the promise she had made to the Lord of Shadows. She was going to forget about Hollow, she would push him out of her mind and abandon that sick attraction she felt for him. But having him nearby was enough to fall into temptation again. She began to hate herself, she was a sinner again, she had those dirty thoughts again, and her desires were driving her to give herself to him. The simple fact of being tied up and vulnerable should have been something that horrified her instead of exciting her. Suddenly she felt a soft and affectionate touch on her head, a comforting caress that warmed her soul, then she saw that hollow with its stinger cutter bonds leaving her free. "Everything is fine, calm down," he said, wanting to cheer her up. Orchid didn't understand his message, but something in his gaze made her sense his intentions. She held back a sigh at the fire that invaded her belly. She couldn't help but find him beautiful. Those sweet eyes that looked at her full of compassion moved her. Slowly, she sat down in her place and brought her face closer to Hollow's, who never took his gaze off hers. They both held their breath, impressed by the closeness they shared in that moment. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and longing, like the first bond established between two completely different worlds, without a word. This was the first time they had truly begun to communicate. But sadly the magic of that first event was interrupted in a crude and inelegant way. "This already," Izuri said, looking at both bugs with dreamy eyes. "Why does Hollow have to stay with the pretty girls?" Sol complained. Hollow blushed in embarrassment and immediately stood up, agitated, trying his best to explain that nothing was happening there and that they should forget about what they had seen. His brothers intended to continue bothering him for a while longer, but their amused expressions soon changed to ones of fear. At first, the knight didn't understand this behavior, but a chill ran down his spine and he slowly turned to look. Orchid stood looking at them all with a furious expression. Then, without warning, she raised one of her enormous legs and kicked Hollow with such force that he was thrown toward the door, where he collided with his siblings, and they all fell out of the room. Then, still burning with rage, the mantis walked to the door and yelled at them. "Get out of here." And he slammed the door. The three containers lying on the floor looked at each other in surprise. That girl was very strong, it would be best not to make her angry. Big walked slowly and proudly through the palace corridors, very thoughtful, as if something was worrying him. In fact, he seemed so absorbed that the bugs that saw him pass simply retreated silently, so as not to disturb him. He was surely thinking about a very serious matter. The matter that afflicted him wasn't really serious, but it had him extremely intrigued. About an hour ago, Hornet had urgently requested a private room for herself and Quirrell. The woodlouse seemed a bit odd. She offered him medical help in case he was sick, but the spider was very insistent in declaring that his problem was something she and no one else had to solve. Now, seeking to clarify his doubts, he headed to Orchid's room. Apparently, the problem had started when Quirrell had gone there. Besides, he wanted to talk to the mantis. He no longer wanted to see his brother worried about her. He was willing to escort her out of the palace himself if necessary to resolve this mess once and for all. Besides, the mantis apparently didn't want to be there either. It wasn't as if he was going to cruelly expel her either. When he arrived at the insect's room, he knocked on the door, announcing that he was coming in, more out of respect than anything else, since he was used to entering wherever he pleased without asking permission. Therefore, he was surprised by the response he received. "Get out of here. I don't want to see anyone." The voice that shouted this sounded broken, as if it were crying in despair. Big didn't think twice, he forced his way into the room, and what he found inside broke his heart. The mantis was sitting on his bed with its eyes flooded with tears. "I told you that." Unable to complete the sentence, Big teleported to where she was and wrapped her in a warm hug. The mantis was speechless. For a moment, she considered fighting and attacking him, but his melodious voice dissuaded her from doing so. "Relax, everything's fine, you don't need to worry about anything, just trust us." Trusting was something that went against her nature, or rather what she had been taught. She couldn't do it, she shouldn't do it, but at that moment her spirit was so broken that she gave up, hugged Big back and burst into tears. The king allowed her to cling to him and remained silent, giving her space to vent. He didn't know what the problem was, but he knew it was best for her. He gently stroked the mantis's back while he waited for its catharsis to end. In that moment, for the first time in many days, Orchid finally felt her spirit calm. Against all odds, she found peace in the arms of her enemy. "The truth is, things back home aren't great at all, but at least I feel better, enough to write a chapter that satisfies me. I really enjoyed writing this chapter, which, by the way, is the first to feature censorship. It's not much, but I don't want to upset anyone. I have no idea when the next chapter will be out. Maybe this one will take less time, hopefully." And in other news, people have started sending me fanart, as always Hermlers with his fantastic designs, this time of a character that hasn't appeared yet but has been mentioned, the little Queen Clara. Charming, I especially love the foliage on her head, although I imagined the clothes to be simpler, I still loved them. Divided desires. One of Hollow's most notable qualities was his stubbornness. His tenacity had led him to defeat every opponent that had crossed his path. He never gave up on his crusade to free the world, and if he had been able to defeat a god, now he would not give up on his goal of getting along with Orchid. It had been a few hours since the Mantis had kicked him out of his room and he figured he'd calmed down a bit by now. This time, trying to be more careful and polite with the girl, he made sure to knock to ask permission to enter. From inside, he was told to come in, but there was something odd about the voice that spoke. It was a male voice. She rushed inside wondering who was with her. Inside the room, he found Orchid asleep on her bed. He noticed there were traces of dried tears on her face, but in contrast, she had an expression of complete peace and tranquility, looking happier than he'd ever seen her. That would have been fine, if not for the fact that joy seemed to be caused by Big. The Mantis had her head resting on his lap while he absent-mindedly stroked her. Hollow put on a disgusted expression, he had tried so hard to gain the trust of that Mantis, and in the end, she ended up sticking to his brother. It was unfair. Quite annoyed, he approached both bugs and stared at them with an angry expression. Of course, Big, being the only one awake, was the only one who noticed, but he didn't give it too much importance and maintained his usual calm and carefree attitude. "Hello Hollow, nice to see you. What brings you here? What the hell are you doing?" "I was putting her to sleep, the poor thing looked very exhausted and stressed, but I managed to calm her down, look how she sleeps, no one would think she was an expert predator, right?" Hollow looked truly upset. "Why what? Why is she sleeping on your lap so confidently and won't even let me get close? How did you do it? Are you jealous?" The monarch said jokingly. "I don't know," he looked away, "I don't think this is jealousy, it just bothers me that he gets attached to you before me, it seems unfair to me," Big sighed. "Hollow, taking care of her properly doesn't mean giving her everything you think she needs. You have to give her what she truly needs, and that's setting her free. The poor thing is stressed and depressed in this place. I don't know much about Mantises, but if they've isolated themselves in their kingdom, it must be for a reason. Maybe they have needs we don't understand. I know you've visited them and know them a little better, but you haven't actually spoken to them either, right?" "I really don't, I can't." "So you don't even know if you're doing the right thing with her or if you can even take care of her properly." "But Hornet has talked to them. She knows them better, maybe she can talk to Orchid and—" "Don't expect me to convince her to stay, Hollow. Look, we'll let Hornet talk to her, but if the final decision is that she must return to her homeland, you have to promise me that you'll let her go. Understand?" Okay, whatever is best for Orchid," he answered resignedly. "Perfect." The huge container slid smoothly, trying to stand up without waking the Mantis, but it was so deeply asleep that apart from grunting and squirming a little, it showed no further reaction. "Okay, let's go find Hornet now." "Sure, I have some questions to ask you, apparently something bad happened to Quirrell and I'm a little worried." "Is Quirrell wrong?" Hollow, with his protective nature, always looked out for all his loved ones, and Quirrell held a special place in his heart, not only for being his sister's husband, but also for being his best friend and one of the first people he'd met upon arriving in Hellenist. That's why he rushed off to find Hornet. Big just watched him walk away and shook his head in disapproval. "Hollow, one day you'll have to learn to calm down." Hornet lazily got out of bed and stretched, trying to compose herself. She was a little sore, tired, and hungry. She didn't deny that she had enjoyed their impromptu romantic encounter, but it hadn't been something she had planned, and now she was worried about all the time she'd wasted on it. She was already beginning to feel the anxiety of leaving her eggs. It was true that she had left them in the care of Ania, her loyal servant, and that they were protected in that secret room of her lair, but she couldn't help but worry. The political situation in her territory meant her eggs were in constant danger. Although she had an army of devotees and arachnids loyal to her, there was a small group that questioned her authority and, above all, doubted that a hatchling fathered by a woodlouse could be a suitable heir. That's why Hornet feared an attack on her hatchlings. She didn't want to see them broken. She felt terror wash over her. She had to get back home quickly. She snorted in annoyance as she dressed. How did it all end up this way? She still didn't fully understand. She only knew that her brother had brought a dangerous creature home again. She thought that after the incident with the fire-breathing demonic bat she'd adopted years ago, he'd never commit that kind of reckless act again, but it seemed Hollow never learned. Now Hornet was just afraid that he'd end up heartbroken again. He looked toward the bed where his mate lay asleep. This pheromone issue was a terrible one. Poor Mantis, being away from home during a heat is horrible. Under other circumstances, Hornet would have thrown that Mantis out of the castle without any consideration, but doing that to her while she was in that state would be cruel. He sighed. They would have to solve the pheromone problem first and, above all, make their brothers understand the situation before taking any action. She began to think about how awkward the situation would be. She was prepared to explain the intricacies of reproduction to her children someday, but not to her siblings. She wasn't sure they would fully understand what Orchid was going through. I mean, none of them would ever experience that kind of urgency in their lives. It wasn't something they could relate to. Deep in thought, the queen left the room and went out into the hallway. The poor thing hadn't even taken 3 steps when a hollow appeared out of nowhere and collided with her and unfortunately, due to the container's larger size, ended up crushing her. This definitely wasn't going to end well. Hornet. Hollow shouted happily when he saw his sister. Hollow. Hornet screamed angrily when she saw her brother. What did I do now? You crushed me. Ah, that was it, he didn't seem to give the matter much importance. Come on, I need you to talk to. Don't act like it's no big deal. This shout was enough to intimidate the dumpster. A lecture was coming. You crush me, you don't apologize, and you expect me to go with you wherever you want. Why are you like this? You should be more careful and more considerate. Besides, I've already told you it's dangerous to run through the hallways when you're a big bulky creature, but of course, you never think about anything. That turned out to be one of Hornet's legendary sermons, which everyone tried to avoid at all costs. There was a common consensus that the Spider Queen was terrifying and she didn't need to be violent to put someone in their place. Her mere presence was capable of intimidating most. Perhaps that was part of the Pale King's heritage, as it was rare for someone of such short stature to command so much respect. Hornet's scolding continued for several minutes without anyone even attempting to stop her. In fact, the sound of her voice drifting through the halls was enough to cause many passing insects to deviate and seek another route to their destination. The monarch's angry monologue could have gone on for a long time had she not suddenly been lifted into the air by a pair of enormous hands that gently held her until she was at eye level with their owner. Well, I think that's enough, Big said pleasantly. Put me down, the female growled angrily. Would you calm down first? I'm calm now. Good. Big put her back on the floor where the mixed-race girl just stared at him with a serious and perhaps somewhat displeased expression. In fact, she remained silent for a few moments before speaking again. Well, I guess now that I have you both here, it's a good time to demand an explanation. Why do you have a mantis housed in the palace? Hollow brought it, Big quickly replied. You said he could stay. The gentleman excused himself, fearing that his brother would put all the blame on him. Well, you brought her half dead from anemia, I couldn't throw her away. But you felt sorry too. At first, yes, but then when they explained to me the circumstances in which they found her, the truth is that it made me quite suspicious. And now it turns out I'm the one to blame for everything. You're always the one to blame for everything, he said jokingly. Big. Okay, I don't want you to blame each other. For now, I need you to explain the circumstances of that insect to me. Oh, right, Big decided to explain the situation, fearing that his brother wouldn't present things fairly. That mantis was found hunting in Clara's territory. As you can imagine, it did so without authorization, although because it didn't kill any prey, the charges were dismissed. However, when Hollow surprised it, it left it severely injured, and feeling bad about it, it brought it here. It wasn't exactly because I hurt her, Hollow clarified, she's a poor mantis rejected by her family, she's alone and helpless, she even tried to kill herself. Hollow, Hornet interrupted. A mantis would never kill itself out of loneliness. They generally tolerate being alone quite well. It probably wanted to kill itself out of honor or something, that would be more typical of them. Like when it saw the diary that mentioned its supposed relationship with you, that's too embarrassing to bear. It seems a bit silly to me. Maybe for you, but not for a mantis, they're somewhat narrow-minded and have a hard time accepting new ideas, although I suppose living in isolation without knowing anything about the world is understandable. I also think many of their customs are stupid, but they should be respected. As long as they don't harm the creatures of other realms, we don't need to enter into conflict. From what you're saying, it's unlikely we'll ever reach an understanding with this female, Big said, to which Hornet nodded. Then I assume it would be best to return her to her home in Fungal Wastes. Well, what's best depends on what you're trying to achieve. They said she'd been rejected by her family. I suppose that means she's in exile, right? In that case, returning to her homeland would be the equivalent of certain death. No. Cough cough. Hollow's scream, despite its low volume, hurt his throat a little. So there's no saving grace for her, right? Big said, worried about Hollow's reaction. Well, Mantises are somewhat narrow-minded, it's not like they can't adapt to civilized life. I have a friend who's an exiled mantis, and she gets along with everyone. Sharpie. Hollow felt her hopes renewed, right. I had forgotten about her. Do you think I can take an Orchid? I don't think she's ready. I mean, it's mating season for Mantises, so she's probably more worried about taking care of herself than dealing with another exile. Jealousy? That word was completely foreign to Big. Yes, heat Mantises have their reproductive stage during this month. Is Orchid going to be a mother? Now Hollow was more terrified at the idea of abandoning her. No. I mean, only if you fertilize her right now. So Orchid wants to be a mother and is looking for a partner? Not necessarily. So why is she in heat if she doesn't want to be a mother? Big didn't quite understand either. She can't control it. So she's forced to be a mother? No, if she doesn't want to then. But. Shut up and let me explain. For the next half hour Hornet had to explain the intricacies and subtleties of reproduction to his brothers, both of whom had a vague idea of how things happened, knowing that a male and a female were required for the process, but the details of the appropriate moments for this, and everything related to feelings and desires, was something completely new to them, and just as Hornet predicted, it was a little complicated for them to understand. So, it's like in her mind she's decided she doesn't want to have babies, but her body is telling her to have sex with someone, Big summarized. Exactly, Hornet confirmed. And this conflict between her mind and body probably has her very unstable and emotional. So she's probably not acting as she normally would. On the other hand, her own body is also calling other males to join her through her pheromones. That sweet smell that surrounds her lately. Yes, that one. If she doesn't want to be a mother, that sounds like a problem. And it is, so while I agree that the mantis should go, it seems cruel to let it go now. Honestly, I'd recommend waiting until the end of the month. Until the end of the month. Hollow's eyes shone with hope. No si va quitter con is otros hollow aclaro big. But. No buts. He gave her a look that left no room for argument, then turned back to his sister. Well, we wait for her heat to end, is there anything we can do to help her? Keep her busy doing something, the Mestiza said simply. At least that's what it works for me. Have you ever had a heat spell? Big asked in surprise. Of course I've had a heat. In fact, several spiders, unlike mantises, have 4 short heats during the year, but hey, why wouldn't I? I'm a girl, after all. Well. Hollow. Hornet now looked somewhat offended. Just because you don't find me attractive doesn't mean I'm not a girl. In fact, more than one person has been romantically interested in me throughout my life. Oh yes, your 2 girlfriends. They weren't my girlfriends. They were stalkers, I've told you 1,000 times. Hornet blushed. You're going to hold this against me for the rest of your life, right? Yep. Oh, Hollow. Hornet sighed and began to walk away. Where are you going, Hornet? Big asked. Where else? I'm going to take care of the little problem they brought to the palace. Orchid lazily opened her eyes and turned around in her bed, trying to get comfortable. She stretched a little, her claws reaching for a nearby pillow. She pulled it towards her, hugged it, enchanted by its softness, and sighed happily, finally waking from her drowsiness. She was strangely calm, or rather relieved. It was as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She stared at the ceiling distractedly, meditating on her feelings. Perhaps this sudden feeling of well-being was due to having cried. She normally never cried, and if by mere chance she dared to shed a tear, it was in complete solitude. She couldn't allow herself to show such weakness. She would lose respect among others. But the undeniable reality was that crying had helped her feel better. In fact, it wasn't just the crying. Being comforted by that gentle-eyed giant was what had calmed her the most. She clutched the pillow to her chest trying to contain her feelings, thinking about that king for some reason made her happy. Surely the heat had her emotions in a mess, otherwise she wouldn't be able to explain why she wanted to see him again so much, especially considering that until a few hours ago it was Hollow she was dying for. And then color came to her face as she thought about what had happened to him a little while ago. Now that she noticed it, it wasn't just her spirit that felt relieved, her body also seemed to be bothered less. And then confusion settled in her chest. What the hell was wrong with her? Now she didn't even know what she really wanted. She sat up in bed, startled. She'd experienced a few bouts of jealousy in her life. She'd felt desire and longing for other males, it was natural, after all, but she didn't remember her desires being so intense or so focused on a particular individual. In fact, that was the strangest thing. Besides, now she didn't just want to fulfill her fantasies. For some reason, she wanted to talk to that pair of creatures who had caused her so much confusion. Frightened and overwhelmed, she could only lament and offer a desperate prayer to the Lord of Shadows. Another thing that worried her was the thought of when she had become so devoted to that god, since by this point she spoke to him almost daily. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door latch opening. He immediately stood up and prepared to fight. He didn't really feel like fighting, but it was already a habit ingrained in him. Always being on alert and reacting violently to any intruder. As soon as the door opened, a shadow entered with the speed of an arrow. Orchid didn't even notice when her hands and legs were tied again, and she had the spider on top of her pointing at her with its needle. How? At what point? The mantis was shocked and horrified at the spider's speed, and she thought she was the fastest. How did this happen? I'm sorry things have to be this way, but I'm not in the mood for silly fights, nor do I have the time for them, so I'd better leave you tied up and alone. Orchid gave her a murderous look. Soon the insect noticed Hornet searching for something under her cloak, which made her nervous. Being tied up in front of a hollow seemed appealing and even exciting, but in front of this female it was terrifying, although now that she thought about it, perhaps the reason she liked showing herself so vulnerable in front of a hollow was because she was certain that he would never harm her. She could be weak, defeated or crushed, and she would never have to face any negative consequences. In a way, it was a kind of relaxation. The sensation of something cold on her body woke her from her thoughts, and she ended up letting out a scream of terror that almost left Hornet deaf. "Ah hey, it's not that bad, I'm not going to kill you or anything, it's just a wet rag." Orchid blinked in confusion and noticed that Hornet had indeed placed a rather pretty piece of embroidered fabric. It was light blue and had geometric patterns decorating it. He was tying it around her waist so that it covered the back of her tail. Mantises weren't very fond of wearing accessories, except for those that represented their status, but she wasn't going to deny that she quite liked the look of that sarong, although it bothered her that it was wet. "What's that?" he asked without reservation. "It's what I use when I have to deal with my heat, a cloth soaked in vervella extract. The liquid from this plant neutralizes pheromones. If you use it this way, you can go wherever you want without fear of the males starting to follow you." Orchid stared at the web in wonder. She had no idea such methods existed. If her tribe had such technology, the females would be more comfortable in their heat and they wouldn't have to hide in the most remote corner of fungal wastes. She couldn't help but feel grateful toward the Spider Queen, but her tribe's prejudices weighed heavily on her mind. She was a spider, an inhabitant of Deepnest, the land they'd been at odds with since ancient times. She was an enemy, someone she couldn't trust. That's why it didn't fit in her head that he would help her without expecting anything in return, or perhaps this kind gesture did have a reason. She narrowed her eyes in distrust. Did she think she could curry favor with him so he would intercede on her behalf with the lords? What a fool. As a mantis, her people were above her person. She would never betray them for a simple act of kindness. So instead of thanking him, she asked. "Because?" Why? "Oh come on, I'm a female like you, I know how complicated this period is, and it's even worse for mantises. I mean, you only have one heat period a year, and it's so long, it must be a nightmare. And since I understand what it's like to go through that, I want to help you. But I'm a mantis." "So?" "I have a friend who's a praying mantis, and that's never been a problem between us." "Friend?" Orchid felt her claws tense. A mantis friend of the Spider Queen. But how was that possible? She must have been a traitor to the race. It was unthinkable that a mantis and a spider could be friends. "Yes, her name is Sharpie, despite her somewhat terrifying appearance, she's a good person. She works in the City of Tears as the editor-in-chief of the romance novel section. Imagine, a romance-loving mantis. Who would believe it? But she's extremely happy living the way she does. She even has a ton of friends. Now that I think about it, maybe you should talk to her sometime. Since you're both exiles, it would surely help to talk to someone who's been through it." An exiled mantis, that made sense. She was inherently an outcast, perhaps even a traitor, for a reason she'd been expelled from the tribe. Her first thought was to reject any possibility of meeting that insect. An exile deserved only contempt, but then she reconsidered. According to Hornet, she was happy. Was that even possible? How could a mantis be happy living among weak insects in that scum-ridden city? She couldn't believe it, and that was why she felt intrigued. Above all, Orchid was curious, though this was a quality she never fully exploited due to the mantis's rigid way of life. But now she didn't have to impress anyone or maintain her composure. She could freely admit that she wanted to meet this mantis and talk to it. She wanted to know more. She was dying to satisfy her curiosity. The sound of the door alerted them to the presence of someone else. The truth is the room was open, but Hollow did not dare to enter without permission, and that was why he had his head sticking out timidly and looked at them pitifully. "You can come in," Hornet said, taking the liberty of inviting him without consulting the mantis. The container happily entered and approached the two girls. He was holding Soul's slate and was ready to say a few things to Orchid. This time he would express his thoughts and they would come to an understanding. He wanted to let her know that he had her full support and that the last thing he wanted was to upset her, so he took out his magic pencil. He was about to write when the mantis abruptly interrupted him. "I want you to take me to meet the exiled mantis who lives in the City of Tears." The tone in which he said it was not at all kind, in fact it sounded more like an order than a request, but in a way this made Hollow happy. For the first time Orchid asked him for something, finally he would have the opportunity to do something for her. After a visit that lasted longer than they would have liked, Quirrell and Hornet returned home. The spider looked extremely exhausted after the whirlwind of emotions and things she had had to face. Her husband, for his part, repeated over and over how sorry he was for what had happened. "Quirrell, I already told you it doesn't matter, what happened, happened and there's no more to it," Hornet said as they left the Deer Road station. "But I wasn't supposed to get in your way, the idea was to support you, for that I would have been better off staying with classes today." "Well, if it makes you feel better, I'm not sorry." A light blush painted Hornet's face. "It's always nice to spend time with you, especially lately when we haven't had much time to be together." Hornet. Quirrell, in a spontaneous display of affection, kissed the spider, who stepped back somewhat surprised. Quirrell. Save that attitude for when we're alone. Well, I don't see anyone else here, the insect replied jokingly. Hornet was about to reply when the solitude they shared was broken by a devotee who ran towards them, extremely agitated. My queen. She's finally back. What's wrong? Hornet immediately took on a more authoritarian and distant demeanor. Talk. My lady, the creature bowed respectfully. This is your lair this. My children. Hornet screamed in terror and immediately rushed out of the station. Hornet felt her heart beat fast. She was afraid. Now she regretted having taken so long to visit the White Palace. Leaving her offspring alone for so long was dangerous, and now she saw her worst nightmare coming true. When she reached the edge that marked the end of the season, she saw that her home was surrounded by a large multitude of arachnids. Was the situation worse than she expected? She strictly prohibited everyone from approaching her lair when she wasn't present, the only exceptions being Ania and Quirrell. With a series of acrobatic jumps and maneuvers with his needle, he arrived home in record time, then raising his voice he made his presence known. What's going on here? Why have you come near my lair while I was away? My queen. A familiar voice suddenly shouted. Hornet, increasingly frightened, saw Ania approaching, limping, leaning on a cane. She looked very hurt. Ania. What happened? Your Majesty, someone tried to hurt the eggs, luckily I was able to repel it and protect them, but their hiding place was somewhat damaged. That. We've already subdued the attacker, said a devotee who approached them. We've imprisoned him in one of the village's hidden cells, so you can have his free reign. Thank you, I'll take care of that matter later please, I need Ania treated as quickly as possible, and I need to assess the situation myself, for now you can leave. Your Majesty, are you okay? Don't worry, please leave now. It was very difficult for Hornet to maintain her composure and act in accordance with her status. At that moment, she just wanted to scream in despair and run to see her children. But she stood her ground and entered her chambers with a dignified demeanor. Once she found herself alone, she ran to the hidden spot behind the curtain and, horrified, realized that part of the intricate web of thread she had woven for protection was broken. She began to make her way deeper into the room until she noticed the threads at the bottom were still intact. This calmed her slightly. Apparently, Ania managed to stop the attacker's advance just in time. Finally, she reached the nest and found the eggs were in perfect condition, healthy, whole, and without a single crack on their surface. Only then did she calm down and allow herself to breathe freely again. She picked up one of her young and hugged it affectionately. Oh, you don't know how worried I was, I'm so glad you're okay. The spider remained in that position for a few minutes before a familiar voice interrupted it. Hornet. Is everything okay? Yes, Quirrell, everyone is fine. Oh, you don't know how happy I am. Hornet placed the egg back in the nest and hurried out to reunite with her husband, who hugged her comfortingly. You don't know how scared I was. Me too, I was very scared. Definitely whoever is responsible for all this will pay it dearly. There's no doubt about it, but I don't think I'm the only one interested in seeing this brood fail. What do you mean? That if we don't take precautions, this situation could happen again, and perhaps with fatal consequences. So what do you suggest we do, Quirrell? I think we should change the location of the nest. The beginning of change. The echo of Hornet's footsteps resonated loud and clear in that dark and sinister den. Those were the cells, a hidden and very difficult to access area where Deepness's worst criminals were kept awaiting their sentences. In reality, most of the cells were empty. Not many ruffians ended up there. Most died beforehand, but occasionally one was captured or, for some reason, kept alive, and in those cases, the cells were used. Now the Spider Queen was about to encounter the criminal who had attacked her precious eggs. Before facing him, Hornet took a moment to breathe deeply and calm herself. The rage she felt toward this individual could lead her to kill him, and she didn't want that. She needed to interrogate him to find out if there were more people plotting to eliminate her offspring. When she felt sufficiently prepared, she signaled the guard to guide her to the prisoner, and when she had him in front of her, any murderous urge she had dissipated. The creature in question was a spider, one that looked extremely injured. 3 of its 8 legs were bandaged, there were numerous scratches on its body, but the most striking thing was its face. Its jaw was shattered, or at least that's how it looked. Swollen and horribly injured. Oog. NHHNGGG, NHHNNNGGG. The spider screamed, crawling toward the queen until it crashed against the bars of her cell. Worm. This guy looks horrible, Hornet said in disgust. There was no need for them to be so cruel. It was up to me to decide his punishment. Believe it or not, we didn't do anything to him except heal his wounds. That's how we captured him. That servant of yours was the one who left him like that. Ania. She did all this. Hornet was amazed, she never expected her personal servant to be capable of such a thing, because at first glance, she looked like a typical house spider, more accustomed to domestic tasks than to fighting against powerful opponents, but she assumed that in extreme cases, even the weakest of creatures is capable of unleashing all its power in order to defend its life or that of its loved ones. She was truly grateful to him for protecting her balls so fiercely, but her overenthusiasm had proved to be a problem, as the prisoner with his shattered jaw was now unable to utter a word, only uttering incomprehensible babble, and they would not be able to obtain any useful information from him during an interrogation. "Is there no way I can talk again?" Hornet asked the guard. "Well, the truth is, his prognosis isn't very promising. Even with proper care of his wounds, he might never speak again, and if he does, the doctors say it will take a long time. For now, his biggest challenge is surviving. He can't chew his food. We have to feed him ground beef." A chill ran down the half-breed's spine. Thanks to Ania, this guy was already receiving an exemplary punishment. She doubted he'd be up for damaging defenseless eggs again. But beyond her penance, what mattered to her was having information about the other parties involved who wanted her offspring dead. "Can you write?" the monarch asked. "If you can at least communicate something, that's enough for me. The truth is, she has some difficulty picking up utensils and other things. With her injured legs the way they are, she hasn't even been able to knit, much less pick up a pencil. But her limbs have a better prognosis. In a couple of weeks, she'll regain full mobility and, in that sense, she'll be able to lead a normal life." "I see. NNGHGHG. GGGNNNNGNGN." The prisoner waved his bandaged paws through the bars, trying to get Hornet's attention, but she just looked at him with contempt and walked away from the cell. "Don't beg for mercy, because I won't show it to you. You dared to attack my children, and I will never forgive you for that." After that, she turned to the guard. "Keep him locked up and make sure he heals as quickly as possible. I need him to tell me what he knows." NGGNGNGNGNG. GGNNNNHHHH. Hornet ignored the criminal's pleas and walked away, giving him only one last angry glare. Then she noticed the creature making a strange gesture. It was bringing two of its legs toward its head and pointing at the top of it. A bug with a hat. Maybe a headband. Hornet thought to herself. Was he trying to betray her organization? She was pretty good at miming, but she didn't have time for that now. She had an extremely important task to complete. Another day or so later, she would try to contact him. Hornet arrived home deep in thought, her concentration so deep that she almost collided with Ania. "My queen, be careful," the maid shouted, holding Hornet to prevent her from falling. "Huh? Ah. Sorry, Ania, I didn't see where I was going." "It doesn't matter, I suppose you had important things to think about. How did you do with the prisoner? Did you give him the death he deserved?" "Huh? No, I need to interrogate him, and for that, he needs to be alive. Unfortunately, he's so injured that I won't be able to get any information until he recovers. Ania, I really appreciate you giving yourself completely to protecting my eggs. My gratitude toward you is endless, but you definitely went too far with your actions." "I am sorry, my lady." Ania put on a look of deep concern and nervousness, almost as if she were scared. This made Hornet immediately soften her expression. "Calm down, I understand your actions, you won't be punished for this or anything." "Thank you, my lady. If you'll excuse me, I'll be leaving." For some reason, Hornet's words failed to calm the spider and she dejectedly left the queen alone. She sighed, somewhat worried, and headed back to her chambers. When he stood in front of his bedroom door, he began to hear a song. It was a calm, cheerful tune, sung in a warm, loving voice. The spider smiled. It was Quirrell's lullaby. He was probably singing it to his little ones. He gently opened the bedroom door and found the woodlouse humming the tune while lovingly looking at the eggs nestled snugly in a basket. The creature seemed radiant with happiness, and no wonder. It was the first time he'd seen his young. The nest Hornet had built for them was so dense that he couldn't get through it. But now that the eggs had to be moved to change their location, he could finally hold them in his arms. "Are you ready?" Hornet asked, interrupting the insect. "Oh? Yes, we're ready." "Are they firm enough?" Deer road rides aren't exactly smooth. Excessive movement could hurt them or affect them in some way. "Don't worry, I have them nice and warm in their basket." "Do you think they'll get cold?" "Oh. I heard the archives are a cold and damp place, maybe I should pack extra blankets." Hornet headed toward a piece of furniture where she kept some sheets and blankets. "Hornet, don't worry so much," her husband tried to reassure her. "The archives aren't what they used to be. Maybe they used to be damp and filled with water tanks everywhere, but that was because the place was adapted to Monomon's needs and she was a jellyfish. But since I took over, I've remodeled it quite a bit. Now it's dry and cool. The children will be fine there. It still won't hurt to make sure." Hornet had already packed the blankets into a huge bag containing all the luggage she deemed necessary. Quirrell sighed at the prospect of everything she'd have to carry, but he couldn't blame her. She was a new mother, obviously worried about doing things right and constantly afraid of doing something that would harm her children. Curiously, the woodlouse was quite calm about caring for the eggs, as if she already knew what it was like to go through that experience, but obviously that wasn't possible. Or was it? She shook her head, chasing that thought away. She refused to accept that possibility. She'd been told he was married once before Hornet, but no one had mentioned he had children, and if they didn't, it was surely because there weren't any. They would never hide information like that from her, right? She snapped back to reality and found the enormous bag filled with blankets and containers of herbs, the latter containing medicinal plants, ready to address any health issues that arose. Quirrell had already told her he had a very complete first aid kit in the archives, but as always, Hornet replied that it was better to be sure. Okay Quirrell, I think this package is a bit heavy for you, so I'll carry it, you carry the eggs. Carefully please. The woodlouse blinked in flattery. Hornet trusted him enough to let him carry the babies. Many spiders would never allow that, not even the father of their children. They left the room and headed to the door of the den, where Ania was waiting to give them the necessary instructions while they were gone. However, when the servant spider saw the woodlice carrying the eggs, she tensed, her face showing a horrified expression. What's wrong, Ania? Hornet asked, looking at the maid's attitude with surprise. He's carrying the eggs. Yes, I allowed him to do it. Any problem? But it's that he's not a spider. Like what if he does something to them? He's their father, he won't harm them, and he's a very caring person himself. Besides, Quirrell will be the one watching the eggs for the next few weeks until they hatch. It took Ania a while to process these words. What? Him guarding the eggs? But my lady, didn't I do a good job? I protected her children at the expense of my own safety. And I really appreciate it, Ania, but that's why I'm taking them to a safer place, a place where no one will look for them and they'll be safe without anyone having to risk themselves. That way, you'll only have to worry about keeping the house clean. Aren't you happy? Yes, but where are you taking them? Maybe I can go and help out a little from time to time. That's a secret only Quirrell and I know. For security reasons, it's better that way. But if it's a secret, I swear I won't tell anyone. It's also for your own safety, Ania, Quirrell chimed in. If they catch you and decide to interrogate you, it won't be pleasant for you. Do you think I would betray my loyalty to the queen by revealing her secrets? Never. I am absolutely loyal to her and… I understand, Ania, sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. He rushed to calm her down, but the spider just looked at him indignantly. Anyway, don't worry about this. The babies will be safe. Hornet took the floor again. We'll bring them back when they're born and at least have the ability to hide or run away. I'll be back at dusk. Please keep everything clean and tidy and buy some blue dye. I want to knit a new blanket in that color. See you later, take care. The servant spider watched both bugs walk away with their precious cargo, and a rage settled in her. She still couldn't understand why Hornet trusted a creature that wasn't a spider so much. How could she possibly let him carry the eggs? She was absolutely loyal, cared for her well-being, and served her in every way she could, but she would never allow him such an honor. But it didn't matter. She would show him that she was trustworthy, that she deserved his recognition, and she would strive to achieve it. As Emmer gracefully dodged the movements of the vessel in front of him, his speed was still superior to the little ones, but he could clearly see how he was improving with each training session. Now avoiding its attacks represented a real challenge, and there were few opportunities for him to attack. Suddenly, the knight in training performed a maneuver she hadn't expected. He leaped swiftly on one foot, propelling himself toward her with his stinger ready to pierce her head. The lady was in a position where she had no way of responding in time and was doomed to be killed if no one did anything, so at the last moment she screamed with all her might. Stop. As soon as he heard the order, the container put away his weapon and with a flip landed far away from the knight, then turned to her and stared at her with a blank expression. My, Lemmer improves day by day, it won't be long before he's better than Chi. Chi is scary, forgive me for saying so. The little boy continued to stare at her expressionlessly. Although I'm sure Lemmer doesn't care what Chi says. Nalo, it's a shame Chi is a little loveless monster created by Mehin Ray. I don't think this creature is worthy of pity, Clover said, walking towards them. The knight watched the mantis approach cautiously. There was a certain tension in its body, as if it were nervous and alert, and she also noticed some wounds on its body, especially on one of its claws that was injured. This artificial beast is by far the most perfect thing I've ever seen, Clover continued. There are no feelings or emotions inside it. It's powerful, ruthless, and does what it must without question. What's a shame is that its lack of a mind prevents it from thinking and acting on its own, but I would respect a being like this. Why Lemmer says such horrible things, living without love Nalo. Love is just a disease that clouds reason and forces insects to do stupid things, it is weakness and defeat. Love is cooperation and support, Zemmer countered. Many creatures survive by supporting each other. Weak. A strong insect doesn't depend on others and doesn't let itself be dominated by its feelings, it doesn't suffer. He brought his healthy hand to a wound on his torso. It doesn't care about the contempt of others. Zemmer looked at the mantis with pity, understanding her charge's situation, then sighed ruefully. This poor girl was seriously misguided in her path in life. Her mind was plagued with ridiculous and useless ideas about what strength was. She needed to learn many things, and she would take care of that. She has already decided. She trains Lemmer, he teaches the true meaning of strength. The mantis felt her heart leap. Was she going to train with one of the big five? One of the strongest knights in the kingdom? Surely that would make her very strong, help her improve her position within the tribe and gain respect, and if she returned as a powerful warrior, no one would question her long absence. She could say she'd been training, it was perfect. She looked at the insect with a mixture of gratitude and excitement that moved her deeply. Lemmer seems happy, the knight said, stroking the mantis's head. Don't touch me. Clover shouted, embarrassed, her face flushed, although she didn't deny that for some reason she liked that display of affection. Big sighed as he thought of those buried memories. At the time those events occurred, he hadn't yet developed his heart or mind. He was a pure vessel, just as his father had designed him. But all vessels had a design flaw. They could generate feelings and thoughts after living closely with other beings. That had been the case with him, with Hollow, and with all his siblings. Perhaps his first glimmers of emotionality began to develop as he observed Zemmer's interactions and flirtations with his apprentice. You could say that as the young mantis learned to accept her heart, he began to form his own. And in some strange way, it seemed as if history was repeating itself, this time with Orchid and her brother. Was there any way for this stubborn Mantis Lord to be civilized? The sound of something hitting his desk brought him out of his thoughts, and he looked up to find Hollow trying to get his attention with a pencil. When he finally made himself noticed by his brother, he handed him a piece of paper, which the monarch read with curiosity. So your vacation request, huh? Big wasn't too surprised, just a little worried. Yes, I thought a lot about what I've been told about not being able to take care of Orchid properly, so I thought about my vacation, so I can dedicate time to her. Besides, it will only be until the end of the month, after that she will leave, right? I see. Well, although I don't entirely agree with you spending your vacation caring for that creature, I cannot prevent it. He took out his royal seal and proceeded to stamp the document. During your absence, Mila will take your place. However, you must be aware that as a knight of Hellenist, you have sworn loyalty to the kingdom, and in case of emergency, your presence will be required. Although we are in a time of peace, with any luck, you will be able to enjoy your vacation without interruptions. I hope so, I don't want to leave Orchid alone. Big looked at his brother analytically. Hollow's behavior worried him greatly. It's true that he had a tendency to help every unfortunate person he encountered, but he never became so deeply involved with anyone. Is something wrong, Big? Hollow looked at him curiously because of the seriousness he showed. Well, you always tend to skip your vacations. Even when you take them, you still flutter around the castle, and it seems like you haven't left. Why is that mantis so important to you that you spend so much time on it? Hollow took a few seconds before answering. He had his ideas clear, but he found it difficult to talk about it. It's just that he looked down sadly, she reminded me of you. Me? Big honestly couldn't imagine what he would have in common with Orchid. Yes, I saw her try to kill herself. I saw her bury a weapon in herself and bleed from it. It reminded me of when you were held captive by the infection, and during our fight you stabbed yourself at that moment. Orchid's eyes showed as much hopelessness as yours. The king was speechless with shock. Now his brother's motivation was clearer to him. As far as he knew, that moment in his life was something that haunted his nightmares to this day. All your situation and mine are different. I had an all-powerful goddess in my head controlling my mind. I was trapped and saw no way out. She is trapped in a web of silly customs and beliefs, and sees no way out either. Nothing is more serious than another if she believes otherwise. Hornet has already explained to me the mantis's way of thinking, and now I understand it. That's why I want to teach her that things are not as she thinks. I want to show her another way of living, so that she never again believes that death is the only way out. I hope your efforts aren't in vain, and that he doesn't get into trouble. Don't worry, it's under my care. That's what worries me. Big. Well, anyway. You can go now, you have a date with her, right? It's not a date, it's an opportunity for her to interact with another mantis who went through the same thing as her. Sure, whatever you say. Hollow noticed the hidden mockery in his brother's words, so he gave him an annoyed look and left the room, but before closing the door, he managed to hear the laughter that Big had been holding back. He closed the door and huffed in annoyance, letting out a barely audible groan. Big could be very annoying sometimes if he weren't his older brother and the king, seriously. Hollow couldn't continue with his mental complaint as he suddenly noticed that Sol and Izuri were standing in front of him, looking at him expectantly, as if they were waiting for the right moment to say something to him. "Do you need anything?" Sol immediately handed a notebook to Hollow, "And what is this?" "This is a list of my favorite places to eat in the city. And this is my list of fun places to visit," Izuri said, handing him a folded piece of paper. "And what is all that for?" "Well, what's the point? It's for your date with Orchid." Izuri applauded, showing her excitement. "I'm sure if you take her to these places this time you'll get to kiss her." "That? The gentleman knows when to give up, that's why I leave his heart in your hands." Sol made an exaggeratedly dramatic gesture. "This is not a date. The Mantis sister-in-law, it'll be entertaining for sure." Izuri seemed to ignore Hollow. "Maybe later I can introduce myself to one of his sisters," and Sol did the same. Hollow glared at them murderously and wanted to yell a lot of things at them, but someone got the better of him. Shadow, the horned container, appeared behind both boys, placed a hand on each of them, and with a terrible and terrifying expression said to them, "I think someone here needs discipline." Izuri and Sol felt a chill run down their spines, and as soon as they saw Shadow, they ran away in terror. Hollow thanked her brother for the help, but he dismissed it. "Those clowns need discipline." Shadow always disapproved of his brother's childish and playful behavior. "They're always causing trouble and talking about trouble." He looked at Hollow with a hard expression. "I hope you don't get into any of it, I don't want to have to save your ass later." After saying this he walked away down the hall. Hollow smiled at this behavior. She knew Shadow and knew that although he always acted like everyone was a nuisance, he actually cared about them and wanted to protect them. The young knight went to retrieve his own magic slate from his room. Big had given him one and then headed to the Mantises' chambers. Having learned from previous experiences, he knocked on the door and waited patiently for it to be opened. When Orchid finally came out, she looked at him with a stony expression and simply said, "Come on." Hollow sighed, overwhelmed. He had never had to deal with such a complicated person. For the first time in weeks, Orchid was able to leave the White Palace. Guided by Hollow, she realized that navigating the place wasn't complicated if she knew where to go and what secret mechanisms to use to avoid the saws. The downside was that it required a lot of memory and she wasn't going to learn that in one fell swoop. She sighed in defeat. For now, she would continue to depend on these creatures. She could have tried to escape during this outing, but they were going somewhere unfamiliar, she'd get lost, and the idea of asking for directions embarrassed her. However, she soon forgot about the idea of escaping as other things took over. The first time she arrived at the White Palace, she couldn't fully appreciate it because her circumstances were so precarious. Dizzy from anemia and overwhelmed by everything that had happened to her, she could barely see where she was walking. She managed to make out an impressive structure that left her astonished. But now she took the time to contemplate the details, the ornaments, the sculptures. Every brick of that castle was a work of art. She lingered for several minutes. Hollow noticed that the Mantis's posture seemed somewhat more humble. She was surely overwhelmed by the magnitude of the construction, even more relaxed. She wanted to get its attention and placed her hand on its back. As soon as she felt Hollow's touch, the Mantis immediately reacted violently, throwing her claws at the knight. Of course, the knight easily blocked the blow. "Don't touch me," the insect hissed. Hollow nodded calmly, and the two parted ways. After that, they walked toward the deer station. Hollow pondered his actions and resolved to be more careful with Orchid while she tried to hide the passionate fantasies that had arisen in her mind. How she hated being in heat. Everything made her think of that, especially Hollow. He had a pleasant, soft, and warm touch. She truly would like to be caressed by him. At least all his lustful thoughts vanished when he climbed onto the deer path. Orchid's curiosity then took over. When they went to the palace the first time, they also rode on a deer, but at the time, she didn't notice it. Now, she was able to analyze the creature in detail. It had beautiful horns and strong legs, as well as bright, curious eyes. It was a magnificent creature. Hunting one of these would surely be quite an experience. Yes, upon meeting this creature, the first thing he thought about was its potential as prey, but when he saw how docile it was and how it could be used as transportation, he changed his mind. In reality, alive was much better than dead. If there was one in the tribe, they could use it to carry heavy prey instead of having to bring a large group of Mantises for that purpose. Of course, she later thought that would be unfeasible. The tribe would never want a weak being, even if it was useful. It was a shame. During the journey to the City of Tears, the Mantis thought for a long time about how she could convince her sisters to admit a deer into their territory and then ended up angry with herself. How could she come up with such a crazy idea? Were these damn bugs contaminating her mind? The deer ride was over before Orchid realized it. Hollow climbed off the creature first and then offered a hand to help her down. Of course, Orchid refused, this time not because she despised his gesture, but because she feared being stimulated again by his touch. At least Hollow took it philosophically and just sighed. They finally arrived at the City of Tears, and Orchid was speechless at what she saw. It was a huge city, the largest insect settlement he'd ever seen. He couldn't believe it. It was hundreds of buildings made of stone and metal, not as beautiful as the White Palace, but still impressive. The most incredible thing of all, however, was the eternal rain. Now he understood where its name came from. She stayed underwater for several minutes, feeling the drops fall over her body. She was overwhelmed. She had never imagined there were such wonders in the world, and for the first time, she felt grateful to have left her little piece of the world in fungal wastes. The metallic noise brought her out of her trance, and she noticed that Hollow had slammed its stinger against the ground to get her attention. The contender gestured for her to follow, and she obeyed. They both entered the busy streets of the city without noticing that someone was following them. "Seriously, I don't know how they convinced me to do this stupid thing," Shadow said. "We didn't convince you of anything," replied Azuri, "you wanted to come." "Obviously he was going to come, you two idiots are sure to get into trouble." "You always think the worst of us," Soul complained, "we're just going to make sure Hollow's date is a success." Mantis conversations. The dear ride to Hornet had seemed endless. Despite always considering the transport very comfortable and fast, her concern for her offspring had her hysterical. Everyone knew it wasn't a good idea to move or handle the eggs too much, and now having to make such a long journey with them could be detrimental. Unfortunately, they wouldn't know the full effects of this whole process until the moment they hatched. When Hornet and Quirrell finally arrived at Queen Station, to their surprise they found a procession to greet them, led by none other than Queen Clara herself. The spider sighed, overwhelmed. She didn't want so much attention on her. She just wanted to get to the archives quickly and settle her children. But sadly, she couldn't turn down the little route. She should at least be polite and say hello. If it had been up to her, she would have kept the matter of transporting the eggs a complete secret, but since the place chosen to hide them was in Clara's territory, she was forced to ask for permission. No one objected. Even the root offered to protect the place within her limited means, so Hornet was certain that her offspring would be well received, but she was worried about everyone's overenthusiasm. "Hornet." Clara ran to hug the half-breed effusively, and Hornet hugged her back somewhat shyly. Although Hornet was initially apathetic and inexpressive, over time she had learned to express her emotions and become more affectionate. However, she had trouble showing closeness to certain people, and Clara was one of them. She couldn't help but feel that the girl reminded her a lot of the late Lady Blanca. They were practically the same, except that Clara had violet eyes instead of blue, and that the branches on her head, instead of being withered, were full of buds and the occasional flower. Lady Blanca had been like a mother to Hornet, and having this mother now turned into a little girl who had to be cared for made her uncomfortable. The other reason that made it difficult for him to show affection towards the little lady was Demeter, one of his most complicated sisters. As always, this container stood beside her queen, like a relentless shadow. She was a very tall girl, to the point that Hornet envied her. It seemed that of all the siblings, she was the only one who had inherited the Pale King's height. Even Clara was almost as tall as her, although of course, as a root, when she grew up, she would be of an impressive size. The spider fixed her eyes on Demeter who was watching her cautiously, as always, her elegant deer antlers rose imposingly adding some extra height. Anyone who didn't know her might think she was a princess of that green kingdom, because the girl had camouflaged herself so well with the environment and the people of the place, that she had even acquired her custom of dressing in moss, of course, since it didn't grow naturally on her like it does on the mossman. She had chosen to weave a cape with silk, moss and flowers. Yes, she felt a great affinity for all things vegetal, Greenlands and the mossmen were her world and Clara her adoration, to the point of bordering on the obsessive. And that was the problem with Demeter, her obsession with being with Clara and pushing everyone away from her made her annoying and intractable. She was a little more permissive with her brothers, but she still seemed stressed every time they came within an excessive distance of the small root. This was partly one of the reasons why the two used to fight. "Where are they?" The little root looked at her, its violet eyes brimming with emotion. "I want to see them." "Ah. Quirrell has them." Completely forgetting about the spider queen, she ran over to the woodlouse and took a good look at the basket of eggs. Hornet immediately tensed. Then the little girl, giving her her best tender look, asked, "What are you doing here? Can I carry them?" Quirrell immediately felt the ice and fire course through him. On one hand, his wife wore a serious, almost deadly expression that clearly indicated she couldn't allow him to take them, but on the other, Demeter wore a menacing look with the implicit message that if he made Clara sad, he'd pay dearly. Fortunately, a mossman arrived to help him. "Your Majesty, the eggs should not be disturbed or handled excessively. That could kill the creatures inside. In fact, it would have been ideal not to remove them from the nest. It would be best for them to be taken to their new home and settled as soon as possible." Besides, the eggs are not much different from a boring rock. When the babies hatch, they will be more interesting to play with. Ah well okay, then I'll wait for them to be born. Whirl sighed in relief, noticing that Hornet seemed calmer now, and Demeter, for his part her face was red and she seemed agitated. The thought of imagining his beloved Clara playing with Hornet's adorable babies touched and thrilled him in equal measure. At least the container didn't have too much of a problem with her queen getting close to harmless babies. The woodlouse began its march toward the archives, its workplace and home for the next few days. They had both decided they could no longer leave the eggs alone or in the care of people who didn't have the strength to protect them. They didn't want another loyal spider like Ania to end up hurt. That's why they would hide them in the archives. No one would think to look for them in a place like that. Besides, Quirrell would be there to protect them, and even though he was a woodlouse, he knew very well how to wield a stinger and defend himself, and if it was for his children, he would become a relentless adversary. But precisely for his protection, he would have to remain there day and night. He didn't like this very much, but at least he had work to do, and the place was spacious enough that he didn't feel confined. Hornet would visit him every night, since her duties as queen meant she couldn't be with him all day, but his friends and colleagues would surely keep him company during the day. It was curious how sensitive he had become. For a long time, he had been a wandering wanderer, idly venturing through wild lands, but now his woodlouse instinct seemed to have become heightened, and he longed for the company and warmth of a family. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to a quiet social life, or perhaps his age was beginning to take its toll on him. Endless drops fell on Orchid's head. The mantis was amazed feeling the water slide over its shell, although if it thought about it carefully, over time, perhaps so much water would become somewhat annoying. But the city's insects did not seem worried about this, they ignored the rain and went about their business. The mantis had asked Hollow where all that water came from. She had heard stories that drops of water sometimes fell from the sky on the surface, drops so large they could drown an insect and kill it, but the water here was soft and fine. The knight, with his best handwriting, had explained that above the city there was an enormous underground lake whose water filtered through the rock and then fell onto the city. This information triggered Hollow's innate curiosity, and she immediately expressed her desire to visit the place. The bug gladly offered to take her, but Orchid didn't know how to react to this offer. There really was no logical reason to reject Hollow's proposal, but the mess that had become the Lord's mind prevented her from accepting right away. Being near him ignited her desire, and she enjoyed being by his side more and more. In general, his kind and attentive treatment was beginning to soften her, and that was something she didn't want to allow. But on the other hand, the idea of seeing a huge underground lake appealed to her. She had already been impressed by the beauty of that city, now she wanted to see more, she wanted to explore and discover all the mysteries that the world outside of fungal wastes had to offer. But Hollow was oblivious to all the mantis's internal debates, and seeing her so serious, her gaze lost in the streets, he thought she hadn't accepted the offer and decided to ignore it. The situation was starting to tire him out. He was doing his best to be kind, but it seemed to be useless. He tapped his pencil against his magic slate and signaled his companion to follow him. To both of their surprises, Sharpie wasn't at the publishing house where he worked. Until that moment, neither of them knew it, but Hellenist's labor laws allowed females to miss work during their heat periods. In fact, it was a law everyone supported, since having males working alongside a female in heat could end up being dangerous. However, whenever possible, the girls were required to bring work to work from home, again something no one had a problem with, as it was well known that keeping busy doing something was the best way to cope with that state. Normally the mantis did more executive and managerial work, but given her condition, she had opted to take a stack of manuscripts home to review and edit, so after getting her address, Hollow and Orchid headed to her apartment. Orchid looked with some curiosity at the hallways of the residential building where they were. It was far from the magnificence of the White Palace, but it was still much more impressive than the huts where the Mantises lived. And these were the typical commoner houses in Hellenist. It wasn't that she envied them entirely. The apartments gave her a feeling of confinement, in that sense she preferred the wide spaces of the palace, or her humble hut. Keeping this place clean must be quite a feat, the insect commented. Hollow, of course, replied to her comment, though she had to write the answer on her whiteboard. There are specialized cleaning insects that are responsible for keeping everything in order. The interior of every home is the responsibility of its occupants. But don't these bugs rebel and refuse to do the same task over and over again? It's their job, they chose it, and they get paid for it. Each creature can choose the occupation that suits them best or that they like best, so everyone cooperates and works together to move the kingdom forward. The Lord pondered Hollow's words. Things here were very different than back home, and perhaps in some ways, they worked out better. As a lord, one of her usual duties was settling domestic disputes and squabbles, a fairly common occurrence in the tribe. While these were often resolved quickly, sometimes the fight escalated to dangerous levels, and since no one wanted someone to end up dead for a stupid reason, the lords would intervene. Sadly, a common reason for these discussions was who was supposed to do the housework that day. Perhaps she should admit that not everything worked out badly in Hellenist and that some improvements could be made to the tribe. When she returned home, she would discuss this with her sisters. Both bugs arrived at Sharpie's apartment door, then Hollow knocked and disaster struck. Sharpie was a peaceful mantis, she got along well with her neighbors, had many friends, loved her job and never attacked anyone unless it was a concerted fight, but if she saw herself in danger, she would not hesitate to defend herself with all her strength, and although this was not the case, she thought she was in a deadly situation. After her exile, the mantis assumed she would never see another of her kind again, so she focused all her efforts on adapting to the city and buried everything related to her life in the tribe in the back of her mind. However, even though years had passed since then, she was still occasionally plagued by some of her old fears. More than once, she had woken up in the middle of the night screaming because in her dreams, she saw the three lords with their spears pointed, ready to kill her. And now, her worst fear was before her. Unlike Hornet, Sharpie was able to recognize the lord even without a royal mantle and crown. They had finally come to kill her. They would eliminate her for being a weak and unworthy mantis. Hollow could have clarified the matter, but she had no voice, nor time to write, so the ensuing battle was inevitable. The editor brought out her claws and attacked Orchid, willing to defend her life at any cost. A series of bangs and the sound of breaking objects sparked panic among the neighbors, who then ran to hide in their houses, while outside in the hallways, a pair of ferocious mantises could be seen fighting with all their might, while behind them ran a gentleman with a sign that said stop. For a change, Hollow's lack of common sense didn't lead him to assume that any of them would take the time to read his sign. However, amidst that heated battle, not everything was chaos and violence. Sharpie was worried about some insect getting hurt, so she subtly and strategically advanced through the corridors, guiding her adversary higher and higher, until they finally reached the building's rooftop. Almost no one went to that place. There was only metal and the constant ringing of water droplets. There they could unleash their full power without obstacles or interruptions. It took Hollow a while to catch up to them. He was strong, but he wasn't someone too fast. Orchid, his sister, and even Azuri were faster than him in a race. Now Hollow had the two females fighting to the death. That battle was dizzying, a back and forth of blows, each one more ferocious than the last, where the mantises moved with such speed that they seemed to vanish among the raindrops, like two ghosts participating in a deadly dance, where elegance and violence marked the rhythm of the encounter. Hollow couldn't find a way to intervene and stop them. The way things were going, his only option would be to attack them both, but he didn't know how much force would be necessary for that. He was afraid of leaving them more injured than necessary. Apparently, despite their elegance, with the mantises everything was about brutality. That's why he started jumping with his sign high trying to be seen. Meanwhile, the mantis battle continued. Orchid attacked with speed and precision, amply demonstrating why she had earned her position as lord. Her strength was tremendous, as was her skill. But to her surprise, defeating her adversary was proving to be a more complicated task than expected. What was going on here? Was this girl stronger than her? No, that couldn't be. Surely so much time spent captive in the castle had robbed her of practice, and that was why she had become weak. Weak. That was a mantis's greatest fear, and the prospect of entering that state terrified Orchid beyond belief. She began to attack with more ferocity and a degree of desperation. Sharpie seemed to notice this, so she took advantage of the situation to her advantage. After each carelessly launched attack, the editor used the openings left behind to unleash a precise counterattack that left a bleeding wound and a pang of pain, but with the adrenaline of battle, it didn't seem to be noticed. Little by little, Orchid began to weaken, her desperation and Sharpie's considerable skill taking their toll on her body, until the moment came when after a bad maneuver, her limbs were unable to respond and she fell to the ground. Then she felt a sharp pain in her chest, where the victor hit her with her knee and pressed her using her body weight, but to completely ensure her victory, she brought her claws towards her opponent's neck, leaving her in a position where one false move would mean the end of her life. A wave of relief washed over the mantis knowing she was the winner. She could live another day. But this feeling only lasted until she felt the touch of cold metal on her back. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Hollow, his gun pointed directly at her, his gaze so fierce it sent a shiver down her spine. The situation seemed very strange to her. It was very unusual to see her friend's brother in such an aggressive state. To her, he was just that dazed friendly insect who, even at his age, continued to ask for candy when he came to visit. Hey, no, it's not that I intend to kill her. Seriously. The mantis was clearly nervous. Or are you both here to end my life? This last part was said with anguish in her voice. No, it was in our plans to kill someone, at least not today, Orchid said with some difficulty. Huh? You weren't coming to kill me? Then oh, I'm so sorry. Sharpie immediately jumped off the Lord and helped her back up, then apologized and bowed profusely, showing her shame for what had happened. Orchid looked at her in shock. She had been the victor. She shouldn't have such a servile attitude toward the defeated. The victor could exercise his will. However, after clearing up the misunderstanding, this female invited them to her house, served them tea and some sweets, and treated them with the utmost courtesy. Why the hell was she acting like this? It didn't make sense, and it also made her feel very irritated. It was as if she felt sorry for her. Actually, the latter wasn't true. She wasn't angry because she was being treated well. It was just an excuse she made up to avoid admitting her jealousy over Sharpie's closeness to Hollow. She was actually flirting with him. She couldn't ignore the way she seductively wagged her tail every time she walked past him, the way she accidentally brushed against him every now and then, or took every excuse to touch him. She wanted that too. Hollow, for his part, felt extremely uncomfortable. He knew Sharpie, he knew she was affectionate and very fond of cuddles, but she had never acted that way with him. It didn't take him long to relate this behavior to her being in heat. According to Hornet, females desperately sought the attention of a male, and he didn't have a defined gender, but he acted like a male, and others saw him that way. Therefore, even though this mantis wasn't romantically interested in him, her instincts led her to seek his attention. And this only made him feel more and more disappointed with Orchid's attitude. Why didn't she seek him out? Did she hate him so much that she ignored her instincts and rejected him so drastically? Why couldn't she hug him and speak to him affectionately like Sharpie? And why did she want him to do that? A blush ran across the gentleman's face at the thought. Okay, guys. What brings you here? The hostess said, taking a seat in an armchair next to Hollow. Orchid, sitting in the chair opposite, glared at her angrily. I wanted to meet the pathetic outcast mantis who made her life in the city living with the rest of the scum. The Lord's rage made her words sound more rude than she intended. She could tell even Hollow showed a look of disgust at them, but she was using all her self-control not to jump on the other mantis and take it away from her male. Oh wow, well I wonder which of us is the most pathetic. Do you want me to remind you who won the fight? I wasn't in the best shape. The mantis shouted. I haven't trained in 2 weeks and I've been locked up in the White Palace. I've lost practice and my muscles have gone numb. But it's 2 weeks, not 2 years or 2 months. Please, you're supposed to be a lord, one of the strongest mantises in the entire tribe, and I'm a mantis exiled for being weak. Well, maybe there was a mistake in your judgment and you had more capacity than expected. Orchid was tense and angry. If you wish to return, you can. I don't want to go back. What? Why wouldn't you want to return to your tribe? Why? Here I have all the things I like. I love my job, I have many friends, there are restaurants, a theater, shops. Maybe sometimes this never-ending rain bothers me a little, but then I go for a walk to Forgotten Crosses or Dirtmouth and take a break. I don't have any great luxuries, but my life is good. Why would I want to return to that tribe inhabited by savages? For the pride of the Mantises. He shouted, standing up. Pride. PFFF, you know, over time, after living in this place and learning a few things, I've come to some conclusions. Mantises aren't strong out of pride or status. The reason for being strong is to survive adversity. That's why exiling a mantis for failing a hunt, as was my case, seems excessive and unfair. If a mantis can ensure its own survival without harming others, why expel it? Because it is weak. Failing a hunt and coming out alive already demonstrate strength. Some prey are quite dangerous. And that reminds me, the other point I disagree with is that they label any creature that isn't a hunter or a fighter as weak. Not all species were born to fight. They don't have the aptitude for it and it's unfair to compare us. But that doesn't make them weak. They're strong in their own way. Being able to escape a hunter and come out alive is proof of their strength. There's a reason this species has thrived. Orchid had no way to respond to the arguments as they were quite logical. Throughout her life, it had never occurred to her to question how the system worked. Things had always been that way and it seemed right to her. Weak creatures should be scorned and kept separate from the rest of the worthy beings. But now she felt confused by the new ideas this mantis was presenting to her. It was all too much to accept quickly. Basically, accepting what they were telling her would shatter all her beliefs, her reality, and her world. She began to get nervous at the uncertainty she felt, so she decided to eat a little to try to calm herself. She leaned forward and took a plate with a piece of cake from the small table in front of her and politely began eating with a fork. Meanwhile, in the armchair across the table, Hollow seemed to be communicating with Sharpie in some way as he wrote quite enthusiastically on his whiteboard. Orchid didn't know what she said, but it seemed to be something good as Sharpie flashed a radiant smile and immediately gave Hollow another one of his unnecessary hugs. At that moment, they both had to separate and step back, as their instincts warned them of danger, which manifested itself in the form of a fork that flew right through the space they left. They both looked away from the Lord, whose face was red as she glared at them in anger and embarrassment. She quickly looked away. At this, Hollow simply sighed tiredly. He was seriously getting bored of Orchid's aggressiveness. However, Sharpie saw beyond that simple act. There was something he needed to check, but to do that, he needed to get rid of Hollow for a moment. "Hollow, honey. Would you mind doing me a favor and going to the store across the street to buy some jam?" She began taking some money out of a purse she had on hand. "You can buy some candy with the change if you want." Hollow happily accepted. The atmosphere inside the apartment was somewhat dense, and now he didn't want to be there. Besides, the idea of sweets was very attractive to him. In that sense, he was still a child. Once the container was gone, Sharpie got straight to the point. "Do you like Hollow?" What are you talking about?" The Mantis's demeanor remained serene, but a slight tremor in her voice betrayed her. "He's attracted to you, much more than he should be." A sinister smile appeared on Sharpie's face. "A lord in love with an insect that isn't a mantis, how funny. Don't you dare utter such blasphemy." Orchid shouted, pounding the table in fury. "I would never dare commit such heresy." "Never say never. That's one of the first things I learned when I got here. Anything is possible. Besides, I'm not going to judge her for being interested in someone who isn't a mantis, and Hollow is a good match in every way. Also, did you know that children of parents of different species aren't always mixed? Only in % of cases. I'm not interested in that. Having children with a creature of another species is disgusting. That hasn't stopped her from falling in love with him. I'm not in love." Hollow appeals to her. "I'm an expert on romance." But she forces herself to reject him. "He doesn't. Well, I might be attracted to him, but it's only because of the heat. Yeah, that's it. It's not like I have that silly disease known as crush." "Of course not. Hollow is just a very attractive male and strong, and he's also nice and cute and." He finally fell silent when he realized what he was saying. Sharpie could only let out a laugh. "Oh wow, how adorable. Don't be ashamed of what you feel. There's nothing wrong with loving someone. Love makes you weak and stupid." "That's not true. Don't blame it on love. Those are just excuses. If you don't have willpower and you do stupid things, it's your fault. The best example I'd give you would be Hornet. Do you know her? She's very much in love with her husband, but she doesn't let her feelings interfere with her work or her decisions. She's a strong person." "I doubt it," he said, remembering the confrontation he had with the Spider Queen. "She's very strong, we always train together, and out of the many fights we've had, I've only defeated her about 4 times, and one of those was because she had a stomachache." "Is she that strong?" Orchid was confused. When she fought Hornet, it didn't seem like a big deal to her. She was slow and had little stamina. Could she really beat Sharpie? Maybe during their fight, she was sick, which was starting to make sense to her. Looking back, everyone seemed very worried about her. Anyway, Sharpie snapped her out of her thoughts. "If you're planning on staying here in Hellenist, I'd recommend you change your way of thinking. You can't go through life looking at everyone like scum." "I will not stay here. As soon as I hunt the prey I came to kill and prove my strength, I will return to the tribe to resume my position as lord." So she wasn't banished? Of course not. I myself left my tribe. My power and ability to be a lord had been questioned, and that was something I couldn't allow. That's why I left Fungal Wastes to seek out and hunt down the most powerful and impressive beast that inhabits the kingdom. Then I will return as a victor alongside my sisters. Well, good luck then. Sharpie's disappointment was palpable. Although I have a suggestion. Don't waste your time here. What do you mean? By tradition, Mantises remain confined to their territory, never leaving it. When you return home, you'll probably never leave again, so why not take advantage of being here to learn everything you can? Hellenist and the surrounding kingdoms have many wonders to offer. This city itself has many luxuries you'll never find in the tribe. The Mantis blushed slightly. I don't want to overindulge myself or weaken my will by subjecting myself to so many comforts. Oh, my lord, that shouldn't affect your strength. I allow myself plenty of pleasures, and my strength remains the same because I always train. It's a matter of being organized and having the willpower. There's time for everything. At that moment, a knock on the door indicated that Hollow had returned. It seems your beloved is back. He's not my beloved. He never will be. Never never never, it's almost like a magic chant that will end up sealing your fate. She stood up and headed for the door. I hope, my lord, that this conversation has been helpful to you, or at least allows you to consider things from a different perspective. In the meantime, enjoy your stay at Heart of Hellenist. There's no better place to experience romance. Orchid, already annoyed, went to the door and opened it angrily. She practically didn't say a word to Hollow and walked to the end of the hallway where she crossed her arms while turning her back on them, waiting for the knight to follow her. The container looked at Sharpie with a questioning expression, which she answered with a laugh. Then she took the jam she had asked for and once again placed her arms around the gentleman's shoulders, brought her face close to his ear, and whispered. Please be patient with her, it's hard for her, much harder than you can imagine. He tightened the hug, getting closer to Hollow. In my time, it was hard for me too, and my circumstances were different, please help her. Hollow began to feel extremely uncomfortable. Sharpie was starting to rub against him. But be careful, something beautiful could come out of this between you, but if it's not planned, you could end up regretting it. Don't touch her until the month is over. Suddenly, Sharpie let go of Hollow and threw him against the wall, where he fell with a loud crash. Then, confused, he looked at the Mantis, who looked very embarrassed as she locked herself in her apartment. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. This is difficult, I'll make it up to you, but not now. Please don't look for me until the end of the month. Hollow stood there staring at the closed door in utter confusion, though he was slowly coming to understand the complications of heat and what it meant for the females. It was truly troublesome and sometimes even embarrassing. On the other side of the door, Sharpie panted, trying to extinguish the heat that enveloped his body while pressing his tail. What an embarrassing situation. I hate being in heat. Something like a date. The visit to Sharpie had left Orchid quite shaken. His ideas were strange to her, but they didn't sound entirely bad, however she found it hard to accept them. A part of her said that all of this was wrong, but another agreed, and this conflict caused her pain and anguish, so she tried to distract herself by thinking about something else, other annoyances. The Mantis was sore after its previous battle. The editor had not held back when attacking it, although that was fine. It expected nothing less. A battle worth fighting had to be brutal and push the body to the limit. Besides, the pain helped mitigate its libido and left it with a certain feeling of satisfaction. However, Hollow wasn't entirely happy with all the wounds Orchid had on her. They weren't that serious, but he could tell from the way the insect moved that they hurt, so as soon as they left the apartment building, they went to a pharmacy where he bought some pain-relieving herbs and an ointment for the scars. What's that? The Mantis asked, curious, eyeing the grass balls Hollow was offering her. They're painkillers. You eat one of these and you won't have any pain for hours. It might help you for now. Then we can go to a hot spring to heal you completely. Ah, thank you, but I don't need them. Pain is part of being a warrior, you have to suffer it in the flesh to become strong. The look Hollow gave him was indescribable. He wrote again on his blackboard. Are you a masochist? What? Of course not. We don't seek pleasure through pain. That's wrong. We don't suffer for pleasure. It's to strengthen ourselves, to make our minds strong so they don't succumb to problems or difficulties. That's why we don't purposely seek pain. We only receive it as a gift if it comes to us. You guys are so weird. I still sort of understand. I accept that you don't want to eat the pain-relieving herbs, but you should at least use the cream. It helps prevent scarring. Scarring doesn't help either your body or your mind. When we get back to the castle, I'll apply the cream to you. Orchid blushed at the thought of what Hollow had mentioned. Her active mind imagined the knight anointing her body with a healing substance, firmly massaging her shell, running his hands over every corner of her body, drawing 1,000 sighs from her, sliding his hands until they touched. She brought her hands to her face, trying to drown that thought. Once again she felt her body burn with desire. She hoped that it had only been a joke on Hollow's part. She couldn't stand something like that. Did this bug like to torture her? Playing with her desires and making her suffer, and damn it, that only made him more attractive. She glanced at her companion, who seemed distracted by observing the wet streets of the place. Perhaps what ideas would cross his mind, what games and ways of torturing her would he be plotting? The reality was that Hollow had noticed that someone was following them and was alert to their surroundings, waiting for an attack or something dangerous. He had a wounded Mantis in his care, he had to protect it at all costs, but without her realizing it, knowing her, if she knew she was in danger, even if her legs broke, she would still go and fight. Besides, somewhat worriedly, but it wasn't a situation he couldn't handle. It was best to move toward crowded places. His original plan was to take Orchid to the pleasure house to heal her wounds and then return to the palace, but given the situation, he'd take her for a few walks around the city. Perhaps her stalkers would reveal their presence during the day. He didn't want any threats to get near the castle. The supposed threat that Hollow had detected was actually Issei, Soul and Shadow, who were watching them from a distance. There was nothing dangerous about them, or at least that was supposed to be the case. There they are, sitting together on that bench, they haven't fought and they're calm. Can we go now? Shadow said with visible annoyance. Of course not. Issei replied, we must make sure that Hollow's date is a success. Exactly, there is still no kiss, no gift, no romantic scenes, Soul seconded him. Great. And how are you supposed to help them have their romantic moment? But this, Izuri took out a book. Shadow looked at it with overwhelming seriousness. One of Britta's novels. Is that really your guide to romance? It's a fantasy novel. Things don't happen like they do in books. I don't expect them to happen exactly like here, but if we replicate some of the scenes from the book, we'll surely create the ideal environment for love to emerge. You could almost see Izuri's hearts coming out. Not that. Relax, let the experts take care of it, Soul spoke with absolute confidence, putting an arm around his brother's shoulders. You experts? But you haven't even had a girlfriend. But we tried. Izuri at that moment noticed that Hollow and Orchid had stood up and were walking away. Quickly, the targets are moving. Izuri and Soul stealthily left their hiding place to follow the couple, while Shadow reluctantly went after them. Hollow still hadn't figured out the identity of his stalkers, so he remained cautious. He appeared relaxed, but his body was ready to take his stinger and attack at any moment. He turned a corner and entered the crowd that populated the streets. His height made him stand out a little in the crowd, but there were so many bugs that it was easy to lose track of him. He began to quicken his pace, trying to lose his pursuers, each time moving away towards a less crowded area of the city. If there was an ambush, it would surely be there, but he had no problem with suffering an attack. He preferred to face threats head-on, confident in his ability to reduce them. But someone suddenly touched his shoulder. Assuming it was an attack, he didn't even take the time to see who had touched him and automatically turned around, brandishing his stinger. By the time he realized what had happened, Orchid was already on the ground, looking at him somewhat scared. Fortunately, her mantis reflexes allowed her to dodge the cut. The only damage she received was the blow she received when she fell to the ground. When the mantis recovered, she only put on an annoyed expression and said, "Okay, I deserve it. But it's not like I wanted to touch you. It's just you were going so fast that I had trouble keeping up with you, and I was afraid of getting lost." Hollow looked at her with some guilt. He had forgotten that he was not alone, and he should be worried about the well-being of his companion. Although he would have loved to pick a fight with her stalkers, he couldn't be so direct. Besides, the most urgent thing was to treat Orchid's wounds. The mantis tried to stand up on her own, but it was noticeable that she had some difficulty, so Hollow, without waiting for her authorization to touch her, took her by force and put her on her feet next to him. Also to have her firm and close, he put his arm around the insect's back, holding her firmly. Orchid would have liked to protest, but the strength with which he held her and his demonstration of power melted all her resistance. She couldn't oppose Hollow, especially with him so close. The pair this time headed to the pleasure house as Hollow had originally planned, but again the mantis's ignorance and the knight's lack of speech caused some misunderstandings. "Oh, Hollow, the king's knight, it's a pleasure to welcome you back to our humble establishment, and I see you're in good company," said the elegant cricket receptionist, who gave the mantis a malicious look that made her feel quite uncomfortable. Bugs often came to the pleasure house in search of what the establishment offered. Pleasure for all the senses, whether in the form of good food, captivating music, beautiful dancing insects, intimate encounters, or the pleasant hot springs. But regarding the latter, some insects didn't go to these waters solely because they were pleasurable, but for medical reasons. In these cases, the establishment had less luxurious but equally comfortable baths, where the bugs could bathe and enjoy its benefits for an extremely affordable and accessible fee. It was to these baths that Hollow intended to take Orchid, obviously only seeking to heal his battered body, but the cricket misinterpreted everything, did not give him time to write his request on his board, and practically pushed them into an elegant private bath so they could enjoy an intimate moment. He also told him that he would give him a special discount because it was him. Of course, it was always positive to be on good terms with the king's knights. Hollow grumbled at how reckless the cricket had been in assuming what they were looking for and was about to leave the room to complain when a surprised cry from Orchid made him look over. The mantis had submerged itself in the water and seemed in awe of the liquid it was touching. "The water is warm and it's healing my wounds. How can that be?" He sank his body down until only his eyes were out. "Besides, it feels so good, can we stay a while?" The gentleman saw the mantis so happy and relaxed that he didn't want to bother her. The use of the healing baths was for a limited time, as they were for medical reasons and not for pleasure, but if she wanted to stay a while, he wouldn't deny her. In addition, the cricket said he would give her a discount. "Is this some wonderful invention of your king's?" Hollow tilted her head at such a question. The poor girl had no idea about hot springs. "No, these are hot springs. They're naturally warm waters that emerge from the earth in springs. They're not very common. 4 of these wells have been discovered so far, including this one. We don't even have one at the castle. It's a gift from nature to us. It's a good thing the magic slate was waterproof. There aren't any in Mantis territory," the mantis said with some regret, playfully moving its claws in the water. "So why have my wounds healed so quickly?" "Hot springs have healing properties. If you arrive in time, they can cure even the most fatal wound, as well as many illnesses. Unfortunately, they don't cure fatigue or anemia. For those problems, there's no other option than eating and resting. Orchid asked a few more questions, and although she was impatient at having to wait for Hollow to write the answers on his slate, the two were able to maintain a fairly fluid conversation, perhaps the first they'd ever had. The knight was delighted with the Mantis's change of attitude. She almost seemed like a reasonable person. Apparently, the conversation with Sharpie had helped her a lot. The truth is, Orchid still didn't accept those strange ideas about respecting weak bugs, but what she did agree on was that she should make the most of her stay in Hellenist. She would learn and enjoy everything she could. While the two creatures were enjoying their conversation, outside the business a group of containers was causing an increasingly noticeable commotion. Izuri complained absolutely indignantly. "We don't want to go into the facilities, we're conducting an investigation," Sol translated on his blackboard. "I don't care what excuse they have, if they don't pay they can't get in," the cricket declared bluntly. "Shadow, tell him something," Izuri demanded of her brother. "I like the color of the walls," the container answered, knowing they couldn't hear him. "Shadow. Come here and help us. And take those things off you, you look scary." Shadow, unlike Izuri and Sol, was an official knight of King Big and as such, had a reputation to uphold. Therefore, to maintain his anonymity in case he was involved in any scandal, he had put on a black hood over his head, concealing his face. Only part of his horns were exposed through the slits on the sides. "I don't support this ridiculous plan, it will only cause problems." "But this is because of Hollow," Sol scolded him. "I doubt he'll support your nonsense." "Leave it alone, Sol, Shadow doesn't want Hollow to be happy, we'll take care of this," and after saying this he went towards the cricket to face him once more, he would enter that place, even if it was by force. But the little container didn't count on the cricket's patience running out and calling security, so before he could even get in front of the insect, a huge Goliath beetle got in his way, threatening him with its club. "Sol." Izuri squealed, obviously only her two brothers could hear it. What followed was very fast. Sol wasn't going to let anyone harm Izuri, especially since among the siblings, he was one of the least skilled in fighting, if not none at all, so the container got between the two bugs, quickly drew its stinger, and with a single touch, paralyzed its opponent. Sol was a warrior who used a combat style based on the use of magic, something he had developed on his own, despite the fact that almost no one had supported his ambitions. However, thanks to Hollow's encouragement, he had become a skilled sorcerer specializing in inducing status effects. While his skills wielding a stinger weren't particularly remarkable, his use of magic gave him a great advantage, especially since most bugs didn't know how to handle it very well, as was the case with this beetle. The burly guard started screaming in fear, not knowing what was happening to him. The commotion he caused attracted other guards, who, between terrified and furious, attacked the two containers, causing a great commotion, which unfortunately could be heard from inside the establishment, making the customers upset and worsening the situation. Inside Hollow and Orchid's private bath, the knight had managed to convince the mantis to play with him, and now they were both laughing and throwing water at each other like two little children. They were truly having a very pleasant time, but this was interrupted by the scandal outside. Hollow, as soon as he felt that something was wrong, he left the water and grabbed his stinger ready to fight any threat that attacked the place. Maybe he was on vacation, but that would not stop him from protecting the kingdom if necessary. Orchid saw him emerge from the water like a hurricane, displaying all his splendor. She felt a heat settle in her tail when she saw her beloved knight in such a display of power, and she was speechless with amazement when she saw him shoot out at an incredible speed, leaving behind some ethereal-looking pink crystals that vanished after a few seconds. Meanwhile, outside the pleasure house, Shadow was on edge watching the fight. To his chagrin, those bastards were moving very fast, and he couldn't find any opening to enter and intervene. However, his opportunity came in the form of his worst fear. Hollow burst into the battle and attacked everyone using her Abyss Screech spell. That was her method of keeping all the enemies away. Perhaps it was a little inconsiderate to attack the guilty and the innocent alike, but they were in the pleasure house. If someone was seriously hurt, all it took was a bath and they'd be fine. Shadow then found his opening. He pulled his hood tighter and ran out into the fight, grabbing Izuri and Sol and running away with them before his brother could spot them. Hollow only managed to see a dark shadow moving away from the place. Of course he was going to follow them. He was about to leave when Orchid's voice stopped him. "Wait." The mantis squealed. "Don't leave without me." She blushed at that moment, thinking about what she'd said, and tried not to sound so desperate. "I don't know how to get back, and it would be a problem if I lost you." Orchid had reason to be afraid. Being in a foreign land, in a place where she had trouble finding her way, filled with unfamiliar insects that didn't understand her way of being, was terrifying, but her pride prevented her from showing her insecurity, at least openly. Hollow could sense from the mantis's posture how scared she was. Her claws clasped and antennae perked up, revealing her nervousness, and this only made him want to protect her. At that moment, he wanted to hug her, but knowing her, he knew that such an action wouldn't be well received, so discreetly, trying to hide his emotions, he approached her. At that moment, the female took the opportunity to hand him the blackboard she had left in the bathroom. "What happened here?" Orchid said, looking at the beetles lying on the floor. Hollow was about to write a reply when, for a change, the cricket interrupted him. "Oh, you don't know how sorry I am, I'm truly sorry. We didn't want to interrupt your intimate encounter with your lady under any circumstances, but this was a matter that got out of hand. But don't worry, we'll let you stay free for the inconvenience. I'm truly sorry about this. How embarrassing." Hollow was at that moment wondering what intimate encounter meant, while Orchid was dying of embarrassment and covered her face. She just wanted to scream and beat that impertinent creature, but she didn't want to get into trouble, so she took the gentleman by the hand and dragged him away from the pleasure house without saying a word. Both bugs were now walking through the damp streets of the city. Orchid looked extremely nervous, or at least Hollow interpreted it as nervousness, as he saw no reason for her to be embarrassed. He, for his part, seemed relaxed, although somewhat worried about his companion. Suddenly, she stopped and looked at him directly. The knight just tilted his head in a questioning expression, then the mantis spoke. "Aren't you bothered by what happened at that hot springs?" To her impatience, she had to wait for Hollow to type out his reply. "You mean what happened at the pleasure house?" "Pleasure house? Is that what that place is called?" There was a certain nervousness in her voice. "Yes, it's a place where wealthy insects go to delight their senses." Then he noticed that the mantis was somewhat pale. "Are you okay?" "Please, Hollow. How can you be so calm? That cricket thought you and I were." When he noticed Hollow's confused face, he felt himself getting angry. "Don't look at me with that innocent expression. You know what I'm talking about." "I really have no idea. You like seeing me humiliated, don't you? Is this some strange obsession of yours? Do you want to hear the blasphemies that cricket was uttering from my mouth? Do you want me to hint at that dirty possibility? Did you bring me to that place with some ulterior motive? What do you want from me?" "I just want to make you happy." Orchid felt her heart melt when she read those words. Did he just want to make her happy? Did that gentleman really harbor such a pure desire in his heart? No, that could only be an act. He loved her with other intentions, because no insect would be interested in the well-being of another without an ulterior motive, much less one outside their family and a foreigner. Although Hollow had proven to be very noble in many ways, he had never asked for anything in return and was always looking out for her. Then, confused and overwhelmed by her emotions, she exploded. "Liar. I don't want to see you." And after shouting at him, he ran away until he disappeared into the crowd. Once again, that confused mantis was acting strange. Why did it have to be like this? What had he done to anger her this time? He didn't have time to waste on such musings. That fool had left, and not knowing how to act in the city could end up getting into trouble. He started running in the direction he'd seen her leaving. If he hurried, he might be able to catch up, but in the crush of bugs he was surrounded by, it was difficult to move forward. He was trying to make his way through the crowd as quickly as possible when, at one point, he couldn't see where he was going. He bumped into someone. The knight apologized with a gesture and looked at the bug he had tripped over, realizing it was Orchid, who looked somewhat embarrassed and wouldn't look him in the eye. "Come to think of it, if I walk away from you I'll end up lost, so first you'll take me to the castle, and then I'll get angry and retreat dramatically." Suddenly a growl from the mantis's stomach resonated between them. "Change of plans, we'll go get something to eat, then you'll take me to the castle, and then I'll get angry and make a dramatic exit." Hollow stood there for a few moments, somewhat confused by the mantis's behavior, but when he finally processed what had happened, he let out an adorable silent laugh that moved Orchid. Her heat had her mind in shambles, and she was having explosive emotional outbursts. She had realized she was acting like an idiot and wanted to apologize, but she didn't know how to do it, and she had only managed to act like an idiot again, but at least Hollow had found it funny. Maybe he would forget the problem and forgive her without her asking him to. The bug then decided to take the mantis out to eat. Sure, they could have a feast at the castle, but he wanted her to try some delicacies that could only be found in the City of Tears. He didn't bother taking her to an expensive restaurant. Why bother? If the palace could treat them to the finest food and the best service, that's why they went to a street food stand. In general, almost no one sold food on the streets due to the obvious problem of getting it wet. However, there was one traditional snack that could only be found in the City of Tears. Musgan. It consisted of a piece of meat wrapped in sweet moss on a stick. To enjoy it, it had to be fresh, and there was no better way to keep the moss fresh than with the city's natural rainfall. For Orchid it was a complete surprise to try that sandwich. It would never have occurred to her in her life to think that moss could taste good. She had once tried mossy meat, but they ate the meat, they threw away the moss. They both enjoyed a pleasant moment of silence eating their snacks, although Hollow didn't eat much because he'd stuffed himself with candy at Sharpie's house, unlike Orchid, who barely ate anything. However, their tranquility was soon interrupted by a pair of rather troublesome bugs. "Please leave them alone," Shadow shouted, extremely annoyed. "Wasn't the trouble they caused at the pleasure house enough for you?" "That was a calculation error," Izuri excused herself. "This time we are in a public sector, we don't have to pay to be here, we can help them perfectly," Soul supported him. "Sure, help them, and what's the plan this time? Why are we on top of this building? How are we going to help them from so far away?" "Ah, so we're going to replicate one of the scenes from this book." Soul took out a copy of Britta's novel. "In this beautiful scene, the knight takes the maiden and takes her away from the party where she is being courted by the vile beetle who only wants her for her fortune. Then he takes her to the gardens, where under a withered tree, he asks her to reveal herself to her destiny and escape with him, because he will protect her from all evil. Then she cries, saying that this would go against the designs of the goddess they worship. The knight then confesses his feelings to her and tells her that true love will be blessed by the goddess, and as if the deity had heard them, the dead tree revives and drops its petals on them. Well, as far as I know, no one wants to marry that mantis." "Don't say stupid things, Shadow," Izuri complained. "Obviously what we are going to do is replicate the scene by scattering petals on them. That will create the ideal romantic atmosphere for their feelings to blossom." The container culminated with a rather dramatic pose. "This can't be happening." Shadow put a hand to his head in exasperation. "Do I have to tell you why your plan is stupid? You always see the bad in everything because you're a bitter person who doesn't like romance." Soul looked indignant. "Look, you better stop the circus now, this isn't going to work because—" "Silence, here they come." Indeed, Hollow and Orchid were walking happily down the street and were about to pass under the building where the group of containers was waiting for them. Hollow had already finished eating, but the mantis still had a stick of musgies left. "Get ready, Soul, we must calculate the exact moment in which to throw the petals." "Hey, stop with this, I'm telling you. Everything is coldly calculated, Izuri, I'm ready. Listen to me. We're almost there, the countdown begins. Hey. 3, 2, 1. Soul opened the jar where she had kept the flower petals she had bought at a gift shop. They scattered through the air, but as soon as they came into contact with the rain, they became soaked and fell like rocks on top of the bugs. Some of them even clumped together due to the water, and with the weight they acquired, when they fell, they knocked the mosses out of Orchid's hands. Then the mantis looked on in sadness as that delicious snack ended up on the ground and was then trampled by the bugs that were walking around. "What happened?" The three-horned container looked confused. "What happened? You didn't listen to me, that's what happened." Shadow looked furious. "And what was it you wanted to tell us?" Soul asked innocently. "That the water was going to wet the petals. How did it not occur to them?" "It was pure logic. Because I suppose that in the novel the knight did not confess to the maiden in the rain. Or am I wrong?" Both brothers looked at each other and both felt like fools for not thinking of such a simple detail like that. Meanwhile, down below, Orchid was still looking sadly at the wasted food. Then Hollow approached her and got her attention by tapping his pencil against a blackboard. When the Lord looked at him, he showed her the message he had written. "I can buy you another one if you want." "Don't bother, I'm not hungry anymore, let's just go back to the castle." Hollow noticed the mantis was a little upset, but she didn't say anything. At least this time she hadn't had one of her rare mood swings, which was good. She had to admit that she was behaving quite reasonably that day. She was only half crazy, but she could deal with it. What really worried her was that it seemed like someone was following them, trying by all means to ruin their outing. As soon as she discovered the culprit, she would make them pay. Torments and pleasures. The drops continued to fall unstoppably over the city, and Orchid was beginning to feel impatient. The wonder of all this water had been pleasant at first, but she was already getting bored of the situation. Definitely, even with all its progress and magnificent constructions, she wouldn't like to live there. The mantis was deep in thought, carefully comparing the realities of her tribe and the city. Perhaps she could implement some improvements when she returned home. For now, she had a lot to think about and plan. However, she was so absorbed in her thoughts that she didn't look where she was going and ended up tripping over a small bug, knocking it to the ground. When Orchid realized what had happened, she noticed that the bug she had thrown was a weaver spider. The arachnid looked at her with some annoyance. "You should be more careful, you could cause an accident if you don't pay attention to where you're going." And after saying these words he turned around and entered a building with quite a few shops. The spider was never rude and was right in what he had said to Orchid, but she was not going to easily recognize him, mainly because he was a weaver, a member of the people with whom her tribe had been at war since ancient times, and she was a lord. She could not ignore such disrespect. Therefore, she followed him to the tent where he had entered. Hollow got a tremendous scare when he saw his companion run towards a commercial building and had no choice but to follow her. When the Mantis entered the store, her anger was suddenly forgotten when she saw what they were selling. It was a shop selling fabrics and handicrafts made of thread, the most beautiful she had ever seen. There were sheets with embroidered designs, curtains with intricate floral designs, tablecloths, capes, cushions, even rag toys. She knew that weavers did this, but she had never had the chance to look at their work up close. Just then, another weaver approached to help her. "Good afternoon. Can I help you with anything?" No, if the beauty of the fabric surprised her, the fact that a weaver spoke to her so kindly surprised her even more. "Just watch. Okay, if you need anything, let me know." With that, he left. Hollow soon arrived on the scene and found himself confronted by a dumbfounded Mantis staring at everything as if in disbelief. He caught its attention by tapping his pencil against the magic slate. His companion immediately turned to look at him and exclaimed. "Hollow. A spider spoke to me." "And what's so strange about that?" "The spider spoke to me. I'm a mantis. If you're a customer, it doesn't matter if you're a mantis or a beetle. They'll treat you the same. Selling is the key to them. Plus, sometimes mantises come in from outside Hellenist, and those mantises don't have conflicts with spiders." "Are you serious? Mantises that get along with spiders?" Hollow sighed at such a display of ignorance and naivety. He had a lot to teach this poor mantis. He considered the situation for a moment and thought that perhaps the first step in teaching Orchid to live in a community was for her to learn to appreciate other creatures. "Why don't you check out the store? If there's anything you like, let me know." Hollow hoped that by appreciating the weaver's work, he would begin to see them as good creatures and not as hindrances, which was the view he seemed to have of any bug that wasn't a mantis. Orchid walked through the shop amazed by everything there was. She had never seen such beautiful fabrics, not even the royal mantle she used to wear possessed such quality, although it was actually quite old. Perhaps when it was new it looked better, although where did these garments come from? Mantises didn't weave, they had no way of obtaining thread, had they obtained the fabric from the same weavers? When did that happen? Perhaps there was even the possibility that in the distant past both races had had a good relationship. Once again she felt insecure and stunned, once again her beliefs and customs were threatened by foreign ideas that seemed to make much more sense than her own. Suddenly, the mantis found herself facing a plush-looking rug. She couldn't resist touching the object, and upon feeling its softness, she quickly rubbed her face against it. It felt so good, so soft, as pleasant as the sheets on her bed. She loved that sensation. Nothing in fungal wastes was as soft. She would happily sleep on this rug. Suddenly, she heard a faint chuckle, and when she turned around, she noticed at least 6 spiders staring at her with amused expressions. She immediately moved away from the carpet, her face red, not knowing what to do. At least, none of the weavers said anything. They simply went back to their business, although she thought she heard one of them say, "How adorable." Orchid was silent, mentally hitting herself. She couldn't get angry with anyone. It was her fault for acting indecorously in public. What would her sisters say if they saw her? She would definitely lose her position as lord, but her humiliation seemed not to end yet, because Hollow was also there looking at her with a funny face, but at least he tried to hide it. He approached and wrote again on his blackboard. "Do you like that rug?" It feels good, but I'm not interested. Why do I want a stupid rug? I can't take it with me or anything, and the color is ugly and..." "We also have it in blue," said a weaver, dropping from the ceiling and hanging upside down next to Orchid. The mantis jumped in shock and took a few seconds to respond. "No, thanks." "Well, I was just saying." After delivering his message, he climbed up his thread to the second floor of that store. "Oh look, the store has a second floor," said the mantis trying to hide it. "It has several floors," Hollow played along. "Do you want to see what's up there?" Yeah, sure." Neither of them mentioned the incident that had happened, which Orchid was very grateful for. She was having a hard time dealing with the embarrassment and the heat she felt on her face, so without saying a word, they both began to explore the upper floors of the enormous building owned by the spiders. In a place so crowded and full of activity, it was difficult to catch anyone suspicious, plus Hollow had already forgotten the previous incidents and was somewhat distracted, therefore, he did not notice that they were being followed again. Azuri and Soul still had not given up. "Why don't we just give up already?" Shadow now looked quite discouraged. The last 2 attempts ended in disaster. "What makes you think it's going to work now?" "Third time's the charm," Azuri replied with absolute confidence. "Besides, I don't see any way this plan could go wrong," Soul added. "And what's the plan?" "We will replicate another scene from the novel that began with the famous novel." "Don't interrupt," Azuri looked at him reprovingly. "As I was saying, this time we will replicate a much simpler scene from the book, that moment when the maiden walking through the commercial area of her kingdom loses her handkerchief, then distressed she tells her evil fiancé who at that moment was walking with her, but the unfortunate man despises her concern and ignores her, then the knight who was also with them." Spends the money he had for his lunch that day on a luxurious handkerchief for his beloved. That scene moved me a lot. It's not going to have the impact of the book, those two have already eaten, and Hollow isn't a poor recruit like the one in the novel. He has a fixed salary, social security, he's the king's brother, and the captain of the royal guard. For him, buying him a handkerchief is nothing. Izuri and Soul gave him such a deadly look that Shadow felt intimidated. I'm just saying. Well, the first step for our plan now is to make Orchid lose her handkerchief. She doesn't have a handkerchief, Shadow interrupted. And the cloth tied around her waist. Maybe it's not a scarf, but for practical purposes it works. Yes, but. Charge Soul. Come on, Izuri. It was unfortunate that none of the three containers knew the importance of the orchid cloth. They didn't know that it was impregnated with the extract of an herb that neutralized pheromones, nor were they aware of the disaster they were about to unleash. The pair of bugs had already reached the top floor of the spider shop and were quite entertained there. On this floor, toys were on display, piles of handmade rag dolls. They even saw a weaver delicately sewing a ladybug there. The mantis was quite surprised by what she saw. Each doll was beautiful, delicate, and adorable. She wanted to hug them. But despite that, she didn't understand why they were made. Hollow, what are these things for? Dolls? Well, they're for playing with. Children entertain themselves with them, although some people also use them as decorations. They're quite cute. Both uses sounded strange to Orchid. Mantises didn't decorate their homes. Every object found in their huts had some practical use. Owning something just for its aesthetic value seemed odd to her. As for using a doll to play with, she didn't understand that either. Children's fun in the tribe consisted of simulated hunts and a few practice fights. What good was a doll? But still, she couldn't help but feel drawn to those adorable piles of fabric and stuffing. In fact, there was a tic-tac that she looked at with longing eyes. Would you like to have that stuffed animal? Hollow asked, slipping his hands into his wallet surreptitiously. What? Of course not. Well, it's nice, but I don't need it. I mean, I wouldn't mind having it, but it's not like I wanted. Hollow sighed for the umpteenth time that day. She still didn't understand why that mantis couldn't be more direct with her desires, but she was already learning to deal with her. She usually wanted the opposite of what she said. What really gave her away were always her looks and the tone of her voice. While both bugs were distracted looking at the dolls, the three containers had already reached them and were lurking behind a shelf. Now came the difficult part of their plan. If Hollow discovered them, they would surely get into trouble, but fortunately for them, they had Soul's magic at their disposal. Of all of them, he was the one who handled it best, having achieved spells and feats that no one else could, as in this particular case. But the small Soul shoddy burned the tips of Orchid's cloth, causing it to come loose. Then Izuri quickly ran and grabbed the garment, trying not to be discovered, but unfortunately that was not possible. A scream from the mantis stopped him in the middle of the road, and a soul shot from Hollow knocked him to the ground. Again, the mission had been a failure. Hollow grabbed Izuri, furious at what he had done. The poor container was trembling with fear. He certainly wouldn't be spared punishment, but if he was going to fall, everyone would fall with him. Shadow and Soul are with me too. In fact, Shadow was the mastermind behind all this. Lying bitch. Shadow said, coming out from behind a shelf with Soul holding onto a horn. Yes, Shadow planned all this. Soul seemed to have conspired with his brother. Do you think I don't know them well enough to not know they're lying? Hollow said firmly. Shadow sighed in relief at this. Don't feel so calm, Shadow. You should have stopped them or betrayed them. You're just as guilty as they are. The container looked at him incredulously. Now I'm going to. He couldn't even finish his sentence when a commotion behind him alerted him that something was wrong. When he turned around, he saw with horror a group of insects slowly approaching Orchid. She, for her part, looked extremely tense and was holding some stuffed animals in her arms, which she intended to throw at her attackers. She was aware that they weren't the most lethal weapons, but if she ended up hurting a large number of bugs, she would get into trouble, even if it was in self-defense. The group of males, attracted by the mantis's pheromones, was getting closer and closer, and the insect was beginning to panic. It was then that help arrived in a somewhat unexpected way for her. There was a kind of unwritten code among the females to support any female in heat, so regardless of the species, if a female was in danger, the others would help her, and that's what happened in this case. Without warning, the weavers and some of the shop's customers jumped on the males, trying to keep them from getting close to the mantis. Orchid stepped back in shock at what she was seeing, the males writhing beneath the women, who were using all their strength to help her. She, an unknown mantis, almost felt her heart break with emotion. However, the words of a weaver brought her out of her stupor. What are you waiting for? Run. Get out of the building. The rain outside will neutralize your pheromones. Quickly, we can't do it anymore. He couldn't say more. The beetle he was trying to hold back broke free from his grip and ran towards the mantis, but before he could reach it, a blow made him retreat. This was not able to cause him much damage, it only left him a little stunned. The attack came from the knight, who had positioned himself in front of Orchid in a protective stance. This time the mantis didn't think twice. She swallowed her pride and ran away. Orchid was a powerful creature, capable of facing down the most terrible enemies, but not even she could deal with such a large number of creatures. Now she ran through the corridors of that enormous building, holding back tears of rage and fear. She, a lord, reduced to the status of prey, as her sisters would say, well, if they were in her situation, they would probably do the same. At least this thought made her feel a little better. Besides, she had never in her life put herself in the place of a prey, and now she could understand them better. Keeping a cool head and not giving in to panic was something that required great mental strength. Did the prey really have to face such a horrific situation? They no longer seemed so despicable to her. The lord ran through the corridors throwing every object she found in her path, trying to delay her pursuers, as almost everything there were shelves too big to move or products made of silk. No one was hurt, they just ended up tangling their legs and falling to the floor, and because the effect of the pheromones clouded their reason, they had more difficulty than normal to free their limbs. Orchid had already gone down 3 floors of shelves, and on each one she had seen males eager to take her and merciful females trying to stop them, but her torture was almost over. In front of her was the exit door, wide open, and in the middle a group of males blocking the way. Her instincts led her to flee to the other side, but reason told her that her salvation lay ahead, behind that nightmare of small bugs. She couldn't stop to think. Behind her, she could hear some males who had escaped the female's grasp approaching at great speed. Once again, she turned her face toward the wall of insects blocking the door, and just then, a huge beetle appeared. Orchid looked at him terrified thinking that now she should fight him to escape, but instead the insect ran towards her like everyone else, laid down on the floor and screamed at her. Use me as a support and jump. That insect was a species incompatible with mantises. They could never have children together, so Orchid's pheromones had no effect on it. The mantis looked at him gratefully, then ran toward him, climbed on top of him, and used its height to jump and avoid the horde of bugs. She landed on the other side and without waiting for any instructions, she ran outside, running desperately until she felt the raindrops fall on her body. Only then did she dare to look back and saw the group of bugs standing outside the tent, staring at her with a mixture of stupor and embarrassment. There was a long, embarrassing silence that lasted a few seconds before the insect slowly returned inside the tent, some whispering apologies and others simply too embarrassed to say anything. When all the insects had left, only Hollow and her siblings remained, looking sad and worried. Orchid remained still, stoic, showing no signs of emotion, although if it weren't raining, the containers would have been able to distinguish the tears streaming down her face. The knight, somehow sensing that something was wrong, approached her, and as soon as he was within reach, he found himself trapped in the arms of the mantis, which clung to him desperately. Hollow had no way of asking what was wrong with her, but hearing her gasps and her broken voice, he knew he shouldn't. His only duty at that moment was to put his arms around her and hold her firmly until she calmed down. So this whole disaster that happened in the Weaver's trading area was your fault, including the damage and Orchid's psychological damage, Big said, looking at the 3 containers sternly. I didn't do anything, said Shadow, frightened by his king's gaze. And doing nothing has proved to be as harmful as doing something, the monarch declared sharply, rising from his throne. What has happened has been serious and therefore cannot go unpunished. Some servants who were in the throne room witnessing the scene trembled in their seats. Big was known for being a kind and judicious king, but they knew that when necessary, he was capable of being terrible and terrifying, and although those angry words were not directed at them, they felt the same terror as those who would receive the sentence. The containers could be seen trembling in fear, at least 2 of them, because curiously, Izuri seemed very calm. Izuri, aren't you worried about the punishment we're going to get? Soul whispered to his brother. No, my body and mind are strong, I can endure anything, no matter if he sends me to do forced labor in the mines, or if he gives me lashes, or if he leaves me without dessert, I can handle it. For the next 2 weeks, you'll have to help old Mark with the castle's saw inventory. Wait. The container squealed, you can't do this to us. That's too cruel. Please my king, I beg you. Izuri knelt in front of Big, but he just maintained his stony gaze. The sentence is passed, now out of my sight. I thought you could handle anything, Shadow said mockingly. But taking inventory is the most boring task in the world, it's worse than going a month without dessert, and enduring Mark's boring stories is torture, Izuri sobbed, please. No. Guards. A pair of armored insects grabbed the container and began dragging it out of the audience chamber, while behind them their brothers walked without any resistance to the punishment. Nearby, Orchid and Hollow watched the scene. He was somewhat angry, having yet to forgive them for all the trouble they had caused, and she was utterly confused. How could making an inventory be such a horrible punishment? She didn't have much time to worry about that though, as the king approached them for a brief chat. Orchid, I'm truly sorry for what happened. Please don't be mad at them. I'm sure they'll reconsider their actions after their punishment. Okay, it doesn't matter anymore, I want to go rest in my room, I feel exhausted, I've had enough. Big examined the mantis for any injuries or problems that needed treating, but he didn't see anything worrisome, just a few new scars he didn't remember seeing. These would have gone unnoticed by most bugs, but the container had a photographic memory, and injuries on people were something that caused him concern. These marks are new. Yeah, but they're nothing. Thanks to the hot springs, they've closed completely. They don't cause any problems anymore, except for the aesthetic aspect, but it's not. I have a jar of scar cream. Hollow said, suddenly taking out what he had bought a while before, which made Orchid open her eyes wide. Wonderful, Big said, taking the cream. I'll go apply it now. The mantis's eyes widened even more at what she was hearing. Wait, I wanted to apply it, I bought it. Don't worry, I'll take care of her, he said, taking his guest firmly and leaving the audience chamber to guide her to her bedroom. Hey, I said I would do it, besides she's mine. He felt somewhat confused by what she had said and didn't know how to explain himself. Okay, we'll both put it on. Happy. At that moment, the one who should have been happiest was Orchid, although she was too stunned to admit it or even to protest. She was struggling to string together any coherent sentences at that moment. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, the servants who had witnessed the scene were already beginning to formulate various theories and stories that would be the gossip of the following week. Agram was going to suffer greatly. In a corner of fungal wastes, a female mantis watched the area with a scrutinizing gaze, her posture and senses on alert as she searched every nook and cranny for the presence of the one she was waiting for. She sighed in relief when she saw her sister appear. She looked somewhat exhausted but in a fairly good mood, although knowing what she'd been doing, it was obvious. Lirio, what are you doing here? As I recall, it wasn't your shift, Lavender said, somewhat surprised. I changed it to Mercy, I needed to talk to you alone, and this seemed like the best time. Really? And is it something very urgent? I really don't feel like dealing with government matters right now, she said, moving a hand to the center of her tail. Tatch may not be very attractive, but he knows how to do his job well, she said with a smile. And that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. What? What happened? Do you see any problem with Tatch being the father of my babies? No, he is perfect, he is strong and healthy, he will surely give you powerful offspring. So? It's us, our strength is what is diminished. What are you taking about? We're missing Orchid. Lavender sighed upon hearing that. Oh, Orchid, I wonder how she's feeling. She chose a very bad time to go hunting. If she's still alive, she must be in some hidden cave, suffering from trying to keep the males away from her. I hope she comes back. Things have gotten a bit complicated since she left. That's the problem. We've reached a point where governing our people has become too difficult. First, we lost our brother to the infection. Don't mention that traitor. Anyway, we're managing fine without him, but now we're missing Orchid. Dealing with the battles and maintaining order has become very tiresome. You lay your eggs soon, and you know that you must rest 3 days before and 3 days after laying them. During those 6 days, I'll be the only one to protect the thrones. I'm afraid there might be an attack on us. I've heard rumors. Lirio, don't get carried away by stories told by boring people who have nothing to do. Well, the rumors make more sense than I want to admit. They say there's a group of Mantises that intends to take power, to challenge us at our most vulnerable moment to kill us and take the throne. There's something in the air, something that makes me tense. I fear for our safety and for their safety. She said, looking at Lavender's abdomen. We'll manage, Lavender hardened her gaze. Worst case, Tash will support us as a third element. He won't allow his offspring to be harmed. I hope that's enough, Lily replied with concern. Quiet days. Ania. Hornet called. My queen, what can I do for you? I need you to please send this letter. The maid looked at the red envelope in Hornet's hands and noticed that it had the royal seal of Deep Nest on it. It was official correspondence regarding government matters. She rarely held documents of such importance in her hands. Official documents. Did something serious happen? Is there any suspicion of an enemy or a state of war? The spider looked very nervous. No, nothing like that. Don't get paranoid, Ania. I'm going to make a request to Hollow, but not as her sister, but as the Queen of Deep Nest. This way, she'll respond more quickly. If all goes well, we'll have the prisoner interrogation resolved in a couple of days. Really? Ania looked genuinely surprised. Does Heart of Hellenist have some miracle medicine that can speed up healing? No, of course not, that would be too good. The prisoner's injuries are too serious and strange, not even the hot springs have been able to repair the damage optimally. How the hell did you do that? I have my ways, he replied grimly. All those who oppose the queen deserve no mercy. I'm glad I don't have you among my enemies. But I would never hurt you. He looked at Hornet with such adoration that she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Okay, whatever. I need you to send this letter, here it is. At your service. Hornet watched the spider walk away and clutched her chest as she walked toward her office. Ania's hope for unraveling the truth about the attack on her eggs lay in her paws. The letter she'd written contained a request for the Hollow's dream stinger. With it, they could read the prisoner's mind and learn every last detail about the situation. No secret could be hidden from its power, and it wouldn't be necessary to resort to spoken or written language. Coral had truly had a wonderful idea. Meanwhile, Anya walked toward the Deer Road station, where a mailbox had been installed. Every morning, the first deer of the day arrived with a mailman on his back. He would retrieve the mail and then leave. The mailman never set foot in the village. In fact, many Hellenist residents still feared the deepnest area, but for them, it was better, less of a hassle. Now it was Ania's turn to cross the thread bridge that had recently been built to facilitate access to the deer station. It was made especially for spiders. In fact, insects of other species had a hard time crossing it, but again, due to the few visitors they received, this was not of much importance. The spider was already halfway across the bridge when its legs got tangled and it fell, causing the entire bridge to sway. The letter it was carrying inevitably slipped from its legs and began to fall slowly and painfully into the waters of the lake below the town. The spider watched as the letter landed on the surface and then sank slowly and dramatically. She had lost her queen's precious letter, the letter that held the key to solving the mystery of the prisoner. It wasn't really that serious. She could write another one, but if she told him she'd lost it, he'd be angry with her. It was best not to say anything so she wouldn't get angry or worried. Much better, although better for whom? I think our mantis guest had a very rewarding experience in your quarters, haha, commented a dragonfly while dusting some furniture. What are you talking about, Amelia? Asked a ladybug sweeping the room. Haven't you heard? What kind of world do you live in? Everyone's talking about it. I'm getting curious now, tell me. She stopped sweeping for a moment to approach her companion. It turns out that yesterday, after Hollow and the Mantis returned from doing I don't know what in the city, the king and the knight took the Mantis to their room and locked themselves in with it. Those who saw the scene say that they had bought an aphrodisiac ointment in the city that they were planning to use on it and that they also heard sounds coming out of the room. Did they perhaps stick to the door to listen? Probably. Oh, these people. It was for the sake of the news the dragonfly looked very self-confident. A few weeks ago they said that the Mantis was Hollow's girlfriend and that they were going to get married, but no one has mentioned a wedding, so I don't know if this news is so credible. I'd forgotten that detail. Well, maybe they misinterpreted things and this Mantis isn't a girlfriend. It seems they only want her as a concubine. Honestly, this doesn't seem entirely right to me, but hey, he's the king. We're not going to question anything he does, but still. Actually, I have another theory. Really? What's this about? Even if she were just a concubine, it wouldn't be good to require her services at this time, she's in heat. You're right. Copulating with her now would inevitably lead to the birth of offspring. It wouldn't be wise. Unless that was the goal. What do you mean? She arrived at exactly the right time to be fertilized, perhaps she was brought here precisely for that, to be the mother of the king's offspring, or perhaps not necessarily the king's, simply someone strong who can bear the next generation, the heir of Hellenist. The heir of Hellenist. By worm. It makes perfect sense to me. Remember that when she arrived, the cook was ordered to provide her with a proper diet to combat her anemia, probably preparing her for conception, to ensure she was healthy and in the best possible condition. So that's why he ordered us to treat her so courteously despite her bad attitude. She's too important. Wow, how lovely, there will be babies in the castle. Maybe we should start making some preparations to welcome the future offspring. You're right, the king hasn't ordered anything yet, but it's best to be prepared. The heir of Hellenist, how wonderful, it's best to tell the others. And so another rumor was born in the White Palace. Whirl stretched lazily in his office chair. Sitting for so long had stiffened his muscles and he needed to rest a little. He stood up and looked at the stack of exams he had just graded. It had been exhausting, but he was finally done. He sighed and walked over to a shelf where he kept some papers and pulled out the folder containing his students' records. The job of a teacher was quite rewarding. He was igniting the light of wisdom and curiosity in those ignorant little insects, and more bugs were flocking to his classes from all over. It was great to see his teaching work gaining recognition, but that meant more work. If he continued like this, he'd soon be unable to dedicate himself to his research. It seemed it was time to follow his teacher's example and take on a couple of apprentices. At least he had some very promising candidates. He took out the cards of his potential disciples and set them aside, then turned his gaze to the hanging nest that now occupied a corner of his office. Hornet had become almost hysterical after not finding a corner she considered appropriate for laying her eggs. This place is too humid, this place is too cold, this place isn't safe, it's too ugly in here. He had finally managed to convince her to build the nest in his office, though that didn't stop her from complaining. She was really being too fussy considering the situation, but he chose not to say anything. His wife already looked too stressed for him to bother her. Yes, the last thing he wanted to do was upset her. Hornet seemed to be on the verge of collapse from worry. The affairs of her kingdom, coupled with the attack on her offspring, kept her constantly occupied, and although she didn't want to admit it, she was also somewhat distressed by the matter of the Mantis and her siblings. In these difficult times, the best thing he could do was support her, so when she went to visit him that night and barely paid attention to him, she didn't hold it against him. Hornet arrived that night and went straight to cleaning the eggs while absently babbling about problems and other things. Her visit was really short. She barely exchanged a word with Quirrell, even rejecting his invitation to tea and cakes. She must have been really sick for that. The woodlouse would have really liked to hug her and cuddle her for a while, but he understood that it was not the time. However, that did not make him feel less alone. His daily contact with his colleagues was not the same as being with his wife or his close friends. He had only been locked in the archives for a day, and he already hated it, and the worst thing was that he did not know how long this would continue. The incubation period of spiders and woodlouses was different. He tried to calm himself down, thinking that this wouldn't always be the same. Maybe that night when Hornet visited him, they could spend some quality time together. PSSS Hey Hollow, wake up. Orchid gently shook the knight, trying to wake him up, which worked after a few seconds. At first, Hollow opened his eyes sleepily until he realized who was in front of him. Then he jumped in surprise and retreated against the wall. In fact, if he had had a voice, he would have screamed. DSH please, as if I were a ghost. Oddly enough, for Hollow, seeing Orchid in his room was more surprising than seeing a ghost. The bewildered expression on the knight's face made the question he had in mind obvious. Well, the thing is, today when I woke up I found this thing on the nightstand next to my bed. Orchid took out a beautiful tic-tac plushie, the same one she had seen at the weaver's shop the other day. I don't need to ask anyone to know that this gift is from you. A noticeable blush appeared on the mantis's face as she hugged the plushie. The thing is, thank you, but I'm just being polite. It's not like I wanted this plushie. Hollow looked at her happily. He knew that behind that facade of annoyance and arrogance, there was actually great joy and gratitude. This time, he had finally managed to do something nice for her, and that was why he had her in his room at dawn. Then he wondered why she had appeared so early. He got out of bed and looked for the magic slate he had nearby. Orchid, what are you doing here at this hour? He wrote in his neat handwriting. Well, I came to thank you for the stuffed animal. But couldn't you wait until breakfast? It's just I didn't want anyone to see me because But my brothers have already seen everything, Hollow said, pointing behind Orchid after writing this. The terrified Mantis turned around to look. Only then did he realize that in that ridiculously large room there were two other beds, each of which had a container. One was the horned specimen he saw in his first encounter on Green Path, and the other was a container he had never seen before. It had 3 horns, 2 of them very similar to Ogram's, and the third was a conical one in the center of its head. This boy also wore a green hood. What are they doing here? Orchid shrieked. I share a room with Green and Loomis. Popo, why? You're supposed to be the captain of the Royal Guard. You could have your own room if you want. But I don't want to, it's fun sharing a room with them. Neither container understood what the problem was, but they were thoroughly enjoying the moment. The Mantis's behavior was hilarious, and they couldn't even try to hide their laughter. Orchid's face was getting redder and redder, her words were stuck in her throat, and she didn't know what to do. She stood up and screamed. You better not tell anyone. Because if you do. Not tell anyone anything. To Orchid's chagrin, just at that moment Ogram opened the door to the room and entered. He was greatly surprised to see the Mantis there, but the one who seemed to be most surprised was Orchid. Aya. The Mantis grabbed a pillow from Hollow's bed and threw it in Ogram's face. The dung beetle felt a certain sense of deja vu at that, but he brushed it off, removed the pillow from his head, and caught a glimpse of the girl hiding a stuffed tic-tac behind her. He had to fight back a smile at that. Apparently, that killing machine had a tender side too, which of course reassured him. Seducing her with trinkets seemed like a good option to gain her friendship. Perhaps that way, she would stop being a threat to the king. Of course, she had certainly never seemed like a threat at any point, but his experience made him wary of anything unknown. Oh well, whatever, said the beetle, ignoring the fact that a pillow had been thrown at his head. It's time to get up for the knights in training. Loomis, up. The 5-horned vessel got out of bed and diligently began to make it, just as he'd been instructed to do. Although they had servants for these tasks, they had to do it to teach them discipline. Since Green wasn't a knight, he could stay in bed later, as did Hollow, who, being on vacation, also had that privilege, although out of habit he got up early. Orchid remained silent, watching Hollow and Loomis make their beds, but when they finished, something she hadn't expected happened. The knight in training approached her and took one of her claws while making some gestures. The mantis looked at Ogram with a questioning expression. Though Ogram looked a little surprised. Loomis wants you to join us for breakfast. For the insect, it was a welcome change. Every day before, she had had her daily meals in the solitude of her room. She was treated cordially, but the coldness in their treatment was palpable, though she didn't mind, convinced that weak insects didn't deserve her attention. However, a small change in attitude in the last few days seemed to have had unexpected consequences, and thanks to that, she now found herself in the castle's main dining room, surrounded by the silent containers. He could recognize several of them, the 4 young men he met in Green Path, apparently they always sat together and did most things together. Also elsewhere, he saw Shadow, Azuri and Soul, looking extremely dejected and eating their breakfast listlessly, clearly the punishment weighing heavily on them. He saw a few other containers but couldn't recognize them. He was only able to notice that there was a sort of hierarchical order among them, although they were all very close and friendly. Hollow, Shadow, and another girl he didn't know were treated with a little more respect. Unfortunately for Orchid, although the dining room looked very lively, not a single word was uttered. All the diners were chatting in that strange silent language that only they seemed to understand, although Ogram was managing quite well. In fact, from the words uttered by the beetle, he could more or less deduce what they were talking about. It was clear that all the apprentice knights had a great appreciation for him, although that didn't stop them from playing jokes on him from time to time. Suddenly, he noticed that the 4-horned girl who answered to the name of Kairi was attracting his attention. "What's wrong with you guys? You're suddenly so determined to stay close to Orchid?" Ogram asked, then turned to the mantis. "Kairi's asking if you'd like to join us for some more training." The word training seemed to immediately encourage the mantis. She had experienced her weakness firsthand, and the idea of getting stronger seemed appealing. She had dedicated her life to the art of fighting, but not being good at it caused her tremendous anguish. She would get stronger no matter what, or die trying. "I'd love to," he said with a killer smile that intimidated Ogram, though none of the containers seemed to notice. The clang of metal and the battle cries of the 2 females echoed throughout the room as they accompanied the deadly dance of fury and grace they performed. Zemmer's silver wings reflected the light beautifully as she blocked Clover's swift attacks. The young mantis moved with speed and surgical precision, vanishing like a ghost, only to reappear with the power of a hurricane, but no matter her speed or strength, she was unable to harm the knight, who repelled each attack with such skill that it almost seemed like child's play to her. Clover was beginning to wonder if it was the 4 antennae on her head that made it easier for her to detect her, because there was no point in catching her off guard. Besides, she was already starting to get tired. Suddenly the young mantis stumbled and lost her balance, falling to the ground, then Zemmer acted quickly and efficiently, although they were in the middle of a fight, he did not hesitate to assist her by receiving her in his arms preventing her from falling, and both ended up fused in a kind of semi-embrace, in which Clover lay almost reclining with her face a few centimeters from the knight's. That was the first time that both were so close to each other, even though they had begun to live more closely and share several very pleasant moments, they had always maintained a prudent distance, always making it clear that they were not friends or anything more, just a teacher and her disciple. But now being so close, for the first time they could appreciate each other in their entirety. Zemmer wondered when that small grumbling mantis had become so beautiful and elegant, its delicate and fine forms, making it look more like a beautiful flower than a simple grass. For her part, Clover felt overwhelmed by Zemmer's brilliance, lustrous and shining silver was everything she saw, her wings, her body, her armor, everything shone, and for some reason at that moment, it seemed even brighter than the castle itself. But the magic of that moment was broken by the cough of someone trying to get attention. Then Zemmer immediately stepped away from his student, carelessly dropping her, took 3 steps away, and exclaimed. "Why Lemmer here? Sorry, did I interrupt something?" Ogram said, somewhat embarrassed. "Training, just that." "Well, it didn't really seem like it, but Zemmer, be careful. I'm not going to tell you what to do with your life, but I'm not sure the king would be very happy about this." "Fight me?" Clover suddenly shouted from the ground. Ogram looked down and saw the mantis lying on the ground trying to stand up, although it seemed somewhat shaken and was having trouble with it. "I'm sorry, miss, but I don't think you're in any condition to fight." He tried to be polite and kind. "Yes, I am. I'm always ready to fight. That's why I'm here. To become stronger, nothing more. So stop thinking strange thoughts and fight me." Clover prayed that Ogram believed that her blush was from rage and not from some strange involuntary reaction of her body. Once again, Ogram had that feeling of living something he had lived before, albeit with small differences. The mantis in front of him was older, more powerful, and did not look in such a shameful state, in fact it looked very good, standing proudly in front of him showing him its claws. However, several years had passed since then, and Ogram was no longer so young. "I'm sorry, miss, but I'll have to decline your challenge. At this point in my life, I doubt I'm a worthy rival for you." Don't tell me, the mantis snorted in annoyance. Well, even if your condition isn't the best, you'll surely prove to be a better opponent than those bumpkins, she said, pointing at the 4 apprentice knights who looked exhausted on the floor after facing Orchid. There's no need to be so rude, Akame said, somewhat annoyed. They're apprentices, they have a long way to go. And at the rate they're going, that road will be even longer. Are you supposed to be their coach? I hope you're better at fighting than teaching. Are you questioning my abilities as a teacher? I want you to know that it was the king himself who chose me for this. The king Orchid sighed. I think he lacks practice evaluating people. If you haven't been able to correct your students' shortcomings, I don't think coaching is for you. And do you think you could do better? Now the beetle was really angry. In response, Orchid walked towards the 4 apprentices who were still on the floor recovering and looked at them sternly. They shrank in their places somewhat intimidated. Then the lord raised her claw and pointed towards the 3-horned container. Cliff, I see that your attacks lack strength and you are also lazy. If you want to be a knight, you will have to train harder to develop your strength, otherwise, there will be few enemies that you will be able to defeat. He stopped looking at Cliff and headed towards his next victim, Loomis. Loomis, you have strength and skill, but your posture is terrible. If you fight with your legs so close together, you lose support surface and balance. It's extremely easy to knock you down. You should correct that. The mantis walked a little further this time looking towards that container that caused so much confusion because it could not determine if it was a male or a female. Tari, look, your problem is getting ridiculously simple. If you close your eyes every time you attack, you'll be left unprotected against enemy attacks. Stop closing your eyes. Finally, she walked over to the short 4-horned container. Orchid looked at it intently and then sighed. Honestly, of the 4 of us, you're the strongest and most skilled, but I feel like you don't believe it and that's why you can't progress. It's as if you're limiting yourself to being weaker than your teammates. The mantis's words left everyone extremely surprised. Each apprentice spent a few moments thinking about what she had said and eventually concluded that it was true. Orchid had managed to pinpoint each one's flaws. Like Akame said incredulously. In the tribe, I was one of those in charge of training the youngsters. I have experience with this. And now, will you fight me? The beetle felt somewhat intimidated by the mantis, he really didn't want to fight it, so he tried to change its mind. Why don't you ask Hollow? He's much stronger than me. Do you want me to kill myself? At that moment, a couple of servants were passing by carrying some things and couldn't help but overhear what the mantis was saying. The problem is that, lacking context, they interpreted the message however they wanted. Hollow knows that I like him to be rough with me, but sometimes he overdoes it, exhausting me by taking me beyond what I can handle. It's fun I must admit, but that doesn't help me. The servants didn't listen to the rest of the conversation, they rushed out to tell the juicy gossip they had heard. And that's why fighting against Hollow is not useful for me to improve my technique. Suddenly Orchid noticed that Hollow had his gaze fixed on her. What? She didn't know it, but her skills in detecting flaws in battle and her knowledge of how to improve them had earned her the Hollow's admiration. In fact, she had slowly managed to earn the vessel's respect, both for her change in attitude and for the skills she displayed. Now they spent more time together and went outside the castle. The mantis had quickly learned how to navigate the palace without being hurt by any of the saws in certain areas. She had a good memory, was interested in botany and medicine, and curiously, she was good at taking care of children. They discovered this one day when she was alone with the cook's son, and later they were discovered playing together. She was weird, explosive, and never said what she wanted, but she had good qualities that he valued, and her crazy, random behavior often made him laugh. The only annoying thing was that obsession she had with getting stronger. He didn't want her to be a killing machine, but he supposed it was something inherent to the nature of Mantises, and for the sake of her psyche, it would be best to help her a little. He took out his magic slate and wrote a couple of things. If you're looking for an opponent who can help you improve, maybe we should go see Moon at Crystal Summit. Moon? And who is she? She's the guardian of Crystal Peak, one of the strongest knights in the kingdom, and therefore designated to protect that territory. She used to help me train the knights before she became a guardian. Sounds good, if I can get stronger with her I'm interested in meeting her. I'm sure you'll also find the trip interesting. The pink crystals that grow there are very beautiful to see. Glass. Like the ones in Windows. Not exactly, they're more like transparent pink rocks. The mantis tilted her head in confusion. You'll understand when you see them. It's hard to describe. Orchid didn't say anything, just maintained her stern demeanor and swished her tail slightly, a small signal Hollow had already learned to interpret. Orchid was excited. Quirrell was delicately cleaning the eggs in the solitude of his office while lamenting his existence, feeling increasingly depressed, his interaction with Hornet becoming more and more limited. Exhausted by her duties to her kingdom, the half-breed no longer had time or energy for anything, so that night, she simply sent a simple letter to Quirrell, asking him to clean the eggs for her. The woodlouse didn't refuse, but discouragement was beginning to take hold of his heart. He had been locked up for 4 days now, he missed everyone, and the pain of loneliness was weighing on him more and more. Finally, his woodlouse nature had blossomed. He longed for company and affection, and he didn't have it. He was going to have a serious conversation with Hornet when he could see her again. Crystal Summit. That day, when Ania opened the door to the Queen's lair and entered, she found Hornet waiting for her at the entrance with an expectant and rather worried expression. It didn't really surprise her. After she had him send a certain letter, every morning when she returned from getting the newspaper, he stood by the door with a look of expectation and concern, always asking her the same question. Has any letter arrived from King Big? No, my queen, there is no answer yet. What the hell is going on? Big never takes that long to reply. It's been 4 days. Just when I really need their help, they're not providing it. Damn it. She vented her anger by kicking a nearby chair. Maybe he's been very busy, said the arachnid somewhat nervously. With him, that's no excuse. Because he sleeps so little, he has more time than most creatures. What's the problem with taking a few minutes to write me a few words? My queen, don't worry, I don't think it's good for your health. I'm going to get all worked up. This is urgent. My children are in danger. I don't want to live sick from worrying that any day they could be killed for no reason. It's over, I'm going to the castle myself. Hornet was starting to walk toward the exit in a rage when Ania stopped her. But your majesty, do you remember that you have to organize next year's public expenditure budget? You don't have much time to submit the report. If you go to the castle, you'll lose the whole afternoon. I don't care. My children come first. But what if it wasn't Big's fault? What do you mean, Ania? Hornet looked at her suspiciously. If for some reason the letter hadn't arrived, I'd go to the castle and make a scene over nothing and be terribly embarrassed. And why wouldn't the letter arrive? Do you know something I don't? Of course not, my queen. I'm just considering all the possibilities. Since you said it's very strange that Big doesn't answer, maybe there's a reason for that. Are you suggesting that the postal service lost my letter? Maybe. Ania was getting more and more nervous. She didn't want to involve others in this problem. Without saying a word, Hornet began walking towards his office with heavy steps, smoke almost coming out of his head from the fury he projected. My lady, where are you going? Well, let's write another letter. Tomorrow I'll go and deliver it myself, and I'll take the identity of the postman and the deer who will transport them. Of course, I'll also file a complaint at the mail office. This is unacceptable. The maid couldn't respond to his words. The loss of the letter was her fault, and she felt terrible that others had to pay for it. But if she told the truth, Hornet would be angry with her, maybe even fire her. She bowed her head and went back to her cleaning duties, hoping that everything would somehow be resolved. The anguish was killing her. Beautiful crystals covered the walls of the cave that the knight and the mantis were exploring. They were shiny and in all possible shades of pink, some were even a bit darker, almost purple in color. Orchid was amazed by what her eyes saw. Mantises didn't know anything about jewels or precious stones. In their territory, all there was were common mushrooms and rocks. That's why the impact was even greater for her. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her life. Did Hellenist hide treasures like this? What else was there left for her to see? At that moment, she felt grateful to have left her homeland, because thanks to that, she was able to witness this miracle of nature. Hollow. Look at this crystal here. It's huge. And its edges are very sharp. Would it be dangerous to climb it? I see a cave up there. Do you think there's a way there? Maybe there are crystals of other colors. The knight found it adorable to see his companion so excited about those rocks that were no longer a novelty to him. The mantis's tail gently swayed up and down, denoting her enthusiasm. He also liked seeing her willingness to explore. Hollow loved to go into complicated caves and explore dark corners just to see what was there. Unfortunately, he rarely found a companion to join him in his explorations. Could it be that he had finally found someone who shared that particular taste? Orchid was certainly having too much fun to have forgotten one of the basic rules of a hunter. Always be aware of your surroundings. The mantis completely missed the glass hunter who was approaching them, but at least its extraordinary reflexes and peripheral vision were still working very well because it was able to dodge the glass projectile thrown at it with nothing more than a superficial scratch on one of its legs. He immediately took up a battle stance and drew his spear. Since the people of Crystal Peak Castle believed it was a dangerous place, they had allowed him to retrieve his weapon, which he was very grateful for. He couldn't make ranged attacks without it. He immediately swung his weapon, and a whirlwind of sharp wind shot out towards the flying insect, but almost unfazed, it moved to the side and dodged the attack. However, this cluster of sharp air then returned towards its target, attacking it from behind. However, it was not able to damage the crystal hunter. The insect had a kind of armor made of mineral covering the back of its body, which is why it was not damaged in the slightest by Orchid's attack. The Lord looked at this with a mixture of horror and amazement. Until now, she had never met an insect that was immune to her attack. This was prey that challenged her abilities, which was incredible considering how small it was. The way things looked, there were many prey worthy of being hunted outside of the fungal wastes, and she was determined to measure herself against as many as she could. The bug, sensing the danger that Orchid represented, rose a little, which made the mantis frown. The crystal-covered walls were too sharp to climb, and her jump didn't get her high enough to kill the beast. Suddenly she noticed how the beetle twisted its tail forward, displaying the crystals that grew on top of it. Then the rocks shone slightly and a piece of them was thrown towards Orchid. She dodged the projectile without problems, but she didn't count on the fact that the rock, when it hit the ground, would grow explosively, like a flower that opened in the ground, extending its deadly petals towards everything around it. This time, the damage to the mantis wasn't as minor. A rather annoying cut was inflicted on its legs, and its freedom of movement was cut short. Orchid growled in frustration and threw another whirlwind, which, like the last time, was easily dodged. She was still pondering how to defeat that unreachable enemy when she saw Hollow rush forward. The container gave a powerful leap that lifted it to a great height, but obviously that wasn't going to be enough, so she made a second leap in the air, using some kind of silver wings that magically appeared under her cloak. Thanks to the Hollow Monarch's wings, he managed to land a blow on the flying insect, but that wasn't enough to knock it down. He still had some energy left. Orchid glared at Hollow in frustration, rage gnawing at her insides. Why could he defeat that thing and she couldn't? Did she have any chance of defeating that creature? She couldn't jump as high, nor did she have a pair of secret wings like he did. But something would soon happen that would disturb her even more. Out of nowhere, a pickaxe appeared in his field of vision. It flew in a parabolic trajectory and ended up colliding with the crystal hunter, burying itself in his head and knocking him down with a single absolutely effective blow. The dumb mantis first looked at her knight, thinking he had used some sort of sophisticated secret technique to defeat the creature, but nothing indicated that he had. In truth, the knight was staring down a tunnel with considerable interest. Orchid followed his gaze and found a young mining beetle. It had a slightly pink shell. It seemed that all the work it had done with minerals had caused some changes in its body. The creature was wearing its regulation protective helmet along with a backpack that seemed to be carrying tools. "Are you alright?" the insect asked. "Those things can be somewhat dangerous if not handled carefully." Orchid looked the insect up and down, increasingly surprised. That bug was a dwarf. It was the size of Hornet. It was true that it was robust, probably from its job, but it didn't look like a warrior. And that pathetic thing had defeated the flying thing she couldn't reach in one blow. How was that possible? Was that miserable bug better than a lord? This was unacceptable. She stood up and walked towards the insect, pointing her spear at it. "Give me a duel now." "What?" The insect didn't seem to understand his challenge. Hollow decided to intervene before the situation got any worse, so he took out his whiteboard and quickly scribbled a message. "Bren, we came to see Moon. Can you take us to her?" Sure, no problem, but could you tell him to stop pointing that spear at me? It's making me nervous. I want my duel." "Why don't you challenge Hollow? He's good at fighting." "I don't want him to kill me." "And I don't want you to kill me." "I don't kill anyone," the container defended itself. "And why do you want to fight me? I'm not a warrior or anything like that." The beetle looked nervous. "You defeated that thing." He withdrew his spear from Ren and pointed it at the crystal hunter. "You defeated that being that I wasn't even able to reach. I couldn't hit it even once." "That's it. It's no big deal." He regretted saying that when he saw the mantis's expression of hatred. "I mean, if someone encounters these bugs for the first time, they might seem difficult, but they're not so difficult once you get used to the way they think." "I couldn't reach them." "I couldn't really either, that's why I threw a pickaxe at him. It's the only way to defend himself. With some practice you could do it too." Orchid didn't seem to be convinced by the answer, so she crossed her arms and turned her back on him. She had gotten angry and didn't want to see anyone. Hollow tried to get her attention so she could see what he had written on his blackboard, but she still didn't look at him, which made him sigh, although Ren seemed to find it funny. "Ha ha ha ha, what a lovely girl, she reminds me of Moon." Hollow thought about it for a bit, and she could be right. When Moon didn't like something, she didn't react very well either, and the worst thing was that sometimes it was impossible to know what the hell was wrong with her. Maybe all the girls were the same or maybe not. When Hornet got angry, she exploded in fury and had no problem shouting everything that bothered her. He tapped his pencil against the blackboard, getting Orchid's attention, and gestured for her to follow them. The mantis obeyed without saying a word, simply making her annoyance evident with soft grunts that worried Hollow, although they only caused Ren to laugh. After a short walk, they reached the heart of the mine, where the barracks were located, where the collected crystals were sent for processing and use. If there was anything greater than Orchid's anger, it was her curiosity. She tilted her head when she saw the beetles and woodlice busily transporting and crushing the crystals. What did they use them for? They were pretty, but she didn't see much use for them. What do they use crystals for? Huh? Are you over your temper now? The Mantis's glare made him regret his joke. Sorry. Well, it turns out these crystals are imbued with a very special energy that has tons of uses. Certain types of lamps, stove flames, and some machines work thanks to the power of these stones. Of course, their energy isn't infinite. As they're used, they lose their color and shine. But once they're transparent and opaque, they can be ground to make glass, so they're extremely useful. Don't you think it's great? These are some of the wonders you can find in Hellenist. Surely, in the distant kingdom you come from, wonders like these aren't seen. There was a certain pride in the beetle's voice. I don't come from such a distant land, I'm from the Mantis tribe of the Fungal Wastes, he answered seriously. Huh? Really? Ren had assumed Orchid was a tourist mantis who had befriended Hollow. And what led you to abandon your tribe of uncivilized savages? Ren was a rather impertinent beetle, but he didn't say things meanly, it was just his way of expressing himself, however more than once that had brought him problems with other bugs, as in this case that once again ended with Orchid's spear pointing at his chest and with her murderous gaze fixed on him. My tribe is not uncivilized, the mantis hissed. We worship strength, we seek power, that doesn't make us any less than you, fat lazy creatures who only know comfort. And yet this chubby beetle defeated the crystal hunter and you didn't. That single sentence was enough to depress Orchid, who lowered her spear and her gaze, even her posture, changed to one of absolute defeat. Ren just looked at her curiously, it seemed strange to him that someone could change their mood so abruptly, but he didn't have much time to think about it because the sound of Hollow's pencil against his blackboard caught his attention. When he turned to look, he noticed the message Hollow had written for him. Stop bothering Orchid. The mantis also read the message, and a slight blush covered her face, but she tried to hide it, even though no one had noticed her. I'm a strong, independent female. Don't offend me. And what does being strong and independent have to do with me helping you? If I were in trouble, I'd want help too. And I would like to be that person who helps you, Orchid thought to herself, but obviously she wasn't going to admit it out loud, instead she chose to change the subject. Hey, and weren't you going to call a certain Moon or something? Right. I'll go get her. The short insect happily walked away to look for Moon, while the two bugs were left alone. Orchid was thinking if she should look for something to talk about in the meantime, although she didn't really know what to say, she didn't really know Hollow that well. She knew he was devilishly attractive, that he had a heart of gold, and that he was childish in some ways, he liked eating sweets and playing with water, but the truth is, in her eagerness to keep her distance from him, she hadn't paid enough attention to him, and now she wondered why she suddenly wanted to do it. At that moment she noticed that Hollow had stood in front of her in a very protective attitude and was looking around attentively, she was about to ask what this was all about when a loud noise put her on alert. Moon, watch out. Ren shouted. The car loaded with crushed glass flew off and behind it appeared a rather impressive container. Her gesture and attitude suggested to Orchid that she was a girl, a huge girl. After big, she was probably the tallest insect he had ever seen, she had a sharp face with 6 long, straight horns that curved downwards, although each pair was shorter than the top one. Unlike other containers that usually wore capes, she was wearing a kind of light blue tunic open in the middle that almost touched the floor. Underneath it, a second layer of clothing could be seen, a somewhat lighter blue but slightly shorter, whose visible edge ended in a point. This second layer also had silver embroidery that simulated the roots of a tree. At that moment, she was also carrying an enormous square-headed mace, with an intricate curved design on its surface, and some pieces of glass embedded in it. Of all the containers the Mantis had seen so far, Moon was the most extravagant and, above all, impressive. She also looked very strong. What would it be like to fight her? Yes, when Orchid met something or someone new, the first thing she saw was their potential as an opponent or prey. It was a habit she couldn't shake. When the girl saw Hollow, she started running toward him, making a thunderous noise with every step. She was far from having Big's elegance and delicacy, although she was somehow graceful. The problem was that in her excitement, she started carrying a huge rock and with her tremendous strength, she kicked it toward a shed, making a hole in it. Then, scared, she tried to go see the damage, but unfortunately, she tripped and dropped her mallet, which flew and fell on top of a wagon, breaking a wheel. She would have continued causing disasters if Ren hadn't run to her to calm her down. This was Moon, adorable and destructive in equal measure, loved and feared by all, the guardian of Crystal Peak. When Moon remained still, Hollow relaxed his posture and went to talk to his sister. The two containers greeted each other quite happily and immediately began one of their peculiar silent conversations that characterized the species. Orchid just looked at them with some annoyance, hating not understanding what was going on, but to her surprise, Ren had no trouble integrating himself into the conversation. Training? Seriously? The pink beetle exclaimed. It's not that there's a problem with that, but don't you think it's a little dangerous to ask Moon? He suddenly noticed the girl's sad face. I didn't mean it like that. I mean, you're really strong, maybe you'll end up overdoing it a little. Hollow made some gestures that Ren interpreted. Even if you say she's strong, this place is dangerous and she's not an armored insect. Hollow intervened again. Yeah, maybe I'm not either, but at least I know how to kill crystal hunters. A chill ran down the bug's spine when it felt Orchid's murderous gaze. If it didn't fix this matter, it saw a likelihood that the crazy mantis would pierce its guts with her spear. Moon, maybe you could teach him a couple of simple things, but don't overdo it and well. The beetle was suddenly picked up by Moon, who gave it a warm hug, and with it on her, she walked towards a shed, of course, signaling her guests to follow her. Orchid was about to do so, but a gesture from Hollow told her to wait a bit. Only when there was a certain distance between them did Moon allow Orchid to walk. The knight loved his sister very much, but he was aware of how dangerous her clumsiness was, and until his companion got used to her and was constantly aware of her surroundings, he would make sure to protect her. That would be Orchid's first task, learning to be aware of her surroundings so as not to be accidentally crushed. The mantis was used to battling a single creature. She didn't have the experience of fighting multiple opponents in the container or in a hostile environment as dangerous as her enemy. In the solitude of his office, Coral once again cared for the eggs, trying to cheer himself up by humming a song that was more depressing than he really wanted. His mood had plummeted. It was a day off at the archives. There were no classes, and most of the insect researchers who worked with him wouldn't be coming that day. Only a few bugs in charge of some experiments were in the building, but he didn't want to bother them with his personal problems. At that moment, he wanted to cry. He missed Hornet, Hollow, his brothers-in-law, his friends. How had he managed to travel halfway around the world in absolute solitude without regretting it in the slightest? Perhaps it was thanks to the mask. Now that he thought about it, he never felt alone while he carried it with him. In those days, even though he didn't remember her, he felt a friendly, protective presence always at his side. His master was with him in spirit, guiding his every step. He sighed sadly and looked at his eggs. Perhaps he was rambling too much, but he didn't have much to do. Right now, he just wanted the babies to be born soon, even though that would be sad. His dream was to be with his wife when their babies came into the world and share their joy with her, but as things were, he found that very difficult. Hornet hardly ever visited him anymore. Marital problems. The constant sound of pickaxes digging into the crystals was commonplace in the Cumberta crystal mine. They had a regular rhythm unique to each worker, but when they echoed together, they seemed to sing a melody, a song of rock and shine that each miner sang throughout their workdays. Sometimes the workers became so absorbed in their work that they let their minds wander and ended up singing strange songs. Oh, bury the knight with his broken sting. Bury the lady, already a little pale. Bury the priest in his ragged robe. And then to the beggar with his shining crown. It was a mysterious song, none of them remembered hearing it, but somehow they all knew the words. A rumor had spread that the song was sung by an old miner before she died of the infection, and that her spirit roamed the mines to make sure everyone did a good job. It was a tale often used to frighten newcomers who had just arrived at Crystal Peak. But this day, there was a new sound, one that didn't resonate with the rest and seemed to break the harmony of the place, giving everyone headaches. It was Moon, using his hammer to hit the adjacent tunnel, causing pieces of glass to fall from the ceiling. A rather large crystal fell from above and hurtled towards a mining beetle that was enthusiastically chipping away at a rather large rock. Anyone would think that the sharp mineral would kill it, but the insect, with tremendous ease, moved a step to the side, dodging the projectile, and then continued its work. Dodging rocks and blunt objects was something the miners were used to. They could sense everything that was happening around them and easily avoid it. This was a talent given by constant work in that dangerous environment. In general, the miners took great care of the novices who came to work there, as these survival skills took time to develop. However, once the workers had been there for a few months, the place no longer posed a challenge to them. They could kill any threatening creature that stalked them and handle most complicated situations. Only cave-ins were something to fear, but for that, they had Moon. With her immense strength, she could lift or destroy the rocks that held the insects captive. Just like the rookies who had difficulty avoiding rocks, Orchid faced the same problems. Now the Mantis stood before Moon in a training duel that seemed more like a battle to the death for her. No matter how hard she tried to get closer to the Guardian, the numerous falling rocks made it impossible. She couldn't concentrate on attacking and at the same time be aware of everything that was falling from the ceiling. In addition, the excess of rocks accumulated on the ground had made the terrain uneven and dangerous to move around. One false step and she would end up falling. Was there any way to defeat Moon? She had no doubt why she was the guardian of the place. Her power was impressive. She thought with anguish that she had just met another powerful knight capable of defeating many warriors of her people. Heart of Hellenis seemed like an increasingly fearsome enemy. She must grow strong quickly and return home to train her people. There was a terrible danger outside her small territory. Suddenly, Moon leaped forward and threw herself at Orchid, bringing down her hammer, which was already loaded with the force of her weight. The mantis barely dodged her attack, but in the process, she tripped over one of the numerous rocks that littered the battlefield. The fall was inevitable, as were the numerous crystals that fell from the ceiling and headed towards her. They were going to pierce her armor, but Hollow opportunely reached her, covered her with her body, and used Abyss Hell. The soul blast she released pulverized the crystals and prevented them from reaching her. Once the knight was sure everything was secure, he looked down at the mantis trapped beneath him, who once again seemed to be having another one of those moments where his head just wasn't working quite right. Orchid was blushing and couldn't utter a word. Her knight was lying on top of her, preventing her from moving. It was too hexy to bear, and she didn't know how to react. She wanted to push him away, but that position left her defenseless and submissive. "Hey, find a hotel, this is not the place to do that kind of thing," Ren said suddenly. Orchid immediately pushed Hollow aside and slammed her head against the ground as she screamed in embarrassment. Apparently, she wasn't as helpless or submissive as she wanted to believe. "It's not what you think. Yoo-hoo, I seriously love this girl." The pink beetle was having a great time with Orchid's explosive reactions. Moon looked at him curiously. "What do I mean?" "Oh, Moon, I'll explain later, okay?" He turned to the two creatures. "You can stop now, Orchid. I assure you Hollow swallowed enough dirt to regret what he did, even if he has no idea what it was." Orchid released the bug who had to wipe the dirt off his face and then looked at the mantis in disgust. Sorry. I don't." He shook his head. Orchid couldn't understand his words, but she understood that he wanted to tell her that it didn't matter. Okay, I think it's time to take a break," Ren chimed in. "Come on, stand up. How about we go get something to eat? I'm sure you're tired after all that training." The group set off toward the mine barracks. The two containers led the way, separating slightly from the other two creatures to speak to each other in their own silent language. Orchid looked at them with some envy, wishing she could understand what her beloved knight was saying. It was exhausting having to wait for him to write on his blackboard. She would like to hear his small voice, to hear a random word blurted out spontaneously instead of elaborate written speeches, but that was beyond her capabilities. "Are you intrigued by their language?" Ren said suddenly. Orchid looked down, she had forgotten the presence of that insignificant insect, and she had also forgotten that she had to stop looking down on small bugs, first because Hollow didn't like it, and second, because she had no reason to feel superior, at least until she was able to defeat a crystal hunter. "Yes, it makes me quite curious, they don't utter a single word, and yet they are able to communicate perfectly, and that curious sign language however, what intrigues me most is the fact that their king speaks. Why does he speak and the rest don't?" That's a good question. The reality is that everyone theoretically speaks, but their voices are so soft that no one can hear them unless they scream. However, larger individuals have louder, easier to hear voices. Moon, for example, has an audible voice. But they prefer to continue using their silent language because it's painful for them to speak. "Really?" Orchid looked at him in surprise. "It's a shame, such a beautiful and powerful race with such a flaw, so King Big also finds it painful to speak." "I think so. I don't know. They say his voice might not be that powerful, but he doesn't mind using it. A gift from the Lord of Shadows, according to everyone. The god that everyone here worships. Oh yes, our king's race refers to itself as the children of the shadows. They claim to be blessed by him and have spread his worship throughout the kingdom. Honestly, don't tell Moon, but I'm not much of a believer. I don't know. The thing they worship seems too fantastical to exist. The giant slug of the Mossman seems more believable to me. Do you need to see a god to believe in him? At least I do. What about you?" Orchid decided not to answer. It was somewhat confusing to her. Before arriving at the White Palace, she had never heard of the Lord of Shadows, but later, she became a faithful follower. Desperate because of her loneliness and rejection, she spoke to one of the god's images every day, turning to him whenever she felt hopeless. The deity had done nothing for her, hadn't given her any signs of anything miraculous, but even so, she continued to turn to him whenever she felt overwhelmed. "Well, I guess that's a tough question. And what did you think of training with Moon?" "She's a formidable opponent. So far, I don't see a way to beat her. Each of her attacks changes the terrain and makes rocks fall from the ceiling. I can't keep an eye on so many things at once, and how the hell do you guys manage to avoid getting crushed?" "Well, it's just getting used to the sounds of the cave." "The sounds?" "Well, you're a hunting species. Hunters tend to use their eyes more to see their prey, but prey are guided more by hearing. They identify their enemy by sound, and they only use their eyes to see where to escape. So for us little beetles, listening to the cave and predicting where its rocks will fall isn't that big a deal. Still, I don't think you're finished. I don't see why a mantis can't become a good listener." Orchid pondered the bug's words, there was much wisdom in them, now she was beginning to regret having despised the prey so much, she didn't know it, but they had much to teach her, even the fat and lazy insects of Hellenist had many contributions to make, she would definitely never despise a non-hunting insect again. Many days of hard training awaited him, he would not leave that place until he was able to defeat Moon. The enormous doors of the archives opened that night to welcome a long-awaited visitor. After 3 days of absence, Hornet finally deigned to appear on the scene. Her gait was proud and haughty, like that of a queen, but a keen observer could tell how exhausted she was. What she felt wasn't physical fatigue. In fact, she'd slept properly all these days. What she felt was mental exhaustion, anguish, and fear. Things hadn't been easy these past few days. She'd been facing the intrigues and uprisings of her people for some time now. Normally, that wasn't something that bothered her too much. She remembered her mother often speaking of the constant problems a queen had to face. Power was something that seduced and destroyed those who didn't have the strength to bear it. But now her opponent seemed stronger. The spider sighed, overwhelmed. She wasn't wrong in thinking she was having more difficulty reigning than her mother had. Like any ruler, Hera had her detractors, but those who supported her outnumbered her, and her enormous eyes often intimidated those who were against her. In deepness, governing involved a delicate balance between diplomacy and brutality. As a general rule, large bugs tended to be obeyed. The Pale King had been an exception, as was she, but Hornet didn't have a divine aura that intimidated everyone. In many ways, she was extremely normal, and that led to her being underestimated. Through battles and displays of bad temper, she had earned everyone's respect, but it was exhausting. However, she had managed to achieve some peace in her life, and for a couple of years she was able to govern without major difficulties, enjoying the support of everyone. But now, with the matter of her offspring, her enemies appeared again, and she was very busy trying to crush anyone who opposed her. This seriously angered her. Even with the good work she had done in recent years, they couldn't accept her. Being a mixed-race girl was more valuable than her talent as a queen. But it didn't matter. She would do whatever was necessary to bring peace to her kingdom and ensure a happy childhood for her children. She had already decided. All these thoughts crossed the half-breed's mind as she headed toward her husband's office. There were so many problems, but she didn't feel like talking about them. She just wanted to relax for a moment. If it had been up to her, she would have gone straight home to rest, but it had been too many days since she visited her nest. She needed to clean the eggs. At that moment, she hated herself for being such a bad mother, abandoning her babies. It was a good thing she had Quirrell to take care of them. Otherwise, she'd be overwhelmed. When he entered the office he saw the sleeping woodlouse resting on his desk, he felt a little sorry for the bug, it should be curled up in its improvised bed in the office, instead of lying like that, he was going to go over and wake it up, but then he changed his mind and went straight to the eggs, he took one out and started to check it carefully, then he noticed that it was perfectly clean, Quirrell had done an impeccable job with them. That was a relief. She wouldn't have to waste any more time there and she could return home. Tomorrow she had a meeting with a group of spiders who lived in the ruins of the old tram. There were plans to resume that project, but she didn't want to do it without consulting her people. Once again, she found herself lost in her thoughts as she headed for the door. She was so focused that she didn't notice Quirrell had woken up and was talking to her. "Hornet." The woodlouse finally shouted, making itself heard. "Quirrell. Oh my, you're awake. You shouldn't fall asleep at your desk, your back will hurt later. And that's all you have to say." There was a certain tone of disappointment in his voice, but Hornet ignored it. "No, I actually wanted to thank you for taking care of the eggs. You've done an excellent job and saved me a lot of time. I would have liked to visit them sooner, but my schedule didn't allow it. But now that I have your support, I can rest easier. Are you calm enough to leave and abandon your children, trusting that I will take care of them?" "Hey. They're not abandoned, I've been busy besides, it's not just me who's responsible for taking care of them. You're their father, take charge too." "That's what I've done. I've taken care of them as requested. I've kept my end of the bargain, but it seems someone forgot to keep theirs. So that's what this is all about. Are you mad because I didn't visit you every day?" Hornet's stress was making her very unsympathetic. "Stop being such a crybaby, the world doesn't revolve around you." "And that's your answer? It's all my fault. You're insensitive, you damn selfish thing." Now Quirrell was starting to show his anger too. "Selfish? Who do you think you are to talk about selfishness? Do you have any idea how much I've been through these days? I have too many problems to deal with to be paying attention to your whims. While I'm out there trying to keep the kingdom united, you're here, calmly doing your own thing, not worrying about a thing. You're the damn selfish one." His voice grew louder and louder. "Damn, insensitive spider." The argument had now escalated to shouting. "I don't know why you married me. Did you just want a nanny and a cook on hand?" "Of course not. I wanted a companion who would always stay by my side." So, Hornet, why didn't you do the same? Why did you leave me alone? A pair of straight tears welled up in her eyes. You're cruel, you give me the illusion of having a loving family and then you take it away from me. These last words hurt Hornet deeply, and at that moment he finally responded to his partner's situation. He had practically abandoned him, locked away in that cave of knowledge, without a shred of love or understanding, even though he knew how sensitive woodlice are to loneliness. Whirl, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Are you going to fix my broken heart with that? This time, in response, Hornet ran to meet him and hugged him tightly, just enough for him to feel her closeness. She had already learned the limit at which she began to suffocate him. I'm sorry, Quirrell. I was truly insensitive, she said, her voice breaking. I never meant to cause you this pain. I want to give you the loving family you deserve. I want to stay by your side and be your support. I really wanted to visit you, but I'd get too exhausted during the day. My head would end up in a mess. I'd feel overwhelmed and I didn't want to talk to you about my problems. So, Anya would recommend that I rest and postpone the visit for later. And so 3 days passed. She buried her head in Quirrell's chest, trying to hide her tears. Quirrell frowned upon hearing from Ania. There was something about her he didn't like, but he never told Hornet because she trusted her maid blindly. Okay, I accept your apology. I know you didn't want to abandon me, and maybe I was a little demanding. You've been under a lot of stress. He gently stroked his wife's horns. But I don't mind listening to your problems. If you want to complain about your tiring day at work, or tell me about your enemies, or talk about anything, I'm willing to listen, Hornet. You can talk to me about anything, just talk to me. I want to have you close. Whirl, I love you, Hornet said between whimpers, kissing the insect. Me too, Hornet. Finally, the woodlouse hugged him back and sighed happily. It was like a dream. She was finally with him. Hornet had returned, and at least for tonight, he had no plans to let her go. Well, I guess you'll stay for lunch. Lunch? But I'm going to be late. Ania said she'd wait for me for dinner. Whirl had to work hard to hide his disgust at hearing that. But Hornet, I had prepared a noodle stew with salad and mushroom sauce. Sounds good, but there's also cherry pie for dessert, that's your favorite, right? That was more than he could bear and he finally gave in to temptation. Hornet ate like she hadn't in a long time. She loved Quirrell's cooking, and although Ania wasn't a bad cook, she didn't enjoy her dinners as much. She had even started eating less, something Quirrell noticed. Quirrell, what are you doing? The half-breed said, her face red, as the woodlouse slipped its hands under her cloak. You've lost weight, he said seriously, touching her. Maybe a little, but I also gained weight when I laid my eggs. But now you've lost too much weight, you'll have to come eat more often. Is this an excuse for me to stay with you every night? Maybe, he said with a mischievous smile. Sounds good to me, he said, playing along. The Spider Queen felt relaxed and happy, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. During dinner, she had told him the details of her last few days, and she had to admit it felt great to be talking to someone. Quirrell, for his part, had also told her about his research progress and all his accomplishments. In a short time, they had managed to resume the healthy relationship they had always had. In addition to all this, Hornet had become somewhat sweeter, normally always showing a hard countenance and a strong character, but when they were alone, he usually showed her a unique side of his personality, a secret that belonged to the two of them and no one else. Quirrell continued to touch his wife's body, though he didn't seem to be checking on her health this time. Hornet began to feel her cheeks flush at the thought of what was coming. That night was very sweet. Hatching? Moon, no. The enormous container was carrying a pile of dishes outside the mine barracks, despite his friend Ren's warnings not to. As a result, one of its long horns caught on the door, causing it to lose its balance and end up breaking some of the crockery. The Guardian, ashamed of what she had done, tried to bend down to pick up the pieces, but in doing so, she once again ended up hitting something she shouldn't have with her horns, this time a woodlice that was just emerging from the building. Before Moon could continue her mischief, Ren came to her aid, sending her to sit outside while he tended to the injured insect and sent another person to pick up the broken dishes. The somewhat angry and frustrated girl crossed her arms and did what they asked her to do. She knew it was clumsy, but she also wanted to help. Even Hollow and Orchid were cooperating by moving tables and chairs. And speaking of them, she noticed that the pair got along quite well. Right now, Hollow was trying to teach her friend sign language and she was doing her best to memorize the basic movements. She looked at them carefully. They seemed happy together. Maybe they would be best friends, just like she was with Ren, or maybe there was something more. She walked up to them, trying to get their attention, and when she reached them, she dropped down loudly, making the place shake. A couple of pebbles fell on top of them, but this time, with a quick movement, Orchid was able to knock them away. Then she turned to look at the gentleman, who gave her a smile and a pair of thumbs up. It's not that big a deal, I'm just getting better. She didn't want to point it out, but she was very proud of her achievement. Ren's advice had been very helpful, and she was slowly putting it into practice. Meanwhile, Moon looked away in annoyance. Hollow, knowing his sister, knew that this was just one of her subtle tantrums. "What's up, Moon?" "No problem. If something happens to you." "Maybe, but I'm not going to tell you." "Come on, don't you trust your brother?" "Well, maybe if you bring me a sweet." Typical of Moon, always asking for sweets. Sometimes they had to restrict his access to them due to his excessive fondness, but this time he would indulge him. He got up and went to get some, though not too many, otherwise he wouldn't want to eat the barbecue they were preparing. Moon's mood immediately changed at the thought of the sweets she could eat. She gently rocked in place in a show of joy and then looked at Orchid, who didn't seem very happy. The mantis was burning with jealousy. She couldn't understand the language of the containers, only read their body language, and in the interaction between them, she saw a very close relationship that she didn't like. She knew she had no right over Hollow, she knew there was no relationship to be upset about, but she couldn't help it. Moon, seeing the mantis so upset, wanted to ask what was wrong, then she noticed that Hollow had left her slate on a nearby table and took it. She supposed she wouldn't mind if she used it a little. "What's wrong, Orchid?" he wrote in his elegant handwriting. "Nothing," the mantis replied, turning its back on him. This left Moon somewhat shocked. She used to throw those little tantrums when she felt frustrated, but it wasn't common for someone to do them to her. "Do you want a sweet?" She didn't mind giving him one of her treats, but unlike her, Orchid wasn't going to fall for such a bribe. Fortunately for Moon, Hollow returned soon, and the mantis's attitude did not go unnoticed. "What's wrong with Orchid?" he asked his sister. "I don't know, he suddenly became like that. I even offered him a sweet and he didn't want it." Hollow stood in front of Orchid to look her directly in the eyes, but she looked away. He searched her eyes again, but she refused to look at him. Hollow scratched his head, wondering what was wrong with him now. To his surprise, Orchid at least spoke to him. "I don't want to hear from you, stay away." He said this even though all he wanted was for Hollow to pay attention to him, but he wasn't going to break that bad habit of saying the opposite of what he wanted so quickly. However, Hollow, already recognizing her contradictory nature, interpreted the mantis's wishes more or less correctly and embraced her. The female's face immediately turned crimson as a mixture of satisfaction and embarrassment filled her. Suddenly, she noticed Moon's surprised look, unable to believe her brother would act that way with a girl. In fact, the entire camp had their eyes glued on them. "It seems that what we read in the newspaper the other day was true," a beetle whispered to a woodlouse next to her. The mantis, when she realized this, pushed Hollow away from her while yelling at her. "That's enough. Don't be so mean to me. Don't think I'll just give in to you like that. Even if you're handsome and sweet, I don't." Suddenly, she realized the nonsense she was saying and the fact that everyone was paying attention to her. "It's not what it seems." "Ah, I really like this girl," Ren said, approaching the group with a smile and a violin case in his arms. "Look, Moon, I brought your violin. You can liven things up a bit while we wait for the food to be ready." The guardian thought it was a good idea, and with great enthusiasm she took her instrument, a beautiful light blue violin with a moon on it, then with all the calm and delicacy in the world she began to prepare. Perhaps she was clumsy moving around in her surroundings, but she handled tasks that required meticulousness well. He took out the violin, tuned the strings, tightened the bow hairs, and rubbed a kind of sticky stone over them. Orchid watched the whole process with great curiosity. Violins were something unknown to her. The tribe had musical instruments, but they were much simpler, almost limited to drums and some types of horns, and the music was based more on rhythm than melody. But a violin was something much more sophisticated, something that produced a unique sound that could be imbued with feeling and personality. A shiver ran down the mantis's spine when the first sound rent the air in the cave. She'd never heard anything like it in her life, and it was just a warm-up exercise, simple arpeggios before she began to play. Orchid had her full attention completely focused on Moon. She was enraptured listening to his arpeggios, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest when the real music began. Moon chose to play a very cheerful melody, ideal for lifting the spirits and dancing. Many of the insects in the place began to hum or move gently to the rhythm of the music, making gentle jumps as they went from one place to another, light and rhythmic. Orchid's tail also swayed to the rhythm of Moon's tune, and the knight, for reasons he didn't understand, was very tempted to touch her, but since he knew that was an indecorous act, he held back his urge. The temptation of the forbidden, Ren joked at her side. Hollow just glared at him. "Just kidding. Hey, why don't you ask her out dancing? She seems really excited." Hollow considered the idea and thought it was a good one, so he went up to Orchid and offered his hand. The mantis didn't understand the meaning of the gesture, so she got curious and naively took the offered hand. The knight gave her a heart-melting smile and led her to an open area. Everyone moved aside to give them space, while the mantis grew increasingly confused, but her bewilderment increased even more when the knight began to drag her across the dance floor to the beat of the music. Orchid knew how to dance, but only the tribal dances they performed during certain special rituals, such as when young people lost their wings and passed into adulthood. These were very simple dances, with everyone standing in a circle around a campfire, performing certain postures to the rhythm of the drum. But this dance now was different. Lively, spontaneous, free. She struggled to keep up with the knight. Her movements were clumsy and stiff, and she felt a little scared at being watched by everyone. What was going on? What was all this about? She began to get distracted by all the bugs around her, becoming increasingly nervous and losing her rhythm. Hollow noticed this and promptly called her attention. Hollow gently touched the mantis's face to reassure it, then pointed to one of his own eyes, and then pointed to the mantis's eyes. According to what little he'd learned of the intuitive language of the shadow children, that meant something like, "Look me in the eyes and don't look away." And that's what he did. In Hollow's eyes, the Lord found tranquility. That alone was enough for her to forget the world and lose her fears. He made her feel safe and protected. He was kind and sweet, with infinite patience to put up with her madness and delusions. It was no longer just his jealousy that made her want to stay by his side. Now she was beginning to realize how much she enjoyed sharing her time with him and how terribly painful it would be to leave him. A certain anguish settled in her chest as she thought about this. What would be her future regarding this relationship? And why was she suddenly considering their relationship? There was nothing between them. Suddenly, she had a vision, something almost magical and inexplicable. She saw in front of her a miner's beetle, like the many who work there, even wearing the regulation helmet. The girl looked at her with a warm smile and spoke with the warmest, most melodious voice she had ever heard. "Don't think about it, just live the moment. Dance." And just as that vision appeared, it vanished from her mind. It was a strange and confusing moment, but somehow calming. She pushed aside all worries, took the gentleman's hands, and let herself be carried away by the music. Orchid lost all her stiffness and began to move more freely, enjoying the dance and the company of the gentleman. They both walked around the dance floor while the spectators applauded to the rhythm of the music, encouraging them every now and then with shouts and exclamations. It was an elegant dance between two delicate and stylized creatures, lively and swift. The mantis had a very distinctive way of moving, just like in battle, reminiscent of a ghost, ethereal and mysterious. Soon, Hollow no longer had to guide her steps and let her dance to his own rhythm. The music flowed through her, each chord seeming to express itself in her body, as if vibrating and emitting a magical energy, something that resonated throughout the place, in harmony with the song, with the melody of the crystals that permeated every individual present and filled their hearts with warmth. And in all this, there was something that caused Hollow a tremendous feeling of nostalgia, something inside him stirred, a distant memory from his childhood, of a different but curiously similar dance, a dance of passion and fire, performed by a terrible beast with a broken heart. He remembered those fiery red eyes, its elegance, its terrifying power, and that scarlet offspring that would inherit his family's curse. He felt a pang in his heart at the thought, but it didn't last long, because Orchid took his hand, snatching him from those painful memories and taking command of the madness of sound and rhythm, dragging him all over the place in endless twists and turns. The music was growing in intensity, becoming frantic. Moon's violin was breaking into trills and arpeggios, the clapping got louder and louder, and the crystals screamed with joy until they reached a climax. The music ended with a rushed chord, and by the time he realized it, Hollow was half lying in one of Orchid's arms while she leaned towards him, looking directly into his eyes. Both of them blushed at being in such a close situation, but curiously, this time it was Hollow who had his mind in turmoil and couldn't find how to react. All of this seemed suspiciously similar to a certain situation he had experienced in his childhood, more or less. But the intimate atmosphere they were sharing was suddenly broken by the applause and cheers of all the spectators, enchanted by their spectacle. Shocked and surprised, Orchid dropped Hollow, who crashed to the floor. When she realized what she had done, she looked at him in embarrassment, but he didn't seem upset. He just smiled at her from the ground, so sweetly it took her breath away. Truly, when she had to leave the night, she would suffer greatly. The Spider Queen opened her eyes lazily and shifted in her bed, trying to settle down so she could continue sleeping. Her body felt heavy, but she was content. When she tried to turn over, she realized she was being held captive by a pair of arms and that she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her first sign of alarm was alarm, but when she recognized the hands holding her and remembered what had happened the night before, she calmed down. But this calm only lasted a moment until she remembered she'd left Ania waiting for dinner. That had been irresponsible. She should have sent a messenger to say she wouldn't be back that night so he wouldn't have to worry. What time was it? She gently pressed her husband's hands to force him to give in to her grip, but she did more than that, waking the woodlouse. Hornet. What's up? It's time for me to go. What? So soon? Whirl, I spent the whole night with you, now you can't complain that I didn't pay attention to you. Is it morning already? Time flies when I'm by your side. That sounds like one of the lines from Bretta's novels. Maybe it is. He gave her a mischievous smile. Well, I'd treat you to breakfast, but I guess you're already late. I have a lot to do anyway, like cleaning my desk. He glanced at his work table, which was littered with the remains of last night's dinner. He decided to clean it all up the next day. Besides, I think I should clean this office too. Since the kids are staying here, I don't let anyone in to clean and the room's starting to smell strange. Yes, it's true, it smells like egg. They both panicked upon realizing this and ran to the nest, fearing that one of their babies had fallen out while sleeping, but nothing could be further from the truth. The chicks were safe, all three inside their nest, and one of them had a noticeable crack on its surface, which was widening every moment. Is that it? They're opening. Hornet, our children are being born. After that, they didn't speak again for a while. They were both enraptured, watching the egg, their nerves on edge, eager to see what would hatch. They were about to become parents. They almost felt the urge to break the shells themselves, but the expert said it was better for the babies to emerge on their own, and this particular baby seemed to be taking its time. The egg was already cracked all over, and the little one still hadn't deigned to come out, even a second egg had begun to show signs of damage. Although Quirrell was very nervous, his discomfort was nothing compared to Hornet's. He worried that they were healthy, she worried that they were healthy, and that one of them was a spider. She still hadn't forgotten that if she didn't provide Deep Nest with a suitable heir, she would have to mate with a pureblood male in her next heat. And as fate would have it, a piece of the shell finally fell away, revealing a segmented bluish carapace. Hornet was devastated as she watched the creature hatch. Soon, its head emerged from the egg and its 4 eyes became visible. The hatchling began to crawl using its forearms, exposing its woodlouse-like body. Certainly the newborn creature was curious, mixed breeds always were, and a woodlouse with 4 eyes and forearms was very striking. Hornet was so shocked she didn't know how to react. She was a cochineal. A creature like that would never be accepted as an heir, even if it had spider-like features. She began to get nervous thinking about what was coming, about having to be courted by someone other than Quirrell. Just imagining someone else laying their hands on her made her sick. Hornet. Quirrell shouted, bringing her out of her reverie. Calm down, there are still 2 left, one of them could be the spider you're looking for. Yes, you're right, there are 2 left, yes. Hornet didn't seem in any condition to care for the newborn, so he went to find a towel himself from the pile of supplies Hornet had brought from home and kept in the office. When he returned, he gently picked up the newborn and began wiping away the fluids covering her body while carefully examining her. He looks healthy, although a little lazy, it seems like he just wants to sleep, she said with a smile, cradling the creature. From what I see, it's a girl. We have a daughter, Hornet. Yes, a daughter. Hornet should have been elated with the birth of her firstborn, but she couldn't shake the worry and now turned all her attention to the second egg, which was making great progress in hatching. The hatchling inside seemed more energetic than its sister, the egg opened surprisingly quickly, in fact the little one seemed to have quite a bit of strength, because with a push she split the egg in half and the shells fell away revealing its occupant. Hornet almost screamed with joy, because what she had in front of her was exactly what she longed for. It was a perfect spider, with a broad abdomen, a strong body, and a pair of horns that denoted her princess status. Perhaps her only defects would be that she only had 4 eyes and 6 limbs, 2 arms and 4 legs to be precise, but it was not something so important, this little one had much more of a spider than she did. It's a spider. A Quirrell spider. Yes, I see it, he said, sharing his wife's joy. She's beautiful. He handed her a towel so she could clean the creature herself, and Hornet happily accepted. She cradled the little one in her hands while humming happily. She was rarely seen so happy. Now, finally, after weeks, she could feel relieved. Her tortuous wait was over. She had a perfect heir, and no one could complain. Besides, now that she checked, the newborn was a girl. It was perfect, because in Deep Nest, females had preference when it came to inheriting the throne. Are you calmer now, Hornet? Yes, everything is fine now, I have the heir of Deep Nest. He hugged the creature that stirred lazily and let out a soft moan. That's great, but hold back a little excitement, there's still one more baby. He pointed at the last egg, which was already beginning to crack. What do you think it is? I don't know and I don't care, whether it's a woodlouse or a spider, I'll love it just the same. I just want it to be born healthy. I would like it to be a boy, I mean, we already have 2 girls. Yeah, I guess it would be nice to have a boy. Now calmer, while they waited for the last egg to hatch, they took the time to tuck their daughters in and place them in a crib they had prepared for that moment. The little woodlouse didn't even flinch and enjoyed burrowing into the blankets they had laid out for her, while her sister, on the other hand, began to squawk for food. Come on, little one, I'm coming. Quirrell had figured out that the eggs would be hatching around that time, and with all the free time he had made some preparations and had bottles of baby food saved for them. "And that?" the mestiza asked. "I made them myself. I was reading some books on how to prepare nutritious smoothies for newborns. Well, I had some recipes that Ania had given me. I'm sure they're good too, but there's no time to ask him now." He pushed the bottle of food toward the young spider, who began to eat it almost desperately. "Look, he seems to like my recipe." Hornet delighted in watching Quirrell care for his daughter until a cracking sound caught her attention. Finally, the remaining hatchling's egg had split in half and the little one inside was struggling to get out. Both parents came to witness the birth of their last child, and when they saw what came out of it, they were speechless with shock. Black body, rounded face, 2 large horns coming out of its head and 2 smaller ones from its forehead, large, black and above all expressionless eyes. It was a container. Hornet was horrified to see her son, almost wanting to deny that such a thing had come out of her egg. How could it be? Why had something like that been born? She'd never had any involvement with the void. There was no reason for one of her children to come out like that. Now she was beginning to imagine what it would be like to raise that creature. She would never hear it sing, she would never call it mother, she would have trouble relating to others, she would have no defined gender, and no chance of having children. But worst of all, beneath that mask, there wouldn't be a creature, there would be a terrifying shadow that no one but her family could love. All these worries raced through her head as her hands went to the newborn's neck. She needed to see him, needed to see his true form. Even if it broke her heart, she had to contemplate the shadow hidden beneath the mask. He inserted his fingers under the baby's face and pulled, but instead of making a shadow appear, what came out was the baby's voice. Then Hornet breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he looked like a container, but it was just that, her child was normal, he had a voice, he was crying and expressing his disgust at the pain he felt, he had a will, he wanted to be treated well, and now that she noticed, he also had a gender. He was a boy. "Hornet, what are you doing?" Quirrell asked, worried that he had made his son cry. "It's normal," she said, taking the baby in her arms. "It's normal," she shouted with joy. "My baby is normal. And why wouldn't it be? I don't know, it's just that when I saw his appearance. If I'm honest, I also feared the worst, but in reality, this child's appearance doesn't necessarily mean that he's a child of the shadows. It's just the Pale King's genes that are very strong in him. That old worm is still around in his own way," Hornet said thoughtfully. "But it doesn't matter." She hugged her baby boy, finally calming his crying. "You're with me now, you and your sisters. I'll make sure to give you a good life and love you very much. I'll be the best mother I can be." In response, the boy gave a soft grunt and smiled. And the little ones were born. Finally. "Well, now that you've appeared in the story, it's time to introduce you to a fanart that was made of me a while ago and that I was saving for this moment. This beauty was made by a girl who contacted me on Instagram, PACU858. I don't know what her Wattpad username is. I don't think I've ever had a fan art made with such a professional finish. The 3 children. In a cozy cave in the lower part of Deepnest, the Spider Queen and her consort were waiting anxiously and happily for the matron to finish examining their offspring. Hornet was beaming with joy, humming a lovely song as her hand skillfully tangled her silk to create beautiful garments, specifically children's clothing. Most spiders usually prepared their children's trousseau before they were born. After all spiders were the same shape and more or less the same size when they were born. But in Hornet's case, her children's appearance was a mystery, and she had no way of knowing what kind of clothes would be appropriate for them, so now that they were born, she was quickly knitting at least one outfit for each of them. Quirrell watched her in admiration. Hornet loved knitting, he wouldn't know it since he had many more scarves, capes and blankets than he actually needed, but now he seemed to enjoy it more than ever. She sighed as she thought about the mountain of clothes she would make for the little ones. Her children might be in any kind of need, but they would never be cold. Suddenly, she noticed the midwife returning from checking on the children. They both approached to hear what she had to say about the offspring. "Congratulations to both of you, and especially to you, Hornet. You've given birth to the perfect spider princess," she said, showing the baby in her arms. Of course, ignoring the fact that she only has 4 eyes and 6 limbs, but they're more than enough to get by and survive. "So she's okay? Is she healthy?" "Of course, she's healthy and strong. She seems to have inherited her grandmother's genes. From what I've seen, she'll be big, maybe close to Hera's size." Hornet blinked in surprise. That was more than she expected, considering neither she nor Quirrell were very tall. But if her little girl had inherited her grandmother's genes, that was a great thing, she'd have no trouble commanding respect around her and could easily rule. Although the idea of her baby growing so big that it could carry her made her a little uncomfortable. She sighed, somewhat overwhelmed. As soon as the princess was ready to be queen, she would abdicate in her favor and go live a quiet life in Dirtmouth, although that was still many years away. Come here, little one. Hornet held out her arms, and the midwife handed her daughter to her. So you'll be a very big girl, huh? I'm sure you will, and a good weaver too. She has great potential with that, the midwife confirmed, approaching and touching the end of the girl's body, from which she extracted a small strand of thread. The quality of her silk is exceptional. It's firm, soft, and very shiny. She will command respect among other spiders with such material, although it will depend on her whether she transforms her silk into high-quality clothing. I'll teach you everything I know. In a few years, you'll be knitting clothes as beautiful as this one I made for you. She took out the cape she had knitted for the baby. It was very similar to the one she herself wore, but obviously sized appropriately for the child. It covered her torso but left her spidery abdomen visible. Since she had just knitted it, it was white, but she intended to dye it. She had a feeling a soft red would suit her. As soon as the baby was dressed, she began to rub her face against the fabric. She loved how soft it was and laughed happily. I think I have your approval. Hornet proudly handed the baby to Quirrell, who cradled her for a moment before placing her in a portable crib they had with them. The baby didn't seem to want to leave her father, though, as she grabbed his finger and held on with all her might. Quirrell felt his heart pound with love. Jujuju, don't spoil her too much, Quirrell, she seems to be the type of girl who always gets what she wants, said the centipede with a mischievous laugh. I'll try, the woodlouse replied, slightly blushing. Any other extra care? Not much, feed her well, keep her warm and remove the thread she produces every night, she's too young to take care of herself like that. Understood. You'll have to do the same with your sister. Both parents blinked in surprise at this. Does your sister also produce silk? They asked in unison. Well, it's not as good quality or in as much quantity as the princess's. The insect took the woodlouse that was lying on its back. I honestly doubt this will be useful for weaving anything. Just as she did with the spider, she ran her hand along the underside of the woodlouse, extracting some silk, which looked dull and thick. Even so, this might be useful for something. If she develops the needle combat style, she'll need it. Or she can also make rope, but it won't be useful for weaving clothes. Although I don't see it as serious, anyway, woodlouses don't need to produce thread, just as they don't need 4 arms or 4 eyes, but she can certainly take advantage of her unique qualities. No doubt, Hornet took her daughter to tuck her in. The mother had noticed that her daughter was somewhat sensitive to the cold, so she had knitted a thick warm hooded cloak for her. It covered her body almost completely, though it was open in the middle, so she could stick her arms out. She planned to dye her clothes purple, though she had to admit she didn't look bad dressed in white. The girl actually seemed content too. She snuggled into her clothes, closed her eyes, and began to doze. What? You fell asleep again? This girl. Hornet carried her herself to her crib where after stretching a little she finally fell asleep. Her father took the opportunity to caress her, and the little girl, in her sleep, let out soft moans while moving slightly. It was a truly tender image. She's very quiet, the centipede commented. She'll be easy to raise. I doubt she'll be much of a nuisance, unlike her brother. Hornet and Quirrell turned to look at the matron to ask what she meant, but the answer came by itself. The little boy was perched on the bug's head waving his little arms happily. Tester, get down from there, his mother scolded him. But the boy ignored it. Instead, he slid down the centipede's body and, when he hit the ground, ran for the cave exit. But his mad dash didn't last long, because suddenly a needle pierced his path, causing such a fright that the little boy ended up falling down. He was about to start crying when his mother, as swift as her needle, reached him and picked him up. Little devil, didn't you think you've caused enough trouble in the archives? Hornet complained. Oh, Chester, I can see you're going to cause me quite a few headaches. What? Did she already have a name? But she's not even a day old. The midwife looked very surprised. Oh yeah, Quirrell scratched his head uncomfortably. It's actually a very funny story. After the children were born and properly cared for, the two of them busied themselves cleaning and organizing the office while the offspring rested in their cribs. However, one of them turned out to be much more active than the others, specifically the only male in the clutch. While his sisters were still napping, he was already awake and ready to explore the world. Don't get out of your crib, Quirrell scolded, interrupting his escape attempt. This kid isn't even a day old and he's already trying to cause trouble. Why can't you be like your sisters? Look at them, they're sleeping peacefully over there. The boy just laughed mischievously, as if he was challenging him, to which his father could only sigh. This kid, and speaking of kid, we can't call him that forever. Hornet. Have you thought of a name for him yet? Name? Oh, Quirrell, I didn't tell you, but in Deep Nest, parents don't give their children names. And who puts them on? Fate. That. We believe that every person comes with a predestined name. The key is finding that name. That's why parents don't name them. They could end up giving them a name based on their own preferences instead of the one they're entitled to. And how long will they be without receiving a name? Well, that varies, sometimes it's days, months, or even years. Years? Well, yes, it took me a while to get my name, for example. The late Queen Vespa gave it to me when I went to train her hive. Initially, it was a nickname she gave me, which later became my name. She used to say I was as brave, fierce, daring, and grumpy as a hornet. These arachnid habits are very strange, Quirrell shook his head somewhat disappointedly. So how are we going to refer to them then? Well, we have it easy, son, daughter and princess. I'm not entirely convinced, but are you sure we can't name them? I even prepared a list. A list? This certainly caught the attention of the mixed-race woman, who followed her partner to his desk, where he opened a drawer and took out a stack of papers where he had written down many names, both female and male. You did all this? Well, I was a little anxious and thinking about what to name them helped me pass the time. Hornet walked over, took some of the papers and began to read them. Let's see, Rose like the flower, an ideal name for cheerful and enthusiastic girls, they usually emanate strength and confidence, and this other one Zhongli, it means kind, a name given to people who overflow with warmth and kindness, and this one here is Tayo, which means sun, and what the heck is a sun? Wow, Quirrell, it seems you put effort into this name thing. I almost feel sorry that none of them are going to be used. Well, yeah, we would lice name our children, but if spiders don't, well. As they chatted, neither of them noticed that the rebellious little boy had finally managed to escape from his crib. Despite being barely a couple of hours old, he was already able to walk and wander for short distances, and with each step he took, his mobility increased. The infant walked silently up to his parents, hoping to get their attention so they'd pick him up, but he changed his mind when one of the papers from the desk fell on him. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. It was something new to him, like everything else in that world. He shook it a little, and the sound of the paper finally alerted his parents to his presence. Son, are you out of the crib yet? Hornet said, bending down to pick him up. But the boy interpreted that action as her wanting to take away his role, and he wasn't willing to do that, so with a skill unthinkable for someone his age, he dodged her and ran away. Unfortunately, the bedroom door was open at that moment and the boy went out into the hallway. No, son. Come back here. Hornet ran after him. Quirrell thought about following her, but after thinking better of it, he couldn't leave the girls alone, so he first went to get the crib and then followed his wife. The little boy ran down the hall with an acceptable speed for someone of his small size, leaving Hornet in awe. He seemed to have very favorable genetics that made him possess a lot of energy. Perhaps it was the strength inherited from the Pale King that all his siblings seemed to share. She only hoped that he hadn't also inherited his lack of common sense. Coincidentally, at that moment another individual was walking through the corridors of the archives, precisely looking for Quirrell and Hornet. It was Dan, a young woodlouse who shared friendship with both of them and a suspicious resemblance to the professor. The young insect was quite puzzled when he saw the tiny baby running through the halls, but he was even more puzzled when the baby ran up to him and hugged one of his legs. Not knowing what to do, he picked up the boy, who was excitedly waving a piece of paper in his hands. Then, increasingly curious, he took the paper and read the name written on it. Chester is your name, Chester? He took the boy's laughter as an affirmative answer. Okay, then Chester. Where are your parents? Here I am, Hornet said. He ran up and stopped next to the woodlouse. Thanks for catching him, Dan. Bad boy. Don't give me these scares, he scolded his son as he picked him up. Is he your son? When was he born? Dan asked, surprised. About 2 hours ago, and he's already managed to cause trouble. At that moment, Quirrell came trotting behind his wife with a basket containing the girls, who had woken up by the sudden movement and looked somewhat upset, but all their anger seemed to vanish as soon as they saw Dan, and they stretched out their arms towards him while squealing excitedly. Wow, they seem to like you, Quirrell said cheerfully. I wonder why that is. Maybe because of our physical resemblance. Anyway, do you want to come over and say hi? Quirrell put the basket on the floor and Dan came over to look at them. He thought they were cute, so he started petting them, delighted with how happy they looked about it. Hornet felt distressed when she saw this. She wondered if such behavior from her sons was the call of the blood. After all, although neither Quirrell nor Dan knew it, they were father and son, therefore, Dan was the children's brother. She was greatly tempted to confess the truth, but she knew it would do no good. Quirrell had no memories of his past. It would do no good for them to find out about their kinship if Quirrell had no memories to share or anecdotes to tell. There was nothing, only a well of overcome pain and the latent fear that someone from his past would one day appear to claim him. Yes, it was best to say nothing, just as that old ghost had arranged it, who in many ways was an idiot, but in others possessed great wisdom. Well, I'm sorry to interrupt the moment, but we really have things to do, Hornet said, placing her son in the basket with her sisters. I have to cancel a meeting I had with the inhabitants of the ruins of the old tram. They're going to be angry, but when they know the reason, they'll understand. They'll also be in charge of spreading the news that the heiress of deepness was born. I guess it's the spider, the young woodlouse declared, looking at it closely. For some reason looking at these children gave her a warm feeling. Suddenly he noticed the child beginning to escape from his crib again. Hey. Chester's running away again, he said, picking up the little boy and placing him next to his sisters. Chester? Quirrell asked, confused. That's his name, isn't it? It said so on the paper he had with him. Actually that's his name, Hornet interrupted. So fate is decided. Ahaha, you could say he decided his own name. The midwife looked very amused by the story she'd just heard. The boy certainly stands out in every way. We know, even his appearance makes him stand out, Quirrell said. Would you happen to know why he looks like that? As well as? He's not mixed race. Ah, true. Most people tend to think that if the parents are of different species, all the children are mixed, but the reality is that nature always tends toward the pure race. Only half of the children are born mixed, the rest either inherit the species from their father or mother. In fact, if the princess had children with a spider, it's most likely that all her children would be spiders, the same for the woodlouse. And it would be natural for them to be interested in someone of their own species. Although this offspring, he looked at Chester, he's something of a new species, with the blood of the Pale King, his entire race is made up of his relatives. I can't imagine what their reproductive behavior will be like, but well, it's still many years away from that. Enjoy your children, they're healthy and in good condition, you can go. Both parents thanked the matron for her attention and left her an offering of food as was the custom, then secured their children in the basket and began their journey to the den they called home. The babies looked around with great interest, even the baby woodlouse, curiously looking around with sleepy eyes, was sitting next to her siblings. They really enjoyed the trip, especially when Hornet started to carry them up to the highest house in the village. As soon as the door of that lair opened, the creature inside came out to greet the owners of the house with unexpected emotion. "My queenie!" Ania shouted as she ran to meet Hornet, but before reaching her, she stopped and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, welcome. I've been waiting for you." "Stand up, Ania," Hornet replied in a more pleasant tone. "I know you're dying to hear the news. My queen, is it true? The offspring have been born?" "It's true, come see them." Ania Hornet was radiant with joy and very proud of the children she had brought into the world. The spider sighed deeply, wondering what kind of creatures had come out of that nest. She was not one of those who had much confidence in the type of offspring a woodlouse could produce, but she was speechless when she saw what was in the nest. There, sitting at the front of the basket, was a beautiful spider. He could see that she was missing eyes and legs, but that didn't overshadow her childlike beauty. She looked strong, and he could tell she would grow a lot. His heart beat with excitement at the thought of the magnificent queen she would become. He could already imagine her demonstrating all her power and leading deepness to absolute glory. There were so many possibilities hidden behind that childlike gaze. Her fantasies were interrupted when the princess's brother pushed the girl wanting to play. She responded to the challenge willingly and threw herself at her brother, trying to grab his horns. Now Ania looked at the boy with some annoyance. He wasn't a mixed-race child, but she didn't find him a very handsome creature either. In her opinion, the princess should be raised separately from her brother. A girl of her class couldn't relate to just anyone. She was sure that Hornet, as a mother, would want the three children to remain close until they reached adulthood, but she would try to convince her otherwise. Having that thug around couldn't be good for their upbringing. But if at first she was annoyed at the sight of the child, when she noticed the sleeping woodlouse, she felt disgusted. Never in her life did she think she'd see such a hideous creature. A woodlouse with 4 arms and so many eyes seemed like an eyesore to her. They should have eliminated that creature as soon as it hatched. "They impressed you, didn't they, Ania?" Hornet commented happily when she saw her maid staring at the children. "Huh? Oh, of course." She immediately regained her composure and the cheerful, helpful tone she always had with her queen. "All 3 of them are precious, beautiful little angels. But of course, someone like you could only bring magnificent offspring into the world. I'm so happy that all 3 of them were able to be born without complications." "Me too. I was worried they would break prematurely and die, but they were able to be born. Now I can keep them at home. If there's any danger, at least they'll be able to hide, and I'm counting on you to keep them safe." "Right, Ania. Of course, my queen. I'll guard them with my life. In fact, I'm going to settle them into their room right now." Ania was about to take the basket, but Quirrell got ahead of her and grabbed it first, then with a protective attitude towards the little ones, and with a cold look on his face he said, "I'll take care of it." After this, she walked away with her children to their chambers, where the nursery was hidden. Hornet watched her husband walk away with loving eyes. She was fascinated by his rude and protective attitude toward their children, but she also understood that her actions could have offended Ania, so she went over to reassure her. "Don't take it personally, Ania." Quirrell is just worried about the children and is very jealous of them. It was actually a lie. Quirrell hadn't had any problem letting Dan and the matron take the children, but he couldn't let the maid know. He'll calm down a bit as the days go by. I hope so. There's nothing I want more than to serve her by caring for and protecting her offspring. By the way, Ania, did any letter arrive? The same question the queen had been asking for days, although this time there was finally a positive answer. Yes, my lady, a letter arrived from the palace today, he said, taking an envelope from his clothes and handing it to the ruler. Finally, it seems things are starting to look up. The half-breed took the letter and opened it. Anya stood before the queen, looking nervously at her, waiting for her to comment on the king's message. She barely dared to breathe in anticipation of the letter's contents. Although Hornet initially seemed very happy reading the letter, her expression began to look increasingly annoyed as it progressed. Is something wrong? She dared to ask the maid. It can't be, she said, crumpling the paper. Hollow isn't in the castle. He went off to do something or other up at Crystal Peak. I swear, if I didn't have my newborn children, I'd go find him myself and ask for the dream sting. A real shame, Anya said, looking down at the ground. But the babies have already hatched, and so much time has passed that I suppose that stinger you're looking for isn't necessary anymore. Oh no, Ania, it's still necessary. I won't rest until I discover the truth about the attack on my eggs. Big said he'd send for Hollow urgently, although I don't think I'll need to send the stinger through the mail anymore. I foresee a visit to the castle soon, at which point I'll collect the artifact myself. And how is that stinger supposed to work? You don't have to worry about that, Ania. It's a royal secret. Just keep quiet, I'll take care of everything. Soon we'll be able to raise the children in peace and quiet. You don't know how much I long for that day to come, he said with a sad smile. The news of the birth of the heiress of Deep Nest had reached all parts of the kingdom with unthinkable speed. In the span of just a few hours, the small spider had become the main topic of conversation for every resident of the place, and opinions regarding the creature were extremely varied. Yes. It's a spider. They say it's a perfect spider, a more than suitable heir. Who would have imagined that a woodlouse could produce such a creature? I'm not convinced, it's just looks, I assure you that even if it looks like a spider, it won't behave like one. It will be the shame of the kingdom. Aren't you being a little unreasonable? Not at all, and I assure you I'm not the only one who thinks that. There are more than one person around here who doesn't agree with this. But there's nothing they can do about it, their inheritance has already been decided since birth. There's nothing they can do. Oh ho ho, you're wrong, my friend. There's always something to do. What are you thinking? What are you going to do? Me? Nothing. I'm not going to lift a leg over this matter. I don't have the desire or the time for this, but I'm sure there's someone out there who does. Our queen will have to be very careful if she wants to keep this nest. It won't be an easy job. Battle against Moon. Orchid stood with her weapon in her claws, watching her opponent closely. She was slightly nervous about the upcoming battle. After several days of training, she felt she had finally perfected her combat skills. She had regained the agility she had lost after so much rest in the palace and had learned to trust her hearing as much as her eyesight. She was ready for the final challenge. To defeat Moon. Take it easy, Orchid, Ren shouted at her outside the makeshift battlefield. You're doing great. The day is the day I'll beat him, I'm not in the mood to take things easy. It's no good being boastful, the beetle gave her a disapproving look. Remember, you're fighting against Moon, the guardian of Crystal Peak. Defeating her isn't easy, even for the finest knights. Well, now she faces Orchid. The pervert from Fungal Wastes, Ren finished. I'm going to kill you. Perfect, use that murderous urge to fight Moon, you can do it, Orchid. Along with the hollow insect, he also encouraged him. The mantis eyed. Over time, after getting to know Ren, she'd come to like the creature, at least enough not to wish it dead, but she had to admit that sometimes putting up with it felt tiresome. It had a good heart, but its way of doing things could be crude and unsubtle. She chose to shake off those thoughts and focus on Moon, who was already standing with his mace raised, ready to begin. The Lord did not want to delay the match any longer. Both stood face to face and, after a respectful bow, began the fight. As usual, Orchid initiated the offensive, and following the usual path, Moon swung her mass and slammed it against the ground, causing numerous crystals to fall from the ceiling. This interrupted the Mantis's attack, which she had to focus on dodging, but that now seemed like a natural task for her. She didn't even have to bother watching where the rocks and projectiles were falling. She threw one of her whirlwinds, opting for a ranged attack, but Moon had no trouble blocking it. Most of Orchid's attacks were simply blocked, as the weight of her weapon made it difficult for her to dodge. Orchid continued to approach until her opponent was within range of her weapon, then she began to attack with great speed, performing a series of rapid thrusts, like an endless barrage of pecks. Moon raised her weapon and used it to block each blow with quick but precise movements. Since each action was short and didn't require much effort, she could keep up with the Mantis, but constantly holding the mace high was beginning to numb her arms. She was already using a lot of strength to raise the mace and knew she wouldn't hold out much longer. The Guardian took a couple of steps back. Orchid immediately advanced with her spear forward, trying to apply more pressure, but she didn't expect Moon to raise her mace and push her away. Until now, she had always limited herself to blocking and attacking her with the rocks in the cave, but it seemed that she was finally putting her in a difficult position, to the point where she had become more aggressive. Orchid was light, and Moon's push was enough to send her flying far away. Hollow and Ren thought that would be the end of the encounter, but to their surprise, the Lord spun in the air, leaving her limbs in position to land, managing to land on her feet with the grace of a cat. She didn't have time to boast about her feet. The Guardian had run toward her and jumped to an impressive height and was now falling toward her, using the weight of her mass to increase the damage. The Mantis jumped slightly to the side, avoiding the impact of the mace, but the shaking of the earth left it somewhat stunned. Some rocks fell from the sky after that blow, and it was barely able to dodge them. However, it was not intimidated by this, and as soon as it was able to jump towards Moon, but she swung her weapon, again hitting it in the air and throwing it to the side. The damage suffered this time was more noticeable. She failed to land properly, landing ungracefully, dragging herself along the ground and receiving a few scrapes on her shell. It wasn't enough to defeat the Mantis, Moon knew, so without giving it a second's respite, she ran toward it, ready to attack once more. The Lord was in a bad position to respond to such an offensive, so she resorted to desperate measures. She took her spear and launched a whirlwind of cutting wind from the ground. Launching it at such a low altitude was not advisable, as any rock could destroy it, but somehow the wind attack managed to reach Moon. She was resilient, but she had no armor on her body, so it was not in her interest to take the damage. The whirlwind was aimed at her feet, so she dropped her mace to block it. Her maneuver was successful and her feet were safe, but she didn't count on the Mantis, appearing out of nowhere behind her and dealing a terrible blow to her head. Moon fell heavily. This attack had been brutal and painful. She hadn't imagined Orchid would have such strength, considering her slender frame. She underestimated her, but it wouldn't happen again. She tightened her grip on her weapon, which she had never let go of, and placed it in front of her. A metallic sound and pressure on her arms told her that, just as she had expected, Orchid had attacked. The Mantises were terrifying. They showed no mercy to anyone, and even if their enemy was on the ground, they would continue attacking until they were certain he was finished. She pushed Orchid back again and quickly got back to her feet, only to receive another lunge from the Mantis, this time stabbing her with its spear into the side of her body, staining her clothes black. This infuriated Moon. Did it intend to kill her? Honestly, if she had known the Mantis better, she would have known it was trying to be gentle. Normally, it was much more brutal. She even felt a little bad for having hurt it. The container then swung its mace and generated a cutting air current that damaged Orchid and made her retreat. "Oh no, Moon got serious," Ren said with some fear. "Hollow." The knight nodded and put on a safety helmet. Moon swung her mace and struck the ground, generating a wave of energy that again hurt Orchid and forced her to retreat further, but at the same time this blow made more crystals and rocks fall from the ceiling. With all the material that was scattered around the battlefield, moving was already starting to become somewhat complicated. Moon did not have many difficulties, since her battle style consisted more of staying in one place and resisting there, unlike Orchid who fought moving all around her environment. In addition, she could not stay still either, the falling crystals and rocks could hurt her. The Mantis stumbled across the place, dodging and deflecting projectiles with its spear. At first, everything seemed to be going well, that was until Moon hit the ground again, but this time with more force than ever. This generated a wave of energy that cracked the ground in its path, sending pebbles flying in all directions. Orchid barely managed to dodge this attack, at least the main impact, as the flying pebbles did hit her painfully. But in the midst of her escape, a piece of glass pierced one of her paws, generating such sharp pain that movement became difficult. Then she saw with horror that Moon was preparing another of her mace blows. Already desperate, she threw one of her wind whirlwinds directly at her body. The container immediately lowered her weapon to block the attack, but then something unexpected happened. Orchid's spear pierced her hand. The Guardian ripped out her spear and threw it aside, quickly grabbing her limb, groaning in pain. She couldn't hold her weapon now. She needed both hands to wield it properly. She looked up in anger and saw Orchid approaching with her claws raised, ready for hand-to-hand combat. Moon looked at her with a slight smirk. Few knew it, but she was also good at boxing. What followed was the fiercest battle the inhabitants of Crystal Peak would see in a long time. The two females hit each other with everything they had, neither willing to give up, both too stubborn to give in. Moon's punches were painful and powerful, while Orchid's claws hurt like sandpaper. Their shells were increasingly showing signs of deterioration. Moon's clothes were already a mess and had many tears, crystal and rock dust covered them, while blood stains and emptiness covered them both. Of course, Orchid, due to the adrenaline of the fight, didn't notice how strange it was that Moon was bleeding black liquid. Ren and Hollow watched the scene wondering if they should stop them. This was already escalating beyond what was planned, but they didn't know how to intervene. In reality they were both somewhat scared. Suddenly, Moon seemed to gain the upper hand, punching Orchid so hard that she was stunned and fell to the ground. She then moved to knock her out to end the fight. The Mantis fell, injuring her back on the shards of glass on the floor. She then drew her claws and grabbed two large crystals. Before Moon's fist could connect with her face, with a speed only a Mantis could achieve, she reached out and buried the crystal in her right hand into the container's arm. She writhed in pain, clutching her injured limb. This hurt more than the impact of the spear. And before she could do anything else, she watched in horror as Orchid leapt on her and knocked her to the ground, aiming the crystal in her left hand directly at her neck. "I won," he said in a deep, serious voice. Finally, after so many days, so many beatings, so many training sessions, and so many bad jokes from Ren, Orchid emerged victorious. She had defeated the powerful guardian of Crystal Peak. Unfortunately, she wasn't taking it well. At first she thought she heard a slight moan from the container, which was somewhat strange considering her lack of voice, but what truly alarmed her was when she began to see the expression of pain and the black tears that were welling up in her eyes. "Moon?" Orchid began to panic. That wasn't an attitude worthy of a warrior. It was uncomfortable, and she didn't know how to react. She jumped off the guardian, who sat on the ground, still crying. She projected a truly pathetic image, inspiring pity and a desire to comfort her, but Mantises weren't good at that kind of practice, so Orchid stood beside her, stunned, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Ren came to the rescue. "Moon, calm down, nothing is wrong." The pink beetle ran up to her and hugged her, trying to calm her down. The guardian took him in her arms and hugged him, still crying. Soon, other beetles and some woodlice joined in, trying to calm the guardian, who seemed inconsolable. The Mantis looked at the scene, increasingly perplexed. This was something she would never see in the tribe. Mantises always tried hard to hide their feelings and emotions. Crying in front of everyone would earn her the scorn of her peers, especially after losing a battle. But here, everyone was attentive and kind, even trying to encourage her with words like, "Next time, you'll win, it's not the end of the world, you'll get your revenge, train harder, and you'll soon be able to beat him." The whole situation started to make her feel really bad about what had happened. Was she crying because she'd lost? Or maybe she was too hard on her? Had she hurt her too much? Would everyone hate her now for making Moon cry? I'm sorry," he stammered timidly with his gaze lowered. Then she felt a touch on her back, and when she turned to see, she found her beloved knight, who was looking at her with understanding, with a message for her on his board. "It's not your fault." She's scared because she feels she failed in her duty as a guardian. Failed? Moon almost never loses, and now he fears he doesn't have the strength to protect the place and his friends. Was Moon scared? Was she afraid of not being able to protect her friends? That seemed like a ridiculous idea to her. Crystal Peak was part of the kingdom of hollowknight, under the jurisdiction of King Big, a devilishly powerful monarch who commanded some of the strongest knights he had ever met. He also had some who weren't as competent, but together they made up for it. She was the one who should be scared. Her poor tribe didn't have such military might. She was the only one who had been training to reach a decent level that would allow her to face an external threat. She was the only one with the strength necessary to defeat any of the kingdom's knights. But Moon didn't know that. If she didn't have an idea of the overall strength of her potential enemies, it was normal for her to feel overwhelmed by the power of others. If she had to fight another Orchid, she would be defeated, and all the people under her protection would be in danger. She couldn't allow herself to be weak, for the sake of everyone she loved. Orchid was moved by this thought. She understood her better than anyone, she knew what it was like to fear for her people, and that's why she felt the need to reassure her. "Moon, calm down, you're still very strong, beating you wasn't easy, not just anyone would be able to defeat you, and you haven't faced just any Mantis, there aren't many like me." He made some gestures while continuing to cry. Moon asks if it's true that not all Mantises are as strong as you. She didn't want to leave her tribe looking like a bunch of weaklings, but she didn't want to scare the girl either. "Actually there are two others who could be as strong as me, but it's not common still, don't worry, there's nothing in this place that interests us, we would never go near this place or harm anyone. And if someone tried I would stop them myself." Because she started to turn red at what she was going to say, but there was no turning back now. "Because you are my friends, but if anyone finds out that I said this I will give you the beating of your lives." Some of those present laughed at the Mantis's words. They already knew her strange contradictory nature and found her very funny. But Moon remained serious, still looking at her with some pity, but at least she calmed down. Then she stood up and, after a moment of hesitation, hugged Orchid. The mantis blushed. She wasn't used to such affectionate behavior and was very nervous about the whole situation, especially with half the camp staring at her with their amused eyes fixed on her. So, not knowing what to do, she called for Hollow's help. "Hollow, please do something." Perhaps she should have been clearer in her wishes and specified that she wanted him to get Moon off her, because instead of what she wanted, she only got the gentleman to hug her too, raising her stress and embarrassment levels to stratospheric amounts. Her face was already as red as a tomato, and everyone laughed at this. "I love this girl," Ren said with a laugh. The rest of that day and the next was spent resting, however both warriors were too sore to do anything else, even so they found time to do other, more gentle activities, such as walking and exploring the corners of the mines, where Orchid was amazed by the size of the crystals in the place, and she was also able to meet other typical creatures of the mines, which in her eyes would be excellent prey, but at that moment she didn't feel like hunting, something she never thought possible. So she limited herself to watching them from afar. The mantis also took the time to learn about the mining process, from chipping away at the crystal to crushing it and packaging it for use. By the end of the second day, she was able to say that she was satisfied with her visit to Crystal Summit, and she was amazed to find that she had been so entertained during those days that her libido had barely bothered her. At times, she could even be with Hollow without indulging in any Hexwell fantasies, and when that happened, she loved being with him. Beyond the gentleman's attractiveness, he was pleasant, attentive and kind, sometimes a bit clumsy, but very entertaining. She had never been so comfortable with someone outside her family, much less a male. When she was with him, she felt calm and secure, as if everything was somehow okay. Orchid didn't realize it, but little by little, she was growing fond of the gentleman. On the night of the second day after the battle, the knight was in one of the staff cabins where they were staying, teaching the mantis how to play cards. They were both having a relaxing moment before heading back to the castle the next day. For Orchid, games were something very new. Playing cards were another of the many things that didn't exist in the tribe. All the fun was focused on some practical use, whether it was crafts that could be used in daily life or competitions to show off their power and gain status. Games were for baby mantises that hadn't yet lost their wings. Orchid sighed thinking about how much it would cost her to return to her normal life. Heart of Hellenist had many things that she liked, and they had nothing to do with luxuries. He liked cuddles, soft, squishy toys, non-tribal music, and now he discovered he also liked to play. This trip had turned out to be a kind of vacation, which was drawing ever closer to its end. He was already halfway through his heat. They were about to start another game of cards when Ren entered the place. "Good evening, lovebirds. How is your date going?" "That?" Hollow tilted his head questioningly, while Orchid's face turned red and heaved his arms nervously, denying the beetle's statement in every way possible. "I really like this girl." Ren seemed as good-humored as ever. "Well, I didn't mean to interrupt, but it turns out a message came from the resting lands." The insect extracted a letter from a small bag it had been carrying, which Hollow took with interest. He took a few moments to read the contents, which seemed somewhat troubling, judging by the expression on his face. The mantis and the miner sat expectantly waiting for him to tell them something. Finally, the knight put the letter away and picked up his slate, where he began to write a message. "Before we return to the palace, we'll have to make a detour to the resting grounds. Alone, the guardian there seems to be having trouble." "I see." Orchid couldn't really say she was sad. She could get to know a new part of Hellenist, and if it was as beautiful as the City of Tears or Crystal Peak, she would be delighted to visit. Perhaps she should be worried because they weren't going for pleasure, but to solve a problem, but she trusted Hollow could take care of everything. No matter what the enemy, she could defeat it. The poor mantis, in all its innocence and ignorance, had yet to learn that there were problems that couldn't be solved by force. The next day, after a warm farewell from Moon and all her friends, the two creatures set off down the mountain. Despite the cheerful atmosphere they left, there was a certain melancholy about them, especially on the part of Orchid, who was particularly silent and thoughtful. Hollow seemed surprised. She wasn't a calm or thoughtful person, and such behavior was abnormal for her. He approached his companion, somewhat concerned. "Is something wrong?" "It's no big deal." "Are you sure? You don't want to talk about it?" "It's nothing, really. I was just thinking," Hollow encouraged her to continue. "It's just after meeting Moon, I've been questioning some things. Why do I strive to be strong?" Hollow opened his eyes in surprise at such a question. Someone so obsessed with strength should have his motives clear, or at least that's what he assumed. "Moon, she's a good person, she's very noble, she wants to be strong to protect her loved ones, but me, I've always been taught that I must be strong. It's what I was taught since I came out of my egg, that the weak are pathetic and despicable, and nobody wants to be like that. Obviously I guess it would be easy to blame my parents or society, but if I'm honest, I had another reason to want to be strong. I wanted to be able to command, to be a lord, to be above everyone else." They equal my brothers, for everyone to obey me and admire me. If you think about it, my reason was very selfish, I wasn't interested in protecting anyone, I did everything for myself. Am I a bad person because of that? The container pondered what to say for a moment. It was unusual for Orchid to open up like that, and he wanted to repay her trust with a good answer. Finally, he picked up his whiteboard and began to write. Many people want to have power. I think wanting to be powerful is something almost normal. I can't say that you're bad just because of that. The important thing is what you do with the power you obtain. Not everyone is prepared to handle it. Many go crazy or become cruel. But have you ever harmed anyone on purpose? No, of course not. I loved being obeyed and admired, but beyond that, I had no other pretensions. I only cared about staying in shape and keeping up with my siblings, especially Lily and Lavender. I never told you that, did I? They're from a different brood and a different father than me and my brother. They used to say our father was a sentimental weakling and that we inherited that defect, so we set out to reach the top and silence the mouths of all those who underestimated us. Hollow. Do you think I'm too emotional? The knight was afraid to answer because the answer would be yes and 1,000 times yes. This mantis had terrible and inexplicable emotional outbursts. She became furious and embarrassed with tremendous ease over incomprehensible things, but to be honest, he liked that. Being so expressive, it was easy to know more or less what was going through her head at that moment, even if he didn't know the cause. Besides, she was very entertaining. It was never boring to be around her. You're perfect just the way you are, he opted for an indirect answer. Of course, perfect. Emotionally, mentally weak and selfish, I'm a horrible person. And what are you going to do? Hide in a cave so no one ever sees you again? The idea doesn't sound bad, he sighed sadly. But I can't do that. I must return to my tribe, my people need me. I must train them and make them strong. They must know how limited they are. If a threat too powerful were to appear, they would be defenseless. Hollow gave him a friendly smile and showed him his whiteboard. It's obvious you care about your tribe. That shows you love them, and a person capable of feeling true love can't be bad. Love? Could she even feel love? Mantises didn't feel love, although lately she'd been thinking that her concept of love was somewhat flawed. Before, she thought love meant acting like an idiot and doing crazy things for another creature she wanted to sleep with, but now she considered that what is commonly called love is something very different, something she was slowly beginning to understand. Suddenly he felt Hollow take his claw and a warmth flooded his chest. Deep within the fungal wasteland tribe, a group of males had gathered in a secret location, hidden among enormous yellow mushrooms, where their fluffy caps plunged the place into darkness. Distinguishing one mantis from another became a challenge for anyone observing from a distance. So the blow is final. Yes, the lords have weakened a lot, Orchid's escape is proof of that. That coward preferred to escape to save her life, instead of facing an honorable death as a mantis should. It's really unfortunate. Things can no longer remain the same. Only someone powerful can rule, and the cycle of the lords is over. New regents must emerge. But there are still those who support Lily and Lavender, even many males. But there are also many females who support our cause. Both sides seem evenly matched, but we will prove our superiority, crush the weak, and seize power. It's decided. After Lavender lays her eggs, we will attack. She will be too weak and preoccupied with her babies to put up a fight. We will defeat the lords and lead the tribe to a new period of glory. For the tribe. For the tribe. They all shouted in unison. Resting lands. The resting grounds had changed greatly over the years, barely resembling the desolate sanctuary of death it had once been. It was still a quiet place, designed to house the bodies of those who had passed from this world, but now it had a more friendly appearance. The visitors who came daily had begun to plant various types of flowers to adorn the graves and honor the fallen. In addition, they had erected numerous statues in honor of the Lord of Shadows. The influence the cult had on the kingdom was evident. Orchid looked at the statues with interest. The representations of the deity were somewhat different from those she had seen elsewhere, where he appeared as a terrifying and menacing being, with his 4 arms outstretched, ready to tear apart anyone who approached. Here in the resting lands, he appeared more benevolent, his palms clasped as if in prayer, seeking to comfort those grieving over their losses. Mantises weren't in the habit of getting so attached to their dead and got over their losses quickly, which is why Orchid found so much dedication to the inert bodies a little strange, but she didn't question it anymore. It was simply something different, and it wasn't something she disliked either. The silence that reigned had a special mystique, the statues of the deity were very beautiful, and she was delighted with the amount of flowers there were everywhere. Suddenly, she heard the distinctive sound of Hollow's pencil tapping against the blackboard. He was calling her. Without realizing it, she'd fallen behind. It was very easy for her to get distracted by looking at the landscape, and there was so much to look at. It wasn't just the flowers and the graves. The people also had a special, mystical air. They were children of the shadows, but these were different from those she'd seen elsewhere. They didn't have that playful, carefree air that usually characterized them. They were silent, calm, and above all, expressionless. They reminded her a lot of the night the first time she'd seen him. Now that Orchid thought about it, what had happened to Hollow all these years? How had he gone from being an emotionless, empty being to the adorable individual who was always by her side and pampered her? And now that she looked at these bugs here, why were they acting like this? Was this their true nature? What was Hollow's true nature? The reality was that the vacuum contamination the vessels had affected them to varying degrees. At first, they all acted as entities without mind or conscience, but that state was somewhat reversible. The coexistence and affection of others filled their hearts and minds, leading them to become almost normal creatures. But others had not been so fortunate. They could develop willpower and desires of their own, but they did not fully understand what affection was and had trouble expressing themselves. Some of these vessels were those who had chosen to stay in the abyss, but others, despite everything, wanted to live on the surface and chose for this the most peaceful and quiet place in the entire kingdom, the resting lands. The two continued through the corridors lined with graves and flowers until they reached the most secluded spot in the vast cemetery. There, beneath a canopy of flowers and surrounded by books, they found the guardian of the resting grounds. When Orchid saw the bug she couldn't help but be surprised and feel a little confused. That thing was the strangest thing she had seen in a long time. He had a round, white face with a single eye in the center and two tiny horns protruding from his head. He was dressed in a long white tunic with a black collar. His suit completely covered his body except for some tentacles that protruded from his clothes and were holding some books and other things. What was that? I couldn't even tell if it was male or female, even its name was neutral. Orchid didn't know it, but she was also a vessel, a rather peculiar one that had been too contaminated by the void, so she lacked expression, and she didn't seem to have much interest in imitating normal bugs, so she didn't even bother using her limbs and took out vacuum tentacles to manipulate things. It was Alone, the solitary and reserved guardian of the resting lands. When Alone saw the newcomers, he greeted them with a slight nod and remained silently watching them, his posture rigid and expressionless. Orchid was initially very nervous. Did the guardian not like her? Or was he sizing her up? Was he planning to challenge her to a duel? If there was a fight, she wouldn't back down. She had grown stronger and was eager to prove it. But Alone didn't show any signs of aggression, he simply glanced at Hollow, who immediately knew what he wanted to say and began to write on his blackboard. I'm going to talk to him alone, please give me a moment. Okay. The Mantis decided not to question it. It seemed this place was very different from Crystal Peak, where everyone was friendly and warm. Here, however, there was only coldness and silence, perhaps because they were guarding the dead. She didn't really know. She looked around and noticed a couple of containers staring at her blankly. It was truly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Hollow was trying to communicate with Alone. Truth be told, dealing with him was tricky. He was quiet even for a container, and it wasn't a good idea to push him, so she stood watching him, waiting for him to finish reading the page in his book and pay attention to her. When Alone closed his text and looked at it, Hollow noticed some kind of bandage on the left side of his face. He didn't want to ask at the moment and simply talked about the matter that had brought him to the land of rest in the first place. What happened? You said you had a problem and needed help with Alone, it was best to speak only as much as necessary. His social skills were so poor that even something as simple as a greeting was difficult for him. In response, Alone removed the patch on his face, revealing an ugly crack from which emptiness dripped. Who did that to you? Hollow looked very alarmed, although his brother was an absolute pacifist, it's not like he didn't know how to fight, and if someone had been able to cause him such damage it was something worrying. The White Thief seeks the legacy of moths, and after saying that he covered the crack in his mask again. You don't need to explain further, I understand. You want to catch the thief. Alone didn't answer, he just touched his mask and rubbed it gently while looking down. Isn't that it? Do you want your mask repaired? Alone fixed Hollow with his eye and glared. I think I understand. You want to go to Deepness to see the mask maker to have yours repaired, but you can't leave the resting grounds without a guardian, and you need one to stand in for you while you go about your business. It might seem strange that Hollow could draw so many conclusions with so few gestures, but he was already accustomed to the particular communication with the container, which always reduced all its messages to the smallest expressions, without embellishments or unnecessary words. Okay, Orchid and I will stay and watch the cemetery while you return. I don't think you'll be there more than one night, right? Alone didn't respond, just turned his gaze and fixed his eye on the mantis that was nearby smelling some flowers and enjoying their softness. She looked happy. Hollow also watched her for a moment and sighed in joy. He loved seeing Orchid enjoying those small pleasures that she seemed to have been denying herself for so long. She was so beautiful that he felt he could watch her for hours. But he suddenly looked away from her when he felt the eyes on him. Alone and his two container assistants were staring at him blankly, though given the situation, he could assume they were curious. She's Orchid, she's a mantis that I'm taking care of for this month, she's quite strong, she's a good fighter, she'll be useful helping me protect the place," he said with some nervousness. You look at her strangely. Weird. What do you mean? I don't understand. Hollow wanted to ask what he didn't understand, but he noticed a certain discomfort in Alone. He probably didn't understand what he didn't understand himself. He sighed, somewhat overwhelmed. Dealing with him was always a little stressful. The worst part was that it was stressful for him too. It was no coincidence that he had chosen to be the guardian of the quietest and loneliest area in the kingdom. Knowing that he could no longer exchange words with his brother, he walked over to Orchid and tapped his pencil against the blackboard, immediately getting her attention. "What's up, Hollow? We'll stay guarding resting grounds for tonight. Alone has some things to do." "Ah, okay." He looked at the container and, somewhat nervously, gave a gentle nod in greeting. The container stared at her for a moment and then began to walk away from them without making any further gestures. The mantis became angry, thinking it had ignored her, but the knight quickly calmed her down. "Don't take it personally, he's just like that, it's kind of weird." MMPH, Orchid snorted in annoyance as she crossed her arms. "If you say so," she said, though it wasn't hard for her to say hello. "Anyway, where are we staying tonight?" Hollow had to think about it for a moment. Resting Grounds was primarily a cemetery, with no real homes or sleeping shelters. The vessels tasked with caring for the site didn't need such luxuries. They didn't eat, they didn't bathe, though they did clean their masks and cloaks, and they didn't sleep in beds. When night fell, they took off their masks and wandered the cemetery as shadows, contributing greatly to rumors about spirits roaming the area. All things considered, they didn't have the amenities Orchid would like to provide, but she'd manage somehow. The mantis wasn't picky or a lover of luxuries anyway. She could sleep on the floor without much trouble, but she had in mind a place a little more comfortable than the rock floor. "We will stay at the psychic's home." The psychic? Another inhabitant of this place. Hollow hesitated for a moment before answering. The seer was an old moth who had her home here, but she died a few years ago, although her home is still there. Actually, more than dying, the correct expression would be to transcend to another reality, but it was something difficult to explain. "I see. Guide my steps." Hollow led the mantis across some gently sloping boulders and rocks to the highest part of the cemetery, where there were several abandoned caves. When they reached the top of the climb, they entered the last cave they found, and to their surprise, it was much more welcoming than a normal cave. There was a plush carpet covering the floor and piles of fluffy cushions scattered throughout. Some dusty furniture could be seen tucked away near the cave walls, and many lanterns that had long since lost their shine. "It's a bit dirty, but you can sleep there I suppose, although if you allow me I'll clean the place up a bit before moving in." Hollow waved his hand, implying that he could do whatever he wanted. Orchid then set about cleaning the place, dusting the furniture and shaking out the cushions. It seemed incredible to her that the guest room was in such bad condition. Were they really so rude to visitors? No one had told her that there simply weren't any bedrooms there. When Orchid finished, she went out to look for Hollow. She thought that the knight would have gone to clean his own room, which would be one of the other caves she could see around there, but to her surprise, he is in a high area watching the territory in silence. "Hey, have you finished cleaning your room?" He tilted his head, wondering what she meant by that. "I already cleaned the room I'm staying in." "Was your room as dirty as mine?" The dumpster pulled out his whiteboard and started writing on it. "There are no more rooms in Resting Grounds, this place is a cemetery, we're sleeping together tonight." That was like a bucket of cold water for Orchid. This had to be a joke. She couldn't sleep with Hollow. It never occurred to her that she wouldn't have a private room. After all, Crystal Peak provided her with that and many other amenities. But the situation at Crystal Peak was very different from Resting Grounds. When Orchid arrived, everyone noticed the cloth hanging from her waist and knew immediately she was in heat, so they gave her a private room to sleep in and placed vervella branches at the door and window to neutralize the pheromones. This way, the mantis could be sure she wouldn't attract any unwanted visitors and would be free to do whatever she wanted when she was alone. But now she had to share a room with Hollow. Was it even possible to sleep with him next to her? The mere thought of him touching her made her mind explode with 1,000 passionate fantasies. How could she bear to sleep next to him? With his body just inches from hers, within reach of her claws to touch and hug as much as she wanted. Just thinking about it made her temperature rise. The worst part was that with him next to her, she couldn't even touch herself to relieve her libido a little. It was hell. But Hollow didn't seem to care about this. Of course, he was incompatible with her, so her pheromones didn't affect him. However, as unlikely as it was for them to have offspring, she couldn't help but feel attracted to him, and this distressed her. She should have made him sleep outside. Out of sheer courtesy, she should have the privilege of having the room to herself, but she didn't have the heart to expel her knight. Slowly, all her problems began to become noticeable on her face, and Hollow began to worry. "What's up, Orchid? Do you have a problem?" "Do I have a problem? Are you serious?" Orchid's nerves were starting to fray. "How the hell do you expect me to sleep next to you? And don't act innocent. You know I'm in heat. Everything affects me, and yet you still subject me to these uncomfortable situations. You're so cruel." Once again, the Mantis's emotional outbursts were beginning to affect her, but this time she wasn't expressing rage, but rather sorrow and anguish. Orchid was trying her best to hold back her tears, but she couldn't prevent Hollow from noticing. The knight felt disoriented and somewhat confused. He was still having trouble understanding everything that heat meant for a female, and he wasn't entirely sure why Orchid had trouble having him by her side. But she had said something about not being able to sleep. Maybe if he helped her with that, she'd get better. He would do whatever was necessary to avoid seeing her sad. It broke his heart to have her crying. Without a word, the knight ran off, disappearing into the sea of graves everywhere. Orchid didn't know what was going through his head, but she was relieved to be far away, so she could cry without anyone seeing her, or at least calm down a little. She spent the afternoon alone, wondering if she'd done something wrong. In her own eyes, she'd only told the truth, but perhaps she'd hurt Hollow in some way, and that's why he'd left her alone for so long. It was almost bedtime, and she was starting to get anxious. What if something had happened to him? What if he'd abandoned her? At least she knew how to get to the White Palace on her own using the deer station, but if she arrived alone, what would they think of her? They might even think she'd eaten him. Suddenly, she began to hear the sound of footsteps, and her antennae perked up. She looked toward the source of the sound and felt a great sense of relief when she saw Hollow walking slowly toward her. She was about to scream with joy, but managed to control herself. It was then that she noticed Hollow carrying some dead prey and a bunch of branches from a plant she didn't recognize. Seeing this, she suddenly remembered she was hungry. "Where were you all afternoon?" He tried hard to hide his joy with an annoyed expression. Hollow sighed and first set about arranging what he had brought with him, before picking up his slate and answering. "I went to look for some herbs to help you sleep and caught something for dinner." "Oh, I see, thanks." Orchid immediately softened her expression. After that, they lit a fire and ate dinner peacefully, though it was a silent and somewhat awkward dinner. Orchid was upset with him for not letting her have the room to herself, and Hollow didn't understand a thing. He was even beginning to wonder if Orchid hated him now. For some reason, the thought frightened and pained him. Once they finished eating, Orchid consumed the herbs to help her sleep. Unfortunately, they were very bitter, but she preferred this to a night in hell. At least the plants worked well, and half an hour after consuming them, she began to feel drowsy. It wasn't long before she fell asleep next to her knight in the seer's old home. It was already the middle of the night, everything seemed quiet in the cemetery, only the shadows of Alone's assistants who were on guard wandered around the place, in case they saw something strange they had to notify Hollow immediately. Meanwhile, the knight slept peacefully, with nothing able to disturb his sleep. He was comfortable and warm in the shelter, with numerous pillows available to cuddle and a plush carpet as a bed. Nothing should have interrupted his rest, but nevertheless, he was forced to wake up. Hollow was startled when he felt a pair of claws around his waist. He could have reacted aggressively, but a soft growl alerted him to the identity of the owner of these limbs. He was reassured to know that it was Orchid, who was hugging him while he slept. That was not something he had to worry about, in fact in part he even thought it was cute. She was showing him affection while he slept, perhaps she was even dreaming about him. MMNG Hollow. Curiously, his assumption turned out to be correct, Orchid was dreaming about him, and this made him happy. After so much, he finally won the Mantis's affection. Now she loved him so much that she hugged him affectionately, perhaps even hugged him in her sleep. What was she dreaming about? The truth made him a little curious and he wanted to get into her dream world, so he began to search through her things and took out the old dream stinger he was in charge of. It was a somewhat dangerous item, and partly because of that he had declared himself its guardian. He normally didn't use it because Hornet had taught him that it was rude to spy on the thoughts of others, but now he felt tempted. Orchid was dreaming about him. Didn't he have the right to see what it was about? It was something that directly involved him. Even he realized it was a lame excuse, but that wasn't going to stop him. He was about to enter the Mantis's mind when it squeezed him, pulling him towards it, then wrapped its legs around him, immobilizing him. This was already starting to stop being tender and was bordering on uncomfortable. He liked being close to the Mantis, but this was too much, so he began to thrash around trying to get the female off of him. He even made sudden movements to wake her up, but only got her to squeeze him tighter and growl a little. Hollow wanted to scream, but he was beginning to notice that even that would be useless. Orchid was drugged under the effects of the sleeping plant, she wasn't going to wake up that easily. He was considering how to wriggle out of her grasp when he noticed Orchid starting to move her claws, rubbing against his shell. For some reason, this made him turn red. He found it somehow pleasurable to be petted, but at the same time, it embarrassed him. She was invading his personal space, and he hadn't authorized it. But things started to get worse and worse. Hollow was dizzy with embarrassment and discomfort. Orchid had him trapped and was shamelessly groping him all over, and there was no way to stop her. She was too sleepy. Now he was beginning to wonder if this was the reason why she seemed reluctant to sleep with him. Did she always behave like this while sleeping? No wonder she wanted a private room. He should have given up the shelter to her, he should have stayed outside and left her alone. There was a reason for everything. HMMMN Hollow. She kept dreaming about him. Now she didn't want to enter his dreams anymore. In fact, the idea frightened her. How much longer would she have to endure all this? She was worried that she was starting to feel some strange sensations that she was having trouble identifying. Truth be told, being groped by Orchid wasn't entirely unpleasant, embarrassment aside. He could almost enjoy it. In fact, now he wanted to touch her too, especially her tail. Hollow struggled between what he thought was right and what he wanted. Hornet had already told him he shouldn't touch a female's tail, but he liked it, for reasons he couldn't understand, and now she was practically offering herself. Maybe it wouldn't hurt to touch a little. He reached out and stroked the area tenderly, immediately drawing a sigh and a gasp of pleasure from the mantis, which encouraged him to continue. He touched Orchid as much as he wanted, tracing every inch of her tail and delighting in the texture of her skin. Suddenly, he felt Orchid's claws on his shell again. He considered the situation for a moment and decided to let her. Since he was touching her, she had the same right. She even lay down beside him so she was easily within his reach. Sharing caresses like that had a special mystique about them. Touching and being touched somehow brought them closer, as if the barriers between them were slowly blurring. Hollow was enjoying the experience. Suddenly, Orchid's touch wasn't so annoying or embarrassing anymore. It was even desirable. He wanted to extend this as long as possible, but everything had to end eventually. Orchid's movements became softer and slower until finally they stopped and only the gentle rise and fall of her chest as she breathed remained. Hollow sighed in disappointment. He wanted them to stay a little longer. After all, this was a new experience for him. But he wasn't going to push her, not that he could considering she was asleep. So he positioned himself next to her and stared at her with dreamy eyes. A loud sigh from Orchid cut through the silence, and a couple of words were carelessly thrown into the wind. "I love you, Hollow." The container felt like it was running out of air upon hearing that. His eyes widened in shock and he looked around, not knowing what to do. Had Orchid said she loved him? Was this true? Truth be told, he'd also been liking the mantis for some time, but he hadn't dared put his feelings into words, assuming the mantis would reject him, and he was right. But she had taken the first step. She wanted him. He rolled around in his seat, feeling butterflies of excitement in his stomach. It was too good to be true and in fact, it was. Hollow's lack of common sense hadn't led him to think it was illogical to take seriously a declaration of love made by a sleeping and, above all, drugged person. But oblivious to this, he built 1,000 castles in the air, dreaming of walks holding hands, romantic dinners, and pillow fights, especially the latter. Thus, immersed in 1,000 happy thoughts, he fell asleep, this time being the one who hugged the mantis. Sandwich. The mantis was exhausted, her body was trembling, and she was barely able to stand, her gasps were loud and agitated, everything about her denoted her tiredness, however, even when she just wanted to collapse on the ground, the ropes that held her arms kept her standing. She had lived an intense and unforgettable experience, her beloved knight had showered her with attention, touched every inch of her body, exciting her to the point of being almost unbearable, but she had not been able to respond in any possible way, since the ropes that held her impeded all movement, she had become a defenseless prey at the mercy of her predator, an inconceivable humiliation, especially for a lord, and yet she had liked it. He had loved every moment, every instant, every touch, he felt on cloud 9, nothing could break the magic of that moment, or so he thought. "Friend, you are seriously crazy." A tiny but very close voice suddenly surprised her, she looked around somewhat frightened until she noticed with horror how a child entered her field of vision. He was very small, perhaps a little bigger than the night when she had first met him, he was some kind of winged insect, presumably a very hairy white moth, his fur collar was enormous and fluffy, it made you want to touch it, the tips of his legs also had hair, in fact they resembled a pair of shoes. He even had a fur pom-pom on the tip of his tail. Only a scarlet mask that covered half of his face stood out in all its whiteness. The mantis stared at the insect, speechless. Had she seen what the knight had done to her? What was that child doing there? Where were her parents? If you're wondering, yes, I saw the whole thing, he let out a mocking laugh. Oh, but don't worry, it's not the worst I've seen. After all, when you interfere with other people's dreams, you risk these things happening. From the sheer shock, Orchid was unable to utter a word. Getting into other people's dreams. What was this insect talking about? She couldn't help but feel a little scared when she saw the boy approaching her. Are you scared of me? Wow, that hardly ever happens. The moth seemed pleased by this. But it's a nice change of pace. When you're small, everyone is terrifying. Being the one to command respect feels great. You know, I was once companion to a rather odious mantis. The guy was terrifying and looked down on me for being small. If he saw me now, he'd probably be impressed. The bug puffed out its chest in a proud pose that somehow offended Orchid. That furball was bragging about scaring a mantis. And it was going to show it off in front of another mantis. She couldn't allow that. Who's afraid of you? Don't you dare suggest such nonsense. Damn brat. Where are your parents that allow you to wander around watching adult things? Orchid's words greatly annoyed the moth. In fact, it became furious at them. Its white fur began to fluff up, making it look more and more like a ball. The insect then took flight and hovered at the prisoner's eye level, staring furiously into her eyes. I'm an adult. Look. I have wings. Wings. Adult moths have wings, caterpillars don't. I'm an adult. A small adult, but an adult. I've already molted, I'm independent, I've done adult things. I even had a girlfriend. Don't treat me like a child again. The Lord maintained a serious expression, although inside she was dying of laughter. There was something about this bug that inspired sympathy, and seeing that fluffy ball of fur trying to command respect was hilarious. It was truly hard to believe it was an adult. It was tiny. Hunting such a creature wouldn't be worth it. Beneath all that fur, there was barely any meat, and in any case, as adorable as it was, she liked it better alive than dead. After all this, she mentally scolded herself. She had to stop the habit of evaluating weak insects as prey. Well, then you're an adult, that's clear to me. It was obvious he was trying to contain his laughter. Don't make fun of it. I don't, or at least I try. On the other hand, who do I have the pleasure of talking to? But Sandwich, the mantis blinked blankly. Sandwich, that's my name. This was too much, the mantis burst into laughter. If it weren't tied up, it would be clutching its stomach trying to contain itself. It's not my fault my master named me like that. Well, considering his original plan was to eat me, it's only natural that he didn't give me a better name, and by the time he decided to make me part of the troupe, it was too late to change my name. A light blush managed to sneak through the whiteness of her face. So, Mr. Sandwich, what brings you here? What gave you the audacity to interfere in my private life and spy on what I do when I'm alone? The mantis gave the moth a deadly glare, but it was unaffected, brimming with confidence and perhaps a bit of arrogance. This bothered it a little. It was unusual for a prey to show it so little respect. Believe me, if I could have avoided it I would have. I don't find it fun to witness anyone's perverse fantasies, but somehow I always end up mixed up in these messes. Phew, he sighed. The thing is, I accidentally stumbled into your dreams, but it was unintentional. I was walking through the cemetery when I felt a curious energy coming from a cave at the top. I flew up there and found two sleeping insects embracing, and to my surprise, between them was a strange artifact, the goal of my entire journey and my search. The dream stinger. I was going to take it, but I was very careless. I must have been wearing gloves or something. As soon as I touched the weapon I was transported to this dream, and as always I ended up witnessing something I didn't want to. He grabbed his forehead with one of his hands. Why do I always have to see these things? Wait a minute, you just told me this was a dream. Oh yes, a dream created by your mind. Or would that person you dreamed about do to you everything they did to you in real life? The fog in Orchid's mind seemed to clear, and she became aware of her surroundings and her situation. She was dreaming. It was all just a figment of her imagination. Immediately, the ropes binding her arms disappeared and the mantis fell to the ground. She clutched her head in horror at the thought of everything that had happened. She had dreamed this, she had wished for it. She was a damn sick woman with perverse desires. Hey, there's no reason to get so upset, said the moth, seeing her so upset. I mean, you're not hurting anyone, and it's your problem what you like. No one has any reason to criticize you. I like an insect that isn't a mantis. She cried, her eyes watering. Is that what you're worried about? And what did you think worried me? I think you and I have somewhat different ideas. Let's see, you're worried about being attracted to a bug that isn't a mantis. It's something horrible. Please, it's not the most common thing, but it's not a bad thing either. I myself had a girlfriend who was a dragonfly. Orchid gave him an incredulous look. Yes, it's true she left me because I was a dwarf, but I don't want to talk about it. The thing is, there's nothing wrong with loving someone of another species. It's true that mixed-race children can suffer rejection or some difficulties, but I've known couples who simply didn't have children between them and they were able to have happy lives. But that's taboo. It's disgusting. Why is it disgusting? Because it is. Because that's what you've been told your whole life. Orchid looked at him in surprise. Yeah, I figured as much. Look, who you pair up with is your business. As long as you don't harm anyone, no one can say anything. You can be with whoever you want and there's nothing wrong with that. If you're worried about having mixed-race children, then don't have children with your partner. You can adopt or have them on your own with another mantis and you both raise them. Many do that too. You make it sound so easy, but if my tribe finds out about this, they'll kill me. Then don't come back. Orchid glared at him murderously and stood up to her full height. Snack felt intimidated by such aggression from the insect and stepped back as a precaution. How dare you, how can you even hint at that? I am a lord. I have a responsibility to my people. I am one of the leaders. I must return. I have to. But you don't want to, right? Orchid was speechless at that. That damned moth seemed to be able to see right through her. It had guessed her greatest problem and conflict. She was torn between her heart and her sense of duty. She liked the free life in Hellenist, but she also worried about her people. She tried with all her might to deny herself any chance of being with her knight. She kept telling herself that it was something dirty, bad, impossible. But now this moth came to say that she could be with him, that there was nothing wrong with it. This only made it more difficult for her to remain firm in her convictions. Go away, get out of here. Go away. Get out of my dream. Go before I kill you. First of all, I doubt you can kill me in this place, let's just say I have some control over people's dreams, and secondly, I would leave if I could, but I'm trapped, the power I have isn't enough to get out of here, so we'll stay together until you wake up, haha. Orchid clenched her claws in frustration and glared at the bug. She tried to focus on waking up and getting out of that bitter dream, but she wasn't sure how to do it. Are you trying to wake up? I don't think you can do it the usual way. I noticed there were traces of a certain sleeping plant. You're drugged. You won't be able to wake up until it wears off. Damn it. Isn't there a way to wake up or get rid of you? Well, there is one way. If you were to get really scared, say by a nightmare, you could free yourself from this dream. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at causing nightmares. Scarlet was good at them. I'm more skilled at creating pleasant dreams, but I can try some things. Tell me, what scares you the most? The warrior mantis has no fear. He said proudly. That's a vile lie. We all have fears. Maybe are you afraid of losing someone you love? He noticed a slight discomfort on Orchid's face. Yes, we all hurt when we lose someone we love, but there's probably more to it. You're proud, I see. I knew a bee who was just like you. She had a good heart, but she was haughty. She liked to be obeyed, and it hurt her a lot to give in. For that kind of person, humiliation is the worst. The mantis immediately became alert, annoyed by the moth's advances, but it did not stop. But there's something that's terrible for any mantis, and that's the idea of being weak. Yes, the mantis I told you about was like that. The idea of being crushed by a weak being is its worst nightmare. Orchid was getting more and more nervous. What was this bug up to? Well, I think I have the ingredients, according to Scarlet, to make a good nightmare. First you put together all the fears, then you set up a scene, you place the artists and then you dance. Snack raised a hand and elegantly snapped his fingers. A white fire appeared out of nowhere and flooded the entire place with a blinding brightness that forced the mantis to close its eyes. By the time Harry opened them, the place looked different. From a nebulous and formless environment, it now had a more concrete appearance, a kind of white coliseum, enormous and shining, filled with an audience, which consisted of many mantises with penetrating gazes and serious faces, and in front of all of them, in the seats at the front, were Lily and Lavender, the two lords. What's all this? The warrior looked confused. I'm not done yet. Sandwich flapped his wings and white fire emerged from them, which headed towards a corner of that coliseum, where it formed a burning ball that when dissipated, revealed the presence of Hollow, who was tied hanging from a stick. Below him, there was a pit from which protruded piles of sharp and long thorns. If the knight were to fall into them, his body would be destroyed. Well, here it is. I'm sure Scarlet would have done it better, but this is the best I can do within my capabilities. Welcome to your worst nightmare, she said, spreading her arms. What does all this mean? I'm going to scare you so much you'll wake up. Here are all your fears. I snatched your companion from his sleep and brought him here. Now he hangs there in mortal danger. To save him, you must fight in front of your entire tribe and family. But you will be defeated and humiliated in the worst way. Your suffering will be endless. And who am I going to fight against? Well, against me. Snack puffed out his chest proudly, and Orchid laughed. Is this serious? You're my greatest opponent. I think your nightmare attempt won't work well. Of course he will, he snorted in annoyance. If I'm the one who defeats you, a tiny moth, the humiliation will be worse, just imagine. Hey Orchid, be careful, a moth inside a dream can be very dangerous, Hollow said from his hanging spot. The warrior blinked in surprise. Had Hollow spoken? And her voice was beautiful. Clear and youthful. Hollow speaks. Orchid exclaimed happily, wagging her tail. Well, this is a dream, in dreams anything can happen. Orchid, be careful. The mantis's trained senses allowed it to dodge the dagger of light in time, which almost pierced its head. But what? Suddenly he noticed Bocadillo floating above his head. The insect had a ball of light held in his hands and looked at him with a hint of mockery that bothered him a lot. You don't know how fun this is. He threw the ball of light from his hands at Orchid, who barely dodged the explosion. In real life, everyone sees me as a weak, pathetic creature who doesn't deserve attention. No one cares what I'm capable of. They just see my size and immediately despise me. A certain resentment could be guessed in Sandwich, which he seemed to be partly externalizing in his attacks on Orchid. The bug flapped its wings, and a series of lights emerged from the ground that the mantis dodged as a precaution, which was positive, because from each beam of light emerged a sharp dagger that could have destroyed its body. But they don't know about my power, they don't know everything I can do. If I wanted I could turn them into my slaves, flood their dreams with illusions. Snack slapped his palms together, and a flashbang exploded next to Orchid, who was badly damaged by it. Yes. When I'm here I can do whatever I want, I can be the one in charge, feel what it's like to be terrorized by a greater power. Do you feel it, Mantis? I love having the big bugs at my mercy, showing them what it feels like to be prey. You're a bucking sadistic lunatic. The mantis screamed, standing up to escape a flock of white fire butterflies that mouthful was expelling. I'm not crazy, he said with a creepily sweet smile. I'm a sweetheart. In fact, I'm always very kind to those who treat me well. There's a reason I love the teacher and Scarlet so much. I'd do anything for them, and it's for them that I seek the dream's sting. Hollow witnessed the scene helplessly, his bonds too firm for escape, and the moth seemed to have complete control of the dream. It was terrifying. Somehow, it reminded him of his childhood battle with the Radiance. The moth seemed to have the same power, albeit weaker. On the other hand, it also seemed much more reasonable than the goddess. At least it wasn't trying to kill anyone. According to him, its goal was to scare Orchid into waking her up. In theory, that shouldn't cause her any harm, but it didn't stop it from being painful to watch her tormented. On the other hand, there was something that was beginning to worry him more and more. The moth had mentioned someone named Scarlet. It wasn't such a strange name. In fact, he knew at least 2 Scarlets, but the mention of this name alongside the word master stirred old memories inside him. He couldn't help but think of Grimm and his daughter, who bore the same name. Furthermore, this insect had a certain air of elegance about her. Every time she summoned an attack, she accompanied it with a dance step. The way she tilted her head or moved her hands reminded her more and more of the bat. Even the white fire moths she summoned were very similar to Grimm's fire bats. Had she learned it from him? Could it be possible that the teacher and the Scarlet he mentioned were the same ones he knew? Could it be possible that after so many years, fate wanted him to hear from them again? After breaking the anchor, he went through a lot of anguish wondering how they were, if they were still alive, if they had suffered too much, or if they remembered anything about him and missed him. But this moth apparently held the answers to all his questions. He would finally know what happened to his little protege and her father. Hey. Moth. Hollow shouted from his spot. Shut up, bug, I'm busy, and my name is Bocadillo, he said while summoning more fire moths. Sandwich. Please answer. Is the Scarlet you're talking about a bat with fire powers? Immediately, the insect ceased its attacks and turned around to face the creature hanging over the pit of thorns. It flew up to him and stood at eye level. Orchid, fearing that he was going to harm her, and with her heart in her throat from the anguish, ran up to him, but with a snap of its fingers, the moth made a grid of light appear in front of the mantis, blocking its path. The Lord watched helplessly as the insect stood before her beloved, who was tied up and unable to defend himself. Now that she knew the power of this madman, she was afraid, extremely afraid, more than she could remember ever feeling. She deeply regretted having looked down on this creature. She promised herself that she would never do it again. She would respect every being, whether prey or not. She just wanted to make sure that Hollow was going to be okay. She extended her claws through the bars trying to reach them, but they were too far away for her. All she could do was listen to the exchange of words between the two. Is that possible? Do you even know Scarlet? And Grimm? You know the teacher's name. Are you a friend of his? A friend of the teacher is a friend of mine. Well, it's not like we're really friends. In fact, I think the last time we saw each other we weren't on very good terms. The last time Hollow saw Grimm before Brum urged him to break the anchor was at the ritual dance, and at that time he was somewhat angry with him for certain events that had occurred with Scarlet. Really? Well, now that I think about it, the master never mentioned knowing a shadow. Shade. You are one of those shadows that inhabit this kingdom, right? They pretend to be normal bugs, but beneath their masks there is only darkness, although that doesn't make them truly evil. Years ago I came with a group of explorers to explore this place when it was withered and infected, and among my companions, there were 2 creatures of the same type as you, both very pleasant, very small and very silent, very different from you, from what I see. Well, we call ourselves children of the shadows, and explaining what we are is a bit complex, but that's not important now. I want to know how Scarlet and her father are. What has become of them all these years? You Sandwich looked at Hollow with a certain air of suspicion. You might happen to be someone from that distant past that neither of them can remember. Don't you remember your past? Nothing at all. Don't you remember when you were in Hellenist? All the things we went through together? Don't you remember the flame ritual? Mr. Nightmare? Do you know about the Nightmare King? There was a certain fury in Mouth's voice as he mentioned that god. You know that bastard. You're not related to him, are you? No. I also notice you're asking specifically about Scarlet. The moth looked increasingly suspicious. What is your connection to Scarlet? Who are you? Someone who loves her very much. There were many feelings in Hollow's voice, as well as a very heartfelt expression in his eyes. His words were true, Mouthy had no doubt, he loved Scarlet and would never hurt his best friend. Maybe he could help them solve their problem with the Nightmare King. Sandwich was about to say something when his antennae picked up a certain irregularity in the air. Hollow and the moth noticed that everything in the room was beginning to shake and the lights were flickering. Sandwich looked at the mantis and noticed a deep look of sadness in its eyes. Ah, so that's your biggest fear. Orchid woke up feeling somewhat dazed, her head was spinning and her body felt heavy. It was still too early for her to get up, but she didn't want to go back to sleep. She was scared. She turned her head, hoping to find the knight asleep beside her. She hoped his closeness would calm her and dispel the shadows of the strange dream she'd had, because of course, it had all been nothing more than a dream. But to her surprise, Hollow wasn't asleep. He was sitting with his back to her, facing the shelter door. The mantis, puzzled by this, reached out with her trembling claw toward him and tugged at his cloak. The knight immediately turned to look at her, and she noticed with distress that he was crying. Hollow what? But he didn't answer, nor did he make any attempt to. He stood up and left the seer's house. Orchid tried to follow him, but the dizziness and stupor caused by the sleeping plants wouldn't let her. As soon as she tried to stand up, she ended up falling face down on the carpet. The mantis was very confused. Why was Hollow crying? Had something happened during the night to leave him so affected? An image of him pleading to know about Scarlet and the loving words he had given her came to mind. She remembered his worried and longing look and his pleas for information about her. She shook her head, chasing away all those crazy thoughts. It had only been a dream, a product of her imagination. None of it had been real. Suddenly he noticed something strange on the carpet floor. White hairs. Seeking calm. I never thought I would feel this way for a creature like her, or for anyone in fact, after the Pale King saved my life that fateful day, I had decided to dedicate all my devotion to him, to make him the reason for my existence, being his knight was my only wish, until another wish intervened. Clover, that clumsy mantis, so sweet and so fierce, so dedicated to battle and so hungry for love, Mantis society seems to be very cold and she too warm, she's always by my side clamoring for my attention, and that only makes her more adorable. Oh my beloved Clover. This could be dangerous. Agram maintains that His Majesty will not approve of our relationship. It is very dangerous to be romantically involved with the enemy, and the only thing that maintains an apparent peace between our kingdoms is a relationship as delicate as a flower. One false step and blood will stain the earth. Will our romance turn into a tragedy? Given the circumstances, perhaps the best thing for us would be to flee together to my homeland. I would love to show her the beautiful field of flowers that surrounds my village. I have brought some seeds that I have begun to cultivate, but it will never be the same as seeing that idyllic landscape. However, before leaving, Clover expressed her desire to say goodbye to her people. It's only fair. Leaving one's homeland and family isn't easy. In a few days, when everything is ready, we'll head back to my homeland. My beloved king, please forgive me, forgive my selfishness and my lies. I will not remain by your side until the end as I had promised. I am going with my beloved to a distant and safe place, where the influence of the goddess will not reach us. I wish with all my heart that your kingdom prospers, even though I am no longer in it. Hollow sighed as he read the last entry in Zemmer's journal. The knight clearly wrote much better than she spoke. She had beautifully described how, step by step, the relationship between her and Clover had emerged. It was a beautiful tale, full of emotion. But the story ended at this point when the two decided to leave together for another kingdom. It seemed like the perfect ending to a love story. Unfortunately, he knew the epilogue. When they went to say goodbye to the Mantis tribe, they refused to accept their relationship due to the knight's foreign nature and killed Clover. Zemmer, thanks to her talent and strength, managed to escape, but she would not return to her position as the king's defender. She would retreat to the farthest corner of the kingdom, behind the resting grounds, where she would spend her final years mourning her love. He closed the diary and put it back. At that moment he was only looking to distract his mind by thinking about anything happy, but having taken the knight's diary was not a good idea, now he felt his mood more gloomy than before. The reminder of Clover's sad fate was the omen of the grim future that awaited Orchid if she became romantically involved with him, but of course, Hollow didn't want her to die. He couldn't allow it. He couldn't fail again. He was unable to save Mila, and while he was able to free Scarlet and her father from their enslavement at the heart of the nightmare, the price he paid was his memories. As a knight, he was useless in crucial moments. What good was a knight who couldn't help a damsel in distress? What was worse was that Scarlet seemed to be in some sort of trouble that required the dream sting, and he couldn't help. The winged furball was gone, along with his only chance of hearing from her. Now to make matters worse, the only thing he could do when he woke up and realized his situation was to start crying in the most pathetic way. He even ignored Orchid when she called him, and like a coward, he went to hide in Zemmer's shelter, where the Mantis could not find him. His head was now calmer. After much thought, he came to the conclusion that there was nothing he could do about the little bat, only wait in case fate made their paths cross again. In the meantime, all he could worry about was the Mantis's problem. He'd been so happy when she told him she loved him that he hadn't considered the possible consequences. He knew the story of Zemmer and her lover. Ogram had told it to him, but now, upon finding the journal and reading it, reality hit him with all its weight. Orchid was in mortal danger. Of course, this danger was only real if she returned to her territory in Fungal Wastes. As long as she was away from that place she would be safe. No one could touch an antenna. But she sensed that she wanted to return home at some point. She had already learned that Orchid hadn't really been abandoned by her family. She had left her land to become strong and hunt powerful prey, with which she would prove to everyone that she was worthy of remaining in her position as Lord. If she became Lord again, she wouldn't be able to be with him, but if she stayed with him, she would never be able to return home or see her family. All these thoughts were swirling around in his head. What was best? Was there a way to keep everyone together as a united family? Why did the Mantises have to be so stubborn? In the end, he shook his head and stood up. As much as it hurt, it was beyond him to do anything. This was really Orchid's decision to make. He could only resign himself and support her in any way he could. He wouldn't have the heart to take her away from her people and force her to stay with him. She left the house of the grieving grey woman, carrying the diary with her. Perhaps Ogram would be interested in having a memento of his friend, even if it was a somewhat sad one. She passed through the underground passage without complications. Over the years, she had enlarged the tunnel slightly, and after the goddess's departure, the dangerous vermin had almost disappeared. When he returned to the cemetery, he searched everywhere for Orchid and found her sitting against a tombstone with her knees drawn up and a sad look on her face. His heart broke when he saw her like that. He sighed sadly. There wasn't much he could really do for her, but he would at least try to cheer her up. Although that wasn't going to be so easy, as soon as the Mantis noticed his presence, she immediately stood up and looked at him in a bad mood. As always, she couldn't be honest with her feelings, but despite her feigned anger, Hollow was able to notice a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Ah. You're finally here. Where have you been? The guard has already returned, and you weren't there to greet him. You don't know how awkward it was to be with him. You should be more considerate. How could you just walk away and leave the place unguarded? Did you expect me to stay and do your duty? Irresponsible." Hollow looked at her exhaustedly. This was already starting to sound like one of Hornet's sermons. In response, he took out his whiteboard and wrote on it. "Sorry, I had to go do some urgent things, it won't happen again." Orchid didn't want to say anything, she knew what he'd been doing, she went to cry for that female she loved so much, how disappointing, she who thought he was a strong warrior who didn't get carried away by those silly sentimentalities. That's why love was something bad, it distracted people from their goals, made them weak, and caused them that horrendous pain she was suffering now. She knew that she and Hollow would never be anything, their relationship was something forbidden, and he was free to pair with whoever he wanted, but her logic wasn't able to convince her heart. Hollow, alarmed, watched as the Mantis's face turned grim. He was about to write something on his slate to try and cheer her up when an icy touch on his back made him jump in fright. His reaction was so sudden that even Orchid stared at him, but what had happened was that Alone had placed one of her tentacles on him and was now staring at him with her eye expressionlessly. "Don't scare me like that." He looked at Alone's mask and noticed that it was no longer broken, only a few cracks remained as a mark of what had happened. "I see your mask turned out well, although have you not considered the idea of changing it? It's already very cracked." The container shook his head, then looked at Hollow and Orchid, noticing the sad atmosphere between them. This made him feel confused. What happened? Was it the White Thief's fault? "You saw the White Thief?" "Huh? About the White Thief? Did you mean a small white moth?" A nod was the response. Hollow felt worried. The nature of that insect hadn't been entirely clear to him. Its unpleasant resemblance to the Radiance bothered him greatly, but he had decided not to let that get to him and give it the benefit of the doubt. However, if he remembered correctly, this creature was the one that had harmed his brother. Why had it attacked him? Alone was peaceful. Perhaps this insect was someone dangerous. If so, that only increased his worries. Perhaps Scarlet would be in danger by his side. Did the white thief attack you? Alone nodded. How did he do it? The container thought for a moment before answering. I was walking through the cemetery and saw the white being eating flowers. It reminded me of the radiance and I went to hit him. He bit me. He bit you, and what else did he do to you? He told me a lot about the legacy of the moths and their mission. But that couldn't have hurt your mask. An asp attacked him, I hurt myself while trying to avoid being eaten. Hollow looked at him with an incredulous expression. He hadn't worried for nothing. At least in the real world, that winged fluff was weak and defenseless. If an asp could eat him, it wouldn't be a big deal, despite how powerful he looked in the dream. Snack remained a mystery, but he could rest assured that Scarlet would be safe. She was a bat, after all. That little creature wouldn't be a match for her. Be more careful next time alone. The container simply nodded. He stared at Orchid and Hollow for a moment, unable to help but feel somewhat worried and stressed. It seemed like one of those problems that were beyond his understanding and involved feelings. Despite all the books he had read, even those on romance, feelings were something foreign to him. But even though he was useless on the subject, he somehow wanted to support his brother, so he approached him and took his hands, giving Orchid a deep, somewhat hostile look. As always, Alone's lack of expression made understanding him a challenge. The Guardian, in his simplicity, wanted to tell him to stay away from the Mantis so it would feel better, but when he didn't say a word and expressed himself so unclearly, Hollow ended up confused. He tried to connect his gestures in some coherent way, although it was complicated. He took her hands and looked at Orchid, or maybe he didn't look at Orchid. Maybe he looked at something in his direction, because otherwise, nothing made sense. He looked towards the Mantis and beyond he noticed a door that led to the eastern exit of the cemetery, then an idea came to his mind, and he thought he understood the Guardian's message. He had suggested that he take Orchid to the Blue Lake, which was a great idea. That place was said to have the power to calm the spirit and clear the mind. He gave his brother a smile and a nod of thanks and walked over to Orchid, grabbed her by the paw, and ran with her toward the exit. Alone stared at him and tilted his head in confusion. Had he understood his message? Surely he had. Hollow was very clever, although it seemed strange to him that he would take her to the Blue Lagoon. Did he intend to drown her to get rid of her? That wasn't his intention. A certain unease in his chest attacked him, and he looked anxiously at his attendants, who only returned a blank stare. Now he felt somewhat annoyed and didn't know why. Meanwhile, Hollow was dragging Orchid through tunnels, taking her somewhere only he knew. The Mantis was starting to get scared by how fast they were going, which prevented her from mentally mapping the place so she could return. Now she was at the mercy of the Knight's will. If she got lost, she'd be in trouble, but she couldn't help but feel a certain air of fun and adventure about the situation. Finally, after walking for a while, the Knight began to slow down. Orchid was a little nervous and wanted to ask where they had gone when she noticed the huge lake in front of her. He was speechless when he noticed the beauty of the place. He had never seen a lake like this before. He didn't know it was possible to hold so much water underground. It was truly impressive, transparent, and as calm as a cup of milk. There were numerous rock formations around it, from which hung strips of moss that seemed to glow with the light emitted by the water. Bioluminescent plants grew at the bottom, giving the place a mysterious blue glow. He slowly approached the shore and looked at the water. It was so clear and transparent that the stones at the bottom shone like jewels, with that characteristic shine that gave the place its name. For several minutes she was in a trance watching the waters, letting her blank mind be dragged by the soft waves of the liquid. Finally she decided to sit down and observe her surroundings. For some reason she felt calm. Suddenly her problems no longer seemed so important. Being strong and loving someone she shouldn't didn't seem so serious. Now she just wanted to watch the waters and rest. She remained absorbed in the water for several minutes, until the presence of Hollow at her side brought her back to reality. The container had sat next to her, and was also watching the lake. Life is complicated, don't you think? The Mantis said suddenly. Hollow looked at her and just nodded. But I guess sometimes we can enjoy quiet moments like this. Too bad they don't last forever, but maybe that's what makes us appreciate them more. Hollow nodded again, somewhat sadly. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, I don't know how much pain there is, but I don't want that to make this moment any less joyful. I'm glad I got to know you better, to know that you're more than just a relentless warrior, really thank you. Hollow lowered his gaze. It seemed almost like a farewell. Apparently in the tranquility of the clear waters Orchid had found her answer. She intended to return to the tribe, and he had also found his answer. She wouldn't accept it so easily. She had told him that she loved him. For him that was reason enough to stay together. He would try to convince her somehow. If she stayed with him she could have everything she needed. No one would kill her. No one would force her to be a heartless machine. She would receive all the hugs she wanted. She would sleep in silk sheets. She could fight against the castle knights and train the rookies. He was confident in convincing her. He had a lot to offer. But all his plans to restrain the mantis were interrupted when it rested its head on his and closed its eyes. There was no longer any distance between them. They were sitting together, enjoying the view of the lake, sharing a moment of peace and each other's warmth. Finally, Orchid had given up and no longer cared about keeping her distance from him. What did heat matter? What did the difference in species matter? What did it matter that she was a lord? He wanted someone else, it didn't matter anymore, so, as long as she could, she would take him for herself. Now that they were alone, she would slumber on him and no one would stop her. Only the mantis's breathing and the soft sound of water hitting the rocks could be heard, nothing could disturb the mantis's rest. She wanted to feel her knight beside her, his presence, his body, the pressure of his being on her left side calmed her, and that could have continued for much longer if another strange weight on her right side had not surprised her. Orchid opened her eyes startled and looked to her right where she found a green-clad container leaning against her looking at her with a mischievous expression. What followed was a violent scene where Orchid stood up and kicked the container which was thrown into the lake where it sank upon falling, although the splashing on the water soon indicated that it was fine, but that was not what the mantis wanted, because as soon as it saw it emerge, it ran towards its spear that it had left stuck there and dug it out, ready to go kill the creature. Hollow panicked at the sight of the mantis's fury and leaped at it, knocking it to the ground. "Let me go, I'll kill him." Hollow ignored her and held her tighter, pinning her to the floor. At first, Orchid struggled with all her might to free herself, but at some point, it began to feel more like a pleasurable game. For some reason, she wanted him to tie her up. Meanwhile, the green hooded container named Green emerged from the water, somewhat annoyed, and walked over to the two fighting creatures. He crossed his arms and glared at them sternly. Orchid noticed him and immediately felt embarrassed at the situation and all the crazy thoughts running through her mind. "This is not what you think." Green tilted his head, wondering what he meant. He looked at Hollow for an answer, but he seemed just as confused. He ended up shaking his head and finally began speaking in his particular Shadowchild language. "I finally found them. You don't know how far I've traveled looking for them. First Big sent me to Crystal Peak and when I arrived they told me they went to resting grounds. I rushed to find them and they told me they were in the Blue Lagoon. Stay still. And when I catch them I just want to rest a little with you. And what did I win? A kick." "Sorry," Hollow apologized, somewhat embarrassed. "I think Orchid got a little scared." As Hollow gestured to communicate, he let go of Orchid and she pushed him slightly so she could stand up and assume a more dignified posture, although she was still blushing. I would really appreciate it if you didn't mention what you saw, please." Green looked at her with some annoyance. "And what's wrong with her?" he asked his brother. "I have no idea, but let it be. Now, you were telling me you were looking for us. What happened?" "Oh yeah, Big needs you urgently at the castle." Hollow and Orchid ran quickly through the castle corridors, dodging the security saws as they headed to meet the king. The mantis, not understanding the language of the shadows, had not been able to find out what was happening. She could only follow Hollow when she saw him run back to the palace, and now she continued doing so while they went to meet Big. She hoped to find out what was happening when they were in front of the king. At least he spoke an understandable language. They finally arrived in front of the monarch's office and Hollow without even bothering to knock opened the door and entered. Big was sitting there reviewing some budgets for some important projects and wasn't too happy that Hollow had suddenly entered, but he was in too good a mood to get angry. "Yes, Hollow, they were already born." Hollow was about to run out of the office when Big grabbed his cloak and stopped him. "I want it there, you're not going anywhere." Hollow waved his arms in agitation. "What's going on here? Who was born?" Orchid gasped after chasing the knight. "Hornet's children, our nephews, broke the egg the day before yesterday." Orchid's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't believe it. Had the Spider Queen had babies? Was she expecting children? No one had mentioned that, though it was normal. Sometimes rulers kept their offspring a secret to keep them safe until the time was right. It was then that he started doing some calculations, considering the incubation time of the spiders and matching dates. Hornet must have laid her eggs around the time they had their meeting in the Lord's room, which meant that she was in no condition to fight at that time, and that was why she performed so pathetically. So Hornet was much stronger than he thought, and Sharpie was right, now he really wanted to fight the Spider Queen again. "Yes, Hollow, I know you want to go see her now, but it's not the time, you'll meet your nephews later." He crossed his arms and looked at his brother with annoyance. "At the party we will dedicate to them." Hollow's eyes shone with excitement. "Yes, as King of Heart of Hellenist, I will organize a party to welcome my nephews, and Hornet will also take advantage of the occasion to officially present the heir of Deepness." Hollow jumped in his place very excited by this, his joy was so great that even Orchid felt infected. "Well, so they're having a party in honor of the little ones. Where are they going to have the bonfire?" "Campfire?" Big looked at her in confusion. Yes, the party bonfire, you know, everyone will dance around the bonfire to the beat of the drum, and each creature will paint their bodies with colored inks, and then there will be a ritual combat. That's what parties are like, right? Hollow and Big looked at each other somewhat worried. Orchid was going to need a lot of preparation before attending an official party at the castle. Well, Orchid, I think you'll need to take some practical classes. Classes? Of what? For formal wear, for dancing, and we'll have to have a suit made for the party. I'm sorry, dear, but we don't usually wear makeup for celebrations. Etiquette? Dance. But the Mantis was too surprised and somewhat confused. And I think we better start now if we want her ready for the party, Hollow. Could you take her to Margarita? Hey but. Orchid didn't even have time to complain. The knight grabbed her by the paw and dragged her out of the office despite her protests and complaints. The king just watched her walk away with a mischievous smile. I think this will be fun, he said to himself. Festive preparations. A series of tumultuous thoughts circled Hornet's mind as she headed to her room. She had recently visited the prisoner accused of attacking her balls to find out how he was doing. His recovery was going very well, at least his legs. If things continued like this, they would soon be able to conduct a written interrogation. Still, she wanted to have the dream sting in case the individual wrapped them in some lie. However, the prisoner's enthusiasm for giving a statement had her somewhat thoughtful. Now he tried to organize his thoughts to make the fairest decision possible, but that was a bit complicated if he had Ania chattering around him. Seriously, my queen, you shouldn't be so considerate of that monster. You should just execute him and forget about it. He already tried to destroy your eggs. Your eggs? The queen's precious offspring, that's an unforgivable crime. Ania, I'm still interested in what he has to say, so I'm not going to kill him until he's able to communicate. His mouth can't speak, but his legs are about to heal. He'll soon be able to ride again, and then he'll tell us everything he knows. Until then, I'll keep my verdict to myself. You're being too soft. Not punishing a guilty person could be considered a sign of weakness. It's a show of justice. Even prisoners have the right to defend themselves and run for their lives. But I assure you that as soon as all this is clear, I'll kill him myself. Don't worry about that, Ania. But my queen. That's enough. I don't want to discuss the matter with you any further. Don't take on responsibilities that don't belong to you. I am the queen and I will decide the prisoner's fate. Now I want to relax and go see my children, please. Yes, my lady, Ania said sadly. They're in their room with their consort. It's not like you should be so distant. Hornet looked at her somewhat strangely, but the spider simply bowed politely and went back to her work. The queen sighed with exhaustion. She already had enough problems without having to worry about her servant's mood. She'd been acting a bit strange lately and she truly didn't understand her. Had the birth of her children affected her in some way? She hoped it was temporary and that she'd soon return to being the same Ania she was used to. Until now, she'd always been a perfect servant, the only one she'd had since becoming queen, always willing to serve her, skilled in all kinds of activities, the one who supported her in everything and helped her in any way she could. But he would leave that matter for later, now he just wanted to see his children, so he opened the door to his room where he found a scene that touched his heart. Inside the room, Quirrell was playing on the bed with his daughters. The girls were running around on the blanket, escaping from their father, who was trying to catch them. Obviously, the woodlouse was moving clumsily on purpose to avoid catching them and to make the game last as long as possible. Well, they seem to be having fun, the queen said with a smile. Hornet, you're back. Yee. The girls squealed, running to their mother, who bent down to hold them in her arms. My little princess, how are you? Did you have fun playing with daddy? Yee. Hornet kissed her forehead in greeting and glanced at the woodlouse. Oh, daughter, I finally see you awake. How was your nap? In response, the girl settled into her mother's arms, closed her eyes, and began to doze. Are you asleep again? I guess you can never have enough naps, Quirrell said, amused. Yes, I see. She sat down on the bed and placed the princess next to her, though she kept the woodlouse in her arms. And Chester? Up where you left it. They both looked up at the ceiling and saw the little boy tied up in a silk cocoon hanging from the ceiling. Now that his mother had arrived, he began to thrash about and squeal, trying to get attention. In response, Hornet took out her needle with her free hand and threw it at the cocoon, severing the thread that held it to the ceiling. The cocoon fell onto the bed without any harm to its occupant. In fact, she found the experience amusing. After that, Hornet proceeded to free him. I hope that with your punishment you learn not to run out of the house without an adult, you could fall into the lake. After that, she kissed him on the forehead, although the rebellious boy didn't seem very happy with his mother's pampering. When Hornet finished with him, Chester lay back for a moment, staring at the ceiling. It didn't last long, though, as the princess began touching his tummy, which tickled him. He tried to push her away, but she seemed determined to play with him until she finally gave in and they started chasing each other around the bed. They look very energetic. Don't you want to join them? Hornet spoke to the girl in her arms. She just grunted softly and continued to rest in her mother's arms. I guess not. Don't worry, Hornet, some children are calmer than others. I know, I'm just worried if it won't be too quiet. The midwife said she was fine, but if she's too upsetting, we can go see her later. Sure, I'll schedule a time to visit. Changing the subject, any news while I was gone? The couple of letters arrived. When you see the envelopes you'll surely know who they're from. Squirrel stood up and picked up a pair of envelopes from the nightstand, both quite unique in their own way. The first was an extremely elegant envelope, seemingly made of silver, both in its color and shine. It was written in neat elegant handwriting and bore the royal seal of Hellenist. The second was completely different. It was green with fruit drawings, written in less elegant but equally beautiful handwriting, and sealed with a heart-shaped sticker. Big's correspondence in duplicate, one official letter and one personal letter. This is quite interesting. Hornet and Big took great care with the etiquette and formalities that their status as rulers demanded, and this required them to address each other with their royal titles, give expensive gifts on special occasions, and send correspondence written in formal language and in special envelopes, designated for this purpose. However, they also did not neglect their warm sibling relationship, so when there were no servants or people outside the family, they used the familiar form. In addition to the expensive and ostentatious gift, they always sent a more ordinary one designed according to each person's personal tastes. The formal letter was usually accompanied by a more humble and friendly one. Hornet admired the green envelope with fruits. At the last party she had given Big a pack of envelopes with colorful designs, some notebooks with drawings and stamps of flowers and hearts. She knew that he liked that colorful office supply that hadn't cost her even geos in the store in the City of Tears, but she had bought it thinking of him, and that was why Big appreciated it so much. In fact, every time she had a personal letter to send to her relatives, she used those envelopes and stamps. So she already had an idea of the type of letter it was. Which one first? I think I'll start with the formal letter. Well, what does it say? Queen Hornet, ruler of the vast lands of Deepnest. Distinguished lady. Along with greeting you, I offer my congratulations on your newborn offspring and send you my best wishes for health and prosperity. As a token of friendship and unity between our kingdoms, you are cordially invited to a party at the White Palace to welcome the offspring and meet the heir to Deepnest. Of course, the presence of your consort will be most welcome. This will take place on the 3rd day of next week. Without further ado and hoping that you are well, he says goodbye. Big, King of Heart of Hellenist. The party at the palace, we haven't been to one in a while, Quirrell said cheerfully. Yes, Hornet, on the other hand, seemed discouraged. What's up? Oh, you don't like parties, but there'll be good food. It's not that we're going to take the kids, and that place is riddled with saws. Right, I guess we can ask for them to be disabled during the party. Big wouldn't like his nephews to get hurt. Yeah, I guess. Why don't you read the second letter? Oh, of course. Dear Hornet. I heard your kids were born. I'm dying to meet them. Could I play with them? Are they very young? I love kids. Hollow, when he found out, wanted to run out to see you, but I stopped him. I had to take him for a walk along the path of pain to calm him down. By the way, Ogram said the saws could be dangerous for babies, so I'll leave them off when you come to the castle. I just hope this doesn't cause any strange people to sneak into the party, because of course I've organized a party for you. The date is on the other letter. By the way, you can stay overnight after the party. I've already prepared a room for you. Please tell me you're staying, so there'll be more time to play with the kids. By the way, remember that mantis we were babysitting the other day? We're bringing her to the party too, but we're a little worried about her manners. Can you believe she suggested building a bonfire in the ballroom? She even started setting it up herself, and the other day she started painting Hollow's face. I'm glad she's more docile now and feels comfortable around us, but there are some things we just can't allow. Considering the Mantises are your neighbors, do you have any recommendations? They would be very helpful. Without further ado, I hope you're all well. Give my regards to Quirrell, I love you all. Big. What a mantis, Hornet couldn't help but laugh at what he was saying about her. At least she's easier to deal with now. And do you have any advice for them? Quirrell asked, having already finished reading the letter. It's just a matter of educating her, it's not that difficult, I think I'll write them a letter too. Are we staying there overnight? Well, he sighed ruefully. Yes, we will. There's nothing wrong with that anyway, and it's best if the children have a good relationship with their uncle. In case of an emergency, he would be their main source of help. Wonderful, I'll be able to visit the castle collection. You and your books. Quirrell just gave her a cheerful smile and kissed his wife. I don't want to. The mantis screamed, trying to escape the hands of the females who were dressing her. But she looks beautiful. I look ridiculous. I don't want to wear these rags. Rags? They all looked at her in horror and then turned to the container that was monitoring the entire process. He was not a very tall individual, he had two horns curved backwards, similar to Shadow's, but closer to the head. His body was more robust than that of an average container, showing a wide and prominent chest that stood out in his closed cape, under which for some reason a tail could be seen. The name of this individual was Demetrio, and the tail was by his own choice, that was the form he had chosen as a shadow, although this was something that they could not explain to Orchid, who on her own, came to the conclusion that he was a variant of the species of the Children of the Shadows, another race so to speak. Demetrius was in charge of the wardrobe, he loved fabrics and fashion, he had a close relationship with the weavers who provided him with material for his sophisticated clothing designs, he was famous for his good taste and his confections, many nobles commissioned him to make suits for their parties, and he was very proud of his work, which is why this wild mantis calling his luxury design rags had offended him greatly. Demetrio began to yell angrily at the mantis. Of course, she didn't understand what he was saying, but his body language more or less told her he was angry. The maid seemed a little scared, though Orchid didn't seem to mind. She just wanted to get out of those clothes. She felt uncomfortable, as if she were wearing a ridiculous costume. They'd placed a light blue shawl with details and a fuchsia ribbon around her neck and had replaced Hornet sarong with one that matched the shawl, adding a wide fuchsia belt to keep the fabric in place. Everyone said she looked beautiful, but she didn't believe it. They were probably making fun of her. At that moment Big opened the door of the room and entered the room where he saw the frightened maids and a furious Demetrius shouting things unsuitable for Christian ears. Demetrius, that language. The man in question was startled when he heard the monarch's voice and turned around, apologizing nervously. What made you so angry? He looked up and found Orchid, her face red and trying to cover herself with a vase. Orchid, you look beautiful. Although I feel like something's missing here. Demetrio looked at him somewhat surprised, then turned his gaze towards the mantis analyzing his creation. After thinking about it for a moment he agreed with the king and ran towards the insect, took a flower from the vase he was holding, took a light blue ribbon from his sewing box and improvised an ornament with the two elements, then he climbed on a chair to reach the mantis and placed the ornament on one of its antennas. Perfect. Big said happily. Now you really look like a proper society lady. He walked up to the mantis and stared into its eyes. He reached out and gently touched its face, causing it to shudder. The maids watching the scene blushed and discreetly began to leave the room. Apparently, a romantic scene was in the making and they didn't want to disturb the king. Demetrio looked at them with a questioning face without moving from the place. He didn't understand why everyone was leaving, they hadn't finished fixing the suit yet, however no one deigned to explain anything to him, they took him by the hand and led him out of the room. Orchid and Big were left alone in the room, with no company other than the furniture and the various styles of party dresses they tried on. The monarch seemed very comfortable, although for the poor mantis, he was anything but. She was extremely nervous. The sensations the king provoked in her contrasted sharply with those of her beloved knight. He possessed an overwhelming presence that somehow made her obey this king, but at the same time, he had a sweet air that made her feel safe and at ease. With Big, everything was calm and peaceful, something she wasn't used to, as strange as that sounded. The king just looked at her from top to bottom and she felt more and more upset, so she decided to break the silence in the most peaceful way possible. Orchid would be capable of attacking anyone, but she would never dare raise a claw against Big, such was the power of the king's mark that Hollow had given to her brother. Your majesty, could you stop looking at me like that? It makes me nervous. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, you just look so beautiful it's hard to look away. That was undoubtedly a compliment. Orchid had never been complimented in her life and she didn't know how to react. Formal relationships weren't customary in the tribe, but it wasn't unusual for males and females to have intimate relationships outside of the reproductive season. This wasn't prohibited, although it was considered dangerous due to the risk of falling in love. Orchid, fearing that this would happen to her, never had relations with any male, not even a simple flirtation, partly because of the distance she herself maintained with the others and partly because they were afraid of her. Because of all this, she didn't know how to react when someone behaved gallantly towards her, she didn't even believe they were serious. After all, in the tribe she was considered one of the strongest mantises, but not the most attractive. In fact, Lily was more popular than her. I appreciate your words, but I'd be happier if you were honest. I'm not a particularly beautiful mantis, nor am I a high society lady. I'm a warrior. My thing is battle and power. I'm aware of what I am and I accept it. I have no problem with it. This scarred shell isn't that of a lady. It's that of a killing machine. Perhaps the last word she spoke tasted a little bitter to her. In reality she didn't want her only value to be ending the lives of other bugs. She wanted to be more than that. Hollow had taught her that life was more than just fighting. But she didn't believe there was anything really good in her. She wasn't a protector. She wasn't sweet, nor friendly. She was selfish, weak, and of course she wasn't pretty. Well, your scars have diminished quite a bit since you started using the ointment Hollow bought you. Orchid blushed at the thought of the cream. Lately, she had been applying it herself, but she still remembered the help she received the first few times. Your Majesty. A couple of fewer scars won't improve my appearance. I'm not pretty. A warrior can't be pretty. Why not? I'm also a formidable fighter, and I'm very handsome. The mantis couldn't help but laugh at his comment. He was truly very confident, though quite rightly so. Big was very cute. He might have had that sensual appeal of a hollow, but he was beautiful in his own way, in a more adorable and sweet way. He was the kind of creature you'd simply enjoy spending time with, walking, chatting, or doing any other kind of activity, even fighting. Everyone says you're a great fighter, but I haven't been able to see it with my own eyes yet. Oh? Really? Well, if you improve your etiquette and dance classes, you and I could have a duel. Really? Orchid's tail began to gently swish up and down, something that didn't go unnoticed by Big after Hollow told him that detail. Of course, but like I said, only if you improve your etiquette and dancing. Orchid snorted. Etiquette classes are utterly stupid. Eating shouldn't be such a hassle, and all those formalities with nobles at a party is supposed to be fun. Well, at least they're not difficult to learn. The problem is the dancing. Do you have trouble dancing? No, at least in theory it doesn't seem difficult, but I haven't been able to practice. The teacher is afraid of me. He barely even comes near me. This dance is supposed to involve holding hands or something, and he can't even touch my claw. How do they expect me to learn? Wow, what a disappointment. Big looked at her for a moment, then looked down and thought for a moment. When he looked back at the mantis, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. He grabbed Orchid by one claw and began to pull her out of the room. Your Majesty. What are you doing? I'll take you to the dance hall, I'll practice with you. What? But. No words could change Big's mind. The mantis would have dance lessons taught by the king himself. They both absent-mindedly left the room, unaware of the presence of the servants, who had hidden behind a curtain so they wouldn't be discovered spying behind the door. Along the way, Big managed to get a pianist to play for them while they practiced their dance, and that's how Orchid received personal lessons from the king of the castle himself, a strange honor that, in the eyes of others, was further proof of the closeness between those two. Okay Orchid, place your hand on my shoulder like this, I'll stand here and place my hand on your waist, come closer, that's it. Is this necessary? The mantis said, her face red. We're very close. This is how you dance at these kinds of parties, it's not that unusual, and the proximity allows you to chat while you dance. Well, from that point of view it seems practical, but if you start dancing you can't concentrate on talking, can you? This dance is so simple and calm that once you learn it, you don't need to think about it much. Let's begin. This dance is called a waltz, and it's characterized by a 3-beat rhythm. You take 3 steps, a short pause, and then 3 more steps, and so on. It's simple. You just have to be careful not to step on your partner or bump into any of the other dancing couples. But by tradition, the male leads the dance, so at least you can forget about bumping into anyone. I understand. Okay, music maestro. The musician, who was none other than Soul, was sitting in front of a beautiful grand piano and, at Big signal, placed his fingers on the keys and began to play a cheerful waltz. Big took the first step so suddenly that Orchid almost fell for not keeping up, but after the first stumble, she began to struggle. At first, Big counted the steps to help her keep up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, the container sang, and after a few moments of hesitation and clumsiness, the mantis began to dance with it. This dance was very different from any she'd ever performed. It had nothing to do with the rhythmic circles around the campfire at the tribe, nor with the dizzying paraphernalia she'd set up with Hollow at Crystal Summit. It was a refined, calm, and even monotonous dance. As Big said, once you got used to it, you didn't even have to pay attention to each step and could be distracted by other things. At a real party, she would have paid attention to other couples dancing or chatted with her partner, but since it was a solo practice, she limited herself to watching Big. It was a truly beautiful creature. The regal horns that crowned its head were imposing, its figure was strong and well-formed, and its eyes impressive, but above all, that beautiful and sweet look full of calm was what caught her attention the most. There was so much kindness in those eyes that she felt calm just by looking at them. That added to the pleasant music of the piano turned that moment into a dreamlike one. She didn't even notice when the music stopped and his steps slowly ceased. Both dancers looked at each other for a moment in silence and then, "You're so cute." Big said before grabbing Orchid and hugging her so hard he lifted her off the ground. At that moment Orchid forgot that she was standing in front of the king of the country who could crush her tribe, and she put aside all her manners. "Let me go, you damn animal. Put me down at once. Are you listening to me?" But Big ignored her, just waving Orchid around like a stuffed animal. At that moment, Hollow, who had been searching for the Mantis, entered the room. He found Big hugging Orchid like she was his toy and Soul looking at them with an amused expression. Immediately a pang of jealousy stabbed his heart, although he wasn't able to recognize the feeling as such, he just knew that it angered him a little to see Big hugging the Mantis like that, so he approached and very politely got his attention by tapping his stinger against the ground. Immediately Big and Orchid looked at him, she with some fear, for reasons she didn't want to admit, and he with some surprise. He noticed how upset his brother looked, then looked at the Mantis and understood everything. He released it and placed it in front of Hollow. "I'm sorry, she looked so cute I had to hug her, now you can hug her." "What?" the Mantis screamed, turning redder and redder. In response, Big gave her a gentlemanly kiss on the forehead. "I have to go. I have things to do. Hollow also knows how to waltz. He can finish teaching you." He touched his brother's shoulder fruitfully in farewell and began to walk away. "Have fun. I hope you get her ready for the party, Hollow." As always, Big handled situations with such ease that it was impossible to get angry with him. Hollow calmed down with the idea that it was just a hug because Orchid looked very pretty. In fact, he thought the same now that he saw her well. He wanted a hug too, or maybe something more. In any case, he had more rights. She had told him she loved him. She was his girlfriend, maybe not yet, but he'd fixed that issue at the party. He looked at Orchid for a moment and then kissed her. For the next hour he spent running around the castle being chased by an angry mantis that wanted to sink its claws into him, and he didn't know why. Of course Orchid wasn't going to admit how much she liked the kiss. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.